Chapter 1 Wonderful. Our furry kingdom finally has heirs. Within a luxurious three-story building in the new world of Zou, a dozen members of the fur tribe, possessing human bodies yet adorned with animal heads, eagerly gaze at the two newly born cubs of their kind. Let the two kings bestow names upon the children, the white goat-head doctor said with a smile, addressing the dog-headed chief and the other leaders, whose faces were alight with excitement. Let them be named Viper and Canis, for I believe they shall one day inherit our throne and safeguard Zou, the chief declared. In stark contrast to this jubilant atmosphere, a dilapidated wooden cabin stood at the edge of the furry kingdom inside. A gaunt, white-furred female bear of the fur tribe was emitting cries of agony, lying on a tattered wooden bed, her blood staining the once white sheets crimson. After an indeterminate amount of time, the frail bear woman struggled to rise. Cradling the blood-soaked cub in her arms, she extended a trembling hand to her child's nose, but felt no breath of life. No, I refuse to accept this. Is our bear tribe destined for extinction? Just as despair enveloped her, the faint sound of a cry stirred her heart. She looked down in astonishment at the infant, tears of joy streaming uncontrollably from her eyes. At last, there is hope for our bear tribe. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed perched atop a great tree, a young cub of the fur tribe, with a white bear head and standing a height of 1.5 meters, cautiously nestled among the branches. His gaze was fixed intently on a group of fur tribe children frolicking in the grass, not far away. Who would have thought that a mere respite for a game could lead to my untimely demise and rebirth as a transmigrator? Truly, the whims of fate are unpredictable, he mused. In his past life, Feng, with one eye bandaged and the other swollen to a mere slit, was engrossed in the excitement of a pinnacle on his computer screen, typing eagerly to claim amount. Little did he know that his keyboard would be pierced by the sheer force of his martial prowess. In that fleeting moment, before the electric currents surged through him, Feng managed to utter a brief exclamation before losing consciousness. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself reborn in this new life. Cradled in his mother's embrace, he had transformed into a cub of the fur tribe, bestowed with the name Woli Bel. Remarkably, his name bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a legendary demigod from a game he once played. Alas, while this world's Woli Bel shared a name with his former self, he was devoid of any comparable attribute aside from appearance. Upon realizing he had transmigrated into the world of One Piece, Woli Bel felt a surge of exhilaration. He had watched the immensely popular anime in his previous life, retaining the overarching narrative despite the erosion of many details over time. Initially, Woli Bel believed his transmigration to this world, especially as a member of the fur tribe, was a stroke of fortune compared to the harrowing fates of other transmigrators. However, to his dismay, he discovered that while indeed a member of the fur tribe, he belonged to the bear faction, the most marginalized and ridiculed among them. Once, the bear tribe had been the mightiest warriors of the fur tribe, sharing the throne of the furry kingdom with 2 other kings, dividing the realm amongst themselves. Yet, a pivotal shift occurred nearly a century ago during a fateful meeting. Long ago, the fur tribe established a close alliance with the Kazuki family due to various circumstances over centuries. The loyalty to the Kazuki family was instilled in generation after generation of fur tribe members. However, as time passed, dissent grew, spearheaded by the Bear King, who rejected the notion of binding their descendants to the Kazuki family out of a sense of gratitude. He believed his kin should be free. Such heretical notions of freedom sowed discord between the Bear King and the other 2 monarchs, ultimately leading to the betrayal of the Bear King, who was slain by the collusion of the 2 remaining kings and the Kazuki family. With the strongest of them gone, the faction loyal to freedom splintered, and the bear tribe was branded as criminals, banished to the resource-scarce borders of the furry kingdom. There, they faced harsh conditions, devoid of sustenance, with even the fish brought by the great sea god eluding them. Under the oppression of the majority of the fur tribe, many from the bear faction fled Zou in search of a better life, while a handful remained to endure a meager existence. Now, only 2 members of the bear tribe remained in Zou, Woli Bel and his mother, Bellis. Woli Bel's irresponsible father, unable to withstand the discrimination and impoverished existence, succumbed to madness, harboring hatred for all fur tribe members. When Bellis was pregnant, he even attempted to take the life of the unborn Woli Bel, but was thwarted by Bellis, ultimately abandoning his family and vanishing without a trace. To sustain her unborn child, Bellis, frail and weakened, scavenged for scraps, mending clothes and cleaning filth for meager sustenance. Understanding their dire situation, Woli Bel resolved to master his body to ensure their survival. After countless falls and rises, within just a month, Woli Bel learned to stand, and after 3 months he could run and speak. Initially, Woli Bel harbored grand ambitions, dreaming of awakening a powerful ability to ascend to greatness as a bear. However, as years dragged on without the appearance of a system, his only recourse in such a harsh environment was to assist his mother with menial tasks for additional food. Now, it was the year 1487 of the sea calendar, with roughly a decade remaining before Roger would ascend as the Pirate King. The Battle of God Valley had recently concluded, and with the demise of the legendary pirate rocks, the seas were engulfed in chaos. Whitebeard, Gold Lion, Big Mom, Silver Axe, John, and countless other notorious pirates clashed violently across the waters, yet, for Woli Bel, all of this remained distant. His attention was solely fixated on the bear cubs gathered around the future king of night, Viper. Yet, what truly captivated Woli Bel was not Viper's status, but the deep blue fruit clutched in his hands. The fruit bore a striking resemblance to Enel's Rumble Rumble fruit, adorned with irregular spikes and twisted patterns. Although its hue was deep blue, there was no doubt it was a devil fruit. Just moments ago, while returning home after washing clothes, Woli Bel had stumbled upon the group of fur tribe children engaged in fervent discussion over the peculiar devil fruit. Upon sighting the fruit, a powerful premonition surged within Woli Bel, signaling that this fruit would be a pivotal turning point in his destiny. Thus, he concealed himself among the branches, plotting to acquire the coveted fruit. When he saw Viper, incited by the other cubs, preparing to consume the devil fruit, he could no longer restrain himself and bellowed, "Cease your foolishness." The roar of the bear tribe, resonant and thunderous, drew the attention of all nearby fur tribe children. Upon seeing Woli Bel descend from the tree, their faces contorted in disdain. The center of the bear tribe dares to challenge our esteemed heir. You seek death, don't you? One leopard-headed fur tribe member retorted, disgust etched across his features. Viper, too, recognized the white bear cub descending from the tree. His father had recounted tales of the bear tribe, painting them as ungrateful wretches. Yet Viper, possessing his own convictions, chose to trust his observations. Thus, when he heard the leopard's taunt, his brow furrowed in discontent. Silence. If they're also fur tribe, then they are our allies. I will not allow you to speak ill of your kin. The leopard's face flushed with embarrassment at Viper's rebuke, yet he dared not respond to the esteemed heir, instead casting a resentful glare at Woli Bel. Hey, bear brat, why did you suddenly shout to prevent me from eating that fruit? Woli Bel felt a warmth in his heart at Viper's defense. He now knew that Viper's character mirrored that of the anime, so he chose to speak truthfully. What you hold is a devil fruit. I trust you understand that consuming it will render you unable to swim and vulnerable to sea prism stone, of course. The true reason is that I wish to consume this devil fruit to gain power. Upon hearing Volber's candid declaration of his intentions, a glimmer of appreciation flickered in the eyes of the Viper. He preferred Volber's straightforward approach over the duplicitous or roundabout ways of others. Thank you for your reminder. I too have no desire to impose weaknesses upon myself. Since you seek this devil fruit, I shall grant you an opportunity. According to the customs of the fur tribe, if you can defeat me, the spoils shall be yours. What do you say? Shall we engage in combat? If you triumph, this devil fruit shall belong to you. A promise is a promise. In the center of the grassy field, Volber and the Viper faced each other. Go, big Viper. Defeat this audacious little bear. Surrounding them, a dozen of the Viper's subordinates fervently cheered him on. The Viper observed Volber, who towered over him, adopting an aggressive stance. Though Volber was merely 3 years old, he stood at 1.50 meters and had begun to develop muscular contours, appearing far more mature than the average child of the fur tribe. However, the Viper was no ordinary opponent. He too possessed considerable strength as a formidable warrior in the New World. Especially after harnessing the power of the Moonlight Lion, he could inflict damage upon beings like Kaido even in his youth. He was no match for an ordinary member of the fur tribe. With a slight bow and a forward lean, the Viper propelled himself forward, his legs unleashing a burst of power as he swiftly closed the distance to Volber's speed, was undoubtedly the Viper's forte as a member of the fur tribe. Seeing the Viper appear before him as if employing the moonwalk, Volber's pupils dilated, and he swiftly crossed his arms, adopting a defensive posture. The Viper extended his claws and struck quickly at Volber's crossed arms. After the attack, Volber merely felt a slight sting in his arms, while the Viper, grimacing in pain, stumbled back several meters. He looked down at his now broken nails, his face contorted in agony. "It's impossible, is your skin made of steel?" At that moment, Volber's arms had only lost a few hairs, with not a scratch upon his skin. The reason the bear tribe of the fur tribe ranked as the strongest was not only due to their immense power, but also their thick fur and extraordinarily resilient bodies. Though the Viper was astonished by Volber's remarkable defense, he chose to launch another attack, convinced that even if he could not pierce Volber's skin, he could still inflict internal damage. As the Viper charged at him once more, Volber opened his arms wide. Presenting an inviting target, the Viper wasted no time, delivering a powerful punch to Volber's chest, producing a resounding thud reminiscent of a bell tolling. Feeling the painful reverberation in his fists, the Viper was struck with dread. Just as he hesitated, Volber's lips curled into a smile. In an instant, Volber's arms, resembling thick cables, ensnared the Viper's body, his face beaming with a radiant smile, albeit marred by the sharpness of his exposed teeth, giving him a somewhat ferocious appearance. "I caught you, little one." As Volber's arms tightened, the increasing pressure made the Viper feel as if he were drowning, the air being forcefully expelled from his lungs, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. "I concede." Upon hearing the surrender of the Viper, as delicate as a gnat, Wallibell immediately relaxed his arms, and the Viper crumpled to the ground like a boneless fish, observing the Viper lying on the ground. The once enthusiastic fur tribe members who had cheered for him now stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape and hands frozen in mid-applause. For a moment, the grassy area was filled only with the Viper's labored breaths. It took several minutes for the Viper to gather himself and rise from the ground. "You are formidable. I concede with complete sincerity, as per our wager. This devil fruit now belongs to you. Hand it over." Wallibell accepted the devil fruit from the Viper's subordinate, unable to suppress a wide grin, though his expression soon shifted to one of seriousness as he pondered something. "Thank you, Viper. Although I emerged victorious, I recognize that obtaining the devil fruit from you is a testament to your regard for me. After all, I possess no valuable bargaining chips. We are all part of the fur tribe. Every member is a companion of mine, the Viper. Were it not for my desire to test the legendary strength of the bear tribe, I might have simply given you the devil fruit outright. It is no surprise that the bear tribe lives up to its former glory. Your strength is well-deserved. This devil fruit now rightfully belongs to you. I hope you can unlock its power. Otherwise, in our next encounter, you may find yourself at a disadvantage. Shall we have a rematch now?" No. I've made a mistake." The Viper, regardless of how one might extol the rarity of the devil fruit, acknowledged a debt of gratitude that he would repay in the future. It is worth noting that while Wallibell had become a member of the fur tribe, and a promising one at that, he lacked both a renowned mentor and a supportive faction. To grow stronger, he would have to fight for everything himself, necessitating that he first possess a measure of strength. The devil fruit would effectively address Wallibell's initial inadequacies. Carefully cradling the deep blue devil fruit, Wallibell resolved to return home. In recent years, his mother, Bells, had suffered greatly due to complications from childbirth, and her health had deteriorated significantly due to a lack of sufficient food and a conducive environment for recovery. Wallibell felt compelled to return home to care for her. "Wait a moment," Bear tribe member. "My name is Viper. What is yours?" "Wallibell." "Wallibell. I shall remember. From now on, you're a friend of Viper. I hope you will come play with me in the future." "Friend? I haven't agreed to that yet. But never mind. Why should I bicker with a little brat like you? Farewell, Viper." As Wallibell waved goodbye, Viper rubbed his swollen arms, feeling an immense joy within, for he had just made his second true friend. On Zou, Viper had previously had only one friend, Inu. The other children of the fur tribe had maintained an intangible distance due to his status, Viper sensed that Wallibell looked at him without the same barrier that others had imposed, which fueled his desire to befriend him. "Mother, I have returned." Upon hearing Wallibell's voice, Bells, who was engaged in needlework, struggled to rise with the aid of her cane, yearning to greet her child at the door. "Mother, please don't get up." Wallibell rushed over to support her, his heart aching at the sight of his mother, once youthful and strong, now stooped and appearing a decade older than her years. In his previous life, he had been an orphan, reduced to begging for survival. To be by the age of 13 or 14, he had fortuitously become an underground fighter. Over the span of years, he transformed from an inexperienced brawler into a world-renowned underground boxing champion through countless matches and relentless training. Although his circumstances had improved, he had never experienced familial love in this life. While Wallibell cared for his mother more, he genuinely felt the depth of her unconditional love, were it not for Belle's determination to give birth to Wallibell against all odds. Sustaining him with her last reserves, he might have perished long ago. After ensuring his mother was settled, Wallibell stepped outside into the open space, gazing at the deep blue devil fruit, inhaling deeply. If he could overcome so many adversities to become a champion in his past life, then having been reborn into the world of One Piece, he was determined to achieve greatness once again. That if he were to set a goal for himself, it would undoubtedly be to become the strongest in the world. With his thoughts resolved, Wallibell's gaze hardened, and he swallowed the entire devil fruit in one gulp. As he consumed the fruit, he was initially overwhelmed by an indescribable wave of nausea, but as that sensation faded, he felt a surge of power awakening within him. Blue lightning began to flicker around him, and with a mere flick of his wrist, a bolt of deep blue lightning struck a nearby tree, reducing it to charred remains that a natural-type storm fruit. What a formidable devil fruit! Wallibell was thoroughly pleased with the storm fruit. Having consumed it, he gained the ability to control wind, rain, lightning, and clouds, enabling him to transform into 4 elemental forms: wind, water, lightning, and cloud. With this fruit, he embodied a natural disaster. Since I can control lightning, can I emulate the body enhancement techniques of the Reikage from Naruto, using lightning to strengthen my physique? With this thought, excitement gleamed in Wallibell's eyes. As a member of the bear tribe, his physical form was inherently powerful. If he could use lightning to enhance his body, how strong would he become? In the backyard of the dilapidated wooden house, Wallibell knelt before a small mound, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. 4 years had passed since Wallibell acquired the storm fruit, and yesterday, his mother finally passed away peacefully in her sleep. "Mother, do not worry, I shall restore the glory of the bear tribe across the seas." After kneeling for some time, Wallibell rose. 4 years had transformed him. Now at just 7 years old, he stood an imposing 3 meters tall, no longer resembling a mere second-class cripple of the One Piece world. Though clad only in shorts, the fur covering his body rendered clothing largely irrelevant. His upper body, exposed, was adorned with white fur, with blue lightning-like patterns emerging since he consumed the storm fruit. His robust physique, even obscured by fur, clearly displayed the contours of his muscles, complemented by his fierce bear-like visage that made him appear formidable. To the untrained eye, no one would suspect that this muscular, towering figure was merely a 7-year-old child. If anyone were to inquire about his age, Wallibell could assert confidently, "I am only 7 years old," likely eliciting expressions akin to the third emoji in your phone's collection. With the only connection he had in Zone now gone, and bolstered by years of lightning-enhanced training, Wallibell's physical prowess had ascended several tiers. He was ready. Perhaps it was time to depart Zoe for the boundless seas. But first, I should visit Viper, Wallibell thought, and so he acted. Since that fateful battle 4 years ago, Viper and Wallibell had forged a friendship. Despite Wallibell facing discrimination from other members of the fur tribe due to his status, however, the Viper remained unfazed and maintained a cordial relationship with Woli Bel, genuinely considering him a brother. Whenever Woli Bel faced discrimination from other fur tribesmen, the Viper steadfastly stood by his side. Thanks to the Viper's presence, Wallibell's life had significantly improved, and as Wallibell's strength grew, he and his mother no longer needed to worry about food on this occasion. Woli Bel had 2 purposes for visiting the Viper. Firstly, he wished to express his gratitude for the Viper's assistance over the years. if it weren't for the Viper providing Woli Bel with numerous nourishing remedies. His mother might have succumbed long ago, for which Woli Bel felt immense appreciation. Secondly, Woli Bel sought to invite the Viper to join him on a voyage. According to the original story, this year the Viper would secretly set sail with Inuran in search of the Kazuki family, and, by a fortunate coincidence, would become a subordinate to that fellow, Kazuki Odin. Rather than serve that pitiful fellow, Woli Bel preferred to recruit the Viper as his first mate. It is worth noting that Kazuki Odin possessed the power to contend with and even defeat Kaido. Yet he was still deceived and threatened by Kaido and Orochi, allowing the then-weak beast pirates to flourish and ruin a promising situation. The onset of all calamities stemmed from Kazuki Odin's selfish desire to follow the White-Beard pirates, leading to the suffering of the citizens of Wano under Orochi and Kaido's rule. Upon his return, he absurdly believed that enduring humiliation for 5 years was a responsible act towards the people, seemingly unaware that he would only bring further harm to them, merely moving himself. It can be said that Kazuki Odin was the root cause of the tragic events that plagued Wano for over 2 decades. Due to Wallibell's influence over the years, the Viper also wished not to let the Kazuki clan affect his own life. However, given the Viper's unique status, everything depended on his own as a friend. Woli Bel would respect the Viper's choices. Walking along a familiar path, Woli Bel ignored the fearful and disdainful gazes of many fur tribesmen and arrived outside the tavern frequented by the Viper. Pushing open the tavern door, he immediately spotted the Viper sitting at the bar, sipping fruit wine. Woli Bel nodded amicably to the Viper's associates inside the tavern and then made his way to sit beside the Viper. "Hey, Woli Bel, you're here. Come, let's drink," the Viper exclaimed joyfully, causing a smile to flicker across Wallibell's face. "You haven't changed a bit. However, I've come to discuss something serious with you today." At this point, Wallibell's expression turned grave. Noticing that Woli Bel was not joking, the Viper placed his drink down, and the previously hazy look in his eyes cleared. "Woli Bel, what is it that you need to discuss?" "Viper, first and foremost, I want to thank you for your assistance to my mother these past few years." "We're brothers, Woli Bel. Why are you being so formal?" "Your mother is also dear to me, and my help comes without expectation of reward. I don't care. Without your help, my mother would have passed away long ago." "Are you looking down on a brother?" Seeing Wallibell's earnestness, the Viper reluctantly nodded. "I understand, so. Will you now call me your benefactor?" "Don't be ridiculous. Do you believe I would actually hit you?" The Viper quickly raised his hands in surrender at Wallibell's raised fist. "Just kidding. We are brothers. You can't hit me. Enough joking. There's another matter. I will soon be leaving Zode. I came here to thank you and also to invite you to be my first mate on this voyage." "What? You're setting sail?" the Viper exclaimed in astonishment. "Well, ever since I became friends with you, I knew you weren't the type to settle for mediocrity." The Viper's brows furrowed deeply, and he scratched his mane of yellow fur. Resembling a lion, to be honest, I do wish to set sail, but you know my situation is quite special. If I were to leave, I would need to discuss it with my father, and no problem. I understand your predicament. Regardless of your decision, I will respect your choice. That I will wait for you here. If you are unable to persuade the King of Night, you can have him come to me, and I will share the truth with him. As Woli Bel said this, he raised his electrified fist with a smile. The Viper, seeing Wallibell's fist, involuntarily shuddered, recalling how badly he had suffered from the electric shock before. Without hesitation, the Viper exited the tavern to seek out his father. Within minutes, the sound of a roar echoed from outside the tavern. "You little brat from the bear tribe, how dare you entice my son to set sail? It seems I must teach you a lesson today." Hearing that commanding voice, Woli Bel recognized that the main event had arrived. He downed the remainder of his drink and rose to head outside the tavern. Upon pushing open the door, Woli Bel was greeted by the sight of a fur tribesman towering at a height of 5 meters, resembling the Viper with a 7-part similarity. He was none other than the Viper's father. "The current King of Shadows, indeed. It is I who invited the Viper." "You insolent brat, don't be ridiculous. The Viper must inherit my throne and cannot accompany you on your voyage, even if my son wishes to set sail. It must be with the esteemed Kazuki family, not with you, a lowly bear tribesman. Enough with the nonsense, old man. Let us not forget that you are still in your prime and could easily fight for another 30 years. Furthermore, I believe the Bear King's ideas were correct, that if you refuse, then let the rules of the fur tribes apply. The one with the larger fist has greater authority, since you value that so-called status. Why not use your strength to refute me? Wallibell understood that in the current situation, words would not suffice. Only fists could facilitate communication. Upon hearing Wallibell's challenge to his authority, rage flooded the proud King of Shadows' mind. How dare that audacious bear brat challenge the authority of the King of Shadows? Who do you think you are? Prepare to die. As he charged toward Wallibell, the latter stood his ground, making no move. Just as the King's fist was about to strike Wallibell's head, he found that his blow had missed. Wallibell had somehow moved behind the King of Shadows, his fist enveloped in crackling blue electricity, striking the King's back with tremendous force. The powerful blow sent the King of Shadows flying over 100 meters, carving a long trench in the ground before crashing into several trees with a resounding crash. With a loud crack, a severed tree trunk flew away, and the once mighty King of Shadows now lay in disarray, his crimson robe torn to shreds, exposing a charred imprint of a fist on his back that emitted the scent of grilled meat. Why is your strength so terrifying? The King of Shadows felt a chill run down his spine as he experienced the excruciating pain. He was one of the two kings of the furry kingdom. Yet this bear lad, who had yet to reach adulthood, had reduced him to such a state that are you now willing to let the Viper accompany me on my voyage? I trust you have come to understand my character over these years. My bond with the Viper is akin to that of blood brothers. With me, the Viper's safety will be ensured. Moreover, how can one who has never experienced true battle claim the title of king? What an intriguing little brat. The King of Shadows withdrew a flattened cigar from his pocket, ignited it with his fingernail, and as he exhaled a plume of white smoke, he looked at the defiant bear youth before him. Reminiscent of his own younger self, he was well aware of the truth behind the events of a century ago. To be honest, he somewhat recognized the Bear King's perspective. Very well. I agree to let the Viper accompany you on your voyage. However, you must promise me that he will return alive. This is not a command from the King of Shadows, but rather a father's wish for his son. I apologize. I cannot guarantee the Viper's safety 100%. However, I will do my utmost to protect my companions. I hope that is the case. Luabeer, are you certain we are to set sail on this ship? In a clearing not far from the Wallibell cabin, the Viper gazed at the modest vessel before him, a mere 20 meters in length, rendering him momentarily speechless. What can I do about it? Spare me your sardonic remarks. If you're so capable, why don't you take the helm? There's not a single shipwright in all of Zou, and I might just be the most skilled shipbuilder on this island. Observing Viper's incredulous expression, Wallibell hastily divulged the source of his confidence. Rest assured, my storm fruit enables me to command the winds. Though this ship may be rudimentary, it is more than capable of sailing the vast ocean. Wallibell confidently patted his chest, assuring Viper of his abilities. Faced with Wallibell's unwavering self-assurance, Viper reluctantly acquiesced. Very well, I shall trust you this once. Not only was there a compelling reason for Viper to pull in his crew, but he also needn't to worry about supplies. Viper's father, the King of the Night, had already prepared a veritable mountain of fresh water, food, and medicine for the two of them. Moreover, he had earnestly handed Wallibell a small booklet, which contained precisely what Wallibell needed at that moment. The booklet detailed the cultivation methods for the dual color hockey, and even included the techniques for the flowing cherry hockey. This indicated how highly the King of the Night regarded Viper, as he had entrusted such a precious resource to Wallibell. Just as Wallibell and Viper were laboriously loading supplies onto the small boat, a series of footsteps echoed from a distance. A hulking figure, approximately 2.5 meters tall, with a yellow-brown canine head, one of the fur tribes, was swiftly approaching, followed by a dozen or so of his kin. These were Viper's underlings. Wallibell immediately recognized the leader of the fur tribe. It was Viper's other close friend, Canine. Upon reaching Wallibell and Viper, Canine, breathless, cast a reproachful glance at Viper. Viper, how could you embark on a journey without me? Are we not good friends? Currently, the bond between Viper and Canine was strong, forged through shared life experiences. Otherwise, they would not have clandestinely embarked on a voyage together at the tender age of 7 in the original tale. Wallibell, allow me to join you on this journey. Camlin's steadfast gaze met Wallibell's, Yet Wallibell's expression remained unchanged. He discerned that Camlan's intentions were not entirely sincere. While Camlan enjoyed a decent rapport with him, it paled in comparison to his connection with Viper, and he was far more influenced by the traditional views of their elders. Like that moment, a group of Viper's young subordinates arrived at Wallibell's side. "Boss Viper, you can't just leave us behind. We want to sail with you too." Witnessing the unwavering loyalty of his followers, Viper's eyes welled with emotion. "You lot, while I appreciate your desire to accompany me, I'm not the captain. You must heed Wallibell's wishes." Upon hearing Viper's words, all eyes turned toward Wallibell. "Wallibell, we've known each other for so many years, and you understand our loyalty to Boss Viper. If he chooses to follow you, then you shall be our leader, and we vow to follow you to the ends of the earth." Wallibell recognized the sincerity in the words of the fur tribesmen before him. These young men had spent several years in his company, and he was well acquainted with their character. "Very well, you may join me on this voyage, but first, you must agree to one condition. Rest assured, Wallibell, whatever you ask, we shall comply. That I wish for you to swear that, upon joining me, you will not align yourselves with the Kazuki clan. That we, the fur tribe, indeed had ties to the Kazuki clan, but that was centuries ago and has no bearing on us now. That so-called connection does not confine our thoughts and actions. We are a free people." Wallibell sought to impress upon them that their journey was a pursuit of their own ideals, a choice made freely. "I, Wallibell, do not wish for companions who join me out of obligation." Upon hearing Wallibell's words, Camlan and the young fur tribesmen wore expressions of conflict. For years, their elders had instilled in them the greatness and righteousness of the Kazuki clan, fostering a sense of unearned gratitude and loyalty. Yet they also recognized the truth in Wallibell's words, aligning with their inner convictions. They ought to be free. Why should they squander their lives due to grievances from generations past? The members of the fur tribe following Viper were the first to come to this realization. Having spent time with Wallibell, they were no longer so rigid in their thinking that the new generation of fur tribesmen, they should choose their own paths. Only Camlan remained hesitant, his parents' words echoing in his mind. However, as he observed the genuine smiles of those fur tribesmen who had chosen to follow Wallibell, he resolved to embrace his own desires. "Wallibell, I accept your terms. Let me discover whether my choice is right or wrong." Seeing Camlan, who was now certain of his own thoughts yet felt uncertain about the future, Wallibell extended his fist. In that moment, Camlan grasped Wallibell's intent, and slowly yet resolutely, they bumped fists. "Then let me be your guiding light, Camlan. Trust me, I shall not lead you astray. All right, lads, prepare to set sail." A few minutes later, the deck and cabin of the vessel were packed to the brim with the crew. The ship felt somewhat small, but Wallibell regarded it merely as a temporary substitute. Once at sea, he would eventually construct a magnificent pirate ship. By the way, Wallibell. No, I should now address you as captain. "Captain, what shall we name our pirate crew? Let us call ourselves the Thunderstorm Pirates. What do you think? Sounds mighty. I like it. Ha ha ha." Off we go, lads. With a mere thought, Wallibell summoned a tempest, enveloping the sailboat, and the winds began to swell, ultimately lifting the vessel into the air. "Captain, you are incredible. It can even fly." Under Wallibell's command, the sailboat soared above Zou, breaking free from the grip of gravity and ascending higher and higher. Gazing down at the island, now a distant blur, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Wallibell's eyes. What a miraculous creature this is! With a gentle thud, the vessel descended back into the water under Wallibell's guidance. "Captain, where shall we sail next?" Upon hearing his subordinate's inquiry, Wallibell glanced at the sun hanging in the sky to confirm their direction. "Lads, set sail westward at full speed. We are leaving the New World to embark on the Grand Line." "Aye, Captain." On the deck of the sailboat, Wallibell and his crew lay exhausted, basking in the sun. They had just narrowly escaped a colossal tsunami and were now unaware of where the waves had carried them. In the blink of an eye, the Thunderstorm Pirates had been at sea for half a month. During this time in the New World, they had encountered numerous severe weather conditions, including massive ice chunks plummeting from the sky like meteorites, and sudden whirlpools and tsunamis erupting on the ocean surface. Fortunately, Wallibell's storm fruit was exceptionally suited to combat these natural disasters, allowing their humble vessel to navigate safely through the perilous waters. However, during this period, they had not encountered a single ship. Now, their food supplies were dwindling perilously low, and Wallibell and his crew could only resort to hunting the sea kings for sustenance, and for fresh water. Wallibell could conjure rain by manipulating storm clouds. Nevertheless, the absence of vegetables and fruits left the crew looking quite pale. They were in dire need of produce to replenish their depleted vitamins, for otherwise, they would soon succumb to scurvy. Once we reach the next island, I must learn from Nami how to cultivate some oranges and plant fruits and vegetables aboard the ship. While the crew rested and regained their strength, the lookout, a member of the deer-headed fur tribe, spotted something from the crow's nest, a look of excitement illuminating his face. "Captain, there's an island in the distance." At the lookout's announcement, the languid crew sprang to their feet, straining their eyes toward the horizon. They could vaguely discern a small black that in the direction the lookout was pointing. "Splendid. We are saved. Prepare your weapons to seize the sailboat, lads. We are about to accelerate." Wallibell exclaimed with exhilaration, and the currents enveloping the vessel suddenly intensified several-fold, propelling the canvas and swiftly doubling the sailboat's speed as it raced towards the distant isle. However, as they drew nearer, the initial expressions of excitement on Wallibell and his crew gradually morphed into disappointment. Despite the island's substantial size, there were no signs of human habitation along the shores. Only a few peaks and untamed forests suggested it was indeed a deserted isle. "Let us disembark. Even if this island is devoid of human life, we can forage for some fruit to alleviate our immediate predicament, and we might utilize its timber to construct a larger sailboat." Under Wallibell's deft control, the vessel landed directly upon the sandy beach, effectively eliminating the risk of it being swept away or stolen. "Come, lads, let us venture ashore. There is little of value aboard that warrants guarding, and it is safer for us to remain together. What a pity it is to find such a solitary isle." "I was rather keen to observe what humans look like," Viper lamented, gazing at the dense primordial forest before him, disappointment evident in his eyes. "Do not lose heart. We have yet to fully explore this island. Thus far, we have only glimpsed a fraction of it." Just as the thunderous pirates entered the woods, a colossal creature within the highest peak of the island lazily rolled over, exhaling scorching flames from its nostrils. Upon entering the jungle, Wallibell and his companions quickly sensed something amiss. The flora around them was extraordinarily towering. From the ship, it had been difficult to discern, but now amidst the thickets, they realized the trees were a minimum of several dozen meters in height, with many exceeding 100 meters. Even the fruits attached to the branches were several meters in size. In such an environment, it is undeniable that gigantic beasts dwell here. Tread carefully. No sooner had Wallibell uttered these words than, several hundred meters away, a towering gorilla, over 20 meters tall and covered in glossy black fur, emerged from behind a massive tree. "Arrow, that creature bears an uncanny resemblance to you," Viper remarked, observing the muscle-bound gorilla, which resembled a small mountain, its lips curling in dismay. The gorilla regarded Wallibell and his crew with wary eyes, clearly unsettled to encounter a fur-clad tribe such as theirs, sensing an imminent danger emanating from Wallibell. Before Wallibell could act against the formidable beast, Canine sprang forward, positioning himself before Wallibell. "Captain, allow me to engage it." Witnessing Canine's fervor for battle, Wallibell, though aware that Canine might not match the gorilla in strength, refrained from intervening, believing it would serve as a lesson in understanding his own capabilities. "Very well, but I hope you can manage without my intervention." "Rest assured, Captain, I shall defeat this behemoth." Canine inhaled deeply, drawing his long blade, his gaze sharpening with lethal intent. .1 sword style. Instant slash. Canine's figure vanished in an instant, appearing before the gorilla at blinding speed, his blade aimed at the creature's thick neck, an attempt to sever its head. Just as he felt the blade slice through flesh, before Canine could exhale in relief, a hand larger than his own swatted him away with a resounding crash. With a thunderous boom, Canine's form soared like a meteor, shattering a tree several meters in diameter, blood spilling uncontrollably from his mouth. Had he not managed to bring his blade up in defense, that single blow could have easily claimed his life. Indeed, Canine's strike had grazed the gorilla's neck, Yet the creature's formidable defenses rendered the blow superficial, causing no substantial harm. Wallibell gracefully leaped to catch the fallen canine, handing him over to the anxious viper. Fear not. You merely sustained a few broken bones. With the recovery abilities of our fur tribe, you shall heal within days. Turning his gaze back to the gorilla, which remained fixated on him, Wallibell declared, You possess remarkable strength. It has been far too long since I engaged in a true battle. Allow me to demonstrate the might of your captain. With a crackle, 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 blue electricity erupted from Wallibell's form, and the others felt an overwhelming aura akin to that of a primal beast emanating from him. The gorilla, sensing a grave threat, recoiled in terror, contemplating retreat, but it was too late, transformed into a bolt of blue lightning. Wallibell appeared above the gorilla, his hands clenched into a hammer, charged with boundless thunder, and struck down upon the creature's head. With a resounding crash, the gorilla's skull was driven into the ground like a nail, fissures radiating outward from its cranium for hundreds of meters. Viper and the others stood aghast at the sight of the gorilla, now sprawled on the ground, their jaws nearly dropping to the earth. The visual impact of Wallibell's overwhelming strength was staggering, rendering their previous skirmishes juvenile in comparison. Enough of your astonishment at your captain's prowess, lads. Let us continue to explore what this island has to offer. Oh, Captain, you are magnificent. Should you eliminate that biological weapon, I am willing to bestow upon you the treasures of Giant's Island as reward. I could see the mention of the reward. Wallibell's eyes sparkled with excitement. After all, this treasure was a remnant from an era when thousands of giants inhabited the island, its value immeasurable. Very well. Elder, please describe the appearance of this biological weapon and its current whereabouts. It resides atop the highest peak of this island's mountain range, a creature resembling a dragon, possessing immense physical strength and capable of spewing scorching flames. It seems I shall play the role of a dragon slayer. Wallibell replied resolutely. Upon hearing Wallibell's affirmation, a smile graced the elder's features. Excellent. I shall have Boar lead you. He is the giant who brought you here and is among our finest young giants. Very well, but I wish to wait a few more days before we proceed. That is perfectly acceptable. After a brief period of rest, the thunderous pirates, under Boar's guidance, set forth towards the island's central peak in the afternoon. A timing meticulously arranged by Wallibell. Along the way, they encountered several colossal beasts, each of which Wallibell effortlessly dispatched, transforming them into barbecued delicacies. Having witnessed Wallibell's terrifying might, even Boar's eyes reflected a newfound respect and hope. After traversing several peaks, they finally arrived at their destination. Wallibell gazed up at the towering mountain, which soared over 1,000 meters high, its summit blanketed in snow. Yet, even from the base, he could sense a terrifying aura emanating from the peak. Though Wallibell had yet to awaken his observation haki, his keen instincts allowed him to perceive that the strength of this aura far surpassed that of the beasts encountered in the jungle. Viper, canine, if a confrontation ensues, ensure the lads stay at a safe distance. I may not have the ability to protect them. Wallibell turned his head, his expression grave as he briefed the Viper and Houndstorm. Although the two displayed a hint of dejection, they nodded in understanding. Subsequently, the group swiftly ascended the mountain. Along the way, they encountered numerous colossal white bones carelessly strewn across the peaks, remnants discarded by the great dragon after its feast. Upon reaching the summit, Wallibell and his companions were astonished to find a concave volcanic crater at the mountain's apex. In the center of the crimson magma lay a vast stone platform, where a creature resembling a western dragon slumbered with its eyes closed. This dragon boasted scarlet scales, sturdy limbs, immense wings, and a tail, adorned with menacing spikes, stretching several dozen meters. Even in its slumber, the terrifying aura it radiated was enough to instill fear. The upcoming battle shall be mine alone. You all must keep your distance to avoid collateral damage. Feeling the powerful presence of the dragon, Wallibell's blood surged with fervor. He approached the volcano's edge, no longer concealing his own aura, which erupted violently around him like an explosion. As he activated his devil fruit, the previously clear sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, with blue lightning flickering ominously within. The dragon, sensing Wallibell's formidable aura, abruptly opened its eyes, golden pupils locking onto him as he stood at the crater's rim. With a powerful flap of its wings, the dragon took to the skies, gathering flames in its maw before unleashing a torrent of searing crimson fire at Wallibell. Feeling the intense heat, Wallibell made no attempt to evade. He stood resolute as the flames struck him directly. Captain, after the dragon's fiery breath, the ground where Wallibell had stood transformed into a molten sea of lava. Yet, remarkably, he floated unharmed in mid-air. Undoubtedly, the dragon's fiery assault was fearsome. Any ordinary individual would have chosen to evade its wrath. However, Wallibell was a natural elemental user of the storm fruit, capable of elemental transformation, rendering him immune to such conventional flames. In the spirit of reciprocity, it is now my turn. Wallibell let out a thunderous roar that even startled the dragon. Seizing the moment of the dragon's surprise, he shifted into his fastest lightning form, enveloped in crackling blue electricity, and instantly appeared above the dragon's head, preparing to strike down with his fists. Just as he was about to land his blow, a spiked tail lashed out from the side, aiming for his back. With no choice, Wallibell redirected his attack, his fists colliding with the dragon's tail. In an instant, lightning illuminated the darkened sky, and a powerful shockwave rippled outward, nearly sweeping the watching vipers off their feet at the mountain's edge. Wallibell was sent flying by the dragon's tail, crashing into the ground with explosive force, creating a massive crater. In that moment of pure physical confrontation, Wallibell found himself at a disadvantage for the first time in his life. Despite his youth, years of lightning training had endowed him with strength comparable to that of a typical marine admiral. Though he had yet to master hockey, his innate power was formidable. Yet before him stood a dragon that had undeniably overpowered him. Indeed, this dragon is no trifling foe. Rising from the rubble, Wallibell brushed off the dust, his gaze fiercely fixed upon the airborne dragon. Fortunately, in the instant he was struck, he had transformed into his softest water form, mitigating the damage he sustained. However, he could not deny that his strength paled in comparison to that of the dragon. Nevertheless, he had come prepared for this encounter. Wallibell commanded the dark clouds to disperse, revealing a crescent moon that shone brilliantly as its light cascaded down upon him. It became clear why the captain had chosen this day to challenge the dragon. He intended to harness the power of the moonlight lion. As the moonlight illuminated him, Wallibell's form began to swell, growing from 3 meters to 5 in mere seconds, his white fur rapidly sprouting as his physique transformed into that of a true bear. At that moment, the static within his fur harmonized with the power of the storm fruit, wrapping him in a myriad of blue lightning, making him resemble a thunder god incarnate. Sensing the sudden surge of power emanating from Wallibell, the dragon instinctively sought to flee. But it was too late. Wallibell stomped the ground, unleashing a tremendous force that caused the already sunken rocky terrain to descend further. Like a rocket launch, he charged toward the fleeing dragon, lightning and tempest swirling around him, his speed doubling to the point where even the dragon could not escape. The dragon turned just in time to see Wallibell's massive paw crackling with endless thunder, descending upon its head. Simultaneously, thick bolts of lightning poured down from the clouds above, converging into Wallibell's paw, which then struck the dragon's cheek with tremendous force. The impact caused the dragon's cheek to cave in, and its colossal form was sent plummeting to the ground, crashing into the volcanic crater and shattering the stone platform. The overwhelming force compelled magma to erupt forth, causing the entire island to tremble. What terrifying power! All onlookers were left in awe of Wallibell's explosive might. Yet, this was not the end. The dragon emerged once more from the magma, but it was no longer the imposing creature it had been. Its left cheek was a bloody mess, crimson droplets cascading down. Gazing up at the figure surrounded by wind, rain, and lightning, the dragon's eyes betrayed a flicker of fear. In centuries past, aside from the few creatures it had created, none had ever exerted such pressure upon it. What manner of beast was this? With no retreat left, the dragon's ferocity erupted in full force. Having roamed these lands for hundreds of years, it had never suffered such humiliation. Even in death, it aimed to take Wallibell down with it. The dragon spread its wings and soared out of the magma once more, its eyes ablaze with fury. abandoning all pretense of defense as it charged headlong at Woli Bel. "You seek your demise." Woli Bel's gaze remained calm and unwavering, as if he had foreseen this moment. Suddenly, the clouds above began to rain down upon the dragon. The vipers watched in confusion, wondering what the captain was up to. As the dragon approached, Woli Bel pressed his palms together. The long-accumulated lightning within the clouds surged toward him, intertwining with his form. With the static coursing through his fur, he was able to manipulate the potent currents with precision. Finally, a multitude of lightning coalesced in his hands, forming a 1-meter-wide sphere of blue energy, resembling liquid lightning that a fierce gust of wind immobilized the dragon mid-air, and the rain thoroughly soaked its body. "Perish!" Woli Bel hurled the lightning sphere at the dragon, which instantly expanded to envelop it completely, unleashing an unfathomable torrent of electricity, orb of thunder. Under the onslaught of the immense current, the dragon's bones became visible, and as the lightning dissipated, its charred form fell lifelessly to the ground with a resounding crash. Sensing the dragon's life force extinguished, Woli Bel descended from his moonlight lion form, collapsing upon landing. The vipers rushed to his side, helping him to his feet. Their eyes sparkled with admiration as they looked at him. "Captain, you are truly formidable." Bull looked at Woli Bel, his eyes brimming with excitement and gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Woli Bel. You shall forever be a benefactor to our giant clan." Overwhelmed and exhausted, Woli Bel could muster no response. He had not only transformed into the Moonlight Lion, but had also unleashed the full power of the Storm Fruit, though it was merely a matter of seconds. It had utterly exhausted Woli Bel's stamina. Despite Woli Bel's mature appearance, he was, after all, merely a 7-year-old child, whose physical endurance was insufficient to sustain such a high-level battle. "It's nothing, just a depletion of energy. A brief respite with some nourishment will restore it." "That is reassuring. Elder, I have successfully dealt with that dragon. Do remember to reward me." As the elder gazed upon the dragon's severed head brought back by Woli Bel and his companions, he trembled with excitement and began to examine it closely. He had not held much hope for Woli Bel, yet to his astonishment, Woli Bel had indeed slain the dragon. "Thank you immensely for avenging our clan. In light of this, I shall bestow upon you the treasures of the City of Giants." At dawn, the elder led Woli Bel and his companions to the vicinity of the mountain where the dragon resided. Approaching a massive boulder, the elder pressed a recessed section, causing a thunderous rumble to emanate from beneath. And a large opening revealed a stone staircase. "Please enter. This is the location of the treasures of Giant Island." The entrance to the staircase was grandiose, standing at a height of 30 to 40 meters. With a width nearing 50 meters, the vastness of the cavern left one wondering what treasures lay within. Following the elder deeper into the cavern, they descended several meters until they encountered a colossal iron door. To their surprise, the elder discovered a keypad lock on the right side of the door. After entering the code, the technologically advanced iron door, which contrasted starkly with the rugged appearance of the City of Giants, slowly opened to reveal the treasures within. When Woli Bel and his companions beheld the contents of the treasury, astonishment washed over their faces. The treasures of Giant Island were not the gold and silver that the members of the Thunderstorm Pirates had envisioned. Instead, they found the cavern filled with enormous timber, meticulously arranged. The treasures of Giant Island consist of atom wood. This is the atom wood left over after the construction of Noah's Arkansas. Each piece here measures over 100 meters and is the most precious possession of our giant clan. Upon hearing about the atom wood, Woli Bel's expression shifted from disappointment to excitement. It is well known that atom wood is the finest shipbuilding material in the world of One Piece, making it an excellent choice for crafting vessels. Although the treasures of Giant Island may not enhance one's strength or provide vast riches, the value of atom wood is not to be underestimated, considering that 90% of the world in One Piece is ocean. A top-tier pirate ship is essential for the Thunderstorm Pirates to navigate freely. The elder questioned whether the giants possessed shipbuilding skills. Even with the materials at hand, Woli Bel and his companions were not skilled in ship construction. Their hopes now rested on the giants. Of course, we have inherited the blueprints from the construction of Noah's Arkansas, although the materials here will only allow us to build a scaled-down version. It will still be an exceptional vessel. That is splendid. I wonder if I might trouble you to help us construct a pirate ship for our Thunderstorm Pirates. You have done us a great service. Such a small favor is certainly within my capabilities. However, constructing such a large ship may take 1 or 2 years. Wallibell accepted this timeline wholeheartedly, as he wished to find a suitable location to train his dual hockey. Undoubtedly, this island, teeming with formidable beasts, was an ideal training ground. Here, they need not fear external threats, and with so many wild beasts to contend with, it was a veritable sanctuary for cultivation. I shall leave the arrangements in your capable hands. Elder, Lord Wallibell, you need not be so formal. Your defeat of that dragon has liberated our giant clan from the constant fear of hunting while it sleeps, allowing us to live freely on Giant Island once more. You are a benefactor to our people. Wallibell conveyed his intentions to his companions, Viper and Inu, who, upon understanding his thoughts, expressed their agreement. The members of the Thunderstorm Pirates, being of tender age, were in a crucial stage of growth. In the battle against the giant last night, they realized their current strength was woefully inadequate. Moreover, without Wallibell during their recent voyage through the New World, they would have perished under the weight of various calamities. As the future king of the Furry Kingdom, they held their pride, unwilling to be a burden to the Thunderstorm Pirates. By the way, Elder, could the bones of that dragon be fashioned into weapons? Wallibell had noted the extraordinary hardness of the dragon's bones during their previous battle. Even in his moonlight line form, he could not break the dragon's bones. Furthermore, the dragon had perished from electrocution rather than direct combat. Had the dragon's flesh and organs not been charred to a crisp, it likely would have survived. That is an excellent suggestion. I shall give it a try. Our City of Giants possesses the finest forging equipment in the world, and I have previously studied forging techniques. Please, hand it over to me. Subsequently, Wallibell devised a reasonable training regimen for his subordinates. For the weakest members of the furry clan, he set the goal of elevating their strength to that of naval officer candidates, ideally mastering hockey in the process. With their innate talent, Wallibell believed that, provided they put in the effort, this would be entirely achievable. As for Viper and Inu, Wallibell intended to cultivate them as officers. To this end, they would require further training. By the next voyage, they must be proficient in dual hockey. Thus, the Thunderstorm Pirates expedition temporarily came to a halt, as all members understood that their current endeavors were aimed at ensuring they could sail further across the seas in the future. Boom! Atop the mountain where the dragon once resided, Wallibell sat cross-legged, enduring inhuman trials as his body was relentlessly subjected to the lightning cascading from the stormy clouds above. The title of the world's strongest must belong to me. Wallibell understood that achieving greatness was not as simple as mere words. Initially, he had wished for a system to make him akin to a domineering hero, but years of experience had taught him that relying on others was far less effective than relying on oneself. Now, having consumed the natural storm fruit, he had a promising starting point. He believed that by exerting efforts and sweat 100 or even 1,000 times greater than the average person, he could forge his own legend. One day, he would ensure that the name Wallibell would be remembered by all in this world. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had swiftly passed, and battles upon the seas had never ceased. Each day, thousands perished on Giant Island. Inu gazed at the familiar gorilla before him, drawing his sword, its hilt adorned with fiery red patterns. This blade, crafted by the elder from the dragon's sharpest and hardest fangs, was fused with various precious metals. Inu cherished it dearly and, after 3 days of contemplation, named the sword Dragon Slayer. The name embodied his aspirations. He hoped to one day emulate Wallibell and the legendary swordsman Ryuma by truly slaying a dragon. One sword style, instant slash. Inu's figure vanished in an instant, and before the gorilla could react, he stood before it. The scene mirrored that of 2 years prior, yet this time, Inu effortlessly severed the gorilla's thick neck in one clean stroke. The glint of the blade flashed as the bewildered head tumbled to the ground, and torrents of blood erupted from the severed neck, staining the green grass like a fountain. Indeed, it seems your armament hockey has improved. Inu, Viper approached, a large piece of roasted meat in hand, leisurely making his way to Inu, intending to pat him on the shoulder with his greasy hand. Inu swiftly sidestepped, casting a disdainful glance at Viper. Viper, you seem to have gained a bit of weight. If you keep this up, the captain will have words with you. Upon hearing Inu's words, Viper's face contorted in struggle as he glanced at the aromatic roasted meat in his hand. After some deliberation, he reluctantly tossed the meat aside, wearing a face akin to constipation. Honestly, the captain is far too disciplined. He won't even let us indulge. What a torment. Well, it's only talk. You know the captain's good intentions all too well. Time indeed flies, doesn't it? In the blink of an eye, 2 years have swiftly passed. It is surprising to discover that the construction of Noah's Ark has proven to be such a formidable challenge, taking significantly longer than anticipated. Yesterday, the elder mentioned that the final touches would be completed today. Let us make our way to the shore to behold our new vessel. Let us go at once. Perhaps it has already been finished. I am utterly eager to witness our ship's inaugural voyage into the sea. The two companions strode purposefully along the newly forged path that had emerged over the past 2 years. A road created collaboratively by the Thunderstorm Pirates and the Giants to facilitate shipbuilding. Initially, they transported the atom wood from the treasure trove to the coastline, where a colossal shipyard was constructed for the purpose of crafting the ship. It must be said that the Giants are indeed born artisans. Even without prior experience in shipbuilding, they swiftly mastered the techniques left behind by their ancestors in mere days. Had it not been for Woli Bel's numerous requests for additional features, this pirate ship would have been completed over a year ago. Nevertheless, every moment of waiting has proven to be worthwhile. As Viper and Inuyasha arrived at the shore, they beheld the once mighty shipyard now dismantled, revealing a magnificent 3-masted vessel, measuring over 200 meters in length and 80 meters in width. The bow featured a white bear head, while the hull was a deep blue, and the ship had already been launched into the water. This vessel boasted enormous sails designed to harness the wind under Woli Bel's command, as well as a machine capable of converting electrical energy into kinetic energy, enabling the ship's rear propeller to spin rapidly and increase its speed. Additionally, the entire ship was equipped with numerous functional areas, transforming it into a veritable floating city. Viper, you two have arrived. The call snapped the astonished duo from their reverie as they turned to see a towering figure with a massive bear head, towering over them by half a body length. Upon recognizing the newcomer, their faces lit up with delight. Indeed it is you, Captain. You seem even taller than before. Over the past 2 years, Woli Bel had received ample nourishment and engaged in rigorous physical training on Giant Island, leading to rapid growth. In just 2 years, his height had surged from 3 meters to 5. What was once a merely athletic physique had transformed into a muscular form akin to a champion bodybuilder from a previous life. Exuding strength, Woli Bel felt that as his body grew more powerful, the bulging muscles would become more compact and solid. With his towering stature and imposing bare head, even in silence, Woli Bel's presence inspired awe and trepidation. However, to Inuyasha and Viper, Woli Bel was not merely a formidable captain. He was also a beloved elder brother. Initially, Inuyasha and Viper harbored some resentment towards Woli Bel, but through their daily interactions over the past 2 years, they had come to admire his unwavering discipline and ever-increasing strength. You two have also grown considerably, Woli Bel remarked, observing Inuyasha and Viper, now standing at 4 meters tall, resembling their former selves from past life. He marveled at the astonishing growth rate of the creatures in this pirate world. Over these 2 years, Woli Bel had effortlessly mastered the art of armament hockey due to his formidable physique. And thanks to lightning training, his physical condition had significantly improved, allowing him to grasp the fundamentals of flowing cherry as for observation hockey. Woli Bel initially found it perplexing, but after consulting the elder, he was eager to impart his knowledge. Subsequently, when Woli Bel entered the realm of observation hockey, perhaps due to the influence of the storm fruit, the range of his observation hockey became impressively vast. Although it did not quite match that of Enel, it could still cover a radius of 10 kilometers, astonishing the elder. Viper and Inuyasha were not to be underestimated either, having already mastered the dual color hockey. Furthermore, Woli Bel recalled the training methods for the Navy's 6 styles. Within the span of 2 years, all members of the Thunderstorm Pirates had learned several techniques from this formidable training. Undoubtedly, the Thunderstorm Pirates now possessed commendable strength. Lord Woli Bel, this ship has been completed. Please, would you be so kind as to name it yourself? An elder with silver hair, leaning on a cane and appearing even more aged, jumped down from the ship's deck, landing silently on the soft sand. Turning to gaze at his finest creation, he looked at Woli Bel with anticipation. A name. You say, let us christen this vessel as the Indomitable. Indomitable. What a lofty aspiration. Yet I firmly believe this ship is truly worthy of such a name. It is indeed a vessel that will endure for a millennium, impervious to decay and destruction. The name Indomitable not only embodies the expectation for this ship, but also reflects Woli Bel's own ambitions. Together, the Indomitable and the Thunderstorm Pirates evoke the legendary moniker of a demigod from a past life. Woli Bel gazed upon the grand Indomitable, even more colossal than the Moby Dick of Whitebeard. A surge of excitement welled within him. Over the past 2 years, the Indomitable had taken shape under his meticulous planning, evolving from its most basic framework to its current magnificent form, much like watching a beloved child grow up. By the way, Lord Woli Bel, here is the pirate flag you requested us to design. What do you think? The elder presented the rolled-up flag to Woli Bel. Taking it with care, Woli Bel unfurled the flag, revealing a black background featuring a white bear head resembling his own visage at the center. To the left, a yellow claw symbolized Viper, while a brown claw on the right represented Inuyasha, with 6 symmetrical blue lightning bolts adorning the empty spaces on either side. Quite splendidly done. Gazing at the impressive 5-meter-long pirate flag, Woli Bel nodded with satisfaction. Viper and Inuyasha beamed with excitement upon seeing their claws depicted on the flag. Captain, is that us? Indeed, it is you. As my trusted right and left arms. How could the symbol of the Thunderstorm Pirates be complete without you two? Upon hearing Woli Bel's affirmation, Viper and Inuyasha exchanged glances, their hearts brimming with emotion. The pirate flag represents the identity of the crew, and having their mark upon it signified Woli Bel's regard for them. The duo immediately vowed to Woli Bel. Captain, rest assured, we shall not betray your expectations. Seeing the earnest expressions on Viper and Inuyasha's faces, Woli Bel could not help but burst into hearty laughter. You two rascals, I have full faith in you. With the Indomitable now complete, it was time for the Thunderstorm Pirates to resume their voyage. Just as Woli Bel began to gather his crew and stock supplies for the journey, the usually reticent elder approached him with a hint of nervousness. Lord Woli Bel, my grandson Bor has expressed a desire to join you on your voyage. I wonder if you would accept this young rascal. Not worry. Over the past 2 years, he has learned the sailing techniques passed down through our clan. Although he lacks practical experience, he can still provide assistance during your journey. Furthermore, he is the most outstanding of the younger generation in our clan, and I believe he will prove to be a capable warrior. Observing the elder's anxious expression, Woli Bel understood the depth of his intentions. He did not wish for his grandson to be confined to this small area. He recognized Bor's yearning to explore the vastness of the sea. As a grandfather, he felt it was his duty to advocate for his grandson. Very well, but once you board my ship, you cannot disembark. You understand this principle, and I understand it is precisely because I trust in your character. Lord Woli Bel, that I can confidently entrust Bor to you. Bor, you rascal, come here and meet the captain. Upon hearing his grandfather's call, Bor, who had been secretly observing from the corner of the deck, rushed forward with joy and stood upright before Woli Bel, determination etched on his face as he took an oath. Captain Woli Bel, I pledge my loyalty to you. Please take me to witness the wider world. Very well, Bor. You shall be our helmsman from this day forth, that I hope you will not betray my trust. Rest assured, Captain Woli Bel, I will become a capable helmsman. Bor, how long until we reach the red line? The captain estimates that it will take another fortnight of sailing to reach the red continent. 3 days have elapsed since our departure from the Island of Giants. During this time, the voyage of the Immortal has been thoroughly set on the right course, meticulously organized under the guidance of Bor. However, the crew aboard is still insufficient in number, making it challenging to fully exploit the vessel's capabilities. Moreover, the ship requires numerous essential crew members, such as chefs and doctors. Let us continue our journey westward. Our objective is to traverse the Red Soil continent and reach the Grand Line first. Aye, Captain. Half a day later, while Wallibell was lifting a multitude of steel dumbbells weighing several tons in the training room of the Immortal, A crew member hurriedly entered. "Captain, there are two unidentified factions engaged in a skirmish ahead." With a thud, Wallibell placed down the heavy dumbbells and promptly made his way to the deck. Upon seeing Wallibell emerge from the cabin, a crew member immediately handed him a telescope. Wallibell took the telescope and scrutinized the distant scene. He noticed 5 ships roughly 10 nautical miles away, locked in a standoff. He recognized the flags of both parties. One bore the Navy's seagull insignia, while the other 3 were, astonishingly, vessels of the Big Mom pirates. Their pirate flag depicted a captain's hat, large red lips, and a wild mane of red hair. "Captain, should we draw nearer?" Wallibell instantly employed his formidable observation hockey to meticulously scan the auras aboard those ships. Perhaps due to the similarities between the storm fruit and the thunder fruit, Wallibell's observation hockey was exceptionally powerful. Through his scanning, Wallibell quickly discerned that none of those aboard posed a significant threat to him. However, both sides contained one individual exuding a formidable presence, a S for their strength. Wallibell was uncertain, but they did not emanate a sense of danger. "Since we have encountered them, let's take a closer look." Upon hearing Wallibell's command, the crew swiftly maneuvered the immortal closer to the scene. Meanwhile, on the 2 naval vessels ensnared by the Big Mom pirates, a young man clad in a justice-themed naval cloak and a black and yellow striped suit gazed at the 3 pirate ships surrounding him, scratching his head in exasperation. He was none other than Borsalino, a recent addition to the Navy, renowned alongside Akainu as a naval prodigy, wielding the shining fruit. Oh, is that not the second son of Charlotte Linlin? I have heard of your esteemed name. Others refer to you as a monster. Who would have thought that today, I, a naval monster, would encounter you, a pirate monster? At that moment, Borsalino's gaze was entirely captivated by a tall man standing at the bow of one of the pirate vessels. The second son of Big Mom and her most perfect child, Charlotte Katakuri. Now 17 years old, Katakuri stood nearly 5 meters tall, and his bounty had surpassed 300 million berries, making him one of the most notorious pirate newcomers in recent years. It is worth noting that this is not the inflated bounty era of the future. Currently, bounties lack the exaggeration seen in later times, and 300 million is indeed an impressive sum for a formidable pirate. "I have heard of you, a naval prodigy wielding a Logia-type fruit." I could see that moment. The tension escalated between the two, their auras intensifying, compelling those around them to step back in trepidation. The entire sea seemed to hold its breath under the weight of their presence. "Your Charlotte pirates dare to engage us? You should be aware of the forces backing me. Are you suggesting that your family wishes to declare war against the Navy?" Borsalino expertly pinpointed the Big Mom pirates' Achilles heel. The New World was currently in a state of chaos, with the Big Mom pirates facing numerous adversaries. They surely did not wish to further antagonize a powerful entity like the Navy. Borsalino, spare me your rhetoric. I ask you directly. Did the Navy not intercept the sweets my mother purchased from Fishman Island a few days ago? Upon hearing Katakuri's inquiry, Borsalino's expression stiffened. Indeed, it was true. At that moment, Borsalino could only curse inwardly, cursing the elder Carp for leaving him with such a predicament. Just days prior, Carp had intercepted a vessel laden with precious sweets while patrolling the entrance to the New World. The crew claimed to be transporting the sweets purchased by Big Mom, and typically, the Navy would not provoke such a notorious pirate over mere confections. Unfortunately for them, they encountered Carp, known for his reckless demeanor. After inspecting the cargo, Carp was so enamored by the array of sweets, particularly the various types of donuts, that he disregarded Big Mom's infamous reputation and seized the ship. After all, Carp rationalized that Big Mom's wealth was ill-gotten. What was wrong with indulging in some donuts? However, the consequence of this action was that upon learning of the incident, Big Mom erupted in fury, sending Katakuri to the Navy to demand a return of her precious sweets. Though the situation was absurd, it perfectly illustrated the nature of Carp and Big Mom. Carp had initially believed that Big Mom would refrain from antagonizing the Navy due to her precarious situation and would simply let the matter go. Yet he underestimated her obsession with sweets, leading to the current predicament. Although Borsalino had promptly requested assistance from the Navy's 1st Division in the New World upon discovering the Big Mom pirates, the distance to the 1st Division was considerable, requiring several days of sailing to reach. Carp had truly left him with a mess to manage. What was he to do now? "Katakuri, Do you truly believe you can detain me alone? Borsalino's aura surged dramatically, overwhelming Katakuri's presence. Despite having only recently joined the Navy for 3 years, he had mastered both types of hockey and the Navy's 6 styles. T-17, Charlotte Katakuri was not his match. Yet, Katakuri was not alone. Voices arose from the other 2 pirate ships. 2 tall men stepped forth at the bow, namely Charlotte Daifuku, the 3rd son of the Charlotte family, wielding the Paramecia-type ventilation fruit, and Charlotte Oven, the 4th son, possessing the heat fruit. Both were blood brothers to Katakuri. Upon witnessing Daifuku and Oven emerge from the other 2 pirate ships, Borsalino's expression darkened significantly. If it were only Katakuri, he could manage, but with Daifuku and Oven joining the fray, the situation became dire. Though their strength was considerably lesser than that of Katakuri, they were still formidable pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. In a brief skirmish, he would be unable to subdue Katakuri. Aside from himself, there were no other high-ranking officers among the Navy present. At this moment, the best outcome would be for him to escape alone. But the thousands of naval soldiers aboard the 2 ships would perish here. Just as both sides were locked in a stalemate, the lookouts from both factions spotted a massive, unknown pirate ship swiftly approaching. Instantly, both parties were drawn to the rapidly advancing vessel, and as it drew nearer, their eyes widened in recognition. The pirate ship exceeded 200 meters in length, its hull a deep blue, with a white bear's head adorning the bow. With no recollection of this unfamiliar pirate crew's flag, both sides hesitated, aware that those who commanded such a colossal vessel would undoubtedly possess considerable strength, as Borsalino and the Charlotte brothers observed. A bare-headed figure adorned in blue shorts and a white fur coat, embellished with blue lightning patterns, strode to the forefront of the deck. To his left stood a slightly portly figure resembling an orange, while to his right was a dog-headed man exuding a sharp demeanor, akin to a swordsman. Following them were a dozen or so individuals sporting various beastly headgear. That the Ming tribe? Katakuri was the first to recognize their identity. Their mother had long aspired to establish a grand nation where all races could coexist, yet the Ming tribe had yet to join the alliance until now. Ming tribe. Upon hearing the name Borsalino uttered by Charlotte Katakuri, a flicker of recognition crossed his mind, reminiscent of certain records that is not a member of the beastly tribe, known for their ferocious appearance. To think that the beastly tribe truly exists and has formed a pirate crew. Both individuals, possessing the ability of observation hockey, could sense the formidable aura emanating from Woli Bel. You must be the captain of this unknown pirate crew. What brings you here? Katakuri inquired first. Woli Bel turned his gaze toward Katakuri, instantly instilling within him the sensation of being scrutinized by a powerful beast, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. Instinctively, Katakuri drew forth his trident, adopting a defensive stance for our initial encounter. You may call me Woli Bel. I am the master of the Indomitable, the captain of the thunderous pirates. We are merely passing through. You may continue your battle. Woli Bel had come merely in search of amusement, for the vastness of the sea had rendered him weary, and he was curious to observe the combatants, not expecting to encounter such prominent figures. 1 was Katakuri, the future bounty surpassing 1 billion, proficient in all 3 forms of hockey, and possessing the foresight granted by observation hockey. The other was Kaido, known as Borsalino, one of the 3 admirals of the Navy, renowned for his unparalleled speed in the world of One Piece. Upon hearing Wallibell's words, both Katakuri and Borsalino exchanged a knowing glance, immediately comprehending each other's intent. Let today's grievances end here. We shall resolve them another time. Men, retreat. Minutes later, as they observed the departing vessels, Woli Bel found himself somewhat speechless. It seemed both parties were astute. Fearing the intervention of a third party might complicate matters, they had wisely opted for a safe withdrawal. As they pressed onward, little did they know that their appearance was akin to a small stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples throughout. Borsalino, are you suggesting that a powerful member of the beastly tribe has established a pirate crew? What do they look like? I see that I will dispatch someone to investigate. Meanwhile, on the side of Big Mom, the excitement was far more palpable than that of the Navy. What? You mean to say that a considerable number of the beastly tribe have formed a pirate crew? In that case, Bring them here at once. But Mama, their strength is formidable. I lack confidence in defeating them. That's so. First, arrange for my subordinates to locate their position. Once I extricate myself from the battlefield, I shall seek them out personally. Yes, Mama. While the Navy and Big Mom's pirate crew were caught up in the actions prompted by Woli Bel, the thunderous pirates had already reached their intended destination. The crew gazed in awe at the towering red line before them. Hold tight, lads. We are about to take flight. Woli Bel immediately harnessed the power of the storm fruit, manipulating the winds to lift the Indomitable, which ascended at an astonishing speed, beyond Mary Geos, where the celestial dragons reside. The red line was otherwise desolate. Thus, Woli Bel intended to utilize his fruit's abilities to traverse over the red line and reach the Grand Line. However, the consequence of this endeavor left Woli Bel uncertain as to where they might descend. Minutes later, having successfully lifted the Indomitable to the pinnacle of the red line, he paused at the edge, not in haste to ascend. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Woli Bel sat upon the deck. The height of the red line was astounding, and dragging the Indomitable to this point had drained much of his energy. Observing Wallibell's condition, the crew swiftly presented an array of roasted meats and fruits before him. Gazing at the mountainous pile of roasted meat, Woli Bel sighed in resignation before voraciously devouring it, crunching even the bones with ease. His formidable digestive capacity swiftly transformed the food into energy, and at that moment, Woli Bel harbored a singular thought. One day, I shall break free from the monotony of consuming roasted meat daily. After consuming a veritable mountain of food, Woli Bel finally felt his strength restored. He once again commanded the Indomitable, successfully landing on the red line. Observing the barren expanse surrounding him, he realized that lingering here for too long was unwise. Utilizing his observation hockey, he detected the presence of humans nearby, indicating that they were not far from Mary Geos. They needed to depart swiftly. Lads, hold on tight. We must make haste. Woli Bel exerted the full force of the winds, propelling the Indomitable at breakneck speed across the red line. Having flown only a few kilometers, Woli Bel spotted numerous patrolling army soldiers. Have we been discovered? Viper, quickly activate the propellers for acceleration. Aye, Captain. As the propellers at the rear of the Indomitable roared to life, its speed increased further, darting across the red line like an arrow released from a bow. Not good. We have intruders. Capture them. As the army prepared to attack the Indomitable, they soon realized this massive vessel was soaring through the air as if it were on the sea, leaving them unable to pursue. This cannot be. Is this the ship of the flying pirate crew? Quickly, report to the Gorosei. Unbeknownst to Woli Bel, their ship's ability to fly had led them to be mistaken for the notorious Captain Shiki. When the Gorosei learned of the potential presence of Shiki on the red line, they erupted in fury, dispatching numerous CP0 agents to hunt him down. Unfortunately for them, under Wallibell's wind manipulation and the added speed from the propellers, the Indomitable far surpassed Shiki's capabilities. In the end, the CP0 agents could only watch in despair as the Indomitable dwindled into a mere speck on the horizon. Exchanging glances of disbelief, their failure to apprehend Woli Bel resulted in punishment from the Gorosei, who subsequently placed a bounty of 200 million on Shiki's head. Meanwhile, amidst a localized conflict with the Whitebeard pirates, Shiki found himself bewildered by the inexplicable increase in his bounty. What? Is the Navy out of their minds? I haven't even engaged them lately, yet they dare to raise my bounty. I must ensure that once this battle concludes, I instruct my subordinates to retaliate against that Navy New World branch, so they learn I'm not to be trifled with. However, all of this was now of no consequence to Woli Bel and his crew. With a splash, the Indomitable re-entered the sea, and as the waves rocked the vessel, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Moments earlier, they had been pursued by several formidable foes. Fortunate for them, their swift escape had spared the thunderous pirates from annihilation. Captain, where to next? Due to the absence of a log pose, Bull was unable to ascertain the nearby islands. We shall head north towards Sabaody Archipelago. Woli Bel had observed the direction for which the soldiers and CP0 had come, confirming that heading north would lead them to Sabaody. Once they arrived, they could procure a log pose to select their desired course. Everyone, remember to disguise yourselves. Once we acquire the log pose, we shall depart from Sabaody. Our identities as members of the beastly tribe are sensitive, so do not expose them and invite trouble. Aye, Captain. After several hours of navigation, Woli Bel and his companions finally glimpsed the silhouette of the Sabaody archipelago from a distance. The archipelago appeared as a multitude of intertwining trees. Near the naval headquarters stood the world's largest red mangrove, whose roots were perpetually exposed above the water, giving rise to the Sabaody archipelago. On the archipelago, Area 129 was notorious for human trafficking shops, slave auctions, and lawless zones. Area 3039 primarily featured the Bubble Park, while Area 4049 was known for tourist attractions and specialty goods. Area 5059 housed shipyards and coating artisans, and Area 6069 served as the main entrance for the naval station government. Area 7079 was primarily known for its tourist lodges. Woli Bel's objective was to head to Area 129 to procure the recording pointers needed for the 7 routes of the Grand Line. Fortunately, before leaving Zou, the Night King generously sponsored him with funds. Maneuvering the Indomitable, Woli Bel arrived at the docking area of 1-29 to conceal the identity of the Fur tribe. All members of the Thunderstorm Pirates donned black cloaks, including the giant boar. Inu, Ran, and Boar keep a close watch on the Indomitable. Only Viper and I will go ashore as the Indomitable docked. Its massive presence attracted the attention of everyone at the port. The ship's gangway descended onto the dock, and Woli Bel, cloaked in black, stepped down, his towering figure shrouded in mystery, even his exposed hands adorned with gloves. Nevertheless, the aura he exuded was undeniably formidable, a manifestation of the murderous intent cultivated through his prolonged battles with fierce beasts. Viper followed closely behind, descending for the Indomitable. Upon sensing Woli Bel's overwhelming presence, some perceptive individuals among the crowd promptly chose to retreat. However, a faction, veiled in greed, began to whisper conspiratorially behind him. Woli Bel paid them no heed, confident in Inu, Ran, and the others' ability to handle the situation. Due to the lawless nature of the area, as soon as Woli Bel disembarked, 2 scruffy-looking thugs approached him. "Hey, big guy, docking here costs 100,000 berries, and for a ship of your size, it's at least 1,000,000 that if you can't pay, you'll have to mortgage your vessel to us." Observing the avarice etched on the thugs' faces, a glimmer of menace flickered in Woli Bel's eyes beneath his cloak. Crack! The sound of something breaking echoed, and the thug's head vanished, crimson blood erupting like a fountain from the severed neck, staining the dock red. That a gloved hand, belonging to Woli Bel, held the severed head, which was crushed effortlessly as if it were a walnut. With a thunderous boom, the head flew out like a cannonball, sending the remaining thug sprawling several meters away in shock. Witnessing Woli Bel's ruthless display, a palpable fear spread among the onlookers, plunging the port into an eerie silence. Satisfied with the outcome, Woli Bel, accompanied by Viper, departed the port, believing that such brutal displays would deter many from daring to confront the Indomitable. In this chaotic world, bloodshed was an inevitable reality. Woli Bel had no intention of holding back against these powerless, greedy souls. He never fancied himself a hero capable of changing the world. Instead, having been reborn into this tumultuous existence, he aimed to become an unrivaled king. "Viper, I leave these treasures in your hands. Later, go to the auction or pawn shop to exchange them for berries to purchase the recording pointers. Ideally, acquire 3 copies for each route to be prepared for any eventuality. Rest assured, Captain, I will complete the task flawlessly. But where are you headed? That's not for you to inquire. I'll give you half a day's time. If you haven't returned to the ship by then, I'll come looking for you. But with your current strength, there aren't many who can pose a threat to you on the Sabaody archipelago. Still, better to be cautious." Watching Viper depart, Woli Bel glanced at the immense tree marked with number 29 and continued deeper into the Sabaody archipelago. After nearly an hour of walking, Woli Bel halted before a small bar perched atop the roots of a tree. The establishment was named Shaki's Ransom Bar, and indeed, this was the future hideout of Rayleigh. However, before Woli Bel could enter, the bar's door swung open, and several drunken pirates, stripped down to nothing but their underpants, were kicked out by a woman, landing at Woli Bel's feet. "Honestly, how can you come a drink without any money? Can't you see my bar is called Ransom Bar?" After disposing of the inebriated pirates, The woman, smoking a cigarette, finally noticed the towering figure cloaked in black. This woman was none other than Shaki, the former captain of the Kuja pirates and the last empress of Amazon Lily. Woli Bel had merely intended to take a look, uncertain if she had indeed retired. But to his surprise, she had already done so. "Hey, who are you?" Shaki extinguished her cigarette, her expression turning serious as she scrutinized Woli Bel. As a former pirate who had once been pursued by Garp, her strength and insight were extraordinary. She sensed a looming threat emanating from the cloaked figure, as if he were a primal beast rather than a mere human. Then, she heard a voice that resonated like thunder. "Are you the pirate Shaki, who once evaded Garp's pursuit?" Upon hearing Woli Bel's words, Shaki's expression shifted, glancing at the unconscious pirates at Woli Bel's feet. And she finally exhaled in relief. "Whatever you know, please refrain from stating it publicly. I've already retired. Forget it. I won't argue with you if you wish to discuss something. Let's do so inside the tavern." Woli Bel nodded and, kicking aside the pirates blocking his path, strode into the BARAS. Shaki closed the door behind them. She regarded Woli Bel with a wary expression. "Who on earth are you?" Facing Shaki's questioning gaze, Woli Bel chose not to elaborate, simply taking a seat. "Don't be hasty, Shaki. Let's enjoy a drink while we talk." Observing Woli Bel's calm demeanor, Shaki ultimately relented and approached the bar. "What would you like to drink?" Without hesitation, Woli Bel replied, "Fruit wine." The beverages in this world were rather bland, akin to those of the age of exploration in his previous life, lacking in potency. However, the fruit wine here was exceptionally delicious, akin to sipping juice. Being a member of the bear tribe, Woli Bel had a particular fondness for sweets, which made him relish the fruit wine even more. "You look so big, yet you prefer something as childish as fruit wine." Shaki mocked lightly upon hearing Woli Bel's choice. Nonetheless, she turned and poured him a glass of orange wine, as Woli Bel inhaled the enticing aroma. He pulled down his hood, completely unfazed by the possibility of poisoning, and took a hearty sip. It's been ages since I've had fruit wine. How nostalgic." Shaki's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the bear-like figure speaking. "A talking bear? Did you eat the human fruit?" "No, you must be from the fur tribe." Recognizing Woli Bel's identity did not surprise him, considering Shaki's own remarkable background, being an intelligence broker who would naturally be aware of the existence of the fur tribe. Although the fur tribe had not appeared at the auctions on the Sabaody archipelago for quite some time, tales of their legends still lingered, that I never thought the fur tribe truly existed. I assumed those at the auctions were merely spinning tales. However, judging by your aura, you're no ordinary member of the fur tribe. I'm curious how you came to know about me, and what your intentions are. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Woli Bel, the captain of the Thunderstorm Pirates. Though I am currently an obscure little pirate, I am destined for greatness, and my name shall echo across the vast seas in the future. Speaking of my aspirations, a fervent confidence radiates from Woli Bel. Summer Chi, gazing at the bare-headed man before her, feels as if she is witnessing the same unwavering assurance that once belonged to Roger, who had frequented this place in the past, an audacity that could even be deemed arrogance. For a fleeting moment, Summer Chi is struck by an unsettling sense of aging. What an intriguing fellow. It matters not how you learned of me. Just tell me what brings you here. I have come to seek information from you. Miss Summer Chi, you wish to obtain news from me. That will cost you 100,000 berries per piece of information. Upon hearing this outrageous price, Woli Bel's lips twitch. That I have no money. Without funds, how can you procure information? Observing the disdain etched on Summer Chi's face, Woli Bel awkwardly touches his black nose. Yet, I can provide you with a piece of invaluable intelligence. Do you truly possess valuable information? No problem. As long as the information is indeed valuable and remains confidential, I shall pay a handsome price point. 6 years ago, during the Battle of God Valley, it was not merely Carp who defeated Rox. It was a collaboration between Carp and Roger that brought him down. How does that sound? Upon hearing Woli Bel's revelation, Summer Chi's pupils widen, and her expression momentarily stiffens. She, too, knows Rayleigh, yet he has remained tight-lipped about the events that unfolded in God Valley. Is your information credible? Believe it or not, but do you genuinely think that Carp alone could face Rox, who once quelled numerous notorious pirates? Young man, while I cannot ascertain the veracity of your claim, it certainly possesses considerable allure and could fetch a high price. However, I have no need for it. I seek your assurance that you will not disclose this information. Now, what do you desire to know from me? 2 hours later, it seems you intend to bide your time. I wish you the best of luck. Thank you for your kind words. Wallibell departs. Summerchee's gaze becomes inscrutable. She senses that this fellow is destined to achieve remarkable feats in the future. Truly, an interesting character. It appears there will be another name to watch in the future. The next time I see Rayleigh, I must ensure that he compensates me. Wallibell near the dock. He heard a commotion emanating from the waterfront. How intriguing. There are still those daring enough to challenge the immutable. With this thought in mind, Wallibell quickened his pace upon arriving at the harbor. He observed a red-skinned Fishman, adorned with a scarf and possessing a wide mouth, engaged in a standoff with Inuyarashi. The two were locked in a heated argument, their gazes sparking with intensity. As for the ruffians who had previously loitered by the vessel, they had long since vanished. When Wallibell recognized the young Fishman, he was momentarily taken aback, for he knew him well, though the young man's name was still unknown upon the seas. In a decade or so, it would resound across the waters. He was none other than Fisher Tiger, who, in the future, would become the first captain of the Sun Pirates, renowned for his audacious rescue of his Fishman brethren sold into slavery by the Celestial Dragons. In his youth, Fisher Tiger was merely 17 years old, and time had yet to reveal his greatness. Upon noticing Wallibell behind Fisher Tiger, Inuyarashi's eyes sparkled with recognition. "Captain, you're back. This Fishman lad suspects we are slave traders." And no explanation seems to suffice. Such a lavish ship could only belong to the Celestial Dragons. Besides, we are in District 129. You are all clad in black cloaks, unmistakably the attire of slave traders. Faced with Fisher Tiger's indignation, Wallibell felt a twinge of helplessness. Indeed, a splendid vessel attracted unwarranted trouble. Wallibell, using his observation haki to scan the vicinity and confirm the absence of others, decided to forego hiding his identity and removed his hood, revealing his bear-like head. Upon seeing Wallibell's distinctive appearance, Fisher Tiger's eyes widened in disbelief. "Could it be that you are a devil fruit user?" Not recognizing his identity, Wallibell felt a headache coming on and covered his face in exasperation. "Inuyarashi, you two should remove your hoods. Boar, step out as well." "Yes, Captain Dot, as a dozen fur tribe members lower their hoods." Fisher Tiger looked around at the various animal-headed members of the fur tribe, and then his gaze fell upon Boar, the giant helmsman of the Thunderstorm Pirates, emerging from the deck. He was momentarily speechless. "Allow me to introduce ourselves. Like you Fishmen, we are sought-after participants in the auctions, the fur tribe. The giant on the deck is Boar, our helmsman. That we too are a race persecuted by the Celestial Dragons, so we could not possibly be slave traders." At that moment, Fisher Tiger's apprehensions dissipated. "I apologize. I misjudged you." Fisher Tiger sincerely bowed to the group. "No worries. You acted out of good intentions." Wallibell had not anticipated that Fisher Tiger would arrive at Sabaody Archipelago at such a young age. Truly, he was destined to be an adventurer. With the misunderstanding resolved, the atmosphere between them became amicable. "My apologies, everyone. I mistakenly took you for slave traders. My name is Fisher Tiger, a Fishman from Fishman Island." "No problem. It is good that the misunderstanding has been cleared. By the way, Inuyarashi, has Viper returned?" "It has been half a day since they set out. Viper should have returned by now. No. Captain, wasn't Viper with you? Did he not accompany you? What?" Upon hearing this, Wallibell sensed that something was amiss. Viper must have encountered some trouble. "I will search for him now. You all wait here and be ready to set sail at a moment's notice." With that, Wallibell transformed into a bolt of blue lightning, swiftly racing toward the depths of Sabaody Archipelago. He soared high above the archipelago. He disregarded the possibility of being detected by formidable foes and unleashed his observation haki, fervently searching for Viper's whereabouts. "Viper, you must not die." At that moment, in Area 3, Viper found himself surrounded by several CP organization members, clad in white suits and wearing masks. Many people around Viper knelt on the ground, paralyzed with fear as a celestial dragon pointed a golden pistol at him. Just moments ago, Viper had completed his purchase of a record pointer and was about to leave when suddenly, everyone around him dropped to their knees. As Viper wondered what was happening, a peculiar figure, dressed in a diving suit and wearing a glass mask, rode on the back of a tall pirate, flanked by a group of soldiers, and approached the street. Having lived on Zou, Viper was unaware of the existence of celestial dragons. However, sensing something was amiss, he quickly sought refuge in a narrow alley. Yet, as the celestial dragon passed by, he fortuitously spotted Viper in the corner. Seeing Viper standing and not kneeling, he immediately drew his golden pistol and fired several shots. Had Viper not reacted swiftly, he might have been riddled with bullets. You lowly scum dare not kneel before the noble celestial dragon? You have committed a grave sin. CP, kill him. With the celestial dragon's command, several CP members, adorned with animal masks, swiftly encircled Viper from all directions. The CP members executed their attacks in perfect unison, and Viper, surrounded by simultaneous assaults, could only envelop himself in Busashoka haki to withstand their onslaught. The impacts reverberated against Viper's body, producing deep thuds. Fortunately, over the past 2 years, Viper had honed his Busashoka haki to encompass his entire body. Although the defense was rather thin and inadequate, it still possessed commendable resilience. The CP members, lacking the ability to wield armament haki, found themselves unable to breach the defenses of the Viper upon sensing something amiss. Several members of the CP organization swiftly distanced themselves while exchanging furtive glances. Despite the Viper's limited mastery of haki, in the early stages of the Grand Line, few possessed any knowledge of such abilities. Typically, the CP members were equipped to handle most unexpected situations. Furthermore, given the proximity to the Navy headquarters, there was no necessity to deploy formidable CP agents as protectors for such a worthless celestial dragon. Thus, they lacked the strength to overpower the Viper. Yet, even though the Viper was significantly stronger than any individual CP member present, the sheer number of attackers rendered escape impossible. Witnessing his subordinate's inability to subdue the Viper, the rotund celestial dragon's face contorted with rage as he bellowed orders to the guard behind him. Open fire! The celestial dragon, wholly disregarding the lives of the CP members, commanded the soldiers at the back to shoot. The soldiers, upon hearing the celestial dragon's orders, had no choice but to raise their rifles. With the sound of gunfire echoing, bullets rained down upon the Viper. The CP members, realizing the imminent danger, quickly utilized moonwalk and paper drawing to evade the bullets. The Viper became the primary target of this barrage. Aware that even with moonwalk, evasion was futile, he gritted his teeth and once more enveloped himself in the scant armament haki he possessed. Fortunately, the formidable firearms engineered by Vegapunk had yet to materialize. These ordinary flintlock guns posed no effective threat to the Viper. Bullets struck the Viper's form, producing a cacophony of metallic clinks as the black cloak he wore disintegrated under the hail of gunfire. Revealing his visage, upon seeing the Viper's head resembling that of a serpent, the celestial dragon's eyes gleamed with excitement. This is a member of the Fur tribe. I haven't seen such fine specimens in ages. Cease all hostilities. I want him alive. He shall serve as my slave. The celestial dragon promptly produced a silver den mushi and dialed. Hello, is this Admiral Sakazuki? I'm currently at Sabaody Archipelago. Send an admiral here at once to capture an assassin who attacked me. You have 5 minutes. Otherwise, this year's military funding may not arrive on time. I could see that moment. In the office of the Marine headquarters, Admiral Sakazuki's expression darkened upon hearing the celestial dragon's threat, although the funding would be released despite any obstruction. The celestial dragon's influence could indeed hinder the Navy. A delay, even by a day, would disrupt next year's plans for the Marines. Understood that I'll dispatch Zephyr immediately. He's in Sabaody Archipelago and can arrive in 10 minutes. 5 minutes? I will only grant you 5 minutes. If you fail to comply, do not blame me for creating obstacles for your Navy. With that, the celestial dragon arrogantly hung up the den mushi. Admiral Sakazuki, filled with fury, threw the den mushi aside, his eyes aflame with indignation. How dare an ordinary celestial dragon command me? Yet he could only sigh in resignation. After all, the Navy's funding relied on the world government. And for the sake of the Marines, he had to swallow this grievance. Contemplating this, Admiral Sakazuki immediately retrieved another den mushi and dialed to IS this Zephyr. Proceed to Area 3 and assist the celestial dragon in capturing an assassin who attacked him. At that moment, Zephyr, who was resupplying in Area 60, asked expressionlessly, "Admiral, is it truly an assassin? Do not concern yourself with the details. Remember, you are first and foremost a Marine." Zephyr could discern the underlying implications in the Admiral's words. His expression darkening. He had heard such justifications many times before. Often when a celestial dragon coveted a beautiful woman or a slave that, if possible, he truly wished to refrain from aiding such tyranny. "Understood. I will head there immediately." Meanwhile, the CP members continued to delay the Viper, knowing that once the Admiral arrived, the Viper would fall into the hands of the celestial dragon that a few minutes later. A muscular man over 3 meters tall, with purple hair and donning the cloak of an admiral, strode onto the street. Upon his arrival, the CP members immediately ceased their actions and gathered around the celestial dragon for protection. "Zephyr, apprehend this scoundrel swiftly, but remember, do not kill him. I want him as my slave." Hearing the celestial dragon's command, a flicker of reluctance and struggle appeared in Zephyr's eyes. Yet he could only nod in resignation due to the celestial dragon's status. "Understood." The Viper, upon seeing Zephyr, felt his yellow fur bristle as if electrified. Although Zephyr did not consciously project his aura, the Viper, as a member of the fur tribe, possessed an acute sensitivity to danger. He sensed that this slightly shorter human harbored an exceptionally formidable power within. The Viper's instincts were not mistaken. Zephyr, the current highest combat force of the world government and an admiral of the Marine headquarters, ranked among the elite of the seas, it is noteworthy that only 2 individuals, like Im and Nika, could be considered on par with him, while the 4 emperors were similarly few. Beyond them, it was Zephyr's caliber that defined the pinnacle of strength. At that moment, both Zephyr and the Viper sensed something and looked up at the sky. The previously clear sky was now shrouded in ominous clouds, with gentle rain beginning to fall and blue lightning gathering within the clouds. With a resounding crash, a thick bolt of blue lightning struck the ground between Zephyr and the Viper. A figure clad in a black cloak, surrounded by blue lightning, materialized on the street, upon the appearance of Woli Bel. The Viper's face lit up with joy, while Zephyr's expression turned grave. "Captain, you've come to rescue me." Woli Bel did not respond to the Viper, but fixated his gaze intently on Zephyr. "Admiral, could you do me a favor and let my little brother go?" Before Zephyr could reply, the celestial dragon behind the Viper raised his golden pistol and fired at Woli Bel. "Impossible. He is my slave." As the gunshot rang out, Zephyr's expression shifted, sensing impending danger. Just as the bullet was about to strike Woli Bel, a magnetic net of electrical currents intercepted it. Woli Bel effortlessly pinched the bullet between 2 fingers, turning to face the terrified celestial dragon. "Oh, it was you who sought to claim my little brother as a slave. I'm a celestial dragon. You cannot harm me. Otherwise, I will have the Admiral kill you." Observing the celestial dragon's facade of bravado and palpable fear, Woli Bel could not help but scoff with a finger arched. He flicked the bullet away. Zephyr attempted to intervene, but it was too late. "Look out!" The CP members also witnessed this scene and rushed to shield the celestial dragon. Unfortunately, the bullet, imbued with tremendous force, pierced through several CP members wielding iron blocks with pinpoint accuracy, striking the celestial dragon squarely in the head. The celestial dragon's helmet filled with blood, his corpulent body collapsed lifelessly to the ground. "You seek death. How dare you kill a celestial dragon?" Zephyr's face contorted with shock and fury. He understood that as long as the celestial dragon lived, Admiral Sakazuki could suppress any situation. However, if the celestial dragon perished, it would incite the wrath of the world government. Even if it was merely a worthless celestial dragon, the true celestial dragons would undoubtedly feel enraged, and the Navy would bear the brunt of their fury. "You despicable fiend!" Zephyr, consumed by fury, violently cast aside his navy cloak, causing his muscles to swell instantly and rupture the taut fabric of his shirt. His fists and wrists were immediately enveloped in a rich, dark haki, exuding an aura of formidable power. The ground beneath him caved in as Zephyr's figure materialized before Wallibell. His fist, charged with overwhelming haki, aimed directly at Wallibell's chest. The gloved fist of Wallibell collided with Zephyr's iron fist, generating a powerful shockwave that shattered the nearby glass and even cracked the rocky walls. As their powers escalated, the rocky street beneath them rapidly fractured and sank, each unwilling to yield an inch. After a tense standoff lasting several seconds, both Wallibell and Zephyr were forced to retreat several meters, leaving a series of craters in their wake. Wallibell, glancing at the shattered remnants of his glove, shook his numbed hand and gazed intently at Zephyr. Truly, Zephyr, the black-armored admiral of the Navy, is the strongest opponent I have encountered thus far, aside from that dragon. This thought lingered in Wallibell's mind. Compared to the power possessed by that colossal dragon, Zephyr was somewhat inferior. Yet the opponent before him was merely a human, while the dragon stood at a towering height of 100 meters. Why would such a formidable being appear in the Sabaody archipelago? The recent clash had made Zephyr acutely aware that this cloaked figure before him was not significantly weaker, but strength alone was not enough. If one were to compile a data chart encompassing hockey, physical stamina, strength, speed, and martial arts, Zephyr, as an admiral, would not score below an A in any category. Curious about my identity, are you? Then, Admiral Zephyr, I invite you to exert yourself and shatter my cloak. Wallibell's combat spirit was ignited by Zephyr's presence. He too wished to gauge the true extent of the Admiral's prowess. An intriguing individual indeed. Do you think your strength is sufficient to stand on equal footing with me? I must inform you, you are sorely mistaken. An admiral of the Navy is not to be underestimated. With that, Wallibell and Zephyr charged at each other once more, their fists colliding again. This time, their strengths remained evenly matched. However, Wallibell sensed a distinct difference. After a brief struggle, he was unexpectedly sent flying by Zephyr, his body carving a trench several meters long along the street. Struggling to his feet, Wallibell grimaced at his dislocated wrist and hastily reset it with his other hand. So this is it, truly. An admiral of the Navy is no trifling matter. In that fleeting moment of collision, Wallibell realized he was indeed lacking in certain aspects compared to Zephyr. Though he had honed his body with the power of lightning to reach a level comparable to Zephyr's, their hockey levels were not on the same plane. Despite Wallibell's rapid enhancement of hockey due to his physical advantages, he paled in comparison to Zephyr, who had trained for 2 or 3 decades. Moreover, Zephyr, being in his 40s and in prime health without asthma, possessed stamina far beyond that of the still-developing Wallibell. It could be said that Wallibell could only rival Zephyr in sheer strength, as he was utterly outmatched in all other facets. Brushing off the dust from his attire, Wallibell tore away the tattered remnants of his cloak. Zephyr's gaze sharpened as he regarded the burly figure of Wallibell, adorned with a bear-like head. You and your companion behind you belong to the fur tribe, do you not? I never expected such strength to emerge from your scarce lineage. However, even with your combined efforts, you are no match for me today. You shall pay the price for the death of the celestial dragon. Let us fight another time, Zephyr. Farewell. Then an instant, Wallibell appeared behind the viper, seizing his shoulder. And together they soared into the air like a tempest. Not good. Zephyr cursed inwardly upon witnessing their ascent, immediately utilizing moonwalk in pursuit. Yet alas, no matter how swift his moonwalk, it could not surpass the wind-borne speed of Wallibell, who wielded the powers of the storm fruit. As he watched the duo vanish from sight, Zephyr returned to the ground and drew a cigar from his waist, lighting it while casting a grim glance at the celestial dragon's lifeless form sprawled on the ground like refuse. This was indeed a troublesome situation. What? You mean to say the celestial dragon is dead? Steel Bone Kong exclaimed, unable to contain his shock before angrily shattering his teacup on the floor. Zephyr, are you certain you did not misreport? With you present, how could the enemy manage to slay a celestial dragon? Could it be that a notorious pirate intervened? As he regarded the corpse of the celestial dragon, Zephyr held the den mushy at a distance to avoid the piercing sound of Steel Bone Kong's voice. Once the furious outburst subsided, he reluctantly replied, Initially, there was no issue, but then another fur tribe individual appeared. He is a user of a Logia-type fruit, wielding the powers of lightning and wind. His strength is considerable, and I could not prevent him in time. Fur tribe. Steel Bone Kong recalled the report from Borsalino just days prior. Is he the one with white fur and blue lightning patterns, possessing a bear-like head? Indeed, that is him. The fur tribe member he rescued had yellow fur and resembled a tiger. I see that I will arrange for a bounty to be issued immediately. Alas, it seems our military budget will be slashed by at least half this year. With a heavy sigh, Steelbone Kong ended the call and rummaged through the documents Borsellino had provided earlier, spotting a photograph taken by the Navy. And that fur tribe member should have an increased bounty as well. I recall that their pirate crew is called the Thunder Madness Pirates. What fitting moniker shall we bestow upon him? Let us call him the Unquenchable Thunder. On the unquenchable, Wallibell, clutching the nearly unconscious Viper, landed on the deck. Upon seeing their safe return, Inuarashi and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, Captain, you are all unharmed. Not entirely unharmed. Do not inquire further. We must evacuate at once. Although they were puzzled by Wallibell's urgency, Inuarashi and the others sensed his anxiety and quickly hoisted the anchor to distance themselves from the Sabaody archipelago. Only after they could no longer see the island did Wallibell finally relax. Captain, what on earth transpired? Viper, you explain. The now recovered Viper, still displaying a look of distress, recounted, do not ask. I encountered a lunatic of high status. He wanted me to become his slave, a celestial dragon, if I recall correctly. At the mention of the celestial dragon, the atmosphere shifted as Wallibell noticed Fisher Tiger's shocked exclamation. Huh, when did we gain a Fishman aboard our ship? Viper inquired, glancing at Fisher Tiger in confusion. Ah, he's a new friend we just made. Please continue with your tale. I initially aimed to flee, but that celestial dragon issued a command, summoning several subordinates clad in peculiar masks and white suits. Their strength was impressive, and together they thwarted my escape. Just as we were to stalemate, a purple-haired man with a buzz cut arrived. The aura emanating from him was terrifying. That celestial dragon referred to him as Zephyr. What? You mean the Admiral of the Navy, Zephyr? Fisher Tiger, taken aback, realized the gravity of the situation. It was no small feat for a fur tribe member to escape from such formidable adversaries. Indeed, that is how the celestial dragon addressed him. Just when I thought I was going to be slain by that man, our captain appeared like a savior, descending from the heavens like a bolt of lightning to stand before me. And I felt an overwhelming sense of safety. The captain clashed fists with a fellow named Zephyr, their strengths evenly matched. Subsequently, in the interest of my safety, he executed a strategic withdrawal, after Fisher Tiger had listened to the Viper's account. He gazed into Wallibell's eyes, which sparkled with excitement. I could see that moment. Wallibell's previously fearsome visage appeared remarkably imposing and majestic. Wallibell, may I join your pirate crew? Huh. Why? Wallibell was momentarily taken aback, having exchanged no more than 10 sentences with Tiger. He had already captured the other's allegiance. Could it be that he possessed the aura of a protagonist? Wallibell, you're the first person I've encountered who dares to slay a celestial dragon and can hold his own against a marine admiral. You are, without a doubt, the most formidable individual I've ever met. Hence, I wish to follow you in order to grow stronger, so that I may realize my own dreams. Intriguing. So, Fisher Tiger, what is your dream? What is my dream? Fisher Tiger pondered deeply before declaring. My dream is to one day overthrow the reign of the celestial dragons and rescue those who suffer under their tyranny. That is indeed a challenging aspiration. However, if you are willing to become our comrade, we shall work together to achieve your dream. Welcome aboard, Tiger. Wallibell approached Fisher Tiger with a smile, extending his fist in camaraderie. Understanding Wallibell's intent, Tiger excitedly raised his fist to meet Wallibell's. From now on, I shall be your subordinate, Wallibell. I hope to receive your guidance. Captain, which course shall we chart next? It is well known that there are 7 routes to navigate within the Grand Line, and Wallibell had come to seek suitable companions. Let us take Route 7. Wallibell intended to embark on the 7th route, having previously inquired with Shaki about which path had islands renowned for their culinary talents. Coincidentally, the first island along Route 7 was the famed Chef Island, which boasted many exceptional chefs and held a culinary festival annually. If one sought a talented chef, that would be an excellent choice. Since arriving in this world, Wallibell had not enjoyed a decent meal. During his time in Zou, he had subsisted on mere fruits and vegetables, and the scant food he managed to obtain was primarily roasted fish, lacking in flavor. During his days on Giant Island, he had been reduced to a diet of barbecued meat, leaving him feeling utterly deprived of satisfying cuisine. Thus, a chef had become Wallibell's most desired crew member. Upon understanding Wallibell's choice of Route 7, the crew members grew excited. They had heard tales of the exquisite flavors of human food and naturally yearned for a skilled chef to join their ranks. In the following days, the Unyielding embarked on its voyage, during which time the Navy remained unaware of the whereabouts of the thunderous tempest, unable to track its movements. Moreover, the climate of the Grand Line was considerably more favorable than that of the New World, resulting in a lack of significant events. Days later, just as they were about to reach Chef Island, a seagull bearing a poster swooped down from the sky. Upon spotting the ship below, it immediately descended. Tige, practicing Fishman karate on the deck, noticed and produced 2 berries. The seagull, seeing the berries in Tige's hands, brightened, swooping down to hover a few meters above him. Tige promptly tossed the berries, which the seagull expertly caught in its pouch before dropping a newspaper and a bounty notice. Tige picked up the newspaper and a stack of bounty notices, and upon opening the newspaper, he was met with Wallibell's picture prominently displayed on the front page. The photograph had been taken in the New World when Wallibell encountered Admiral Borisellino and Charlotte Kukuri. In the image, Wallibell stood at the forefront of a group of fur tribe members, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. The newspaper reported on Wallibell's incident in the Sabaody archipelago, where he had slain a celestial dragon. At that moment, a birdman who had privately trained the seagull to deliver this newspaper watched as it continuously returned with berries, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Morgans finally have enough capital to launch my endeavors. Wallibell, you shall be my lucky star. Ha 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 ha. I shall ensure that those who manipulate public opinion understand my prowess. The newspaper exaggerated Wallibell's strength, claiming he had battled Admiral Zephyr for 300 rounds, ultimately escaping with his crew after a draw. Tige, upon seeing the article, felt a surge of exhilaration and hurried to the ship's training room. Tige, what brings you to the training room? Are you eager for another exhilarating spar with me? Upon hearing Wallibell's words, Tige's expression stiffened. Just yesterday, Wallibell had nearly beaten him to a pulp in a test of strength, were it not for his Fishman heritage, which granted him remarkable recovery abilities. He might not have even been able to rise today. Captain, the news of your slaying of a celestial dragon has already made it to the newspapers. Your bounty should be among these notices, though I have yet to look. Upon hearing this, Wallibell immediately set down the heavy dumbbell he had been lifting. He approached Tige, taking the newspaper and bounty notices. Upon seeing the palm-sized newspaper, Wallibell curiously began to leaf through it. This newspaper certainly exaggerates my abilities. How intriguing. It seems this publication does not originate from the Navy. Could it be that Morgans is already scheming at this juncture? As Wallibell sifted through the stack of bounty notices, he first encountered those belonging to the most notorious pirates of the sea, such as Whitebeard and Golden Lion. After only a few pages, he came across his own bounty notice. Unyielding Thunder Wallibell, Captain of the Thunderous Tempest, Race, Fur Tribe, Bounty, 326 million berries, crimes, atrocities against the world nobles, the celestial dragons. Note, suspected user of a Logia-type devil fruit. Wallibell was momentarily taken aback by the high bounty assigned to him by the Navy. It was worth noting that even Katakuri, a well-known figure with years of experience sailing the seas, had only received a bounty of 300 million berries. Wallibell's bounty was already on par with the most notorious pirates of the New World, and he had not anticipated being awarded such a sum merely for slaying a celestial dragon. Nevertheless, this was understandable, as Wallibell was the first pirate to openly kill a celestial dragon since the establishment of the world government. Continuing to peruse the notices, Wallibell spotted Viper's bounty as well. Fur Tribe Viper, member of the Thunderous Tempest, bounty, 92 million berries, crimes, accomplice in atrocities against the world nobles, the celestial dragons. Note, life or death unaccounted. Wallibell was not surprised by Viper's bounty. Given the circumstances, his identity had undoubtedly been exposed, and he could not escape the fate of being wanted. Handing these 2 bounty notices to Fisher Tige, Wallibell's face broke into a smile. Tige, let us celebrate with a feast. With this, our thunderous tempest shall gain renown across the seas. Since we will be reaching Chef Island tomorrow, we need not hold back. Let us devour every morsel of food. Captain, I shall promptly inform the crew to prepare the banquet. As Tige departed, Woli Bel's smile faded instantly. Although the high bounty seemed impressive, he was acutely aware that he and his crew were now under the watchful gaze of the Navy and the world government. Having slain a celestial dragon, their pirate crew would likely find themselves embroiled in a relentless game of cat and mouse with the Navy. While this diverged from Woli Bel's original plans, he bore no regrets. Although the thunderous tempest would face pursuit from the Navy, Woli Bel would feel an overwhelming sense of dissatisfaction if he failed to eliminate the celestial dragons that coveted his companions. After all, the speed of the unyielding far surpassed that of any Navy vessel. It would be impossible for the Navy to intercept Woli Bel and his crew within the Grand Line. Let it be. The ship shall find its course naturally. Under the fervent promotion of Tiger, it wasn't long before the entire ship was abuzz with the news that their captain had ascended to the status of a notorious pirate. The crew erupted into raucous cheers on the deck. A bonfire illuminated the night as various meats sizzled over the flames, observing the members of the Thunderstorm Pirates reveling in drinks and feasting. Wallibell felt his spirits lift. "Lads, let us raise a toast to our captain," he exclaimed. As soon as the words left Viper's lips, all the crew members raised their cups towards Wallibell, celebrating the captain's newfound notoriety as a pirate. They downed their drinks in one gulp, exchanging joyful glances and laughter, in stark contrast to the jubilant scene aboard Wallibell's ship. Chaos reigned within the Navy. They had just been informed of the severe repercussions for their failure to protect the celestial dragons, resulting in a drastic halving of their military budget for the year. Upon hearing this punishment, Steelbone Kong shattered several teacups in fury. The Navy required hundreds of billions of berries annually, most of which came from the world government. This funding was essential not only for bounties, but also for training new recruits, maintaining equipment, and constructing vessels. With such a significant cut, the Navy would struggle to update their arsenal, and funds for nurturing the next generation of sailors were dwindling. However, Steelbone Kong and his colleagues could only seethe in silence, for the blame lay with their own inadequacies. The audacious Thunderstorm Pirates had created such a significant mess. They would soon face the full wrath of the Navy once their whereabouts were discovered. Unable to unleash his fury upon the celestial dragons, Steelbone Kong redirected his anger towards Wallibell and his crew. As soon as any news about the Thunderstorm Pirates surfaced, Kong would dispatch Zephyr to pursue them. Meanwhile, Wallibell's audacious act of slaying a celestial dragon had begun to resonate across the world, as powerful figures everywhere started to recognize and remember him and the Thunderstorm Pirates. After all, it had been many years since a celestial dragon had been truly killed in the New World. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, caught in a fierce battle with the Golden Lion, suddenly erupted in a laughter as he read a newspaper in his hands. "Ha! What a daring little brat, to kill a celestial dragon and escape unscathed. What an extraordinary fellow. I wonder if he wishes to be my son, that if I ever cross paths with that lad, I shall certainly invite him for a drink." The Golden Lion, battling Whitebeard, also roared with laughter upon hearing the news. "I've long harbored disdain for those damned celestial dragons. One day, I shall overturn this world and eradicate every last one of them," in stark contrast to Whitebeard and the Golden Lion's admiration. Big Mom's eyes glimmered with greed as she perused the same newspaper. How delightful. He possesses considerable strength. With a physique like that, he could barely suffice as my husband. Wallibell, is it? With your prowess, you will undoubtedly return to the New World. When that time comes, I shall capture you and compel you to bear me a few little fur tribe offspring. Ha! Within the Navy's boot camp, a young man with black hair gazed intently at the newspaper detailing the celestial dragon's demise. "Captain, Viper, wake up. We are about to arrive." Wallibell, stirred from a shallow slumber by the call of his crew, promptly opened his eyes. Viper and Inu Erashur, hearing the summons, scrambled up from the deck as well. Having celebrated well into the night, the crew had opted to sleep on the deck rather than retire to their quarters. Naturally, not everyone had indulged. Some crew members needed to stay alert and continue navigating the ship. Moreover, Wallibell and his crew's formidable physiques allowed them to handle such libations with only a slight intoxication, enabling them to awaken at a moment's notice if required. Wallibell stood, gazing at the distant outline of an island, and kicked the crew members who had yet to awaken. "Lads, Rise and shine. Captain, should we don our cloaks? Not necessary. Our ship is swift enough that even if the Navy learns of our presence, it will take them 5 or 6 days to reach US. That be by the time they arrive on this island. We shall have long departed. Wallibell was confident that 5 or 6 days would suffice for them to find a suitable chef. Meanwhile, at the dock of Chef Island, people noticed a massive vessel adorned in deep blue, drawing closer. Upon spotting the white bear flag, their legs turned to jelly, for that pirate flag belonged to the infamous Thunderstorm Pirates. Disaster! A formidable pirate has arrived at our Chef Island. Hurry, alert the head chef. An hour later, Wallibell's ship docked at Chef Island's harbor, dropping anchor and securing the ropes to the wooden posts before Wallibell and his crew could disembark. A throng of individuals surged to the dock, led by a tall, slender young man radiating a sharp aura, standing approximately 3 meters tall. Wallibell, intrigued by the leader's presence, sensed a familiarity in the energy he exuded, reminiscent of Inextinguishable. Wallibell recalled that such an aura could only be attained through proficient swordsmanship, that if Viper excelled in martial arts, Inu Arashi's talent lay in his exceptional swordsmanship. Over 2 years, by studying a legendary swordsman's manual left behind by the giants, Inu Arashir absorbed knowledge like a parched sponge that, in just 2 years, he grasped the essence of swordsmanship, standing on the brink of becoming a swordsman himself. Inu Arashir, too, sensed the leader's formidable presence and looked at him with a gaze filled with battle intent. Thunderstorm Pirates, may I inquire about your purpose on Chef Island? Zeph swallowed nervously, but stood his ground. Fear not. We merely wish to savor the culinary delights of Chef Island and participate in the annual chef competition, while also seeking to recruit a chef for our Thunderstorm Pirates. Should you be interested, you may come for an assessment. Upon hearing that Wallibell harbored no malicious intentions, Zeph sighed with relief. As the reigning culinary champion of the island for 3 consecutive years, he was not only an exceptional chef but also a capable fighter, contributing to the island's prosperity. However, Zeph failed to notice the glint of greed in the eyes of some behind him as they watched the Thunderstorm Pirates, since he wished to participate in the chef competition. There is one rule I hope you will adhere to: pray, share. Any guest attending the chef competition, regardless of status, may participate. However, any grievances must be resolved off the island. Agreed. May I ask if we can proceed to the island now? Of course, Chef Island welcomes all culinary enthusiasts. However, for precautionary measures, Zeph, you shall oversee the Thunderstorm Pirates to me. You are our strongest chef and the culinary deity of our island. With you present, we shall feel much more at ease. Even Wallibell and his crew could not help but exchange knowing glances at the undertones of moral obligation in their words. That Zeph's expression grew troubled at the insistence of those behind him. He had hoped to hone his culinary skills further during this time. Yet, under the scrutiny of so many, he ultimately nodded in reluctant agreement. Zeph approached Wallibell, extending his hand with a smile. For the next few days, allow me, Zeph, the culinary deity of Chef Island, to guide the esteemed Thunderstorm Pirates in savoring the exquisite delights. Delighted to accept, Wallibell greeted the other with a smile and a handshake, and upon sensing Wallibell's sincerity, Zeph's smile became more genuine. An hour later, a group of individuals cloaked in black robes, led by Zeph, arrived at the bustling food market. Concerned that their identities might alarm the islanders, Wallibell and his companions donned cloaks to conceal themselves and prevent any panic. Zeph had already issued a gag order to the islanders who had encountered Wallibell, explicitly forbidding anyone from revealing the whereabouts of the Thunderstorm Pirates, even if some wished to disclose their location to the Navy for a bounty. They were instructed to wait until Wallibell and his crew departed the island. Zeph understood that if Wallibell discovered that someone had tipped off the Navy, it could spell doom for the entire Chef Island. Although Wallibell was not yet comparable to top-tier powerhouses like Zephyr, the mere fact that he had escaped from such formidable hands attested to his strength. Not just anyone could evade the grasp of a Marine admiral. Under Zeph's guidance, despite their odd appearance in black robes, the merchants welcomed Wallibell and his crew with great enthusiasm. Fortunately, Wallibell had amassed enough treasure from the King of the Night to indulge in feasting on Chef Island for a considerable time. As pirates, even if Wallibell and his crew had chosen to seize food outright, no one would have dared to object. However, they were not inclined to bully the weak. when Wallibell once again savored the diverse flavors of the delicacies. He was overwhelmed with emotion. Nearly a decade of hardship had finally come to an end, with Wallibell and his band of voracious eaters sweeping through the food stalls. Every vendor's supply was devoured completely. Just as Wallibell and his crew reveled in the culinary delights, someone had discreetly contacted the Navy, leaking the information about the Thunderstorm pirates in the office of Admiral Steelbone Kong at Navy headquarters. Upon learning of the Thunderstorm pirates' presence on Chef Island, he immediately reached out to Zephyr. Zephyr, I've obtained a lead. The Thunderstorm pirates are currently on Chef Island, seeking to recruit a chef as a companion. Understood. I will pursue them at once. Do you think you can handle that individual alone? If not, I can dispatch 2 more rear admirals to assist you. After contemplating Kong's words, Zephyr ultimately agreed to his decision. After all, Wallibell possessed a remarkably swift devil fruit ability, and the individual known as Viper also had commendable strength. Capturing the Thunderstorm pirates single-handedly would indeed be a challenge, and he was not one to overlook practicality. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, under Zeph's guidance, Wallibell and his crew met numerous renowned chefs on Chef Island, attempting to invite them to join the Thunderstorm pirates. But regrettably, all were turned down. Captain, what should we do? No chef is willing to join our crew. Are we to return to our days of eating roasted meat? Observing the dejected expressions of his crew, Wallibell sighed that we have 2 days left, and tomorrow is the food festival. Let's enjoy a hearty meal first. Upon hearing about the food festival, the previously despondent crew members instantly brightened with excitement. The food festival was an annual grand feast on Chef Island, where patrons from various islands, regardless of their professions or statuses, gathered to partake in this culinary celebration. During this event, the top 100 chefs on Chef Island competed in a culinary contest, tasked with preparing food for the attending guests within a span of 12 hours. Following the conclusion of the competition, votes would be cast, and the chef with the highest votes would be crowned the culinary god of Chef Island. Zeph, having held the title for 3 consecutive years, remained confident in his ability to secure first place once again. Would Zeph truly achieve his ambition? As dawn broke, the docks of Chef Island were already thronged with a multitude of patrons, including Marines, pirates, bounty hunters, and merchants. On this day, individuals from various backgrounds set aside their grievances and animosities, united in their pursuit of culinary delights. The Thunderstorm pirates had arrived early at the food festival's venue. At that moment, in the grand square at the heart of Chef Island, 100 chefs stood before their stalls, surrounded by an array of ingredients, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the competition. Wallibell's gaze immediately fell upon Zeph. Positioned at the very center of the square, a prime location reserved for the previous culinary god. During the contest, chefs could showcase their signature dishes to entice and win over the guests. Esteemed food enthusiasts, we welcome you to this year's food festival. The 100 most skilled chefs of Chef Island are fully prepared to present their finest creations to you, especially the man standing at the center of our square. Zeph, our 3-time culinary god. Many of you may recognize him. Will he continue his legendary streak this year? With that, the formal commencement of the competition was announced. The judge's signal rang out. Thousands of patrons surged into the square, dispersing to each stall, eagerly anticipating the chef's offerings. The moment the judge's voice fell, the chef's hands began to move with astonishing speed. In the world of One Piece, not only must the food be delicious, but it must also be prepared swiftly. It was evident that these 100 chefs were indeed the finest on Chef Island, as within mere seconds, some stalls began to produce delectable dishes. Some chefs crafted desserts, while others prepared ramen. The variety was dazzling and overwhelming. Wallibell and his crew, all hearty eaters, relished the food festival, which would last an entire day, spanning 12 hours, amidst the enjoyment of the culinary journey. There was little time for conversation. Wallibell and his companions felt as though they were in paradise. The hundreds of chefs showcased their most renowned dishes, and this feast was likely one that even the celestial dragons could not experience. Truly a testament to the most renowned culinary competition on the Grand Line. At the outset, Wallibell and his crew queued at Zeph's stall, having developed a good rapport with Zeph over the past few days. The Thunderstorm pirates were eager to sample the creations of the 3-time culinary god. When Zeph saw that his first customer was Wallibell, A smile spread across his face, and he promptly began to stir-fry. Before long, a bowl of aromatic and visually appealing golden seafood fried rice was presented before Wallibell. Gazing at the dish, which appeared simple yet lacked the flamboyance of others, Wallibell took a bite. The moment the grains touched his palate, his eyes lit up. Delicious was Wallibell's immediate reaction to the seafood fried rice. In that instant, he felt as if he could savor the essence of the ingredients. What were merely simple components had been elevated to extraordinary heights by this unpretentious dish, making him feel as though he were indulging in the culinary artistry of a master chef. Exquisite! Zephyr, witnessing the satisfaction on Wallibell's face, couldn't help but smile. You are indeed worthy of being the previous culinary god. I hope you can retain the title this time and continue your legacy. With that, Wallibell rose to make room for the members of the Thunderstorm Pirates behind him. After tasting Zeph's seafood fried rice, the rest of the crew was thoroughly impressed and then proceeded to sample the offerings of other chefs. Time flew by, and soon it was evening. The diverse array of culinary delights left even Wallibell feeling utterly content. The multitude of dishes fulfilled Wallibell's long-standing cravings and reminded him of the true meaning of gastronomy. However, even after sampling the creations of the other 99 chefs, Wallibell remained convinced that Zeph's seafood fried rice was the finest. Despite the simplicity and affordability of the ingredients, the exquisite flavors seemed to resonate with his very soul. Ladies and gentlemen, the voting for today has concluded. Let us congratulate this year's culinary god, the chef who secured second place in last year's food festival. Whoosher, upon hearing that the champion was not Chef Shifu of the Thunderstorm Pirates. The crowd, including those who had tasted the dish called Whoosher, momentarily froze in disbelief. Although they acknowledged that Whoosher was indeed delicious, it paled in comparison to Zhefu's culinary prowess, as the referee's words echoed. Zhefu, who had been wearing a confident smile in anticipation of claiming his fourth title as a culinary god, immediately rose with an expression of incredulity. Impossible! The thunderous voice of Wallibell reverberated throughout the square, drawing the attention of all present toward him. How could it be that Chef Zhefu's seafood fried rice, which was undeniably superior to the culinary creations of that Whoosher fellow, did not secure the top vote? Upon hearing Wallibell's inquiry, the middle-aged man who had been smiling and preparing to give a speech now darkened in countenance. He was Whoosher. Who do you think you are? This outcome was determined by the votes of everyone present. Do you suspect we cheated, or that so many people are mistaken? Caught off guard by the retort, Wallibell found himself momentarily speechless. Just then, Zhefu, who had been looking down, spoke in a low voice. Thank you, my lord, for your support. However, given the results, I, Zhefu, am willing to accept my defeat. Ultimately, the title of culinary god at the grand feast fell to Whoosher, and while the crowd remained, Wallibell noticed that Zhefu had vanished from sight. It was strange. They all felt that Zhefu's seafood fried rice was far more delectable, and surely there was something amiss. Viper, go keep an eye on that Whoosher fellow. Inagami, check if there is anything unusual at Zhefu's stall. I will seek out Zhefu. Aye, Captain. Wallibell understood that Zhefu might harbor troubling thoughts, so he immediately activated his observation hockey, scanning the entire island, and finally sensed Zhefu's presence on a secluded beach of Chef Island. Without hesitation, Wallibell transformed into a streak of blue lightning and swiftly arrived beside him. Upon reaching the shore, he found Zhefu sitting on the sand, a bottle of liquor in hand, his face flushed and tears streaming down his cheeks. Startled by the footsteps behind him, Zhefu turned to see Wallibell, who had removed his black cloak. Thank you, Wallibell, for standing up for me earlier, but perhaps I truly cannot compare to that Whoosher fellow. No, your seafood fried rice is undoubtedly far superior to his dish. Although I cannot fathom the means by which he won this competition, in my eyes, you are the unequivocal champion. Zhefu sensed the unwavering conviction in Wallibell's voice, and his previously despondent demeanor began to brighten. If it weren't for your encouragement just now, I might have continued to wallow in this sorrow. Don't be so downcast. I've dispatched my companions to investigate the matter. There must be some foul play at hand. With that, Wallibell sat beside Zhefu and snatched the bottle of liquor from him. Enough of this drinking. It's merely the title of a chef on a small island. You're not vying for the title of the world's greatest chef. Besides, did you become a chef merely for fame and fortune? Zephyr was momentarily taken aback by Wallibell's words. Indeed, why do I aspire to be a chef? What am I truly pursuing? He fell into contemplation, and only after several seconds did he recall his original intention, a bittersweet smile gracing his face. You are right. I have lost sight of my initial purpose. Why aim in becoming a chef was to create delightful dishes that bring joy to diners, not to chase after fame and wealth. Perhaps the accolades I received after becoming a culinary god led me astray, causing me to forget what I truly wanted as a chef. He never imagined that it would take someone like Wallibell, who was not a chef, to remind him of his culinary aspirations. Wallibell, would you like to hear a story? Zephyr reclined on the white sand, gazing at the waning moon in the sky, his eyes becoming distant as if lost in memories. I'm all ears. 20 years ago, there was a child, unaware of his parentage, living amidst refuse, clinging to life through scraps like a tea that time. He had no notion of what true food looked like. Anything that could fill his stomach seemed like a delicacy to him. One day, while rummaging through a garbage bin behind a restaurant, he was discovered by a middle-aged chef discarding waste. The boy expected to be beaten, but to his surprise, the chef took him in as an apprentice. Under the chef's careful tutelage, the young beggar mastered all of his mentor's culinary skills and eventually elevated that restaurant to national fame. Although he felt joy in satisfying guests, he soon recognized a lack of innovation in his cooking. The restaurant became frequented only by old patrons, who eventually stopped coming, leading to its decline. That he realized that he had merely inherited his mentor's techniques without developing his own culinary philosophy, believing his skills were still lacking. He spent his last savings to board a merchant ship to Chef Island, that he remained there for a decade, honing his skills through countless culinary contests, ultimately earning the title of culinary god at the grand feast. However, from that day forward, everything began to change. Initially, he had come to enhance his craft, but when he surpassed all others on the island, he chose not to venture out to seek further growth, but instead succumbed to the allure of fame and wealth. Perhaps this recent experience was retribution for his loss of purpose. Wallibell remained silent, patiently waiting for Zephyr to finish speaking before he finally spoke. Zephyr, would you like to join my pirate crew? I can take you to discover more formidable chefs, explore diverse culinary styles, and elevate your skills. Zephyr, my dream is to become the strongest in the world. What do you say? Will you join me in striving to be the world's strongest chef and achieve your own legendary tale? Zephyr fell into deep thought upon hearing Wallibell's words. Just then, Wallibell sensed two familiar presences approaching rapidly. Before long, Inagami and Viper arrived at the beach, having tracked Wallibell's scent. Captain, I discovered some irregularities in Zephyr's seasonings. Inagami handed Wallibell an empty spice container, and Wallibell curiously took it, examining it closely, but found nothing amiss. Can I take a look? Upon hearing Zephyr's request, Wallibell passed the empty container to him. Zephyr scrutinized it, and after a moment he seemed to uncover something, grinding the inner wall of the container and tasting it. I understand now. A look of realization dawned in Zephyr's eyes. The seasonings in my container are tainted. Other ingredients have been mixed in, disrupting the balance of my seafood fried rice and diminishing its flavor. But why did it taste normal when we first ate it? Wallibell inquired, puzzled, recalling how delicious it had been for the Thunderstorm Pirates. That because only the latter half of the seasonings were tampered with. The first half was normal, meaning I only received half of the usual votes. Then, to Wallibell and the others' astonishment, Zephyr threw the spice container into the sea. But it no longer matters, with a smile. He addressed Wallibell. Thank you, Wallibell, for helping me regain my purpose and dreams. My aspiration is not merely to be the culinary god of Small Island. I aim to become the greatest chef. Captain Wallibell, I accept your invitation. I, Zephyr, am willing to join the Thunderstorm Pirates. Upon hearing Zephyr's words, Viper joyfully lifted him into the air. Wonderful. Our crew finally has a chef. Welcome aboard, Zephyr. Henceforth, you shall be our culinary master. How does it feel to know that this place will be your domain from now on? Zephyr gazed with excitement at the expansive kitchen before him, spanning over 100 square meters. Initially, he had presumed that the culinary space aboard the ship would be rather limited, requiring him to make do. However, he was pleasantly surprised to discover the kitchen on the Immortal was so remarkably spacious. Observing the exhilaration on Zephyr's face, Wallibell couldn't help but feel a tinge of pride. With the ship exceeding 200 meters in length and 80 meters in width, Wallibell had long since ensured that ample room was allocated for such a vital facility. Captain, this is undoubtedly the largest and most luxurious marine kitchen I have ever seen. Naturally, my crew deserves nothing but the best. Zephyr surveyed the kitchen. Viper approached Wallibell, his expression somewhat grim since returning. Captain, I have gleaned some intelligence from that chef named Wusher. He not only tampered with Zephyr seasonings, but has also prearranged with the judges to secure counterfeit tickets. Otherwise, even if only half the attendees had sampled Zephy's seafood fried rice, he would have clinched first place. Moreover, they contacted the Navy as soon as we landed on the island. I suspect the Navy is nearing our location. I understand. Call the other crew members back. Since Zephyr has joined our Thunderstorm Pirates, our objective is accomplished. We must depart. Captain, by the way, Viper, where does that Wusher reside? Captain, why do you inquire about him? His home is the largest seaside villa on the other side of Chef Island. At this moment, in a sizable, luxurious villa on the eastern side of Chef Island, Wusher, clad in a bathrobe, was joyfully sipping red wine worth millions of berries, seated opposite the judge of the culinary competition. Splendid! From this day forth, I shall be the culinary god of Chef Island. When the benefits come, I shall allocate you 30% as agreed to be. By the way, the Navy is arriving tomorrow, and there will be a bounty of 10 million berries. Ha ha ha! We are about to strike it rich. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a mass of ominously flickering blue lightning clouds had gathered above the villa, several nautical miles away, while Wallibell smiled as he observed the gathering storm clouds. Nearly charged to capacity, 0.10 million volts of retribution. With a mere press of his finger, a thick blue bolt of lightning descended from the clouds, obliterating the three-story villa in a resounding explosion. Wallibell was not one to suffer in silence. If his companions were wronged, he would retaliate tenfold. He was no saint to endure grievances without retribution. All hands, full speed ahead. The Navy is in pursuit. We must distance ourselves from them as swiftly as possible. We need 3 days to record the next island's magnetic field. Aye, Captain. Hours later, as dawn broke, a colossal warship, over 100 meters long and proudly displaying the Navy's flag, approached the shores of Chef Island. Many on the island had gathered around a large pit, where the once thriving 3-story villa had vanished, leaving behind a deep, charred crater, just as the onlookers were filled with concern and confusion. Someone spotted the Navy's warship on the coast. Look over there. Is that a Navy warship? The crowd's attention shifted to the approaching vessel, and they soon realized it was indeed a massive Navy ship. Such a large ship must carry high-ranking officers. It seems someone among us has sold information to the Navy. But who could it be? If I find out who it is, I'll make them pay dearly. Completely disregarding everyone else's safety, if the Thunderstorm Pirates haven't departed yet, we all might end up as collateral damage. Indeed, who could that scoundrel be? Regardless, let us go welcome the Navy. The gathered crowd dispersed, making their way to the docks, where the immense Navy ship docked. A throng of Navy personnel surrounded a man cloaked in an admiral's justice cape, with striking purple hair, as he disembarked from the ship. It was none other than Admiral Zephyr from Navy headquarters. The leading figures, upon recognizing Zephyr, appeared tense and rushed to greet him. Admiral Zephyr, we did not expect you to come in person. Where are the Thunderstorm Pirates now? They departed shortly after the culinary competition concluded last night. The chef Wusher, who provided us with information, is not here. There's a bounty of 10 million berries awaiting him. Admiral Zephyr, Chef Wusher's villa, was destroyed by a bolt of lightning last night. We are uncertain if that bounty can be claimed. Zephyr surveyed the greedy expressions of those before him, his brow furrowed. That I can grant you the bounty, but you must divulge everything you know about the Thunderstorm Pirates. Upon hearing Zephyr's inquiry, the crowd exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of what to say. After all, Zephyr had been the sole leader of the Thunderstorm Pirates during this time, and they lacked substantial information regarding the crew. Just as silence reigned, a laborer clad in rough garments stepped forward from the crowd. Admiral Zephyr, I am the dock worker here. Last night, I believe I saw the former culinary god of Chef Island. Zephyr boarded the Thunderstorm Pirate ship with Wallibell, and he has likely joined them. Upon receiving this information, Zephyr instructed his aide to further inquire about Zephyr, while he followed the villagers to the site of Wusher's villa. Observing the charred pit before him, Zephyr confirmed it was indeed Wallibell's doing. It appears Wallibell has indeed landed on Chef Island. We must replenish our supplies and continue the pursuit of the Thunderstorm pirates. Admiral Zephyr. At that moment, Wallibell was in a specially constructed sunroom, tending to orange saplings purchased from Chef Island. Delighted by the sunlight streaming through the glass, Wallibell was pleased. This sunroom had been built specifically for cultivating fruits and vegetables. It had become his fourth source of entertainment, aside from exercising, dining, and fishing. Since Zephyr the chef had joined them, the atmosphere aboard the ship had markedly improved, and the enjoyment of fine cuisine made their voyage far more pleasant. Wallibell then made his way to a room at the top of the Immortal, a space he had designed for lightning-infused body tempering. Bolts of lightning rained down from the ominous clouds onto the lightning rods above the tempering chamber. With the rods connected to Wallibell by chains, waves of violent electricity surged into Wallibell's body, tormenting him relentlessly. His cells were continuously destroyed and then reformed, becoming stronger and more vibrant with life. Although this process was akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at his heart, Wallibell had long since grown accustomed to it. He understood his own potential, yet compared to natural monsters like Kaido and Big Mom, he still fell short. Wallibell realized that to catch up to such innate prodigies, he must diligently enhance himself. While the torment of lightning body tempering was excruciating, the gains were immense. However, as his physical prowess grew stronger, Wallibell sensed that the rate of his improvement was slowing down. Perhaps, before long, lightning body tempering would become ineffective. Meanwhile, the members of the Thunderstorm Pirates, witnessing the relentless strikes of lightning, had grown accustomed to their captain's extreme training methods. At this juncture, Inuarashi finally seized the opportunity to discuss swordsmanship privately with Zephyr, having sensed a similar aura emanating from him. I apologize, Inuarashi, but I am not a swordsman. I am merely a chef. Inuarashi, observing Zephyr polishing a half-meter-long silver chef's knife, wore an expression of disbelief. Impossible. You clearly possess the essence of a swordsman, indicating that you must at least be a swordsman capable of cutting iron. Do not deceive me. Cutting iron, you say? I can indeed manage that. Zephyr casually drew a silver spoon, and with a flash, the iron-crafted spoon snapped cleanly in two. That you are indeed a swordsman. What is your sword intent? I am but a chef and know not of sword intent. This ability emerged as I was preparing a dish called the torpedo fish. Upon hearing this, the canine wolf was taken aback, pondering the peculiar circumstances in which chefs could now awaken the essence of swordsmanship. As a chef, one must possess the ability to handle all culinary ingredients. There is no ingredient that I cannot slice through. As he spoke, a powerful resolve emanated from Zephyr. Ultimately, the essence of swordsmanship revolves around infusing one's will into the blade. However, Zephyr's weapon of choice was merely his chef's knife. Zephyr, you truly are a prodigy. At that moment, the canine wolf felt as though all his years of sword training had been in vain. You now resemble an infant wielding a treasured sword. If you were to hone your body and master hockey, I might not stand a chance against you. Given that I am now a pirate as well. Might I request you, canine wolf, to teach me the ways of training? Of course, no problem. Once you grow stronger, I shall have a companion to practice swordsmanship with. After roughly 2 more hours of sailing, we shall arrive at the next small island. Understood. The isle where Wallibell and the crew would soon disembark is called Kara Island. While not particularly renowned, Wallibell was aware that a formidable scientist resided there. The primary objective of Wallibell's journey along the Grand Line was to seek out like-minded companions. Unlike Luffy and Roger, who sailed with a crew of merely a dozen, Wallibell aspired to emulate Kaido and Whitebeard by establishing his own grand fleet. However, the first step involved selecting partners with potential. Thus, during his time in the Sabaody archipelago, Wallibell had gleaned much information from Shaki regarding suitable recruitment locations and noteworthy individuals devoid of any affiliations. The scientist on Kara Island was once a distinguished biologist, a veritable luminary in the field of biological research. Wallibell sought such a scientist to validate a hypothesis he harbored. It is widely known that the mink tribe transforms into their moon lion form under the illumination of moonlight, during which their physical prowess experiences exponential enhancement. Wallibell could not shake the feeling that this transformation bore a resemblance to the powers of Zoan-type devil fruits, a notion stemming from an event in anime. It is also common knowledge that aside from exposure to moonlight, the mink tribe can achieve this transformation through Chopper's Rumble Ball. Chopper's Rumble Ball stimulates the Zoan-type fruit within him, enabling various extraordinary transformations. The fact that the Rumble Ball allows the minks to become moon lions suggests a potential connection between the moon lion form and Zoan-type devil fruits. Wallibell conjectured that with the right methods, it might be possible to freely access the moon lion form. If his hypothesis proves correct, Wallibell would possess an additional formidable trump card. However, this remains merely Wallibell's speculation. Yet as long as there exists a possibility for success, it is worth pursuing. Nonetheless, there's another dilemma that troubles Wallibell. The scientist has been in seclusion for over a decade. Were it not for Shaki's prior acquaintance with the scientist, no one would have known of such an eminent figure residing on Kara Island. While Wallibell was uncertain of the scientist's current fate, he still wished to attempt locating the individual. Before long, Wallibell spotted the distant Kara Island from the deck. The undying ship docked at the harbor of Kara Island, yet the members of the Thunderstorm Pirates disembarked only to find the port utterly deserted. It seemed the locals had fled upon noticing the approach of the Thunderstorm Pirates, a scenario Wallibell had anticipated. The crew continued into the small town, and as they stepped into it, they were met with a rustling sound emanating from various corners of the settlement. Villagers armed with sticks emerged from the shadows, watching the Thunderstorm Pirates with palpable trepidation. After a brief standoff, a short, elderly man with a gaunt visage, bearing an expression of resignation, approached Wallibell and his crew, leaning on a cane. "You must be Captain Wallibell. I'm the mayor of Kara Town. I implore you to spare our lives. We can offer you anything in return." Wallibell observed the fear and anxiety etched on the villagers' faces and nodded, saying, "Very well. I require 1,000,000 berries and provisions for our journey." Upon hearing Wallibell's modest demands, the townsfolk visibly relaxed. "Thank you, Captain Wallibell. We shall promptly gather the supplies for you." "Not so fast. Mayor D. Oh, you know the whereabouts of Dr. Kasna?" Upon hearing the name, the mayor froze, anxiety flashing across his face. "I'm afraid, Captain Wallibell, that Dr. Kasna passed away 5 years ago." Disappointment flickered across Wallibell's features upon receiving this news. Sensing Wallibell's dismay, the mayor hesitated before adding, "Though Dr. Kasna has passed, his granddaughter has inherited his laboratory. If you have any matters to address, you could seek out Dr. Kachuo." Upon learning that there was still a legacy to pursue, Wallibell's spirits lifted, and he promptly replied, "Then, Mayor, please take me to meet Dr. Kachuo. I have matters to discuss with her. Of course. Captain Wallibell, follow me." The mayor guided Wallibell to the outskirts of the town, where a sizable courtyard was enclosed by 3-meter-high walls. However, with his height advantage, Wallibell could see various mechanical contraptions within the yard, and at its center stood a laboratory encased in metal. Captain Wallibell. "This is Dr. Kachuo's laboratory." Gazing at the steel structure, Wallibell felt a flicker of astonishment. The entire laboratory appeared to be crafted from steel, and he surmised that even cannon fire would have little effect on it. The mayor approached the entrance of the courtyard, where a massive steel door stood. That he pressed the doorbell, and shortly after, a woman's voice emanated from the camera above. "Mayor, who is that bare-headed man behind you? What business do you have with me?" The mayor, sensing the urgency in her tone, quickly explained, "Dr. Kachuo, this is the notorious pirate Captain Wallibell, with a bounty exceeding 300,000,000 berries, that he wishes to speak with you." After a brief silence, the door creaked open, revealing a courtyard cluttered with various steel instruments. "Please, Captain Wallibell, you may enter alone." "Very well." As Wallibell stepped into the yard, the door behind him closed, and the entrance to the steel laboratory swung open. He stepped inside without fear of traps and immediately spotted a beautiful woman clad in a white lab coat, her wavy golden hair cascading down her back as she peered through a microscope. She only lifted her gaze upon hearing Wallibell's approaching footsteps. The woman was strikingly beautiful, perhaps the most enchanting he had ever encountered. However, her eyes roamed over Wallibell's robust physique, her expression morphing into one of fervent curiosity, akin to that of a scientist examining a rare specimen. Sensing the intensity of her gaze and the peculiar smile that graced her lips, Wallibell felt a surge of irritation, though she appeared captivating. He sensed an unsettling quirkiness about her. "I have heard of you, the undying thunderstorm Wallibell. If I'm not mistaken, you belong to the mink tribe, correct?" "Indeed, I am a bear mink," Wallibell replied. "However, Dr. Kachuo, could you refrain from regarding me as if I were a mere specimen?" "My apologies, it's a professional habit that I never imagined that such a unique creature as the mink tribe truly existed. I thought my grandfather was merely spinning tales." Wallibell understood that the minks predominantly inhabited Zou, and few ever chose to leave its shores. Thus, minks were seldom seen across the seas, rendering their existence even rarer than giants in the eyes of many now. "No need to be shy. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kachuo, the owner of this laboratory. That I am curious as to why a notorious pirate such as yourself would come seeking a mere researcher like me." Zhuka, having twisted her waist and feeling a bit of discomfort, gracefully settled into a cross-legged position on her chair. Even in the presence of a formidable pirate with a bounty of 300 million berries, she remained utterly unfazed. Wallibell, observing Zhuka's towering figure, clad in an oversized white lab coat that could not conceal her impressive physique, found his interest piqued. "Dr. Zhuka, I have come to extend an invitation for you to join our thunderous pirate crew." Upon hearing Wallibell's last words, Zhuka, her curiosity piqued, posed a question. "Why would a pirate of your caliber seek out a scientist like me instead of engaging in plunder and destruction?" Wallibell, not one to obscure his intentions, candidly stated, "I invite you to join the crew to conduct research on the fur tribe and devil fruits." Zhuka pondered this revelation, her previously playful demeanor fading into a mask of indifference. "Captain Wallibell, allow me to share a story before you make your decision. That in truth, I'm not the granddaughter of a renowned scientist. One might even say I am not a normal human being." Wallibell, taken aback by the sudden shift in Zhuka's demeanor, scratched his head in confusion, as she appeared entirely normal to him. 20 years ago, a man named Vegapunk arrived on this island to collaborate with my grandfather on biological research. At the mention of Vegapunk, Wallibell's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. After all, anyone associated with Vegapunk was undoubtedly remarkable. They developed an initial draft of a technique called the bloodline factor on Kara Island. "I am an experimental subject created by Vegapunk utilizing his bloodline factor. However, due to the underdevelopment of the technology, my life signs are exceedingly weak, and I could perish at any moment." Subsequently, Vegapunk received funding from others and departed for the New World, leaving my grandfather to spend years stabilizing the unstable bloodline factor within me, allowing me to survive to this day. That I suppose I could be considered an artificial human, though I am aware that in Vegapunk's eyes, I am merely a failed experiment. My grandfather once told me that the moment I gained self-awareness, I became a complete individual. I learned much from him, and ever since his passing 2 years ago, I have set a goal for myself, to create the most formidable experimental subjects, surpassing Vegapunk and becoming the greatest scientist. However, research is a ravenous beast, and I require a powerful entity to provide ample resources. Had you arrived a few days later, Captain Wallibell, I would have resolved to leave Kara Island and join the Navy. Financial resources are not an issue, but I need to see the value you possess. Dr. Wallibell, sensing he had his own cards to play, found the situation intriguing. "Allow me to present my research findings." Zhuka rose and walked to a safe behind her, inputting the code to unlock it. Extracting a vial of blood-red liquid. "Captain Wallibell, this is an experimental product I created through the bloodline factor technology, which I refer to as a biological potion. This vial contains a bloodline factor from tiger. Once injected into a human, if they can endure the fusion period, they will gain the majority of the tiger's abilities. Though I can currently only extract bloodline factors from ordinary animals with a mere 20 success rate. I assure you that this is solely due to a lack of funding and materials. That I believe you, Captain Wallibell, can recognize the immense potential of this biological potion." Wallibell fixated intently on the red vial, realizing the potential value it represented. That if what she claimed were true, the prospects of the biological potion could surpass even that of artificially created Zoan devil fruits, while the current extraction was limited to ordinary creatures with a low success rate. The possibilities of advancing to sea kings or formidable beings like Zoe were staggering. Wallibell took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and declared, Dr. Zhuoka, if the biological potion is as you describe, its potential is undeniable. I can assure you that if you agree to join the thunderous pirate crew, I will provide you with research funding worth hundreds of billions of berries within a year. Such grandiose claims. Captain Wallibell, do you truly believe that hundreds of billions of berries could be procured, even by the world government? Zhuoka retorted skeptically that I advise you not to harbor ulterior motives. This laboratory is packed with explosives, and should you attempt anything, I will detonate them. I would rather perish than allow my findings to fall into your hands. Wallibell, sensing the suspicion in her gaze, revealed his trump card. Though he lacked immediate resources compared to the Navy or the world government, his greatest advantage as a transmigrator lay in his knowledge of future events. While Wallibell's ship was devoid of funds, he was aware of a treasure worth hundreds of billions of berries located along the Grand Line. I wonder, Dr. Zhuoka, have you ever heard of Shandora? At the mention of this name, Zhuoka paused, contemplating before responding uncertainly. You mean the legendary land of gold that was said to exist on Jaya Island? Relieved that she recognized the name, Wallibell affirmed, indeed, that very land of gold. Are you suggesting you know its whereabouts and have a means to acquire that gold? Precisely. Shandora was swept away by the knock upstream over 300 years ago to an island high in the sky. As a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, I can reach the sky island. I believe the wealth of Shandora would be more than sufficient to support your research endeavors. Zhuoka fell into contemplation upon hearing Wallibell's claims. If what he said was true, joining the thunderous pirate crew would undoubtedly yield greater benefits than aligning with the Navy. After all, even with funding from the Navy, she could not expect hundreds of billions of berries, and her research would be under constant scrutiny from the Navy and the world government. Zhuoka hesitated, contemplating whether to take the gamble. If she were to bet correctly, her research would no longer be constrained, propelling her onto the fast track. After several moments of thought, she raised her gaze to Wallibell and nodded. I can agree to your proposition, but you must agree to a few conditions, of course. As long as I can fulfill them, I will comply. Upon hearing Zhuoka's agreement to join the thunderous pirate crew, Wallibell let out a sigh of relief. He understood that Zhuoka was simply taking a gamble, leaning towards collaboration rather than outright allegiance. If Wallibell failed to locate Shandora, it was clear she would walk away. Though they had exchanged only a few words, Wallibell had discerned Zhuoka's character. She was a relentless individual, willing to go to any lengths for her research. Attempting to persuade her with lofty ideals was futile. Wallibell needed her research results, while Zhuoka sought sufficient resources, establishing a solid mutual benefit. Regardless, Wallibell had undoubtedly struck gold this time. In the dining hall of the Immortal, Wallibell indulged in a feast, gesturing toward Zhuoka and the surrounding crew members as he introduced her. From this day forth, Dr. Zhuoka will be our ship-S scientist and a vital member of our crew. The crew exchanged glances, greeting Zhuoka warmly, while she regarded the fur tribe, giants, and fishmen surrounding her, all of whom exuded an insatiable desire for research, making her feel somewhat uneasy under their scrutiny. Viper summoned a few individuals to assist in transporting Dr. Zhuoka's experimental apparatus to the Immortal. After 3 days, once the recording instruments have completed their tasks, we shall depart Kara Island. Understood. Captain. A day later, within the newly constructed laboratory aboard the Immortal, Wallibell sat across from Zhuoka. Captain, what do you wish for me to research? Given your understanding of the bloodline factor, you should be able to assist me. However, the time is not yet ripe. Nevertheless, I can briefly outline what I wish to investigate. Among the fur tribe under the moonlight, our bodies undergo a significant transformation, which we refer to as the moonlight line form. In that particular form, our hair transforms into a silvery hue, our bodies grow immensely, and our fur becomes increasingly lush, with the electrical energy contained within our hair intensifying in power. In such a state, the combat prowess of our fur tribe would undergo a substantial enhancement. I suspect that this transformation may bear similarities to the abilities granted by the animal-type devil fruits. Thus, one of the purposes of my invitation for you to board the ship was to investigate the correlation between the two phenomena. in hopes of discerning the key to our fur tribe's transformation into the moonlight lion form, ideally allowing me to master this technique at will. Upon hearing Wallibell's words, Zhuoka's interest was piqued even further. It sounded quite intriguing. However, as you mentioned, we currently lack a crucial element. Therefore, we cannot commence our research at this moment. Nevertheless, animal-type devil fruits are significantly more common in the underground black market compared to other varieties. And as long as the funds are sufficient, they can still be procured. Just as the two were engaged in a discussion about bloodline factors and devil fruits, footsteps echoed in the corridor outside the laboratory. Knock, knock, knock. Accompanied by urgent knocking, come I in. As soon as the words left his mouth, a visibly anxious tiger pushed open the door. Captain, it's bad. At least 5 Navy warships have appeared near Kara Island, and they have us surrounded. What? Wallibell immediately activated his observation hockey. And indeed, he could sense the presence of numerous Navy personnel aboard the warships. This was troublesome. Through Wallibell's perception, aside from Zephyr, there were several other powerful presences, although they could not compare to Zephyr. They were formidable in their own right. They were likely high-ranking officers of the Navy. The ship's log would only be completed in one more day, that if we attempt to flee now, we risk losing our way at sea. In the world of the Pirate King, sailing without a log poses a 99% chance of death at sea. There was no time to dwell on that. Even if we were to get lost at sea, it would be preferable to perishing here. Tiger, quickly instruct the crew to activate the Immortal and summon all combat members to the deck, that we must attempt to break through the Navy's encirclement. Yes, Captain. When Wallibell arrived on the deck to survey the situation, several warships loomed within 5 nautical miles of the Immortal. Gazing at the 500-meter warships surrounding them, Wallibell's heart sank further. The scale of a Navy present was such that they could contend with top-tier pirates in the New World, let alone deal with Wallibell. At that moment, on the largest of the 5 warships, Zephyr stood at the bow, a din-din mushy in hand. This time, I have mobilized all available high-level forces from the Grand Line for you. Remember, we must eliminate that Wallibell fellow to provide an explanation to the Celestial Dragons. Understood, Fleet Admiral. After hanging up the din-din mushy, Zephyr took a deep breath and commanded the Navy soldiers behind him. Prepare the other warships to load ammunition. Destroy the Thunderstorm Pirates vessel. Ensure you maintain a safe distance from the coast to avoid harming the island's residents. Yes, Admiral Zephyr, just as the Immortal was set to depart from shore. All cannons aboard the 5 warships were loaded and aimed at the Immortal. With a resounding boom, countless cannonballs rained down upon the Immortal .1 sword style, dragon wing slash, with a sharp sound of steel meeting air. A vortex of sword energy erupted from the deck of the Immortal, slicing through hundreds of incoming cannonballs in an instant. In a flash, the sky above the Immortal was filled with the explosions of cannonballs. Obscured by thick black smoke on the deck of the Immortal, Inuarashi sheathed his sword, taking a couple of steps back in exhaustion as he leaned against the railing. Well done, Inuarashi. Your training over the past 2 years has not been in vain. Leave the rest to me. Seeing that the first barrage of cannon fire had not inflicted significant damage, the 5 Navy warships wasted no time in commencing a second round of bombardment. For the Navy, achieving victory through long-range firepower eliminated the need to sacrifice personnel. Moreover, these 5 warships were all of the Navy headquarters flagship caliber, each equipped with over 200 cannons, making them formidable indeed. Observing the thousands of cannonballs hurtling toward them once more, Wallibell conjured lightning in one hand and a mass of white clouds in the other. As he raised both hands, the lightning and clouds merged, forming a dark storm cloud that expanded rapidly above the Immortal. The thousands of cannonballs struck the thundercloud. They were detonated by the electrical energy within, producing a cacophony of thunderous roars that ultimately faded into silence. The 5 warships did not cease their bombardment until they had exhausted all the ammunition aboard, and it was worth noting that such an arsenal could easily obliterate an island. Some stray cannonballs struck Kara Island. But fortunately, Wallibell had instructed the townsfolk to seek refuge in Zhuoka's laboratory upon sensing the Navy's approach. That steel-constructed laboratory should provide them with adequate protection. The heavy thundercloud dissipated, revealing the remnants of iron shrapnel left in the wake of the explosions. Gazing at the floating fragments, Wallibell extended a hand, summoning a torrent of blue electricity to envelop the debris. Lightning iron. The collision of electric currents generated intense heat, instantaneously melting the iron shavings, which under Wallibell's control transformed into a spear several dozen meters in length. Boom! Gripping the spear's midpoint, Wallibell's strength bore down on the immortal, sinking it by a meter. Wallibell clutched the spear tightly, muscles bulging in his arm, aiming at the largest warship, with a surge of power erupting from his entire being. The spear shot forth like a javelin, producing a tremendous whistling sound in the air. Zephyr, witnessing the rapid approach of the iron spear, discarded his navy cloak to his expressionless adjutant, revealing a smirk. "Are you underestimating the Navy, Admiral?" The pitch-black armament hockey enveloped Zephyr's arm in an instant. He dashed across the deck with a swift movement, delivering a punch that collided directly with the iron spear. In that moment, it seemed as though all sound had vanished, and, after a brief standoff, a colossal shockwave rippled outward. In an instant, the sea beneath Zephyr sank, and the massive warship was pushed back 100 meters by the force of the shockwave. Cracks began to appear in the iron spear, starting from the point of impact with Zephyr's fist, quickly compromising its integrity until, with a resounding crash, it shattered into countless fragments that fell into the sea. Observing Zephyr's overwhelming display of power, Wallibell, though reluctant, recognized that he was no match for Zephyr at this moment. If only he could transform into the Moonlight Lion form, perhaps there would still be a chance. However, gazing at the sun now at its zenith, Wallibell couldn't help but sigh. This time, escaping would not be as effortless as before, especially since last time only Zephyr had been present, with only the Viper needing protection. Now he faced 5 warships led by a Navy admiral. Contemplating the encircling warships, Wallibell rapidly strategized an escape. Presently, the only viable option seemed to be to directly command the Immortal to ascend and flee. However, given that the Immortal was a massive vessel exceeding 200 meters in length, lifting it would require several seconds. Moreover, while maneuvering the Immortal, Wallibell would be unable to utilize the powers of his devil fruit, and he would also have to contend with the powerful winds affecting his strength to facilitate the Immortal's ascent and escape. He would need to stall the Navy for a few moments. With the 5 warships now perilously close to the Immortal, Wallibell took a deep breath and exerted the full power of his storm fruit. In an instant, the previously clear and sunny sky was engulfed by dark clouds. Torrential rain poured down, blue lightning flickered within the clouds, and powerful currents whipped the once calm sea into a tempest, creating small whirlpools across the surface. Observing these changes, Zephyr, though unaware of Wallibell's intentions, sensed something amiss and promptly ordered the other warships. "Do not approach any closer." With remarkable speed, Zephyr propelled himself towards the Immortal ship, employing both the shave and moonwalk techniques. Storm domain. Gigantic whirlpools, each spanning hundreds of meters, erupted across the ocean, pulling a nearby naval vessel uncontrollably into their depths. Simultaneously, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, and countless bolts of lightning descended, while the sea surged violently, giving rise to towering tsunamis and colossal tornadoes that linked heaven and earth. Witnessing such a catastrophic spectacle, even Zephyr found it challenging to conceal his astonishment. He halted his pursuit and, turning towards the massive whirlpool that was about to engulf the warship, unleashed a powerful punch. The sheer force generated a shockwave that shattered the enormous whirlpool, which exceeded 100 meters in width. As Zephyr surveyed the surrounding chaos, he felt as though he were deep within the new world. Truly, this was the legendary storm fruit, capable of conjuring such formidable disasters even before reaching its awakened state. Meanwhile, Wallibell, observing the naval vessel ensnared by the calamity he had orchestrated, displayed no hint of relaxation on his face. He understood that such disasters posed little threat to an admiral-class navy. Under Wallibell's command, numerous underwater whirlpools, tsunamis, tornadoes, and lightning surged menacingly towards the warships. Wallibell aimed to intimidate the naval forces into abandoning their assault on the Immortal ship, thus buying time for its ascent and escape. However, Zephyr remained unperturbed by the perilous situation of the warships. The individuals accompanying him were no ordinary foes, and with their prowess, overcoming such disasters was hardly a concern. Suddenly, Figures cloaked in naval capes leaped from the decks of the warships. Some transformed, their bodies swelling as they morphed into beasts, effortlessly shattering the storm, thunder, and tsunami with their fists and feet. Others drew their swords, unleashing a barrage of slashing strikes that reduced Wallibell's calamities to mere fragments. The naval warriors joined forces, fending off Wallibell's relentless onslaught. Witnessing this scene, despair washed over Wallibell's crew. The disparity in strength between the two sides was insurmountable. Without Wallibell, even an ordinary vice admiral would be no match for the Thunder Pirates. As Wallibell realized that his disasters failed to pose a threat to the warships, a chill ran down his spine. Just when despair threatened to consume him, he noticed that Jaka had arrived beside him. In her hand, she held a vial of blue elixir, which she promptly injected into Wallibell's body, much to his bewilderment. "What are you doing, Jaka?" Viper's eyes reddened at the sight, ready to attack Jaka. Yet, after receiving the elixir, Wallibell immediately felt a shift within him and hastily interjected, "Wait, Viper, Jaka is helping us." Jaka, holding the now empty vial, wore a pained expression. "Wallibell, this is a genetic enhancement serum I developed after hundreds of failures. If it weren't for the urgency of the situation, I would never part with such a precious concoction." "Huh, then I truly thank you," Wallibell replied. "Do not thank me yet. This serum will enhance your muscular structure for a brief period, granting you greater strength, but it comes with significant side effects." Wallibell felt the surge of power coursing through him. A smile crept onto his lips. "Regardless of the side effects, I will not hold you accountable." "Thank you, Jaka." With that, Wallibell vanished in a flash, reappearing before Zephyr, who regarded him with a hint of confusion. For reasons unknown, Zephyr sensed a marked increase in Wallibell's aura. Before he could ponder further, Wallibell was upon him, delivering a punch aimed directly at his head. Despicable! Zephyr instinctively retaliated, striking back with a punch that collided with Wallibell's fist. With a resounding crash, a figure was propelled backward over 100 meters. Staggering back, Zephyr gazed at Wallibell, who remained suspended in the air, immobile, his eyes filled with shock. "Impossible! Wallibell, how have you gained such strength?" On the deck, Jaka exhaled a sigh of relief upon witnessing Wallibell send Zephyr flying, followed by an unexpected burst of laughter. Truly a masterpiece of mine. The genetic enhancement serum was one of Jaka's groundbreaking achievements in her research on bloodline factors. If not for the life-threatening circumstances, she would never have revealed such a precious serum. The serum was crafted by extracting the bloodline factors representing specific traits from a creature's lineage. The serum recently injected into Wallibell was derived from the horned beetle's bloodline factor, signifying its muscularity. Following the injection of this bloodline factor, Wallibell's muscular structure would align with that of the horned beetle, allowing for a significant increase in muscular strength within a short time frame. However, the serum's side effects were uncertain, as it bridged the biological gap between mammals and arthropods. Nevertheless, in this dire moment, Wallibell could not afford to concern himself with the potential repercussions. With the enhancement, Wallibell's strength had approximately doubled. While he could not yet rival the four emperors, he could at least hold his ground against Zephyr. Clenching his fist, Wallibell murmured to himself, "With this level of power, I should be able to execute that technique." Flashback to over a year ago, in the Elder's Chamber on Giant Island in the New World. "Wallibell, are you certain you wish to learn the Conqueror's Haki? It's not that I cannot teach you, but the physical requirements for using it are exceptionally high. If two synchronized giants utilize it, the strength needed is merely comparable to yours. However, for a single individual to wield the power, it must be at least doubled, if not more. Otherwise, one risks severe injury from the recoil." Having absorbed the Elder's explanation, Wallibell understood why Big Mom could employ the imitation of the Conqueror's Haki. The Elbaf spear, while Dory and Broggy needed to combine their strengths. "It's fine, Elder. I believe that one day, my strength will reach that level." "Very well, since you wish to learn, I shall teach you this technique." As Wallibell regained his focus, a surge of electricity coursed through his hands, coalescing into a massive blue sword exceeding 10 meters in length. "Come on, Zephyr. If you have the skill, try to withstand this attack." Gathering immense power, Wallibell swung the sword forward, unleashing a blue shockwave laced with lightning towards Zephyr. Instinctively, Zephyr sought to evade, but upon realizing that the attack targeted not only him, but also the naval vessel behind him, his expression darkened. Unlike a canoe, he was not one to sacrifice comrades or innocents. Wallibell's actions ignited a murderous intent within him. However, as an admiral, he was determined to block this assault of the conqueror's haki. "You insolent brat, how dare you?" Wallibell dismissed Zephyr's furious roar with a scoff, bemused by the irony of his opponent preaching righteousness while preparing to kill him. In that case, I shall shatter your attack head-on, and let you witness the might of an admiral." Zephyr's muscles swelled, tearing through his shirt as the powerful armament haki enveloped his body. Armament haki? Black armor? At that moment, Zephyr's advanced haki surged through his forearms. He swung his fists, colliding with the shock waves interwoven with lightning. Zephyr's fists struck like meteors, resembling a spear that rent the shock wave asunder, thereby safeguarding the warship behind him. The severed shock wave crashed upon the ocean surface, creating two immense chasms that seemed to stretch into infinity. Dripping, bright red blood fell from Zephyr's hands, which now exposed white bone. Even he bore injuries from enduring that attack. However, such wounds were trivial for a seasoned warrior like Zephyr. At that moment, he gazed up at the immortal, which had ascended to over 100 meters in the air, his expression darkening considerably on the deck of the immortal. Woli Bel, feeling Zephyr's gaze, waved with a broad smile. Soon after, the immortal swiftly ascended into the sky, disappearing amidst the storm clouds. Yet within half an hour, the immortal plummeted from that height, crashing onto the ocean surface, causing those aboard to stumble and sway. Fortunately, as the entire vessel was constructed from atom wood, it sustained no damage whatsoever. Wallibell, who had been piloting the immortal on the deck, now lay there in agony, completely spent. Seeing this, Viper rushed over, eager to assist him. "Wait." Zorka's voice halted Viper's hand mid-air. Do not move his body. He is currently experiencing the side effect of the genetic enhancement serum and cannot be shifted. Without further explanation, Zorka approached Woli Bel, injecting him with the green serum she had prepared in advance. As the serum coursed through him, the look of pain on Woli Bel's face began to fade. With some effort, he managed to sit up from the deck, feeling as though his muscles had been utterly shredded. He turned his gaze to Zorka beside him. "Dr. Zorka, what is my condition?" Upon hearing Woli Bel's inquiry, Zorka replied curtly, "Rest assured, the serum administered was a genetic restoration agent derived from the axolotl's DNA, so there should be no severe after-effects. How unfortunate. I haven't even received any investment, yet I've squandered so much precious serum." However, seeing Woli Bel's weak visage, Zorka could not bring herself to scold him. Letting out a resigned sigh as she explained, "Previously, you were injected with a genetic enhancement serum, which I synthesized from a portion of the rhinoceros beetle's bloodline. Although it can temporarily boost your muscular strength, the side effects might lead to your muscles being reduced to a puddle of mush. Thankfully, your physical constitution is quite robust, so the side effects did not completely destroy your muscles. Coupled with the genetic restoration serum, your recovery capacity will be enhanced, and you should be well on your way to recovery soon. Nevertheless, a complete recuperation from your current injuries will take about half a month." After hearing Zorka's words, Woli Bel finally breathed a sigh of relief and sincerely thanked her. "I owe you one, Zorka. Without your help, our Thunder Pirates would likely have faced total annihilation." Observing Woli Bel's genuine gratitude, the typically carefree Zorka felt a bit flustered, scratching her head in embarrassment, as this was the first time she had encountered such a situation. "You needn't thank me. Just ensure you provide me with ample research materials in the future," she said, waving her hand dismissively. No problem. Whatever research materials you require, consider it done." Just then, heavy footsteps echoed from behind, and Bor appeared before Woli Bel, his face etched with concern. "Captain, our log pointer has malfunctioned because we failed to record our position at Kara Island. In other words, we are now lost at sea." "What do you mean, failed?" Steelbone Akainu, upon hearing Zephyr's report, rose in fury, striking the desk in two. "I apologize, Admiral Akainu. I do not know what Woli Bel used to enhance his strength so drastically and unleash such powerful techniques in a short time. I share the blame. It was my responsibility to withstand his attacks that allowed the Thunder Pirates to escape. If the Celestial Dragons seek retribution, I will bear the consequences alone, da-da. Forget it. Steelbone, Akainu's sighed, rubbing his temples as he resumed his seat. After a moment of silence, he continued, I will handle matters with the celestial dragons. Zephyr, you should return to the New World for now. The Golden Lion is launching an attack on the Navy bases there for reasons unknown. You need to provide support. After hanging up the transponder snail, Zephyr looked at the residents of Kara Town, who emerged from the laboratory, their expressions filled with fear and trepidation. Although he had ordered the bombardment while trying to avoid Kara Island, thousands of cannonballs still fell upon Kara Town that a glance revealed that Kara Town had become a mere ruin. Following the failed capture, Zephyr immediately issued orders to rescue the townsfolk. However, he had not anticipated that Woli Bel would have led the residents to that peculiar laboratory at the first sign of the Navy's arrival. As a justice-seeking Marine, he found himself momentarily lost, questioning whether the Navy was truly just out of course. This was the more merciful side of Zephyr. Had it been a Kainu, he would have shown no hesitation even if it meant reducing all of Kara Island to rubble. To him, sacrificing a small number of lives to save the majority was entirely justified. Yet, Zephyr was not like him, and perhaps this was the source of Zephyr's lifelong turmoil and anguish. Ultimately, this siege was deemed a failure. Due to the Navy's unsuccessful pursuit of the Thunder Pirates, the crew once again made headlines, successfully evading a vice admiral and 5 warships, and Woli Bel's bounty increased to 400 million berries. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Now nearly recovered, Woli Bel stood on the deck of the Immortal, his expression pensive as he navigated the ship through the skies. Just moments ago, while resuming his training, he received troubling news from Bohr. It seemed they had entered the doldrums. Upon learning this, Woli Bel maneuvered the Immortal into the air, gazing down at the enormous shadows gliding through the ocean below. He felt utterly speechless. Captain, what should we do next? Should we continue deeper into the doldrums, or turn back? With his crew surrounding him, Woli Bel fell into deep contemplation before ultimately deciding to venture further into the doldrums. It is well known that in the world of One Piece, there exist 4 vast seas: the East Blue, West Blue, South Blue, and North Blue. People from these 4 seas can access the Grand Line by traversing Reverse Mountain. And at the end of the Grand Line, the Sabaody archipelago can be reached via Fishman Island or by crossing Mariewa to enter the New World. However, what separates the 4 seas from the Grand Line and the New World is the doldrums. The doldrums is entirely unsuitable for sailing, which is why it divides the world's seas into 6 parts. Pirate ships primarily rely on sails for navigation, utilizing the omnipresent ocean currents as their power source. Yet in the doldrums, there is absolutely no wind, rendering sailing vessels immobile out of course. Aside from sailing ships, some vessels can use external wheels or machinery for propulsion. In theory, such ships can traverse the doldrums. However, the doldrums is also home to countless giant sea kings, making it perilous for any unidentified object appearing on the surface to avoid their attacks. Thus, the doldrums has become a dividing line, isolating the 4 seas. It wasn't until decades later that Vegapunk devised a method for the world government and navy to embed sea prism stone beneath warships, effectively cloaking them from the Sea King's perception, enabling safe passage through the doldrums to reach the New World or the New Grand Line. Some powerful individuals can forcibly break through the doldrums barrier, with Roger, red-haired Shanks, and others being notable examples. Additionally, islands like Amazon Lily utilize tamed sea kings to pull their ships, based on the charts and their recent travels. Woli Bel speculated that they were traversing the doldrums towards the sea region of Luffy's homeland, the East Blue. Upon deciding to traverse the doldrums, the ship Immortal has been soaring through the skies. And thus 3 days have elapsed without Wallibell and his crew successfully crossing this windless expanse, although depicted merely as a line on the map of the world of One Piece. The actual area of the doldrums is vast. Throughout these 3 days, Wallibell has not rested, and despite his exceptional physical condition, he now feels a tinge of fatigue. The crew, observing Wallibell's weariness, cannot conceal their concern. Some even avoid looking at him, seeking to distract themselves from their guilt. In a moment, the ship transformed into a picture of order, with the deck gleaming brightly. Members of the Thunderstorm pirate crew. They found themselves incapable of aiding their captain, whether during the previous naval siege or now in the doldrums. Their perceived ineptitude only added to Wallibell's burden, filling them with a sense of remorse for the investment he had made in their growth. However, Wallibell did not share this sentiment. He understood that his crew was merely inexperienced, and he firmly believed they would one day assist him. "Captain, there is an island ahead." Upon hearing the lookout's words, the crew immediately abandoned their tasks and rushed to the edge of the deck to gaze out. Indeed, there was an island in the distance. Wallibell, who had been resting with his eyes closed, joined them at the railing. Several dozen nautical miles away, an island's silhouette emerged. Splendid news! Once they reached the island, the captain could finally rest, as the immortal descended upon the sandy shore of this small island. The crew of the Thunderstorm pirate crew finally set foot upon solid ground again as the gangplank was lowered. However, the moment the ship touched down on the beach, a cacophony erupted from the lush jungle nearby. Within minutes, dozens of gigantic creatures appeared at the forest's edge. Indeed, in the doldrums, even a solitary island harbors such formidable beasts. Just as the crew readied their weapons in anticipation of battle, they noticed that these wild animals dared not step onto the beach. As if something they feared lingered above that moment, a hoarse voice emerged from behind a massive rock on the beach. "It has been quite some time since I last saw a human." Cough, cough. The owner of the voice seemed to have not spoken for ages, coughing a few times before his words became clearer. "What year is it in the age of the sea, little pirates?" Everyone turned their gaze toward the rock, and under their collective scrutiny, a man clad in shorts emerged. His physique resembled that of iron, not in the manner of a bodybuilder, but rather like a well-proportioned animal. He stood approximately 4 meters tall, with prominent wrinkles on his face, suggesting he was no stranger to time. His beard covered his mouth, and he sported a shining bald head. His sun-kissed skin bore various scars, notably a large, circular scar over his heart, as if it had been pierced by some object. Despite the man not exuding an overt aura, the regal presence of a top-tier predator weighed heavily upon the Thunderstorm crew, including Wallibell. The moment the giant beast caught sight of the man, they panicked and retreated deep into the jungle. Upon gazing at the man, Wallibell felt an overwhelming sense of threat. His instincts warned him that this man was incredibly dangerous, perhaps even more so than Zephyr had been at his peak. "Senior, what year is it in the age of the sea?" The man reflected for a moment before responding. "It is the year 1493. How swiftly time passes. It feels like 30 years have slipped away in the blink of an eye." He then scrutinized Wallibell and his crew with keen interest, an intriguing pirate crew comprising giants, fishmen, mink tribe, and humans. "Your diversity is quite remarkable." "Very well. Since you, young lad, display a semblance of politeness, I shall inform you that this beach is the only safe zone on this island, and you may rest here." With that, the man turned as if to leave. Just then, a tattered bounty notice flashed through Wallibell's mind. "Wait, Senior!" Hearing Wallibell's call, the man turned with a hint of curiosity. "Senior, are you Blood Tiger?" Upon hearing that familiar title, a glimmer of nostalgia appeared in the man's eyes. "It has been ages since I last heard that name. I never expected there to be anyone on the seas who still remembers me." Wallibell's heart raced as the man confirmed his identity. Wallibell recognized the man from an ancient bounty poster he had seen in a century-old tavern on Chef's Island. The poster, yellowed with age and lacking a photograph, depicted the man in a sketch. Wallibell recalled asking the elderly tavern owner why this age bounty was displayed among those of such notorious pirates as Roger, Whitebeard, and Gold Lion. He still vividly remembered the tavern owner's excitement as he recounted tales of the imposing figure before him. This was the man who had once terrorized the seas over 30 years ago, with a bounty exceeding 1 billion, having slain a naval admiral, Blood Tiger Morrow. However, Morrow had vanished from the annals of history after being relentlessly pursued by the Navy following that fateful encounter. To this day, no one knew what transpired in that battle. Wallibell could hardly believe that this legendary figure, who had once killed an admiral and was hunted by the entire Navy, was still alive. Morrow regarded Wallibell with increasing interest. "An intriguing mink lad. Though you appear large, your aura suggests you are still a youth, that a boy of your age possesses power far surpassing that of my own at a similar stage. Without a doubt, you are a prodigy. So, tell me, what brings you to the depths of the doldrums?" "Well, my experiences bear some resemblance to yours, Senior." though I'm nowhere near your caliber though. Similar experiences, you say? I was pursued by a naval admiral and, due to a malfunctioning log pose, found myself here in the doldrums. Haha, how amusing. I did not expect the current naval admirals to be so feeble, unable to eliminate a young lad such as yourself. It seems you possess some skill after all. Wallibell, gazing at the terrifyingly powerful man before him, spoke with solemnity and without hesitation. Blood Tiger, may I have the honor of becoming your disciple? What? Young lad, we have only just met. With your limited understanding of me, you dare to seek me as your master. Are you not afraid I might slay you all? Upon finishing his words, a tremendous aura emanated from Morrow, sweeping over the thunderstorm crew. In an instant, Wallibell's crew members collapsed, their eyes rolling back, while even Inu and Mamba felt their limbs weaken, collapsing to their knees. This is Conqueror's Haki. Wallibell managed to utter the name of this overwhelming power with great effort. Indeed, young Lgto, be my disciple. One must possess the heart of a king. Allow me to see if you are worthy. Wallibell could sense the overwhelming power of the Conqueror's Haki emanating from his opponent. Growing ever more formidable, as this power intensified, both Inulan and Viper could no longer withstand it, collapsing to the ground with their eyes rolling back in unconsciousness. Even Wallibell found his mind clouded in the face of such overwhelming will. At that moment, a multitude of memories flooded his consciousness. Images of past battles in the boxing ring, years of relentless training, and those days spent as a beggar. What is it that I truly desire? Wealth? Riches? Status? No. I simply wish to survive. I must grow stronger, strong enough that no force can interfere with my will. I shall become the sovereign of my own destiny. Observing Wallibell, who had lowered his head as if succumbing to unconsciousness, Morrow felt a tinge of disappointment. Is this all you are capable of? It seems you are not worthy of inheriting my legacy yet. Just as Morrow contemplated retracting his Haki and departing, a nascent yet resolutely determined Conqueror's Haki surged from Wallibell. Upon sensing this newfound power, a smile crept onto Morrow's face. Not bad, kid. I will await you at the summit on the other side of this island. If you wish to become my disciple, you must first defeat the beasts lurking within the jungle and present yourself before me. I shall remember this. Master, not so fast. Call me master only after you have bested those beasts and come before me. Watching Morrow disappear into the jungle, Wallibell plopped down onto the sandy beach. Such strength! Merely the release of his Conqueror's Haki left me dazed. Truly, he is a legendary pirate. Only individuals of such caliber are deserving of being my mentor. Ha! I have chosen this master. Captain, are you all right? Viper and Inulan, still clutching their throbbing heads, were the first to rise from the beach, scanning the surroundings until they spotted Wallibell seated cross-legged on the sand. I'm fine. Captain, are the others okay? Rest easy. They have merely been knocked out and will awaken shortly. What kind of terrifying power did that human just wield to render us all unconscious? The recollection of Morrow's Conqueror's Haki sent a shiver of fear through both Viper and Inulan. Do you recall when I mentioned the most unique form of Haki? The Conqueror's Haki? What? The Conqueror's Haki? Viper and Inulan exchanged astonished glances, both aware of the rarity of this supreme power, a manifestation of kingly might that only one in a million could awaken. Well, now that you are awake, help me carry the crew back onto the ship for some well-deserved rest. Tomorrow, the two of you will join me in the jungle. Yes, Captain. After assisting the crew back onto the ship, Wallibell retreated to his cabin, sinking into a deep slumber as dawn broke. He lazily made his way to the dining hall for breakfast. Glancing at Chef Zeph, who was busy cooking, Wallibell's eyes sparkled as if he had realized something. Zeph, you've grown considerably stronger. Startled by Wallibell's observation, Zeph turned, as expected of the captain. I've been training alongside that rascal Inulan. Though I'm just a chef, I can now fight for our pirate crew. I refuse to be a burden. Saying this, he flexed his robust arm. Our chef on the Thunderstorm Pirates is indeed impressive. The crew, witnessing Zeph's display, erupted in friendly banter and laughter. Watching this harmonious scene, a smile adorned Wallibell's face. All right, lads, eat well. Soon we shall explore this island. Yes, Captain. An hour later, Wallibell, accompanied by Viper, Inulan, and Tiger, arrived at the edge of the jungle. Initially, Wallibell had not intended to bring Tiger, as his current strength was insufficient for the dangers of the jungle. However, Tiger was adamant. Feeling useless aboard the Immortal, he yearned to grow stronger. Seeing Tiger's determined gaze, Wallibell ultimately relented, gazing at the seemingly endless expanse of greenery before him. Wallibell maintained his vigilance. The memory of the dozens of colossal beasts from the previous day lingered vividly in his mind, with some exuding an aura that rivaled his own. "Stay close to me. This jungle is perilous. Do not stray too far." As Wallibell strode into the jungle, Tiger and the others followed closely behind. At that very moment, at the peak of a distant mountain deep within the island, Blood Tiger opened his eyes. "Have they entered the jungle? I wonder how long it will take for you to defeat those formidable beasts." No sooner had Wallibell and his companions stepped into the jungle than they found themselves surrounded by several colossal creatures. Through the lens of his observation hockey, Wallibell discerned that the beasts before them possessed an aura comparable to that of naval captains. Bear in mind, this was merely the outskirts of the jungle. Who could fathom the strength of the beasts deeper within? It seemed that this journey to find a mentor would not be as simple as anticipated. Confronted by these towering monstrosities, Wallibell cracked his knuckles, producing a sharp sound. "My injuries have healed, and I have yet to truly test my strength that I'll use you to hone my skills." With that, Wallibell transformed into a flash of blue and white lightning, instantly appearing before a beast towering over 20 meters, a hybrid of zebra and rhinoceros. With a punch crackling with electricity, he struck the immense creature, which fell like a cannonball, crashing through several trees before collapsing to the ground. Seeing Wallibell's decisive action, Tiger and the others were not to be outdone, launching their assaults against the other beasts. The jungle erupted with the sounds of battle, the clamor echoing until nightfall, as darkness enveloped the land. A bloodied Wallibell emerged from the jungle, carrying the unconscious Tiger on his back, with Viper's arm hanging limply and Inulon limping while leaning on his sword. Upon their return to the Immortal, the crew gasped at the sight of their battered comrades, quickly rushing to assist Tiger with basic first aid. Unfortunately, there were no medical professionals aboard. They had only procured some common medicines and relied on their innate recovery abilities. Thankfully, Wallibell and his crew were no ordinary folk. With their robust healing capabilities, they could recover from all but the most severe injuries. However, the situation was dire. Tiger bore a massive penetrating wound to his abdomen. As he neared the brink of collapse, Wallibell had no choice but to seek the assistance of Zoka, who, after spending a small price, injected Tiger with a genetic recovery serum, preserving his life. Gazing at Tiger, now wrapped in bandages, Zoka frowned, concern etched across his face. "What on earth happened? In just a day, you've ended up like this, especially you, Tiger. If it weren't for your Fishman physiology, you would have perished from blood loss." Listening to Zoka's inquiry, Inulin's expression darkened as he explained, "This is all my fault. Initially, we encountered formidable beasts, but we managed. However, as we ventured deeper into the jungle, the creatures grew increasingly powerful, and we faced several formidable giants. The captain fought against four, while we each took on one. Despite our efforts, we were still overwhelmed by a rhinoceros-like beast. I was unfortunate enough to have my leg broken, and Viper and Tiger suffered serious injuries while trying to save me. If it weren't for the captain's intervention, we would have perished. Damn it, this is all my fault." Inulon lamented, slamming his fist against the deck in frustration. "Enough, it's not so grave. You all rest and recuperate. I will delve deeper alone. But Captain, we do not wish to be a burden." Inulin's words cast a shadow over the spirits of the Thunderstorm pirates. "I have never viewed you as burdens. You are my comrades, my crew. You simply have yet to grow. Transform your discontent into motivation. Henceforth, you shall venture into the jungle to battle those colossal beasts and enhance your strength. However, bear in mind that your lives are of utmost importance." "We understand, Captain." Upon hearing Wallibell's words, the crew exhibited not a trace of fear, but rather an expression brimming with excitement. Their numerous experiences of being pursued had instilled in them a fervent desire to no longer be a burden to their captain. Wallibell turned his gaze toward the mountain peak that faintly emerged from the depths of the jungle. Resolute in his determination to reach it, he comprehended the vast chasm that separated him from the world's foremost powers. Despite possessing immense potential, He lacked the advanced techniques and experience necessary to fully harness it if he could become the disciple of Blood Tiger, under the tutelage of such a pinnacle warrior. He would undoubtedly experience rapid growth. This was an opportunity to ascend to the ranks of the strongest, a chance he could never afford to relinquish. A year and a half quietly passed. And as prodigious talents like Aokiji and Barrett emerged upon the seas, Wallibell's name gradually faded from memory. This moment, deep within the jungle of the nameless island, Wallibell was engaged in combat with a giant beast resembling a yellow ape. Towering over 30 meters in height, Wallibell collided fists with the colossal ape once more. A powerful shockwave erupted, uprooting ancient trees that soared over 100 meters high, causing the very earth to convulse and the island to tremble ever so slightly. Both Wallibell and the giant ape staggered backward, and Wallibell panted heavily, observing the formidable creature before him. This giant ape was the strongest entity within this jungle of beasts over the course of 6 months. Wallibell had fought against this ape numerous times, transitioning from utter defeat to a state of balanced confrontation. During their initial encounter, Wallibell had suffered significantly in previous battles against various beasts. He had managed to survive dangers thanks to the storm fruit's elemental transformation. However, this giant ape was an entirely different challenge, possessing the formidable power of dual color hockey. It is known that the larger the creature, the more difficult it is to master hockey. Imagine the terror of a being over 30 meters tall. Wielding armament hockey. The sheer force of a body weighing hundreds of tons enveloped in armament hockey would be utterly astonishing, akin to the monsters from Ultraman. In terms of raw strength, Wallibell was slightly weaker than the giant ape, and the ape's reaction speed surpassed his own. Thus, in the previous encounters, Wallibell had never gained the upper hand. Fortunately, due to his lightning form, Wallibell could escape whenever he wished, evading the giant ape's pursuit. Consequently, they found themselves locked in a stalemate. After months of combat, Wallibell finally achieved breakthroughs in both armament hockey and observation hockey following yesterday's battle, endowing him with the strength necessary to defeat the giant ape. At the center of the jungle, at the foot of the mountain, the battleground had transformed into a small basin due to their numerous clashes. Once again enveloped in lightning, Wallibell approached the giant ape. Its pupils constricted as it activated its observation hockey, and its massive body immediately tilted to the side. Witnessing this, Wallibell felt a surge of joy. He was no longer the same. Dense armament hockey enveloped his fists as he shifted his attack path the moment the giant ape turned. By the time the giant ape realized this and attempted to twist its body, it was too late. The creature's gaze turned ferocious as it prepared to unleash a massive fist enveloped in potent armament hockey. Larger than Wallibell himself, aimed at him, as their fists collided, a powerful shockwave rippled outward, sending nearby trees swaying for kilometers. The beasts in the jungle emitted terrified cries as they fled toward the edges of the forest. In previous direct confrontations, the giant ape had always held the advantage, but this time, everything was different. Seeing Wallibell stand firm rather than being repelled, disbelief washed over the giant ape's face. It could not fathom that the one it had dominated for half a year was now surpassing it in strength. Wallibell, witnessing the ape's smile vanish, revealed a grin that showcased his sharp teeth. The smile would not dissipate. It would merely shift from its face to his. Now it is your turn to flee. Wallibell's eyes fixed upon the giant ape, and as their gazes intertwined, an overwhelming conqueror's hockey emanated from him. The conqueror's hockey swept over the giant ape, causing its body to stiffen and its pupils to momentarily glaze over. Now is the moment. Wallibell recognized the opportunity, and with a swift strike from his free fist, he forced the giant ape backward. In an instant, Wallibell transformed into a blue lightning bolt, appearing at the giant ape's chest. Infusing his right fist with powerful blue and white lightning and black armament hockey, he delivered a skyward punch to the ape's jaw. The tremendous force and fierce lightning surged into the giant ape's head, turning it dark as its ferocity crumbled, shattering its sharp teeth. As a plume of black smoke erupted from the giant ape's mouth, its eyes turned white, and with a resounding crash, it fell to the ground. Wallibell sat upon the giant ape, turning his gaze toward the mountain peak, that he had finally succeeded. Atop the mountain, Morrow observed this thrilling battle, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Such remarkable comprehension and talent. In just a year and a half, he had elevated his dual color hockey from intermediate to advanced, a talent I have rarely encountered in my lifetime, that I can hardly fathom how far he will grow in the future. It seems the Navy and world government will have their hands full. Gazing at the modest mountain before him, Wallibell immediately commenced his ascent. As he drew nearer to the summit, an escalating sense of threat enveloped him. Upon reaching the peak, he beheld a stone dwelling constructed of rock. Just as Wallibell hesitated to knock, the door swung open from within. Morrow, clad only in shorts, stepped outside and regarded Wallibell, who had grown even taller. "Are you members of the fur tribe truly so towering? At this rate, your future height may surpass that of some hybrid giants that in the span of 2 years, Wallibell's height had nearly reached 6 meters. At this growth rate, he was likely to exceed 10 meters in the future. Since you have passed my test, I shall henceforth be your master. By the way, my apprentice, what is your name?" "I am Wallibell." "Ah, Wallibell, you must be the wielder of the storm fruit, a natural type ability, correct?" "Indeed, master." How amusing. I never imagined this devil fruit would fall into your hands. What luck. The storm fruit is revered as the devil fruit that commands the seas. However, your development thus far has been rather lackluster. Not to worry, though. Your master once faced the previous owner of this fruit, so, master, did you win? Wallibell inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. The once smiling Morrow's expression faltered at Wallibell's question, and he awkwardly cleared his throat. Ahem, though it pains me to admit it, that was 50 years ago, and I was soundly defeated at the time. However, if we were both at our peak, the outcome might have been different. Truly worthy of being Blood Tiger's master, by the way. Wallibell, since you possess the Conqueror's hockey, you must have your own ambitions. I would like to hear what those ambitions entail. Ambitions. Wallibell, upon hearing the question, instinctively replied without a moment's thought, be the strongest. I aspire to become the most formidable existence, one who can dictate their own fate. In truth, there are words that Woli Bel has yet to utter. Woli Bel possesses knowledge of the future trajectory of the Pirate King's world. He harbors a desire to prevent his fate from being manipulated by either Luffy or Im. He yearns for unparalleled power, the strength to govern his own destiny, and to transform the world. How intriguing it is that one so young seeks to master fate, such audacity in a mere child, to seize one's own destiny. Must one oppose all that stands in the way? Why not? What a brazen youth, yet I find it rather endearing. After all, I too am being unbound by convention. Morrow gazed at Woli Bel, perceiving a reflection of himself within this young spirit. Young one, your mastery of the 3-color hockey has commenced, albeit somewhat rudimentary, yet it is a solid foundation for the devil fruit. I can only offer you some insights. However, I can impart to you the knowledge necessary to ascend to the pinnacle of the world. The martial way. The martial way, Woli Bel had previously delved into various fighting techniques from numerous nations in his past life. Yet he merely integrated these skills into boxing, unable to claim true mastery of martial arts. Master, what is Wu? Wu is an endless incline, fraught with challenges yet brimming with enjoyment. I see you, like myself, are a warrior who engages in physical combat, perfectly suited for my martial arts training. The body is the innate strength of all warriors. Every part of the human form can serve as a weapon, the original and most potent armament. The exquisite martial arts, combined with a formidable physique, pave the path towards becoming a world-class powerhouse. Come, my apprentice, let us allow you to experience your master's prowess firsthand. With that, Morrow casually raised his fist and sent a light blow toward Woli Bel. Observing this, Woli Bel dared not underestimate the gesture. He activated his observation hockey to anticipate Morrow's attack. Yet he soon realized that this punch was utterly unpredictable, as if no matter how he moved, it would inevitably strike him. Without a moment's hesitation, Woli Bel cloaked his fist in armament hockey and retaliated with a strike aimed at Morrow's hand. If evasion was not an option, then a direct confrontation was preferable to doing nothing and awaiting doom. However, to Woli Bel's astonishment, his lightning-like punch was effortlessly evaded by Morrow, whose feather-light fist appeared before him in an instant. Despite its seemingly gentle nature, Woli Bel sensed a profound murderous intent emanating from that punch, causing him to break into a cold sweat, dampening his white fur. What just transpired? Morrow withdrew his fist, nodding in satisfaction at Woli Bel's attempt. Indeed, knowing you cannot evade yet still willing to risk your life is commendable. You are no coward. Woli Bel managed a wry smile. Without risk, there is no opportunity. At least a desperate struggle offers a glimmer of hope. Yet, some individuals do not even dare to seize that slight chance. From this perspective, you have already surpassed the majority. You must be puzzled as to why that seemingly ordinary punch was imperceptible to your observation haki, correct? In truth, this is one of the profound mysteries of the martial way that I have mastered. Its principle is quite simple, that it is widely known that observation haki predicts the trajectory of an opponent's attacks. Some elite practitioners can even foresee the future or read minds. Yet even such advanced observation haki proves futile against my technique. My strike undergoes countless transformations every moment. Even if you foresee where my punch will land and attempt to evade, the punch will adapt to your movements that I have named this technique following. Of course, there are many other powerful martial mysteries. I estimate that these few techniques will keep you occupied for quite some time. Hurry and grow, young one. My time is limited. Time indeed flies swiftly. It is nearly time for you to depart. Woli Bel, that Morrow's face bore additional wrinkles, his countenance appearing even more aged, and his body had visibly withered as he gazed at the towering, bare-headed figure before him. Pride radiating from his tone. Observing the now much older Morrow, Woli Bel respectfully bowed. "Thank you, Master, for your teachings over these 3 years. I shall not betray your guidance. I have merely provided you with the means to grow stronger. Without talent and effort, even risking your life would not suffice to learn. In these 3 years, you have absorbed over half of my martial arts. I believe as you continue to develop, you will soon surpass me. It is a pity, though, I may not witness how strong you will become." A hint of regret flickered in Morrow's eyes. Previously, death held no fear or concern for him. Yet, since acquiring Woli Bel as a disciple, he found himself with attachments once more that he wished to live a while longer to see how far his apprentice could go. Over 30 years ago, during the Navy's encirclement, he had sustained severe injuries. His heart pierced, half of it shattered. Had it not been for the powerful vitality bestowed upon him by the awakening of his Zoan-type devil fruit, he would have perished during that assault. However, the injuries he endured caused permanent damage to his body. Living into his 80s attested to the strength of his former physique. As he gazed at the now diminutive Morrow, Woli Bel felt a surge of sorrow. After 3 years of companionship, Morrow had genuinely regarded him as a disciple, selflessly imparting all his knowledge to Woli Bel. He had even learned one of the most formidable techniques in the world of the Pirate King from Morrow, the advanced version of Conqueror's Haki. Known as Conqueror's Haki Rap, regrettably, Woli Bel had yet to fully master it. However, he had grasped the underlying principles and believed it would not be long before he achieved mastery. Woli Bel understood that Morrow's insistence on sending him away stemmed from the visible decline of his health. He did not wish to die before his disciple. "Farewell, Master. I will use what you have taught me to become the strongest in the world. I believe in you, you little rascal." As he watched Woli Bel depart, Morrow's eyes revealed a rare warmth. "Go forth, Woli Bel, my proudest disciple. I trust you will succeed." Upon reaching the beach, Woli Bel beheld his crew diligently sorting through the spoils of their latest conquest. Several colossal beasts were skewered over a fire, drying them for preservation in the ship's hold. Remarkably, the Thunderstorm pirates now boasted a crew of merely over 20 members. Among them were officers, the combatants Viper, Inu Rans, and Tiger, the chef Zephyr, the scientist Choka, the helmsman and part-time shipwright Bull, along with 16 warriors from the Fur tribe. After nearly 5 years of training on this nameless island, the transformation within the Thunderstorm pirates was nothing short of astounding. Even the ordinary warriors of the Fur tribe had grown to the level of naval ensigns. In the forthcoming age of exploration, each one would be worth millions of berries as pirates, capable of holding junior officer positions even among the 4 emperors. As for Inu Rans and Viper, their strengths now aligned with that of naval captains. Bull had also made significant strides during these years of conflict. Successfully mastering armament hockey under the tutelage of the gigantic ape Woli Bel had defeated. With armament hockey, Bol became a veritable reaper on the battlefield, wielding formidable strength against adversaries he was suited to confront. The chef Zeph's prowess lagged somewhat behind, yet he could still rival a naval commander, of course. This was merely Woli Bel's estimation. True combat efficacy remained uncertain. As for Choka, she was a scientist without combat capabilities. However, she had not been idle during their time on the nameless island. Since arriving, Choka had immersed herself in studying the formidable beasts inhabiting the island. Drawing from countless specimens, she had made significant breakthroughs in biological pharmaceuticals. Now capable of extracting genetic factors from these beasts to create even more potent concoctions. These biological potions would serve as invaluable tools for Woli Bel in rapidly expanding the Thunderstorm Pirates. Are you ready, my comrades? We shall set sail once more. Let the Thunderstorm Pirates astonish the world once again. For several hours, as they watched the nameless island gradually shrink into a mere speck in the distance. A sense of reflection enveloped every member of the Storm Thunder Pirates. This nameless island served as a training ground that significantly transformed the crew, enabling them to undergo a remarkable metamorphosis. Should they encounter previous adversities once more, Wallibell harbored confidence in his ability to confront Zephyr and emerge unscathed. After several days of navigation, with the gentle sea breeze caressing their faces, the immortal ship descended once again from the skies to the ocean's surface. Gazing upon the serene expanse of cloudless waters, Wallibell discerned that they had arrived at one of the four seas. The East Blue, in stark contrast to the extreme and treacherous weather of the New World. The East Blue felt exceedingly mild. Thus, their next course of action would be to head toward the nearest island. Wallibell closed his eyes, releasing a faint current of electricity within him in the world of One Piece. Every island possesses its unique magnetic force. Drawing upon his experience from 4.5 years ago, when he had lost his way at sea, Wallibell had devised a method to locate islands under such circumstances by harnessing the magnetic forces of the One Piece world. By emitting his own electrical currents, he could detect any anomalous magnetic fields in the vicinity, thereby confirming whether there were islands within hundreds of nautical miles. After a meticulous examination, Wallibell finally sensed an unusual magnetic point. "Bol, take note of that location. We shall proceed in that direction. Set sail, lads. Ahoy! Captain, we have spotted that small island." In the training room, drenched in sweat, Wallibell immediately rushed to the deck upon hearing the crew's report. With a telescope in hand, he scrutinized the village on the island, recognizing a familiar mansion. The mansion on the island bore an uncanny resemblance to the one where Koya resided in the future. This indicated that the nearby island was indeed West Rob Village in the East Blue. Wallibell's surprise, they had arrived here. Observing the mansion, he breathed a sigh of relief. Koya's affluent merchant father would likely possess nautical charts, alleviating their concerns about becoming lost in the East Blue. The world of One Piece is not as described in the anime. The distances between islands are considerable, and without nautical charts or log pointers, it is all too easy to lose one's way at sea. "Sir, we have trouble. Pirates are approaching." The young man, engrossed in paperwork in his office, immediately adopted a grave expression upon hearing the butler's report. He was Kola, the wealthiest man in West Rob Village and a renowned merchant in the East Blue. Quickly, summoned the village's defense team to assemble at the coast. As the wealthiest man in West Rob Village, Kola had invested heavily in firearms, establishing a guard to fend off the pesky pirates of the East Blue. However, as he led a contingent of villagers to the shore, the sight of the colossal pirate ship in the distance caused his flintlock to slip from his grasp and crash to the ground. Unlike the uninformed villagers of West Rob Village, Kola, being an esteemed merchant of the East Blue, recognized the unmistakable characteristics of the pirate ship and its flag. This was indeed the Storm Thunder Pirates, who had once appeared like a meteor and then vanished without a trace over 4 years. Over. Despair etched across Kola's face. "What is wrong? Kola, why do you look so forlorn?" The ship belongs to the Storm Thunder Pirates, and their captain is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 400 million berries. How is that possible? Such a formidable pirate would not venture into the East Blue. In the East Blue, known for its weakness, The most powerful pirates barely command bounties of 20 to 30 million berries. The arrival of a pirate of Wallibell's caliber in the East Blue felt like an overwhelming assault. Sir, should we contact the Navy for assistance? Do not bother. The Storm Thunder pirates are already nearing West Rob Village. Even if the Navy arrived, it would be of no use. They're dealing with a pirate with a 400 million berry bounty. A foe far beyond the capabilities of the East Blue Navy. What shall we do then? Kola shook his head, his expression grim. There's nothing we can do. We must rely on luck. The good news is, I have never heard of the Storm Thunder pirates committing large-scale massacres. Our only hope is that they will refrain from attacking West Rob Village. If they spare the villagers, I would willingly offer all my treasures. Upon uttering this, Kola suddenly remembered something, his expression shifting as he hurriedly turned to the butler. Quickly, keep an eye on that fellow. Yesub, that if he learns that pirates are approaching, he will undoubtedly act. If Yesub provoked the Storm Thunder pirates, it would spell disaster for West Rob Village. The butler's face paled upon hearing Kola's words. Sir, it may already be too late. What do you mean? I had already informed Yesub of the pirates' arrival while assembling the militia. He is currently hiding, preparing to snipe them from a concealed position. Kola's face turned shade of green, then pale, then green again. It's over. It seems West Rob Village is doomed this time. Meanwhile, atop a hillside in West Rob Village, a figure with black curly hair, Yesub, lay prone on the grass, gripping a modified sniper rifle, its barrel aimed at the immortal ship several kilometers away. With a loud bang, a lead bullet erupted from the flintlock, directed straight at Wallibell, who stood at the front of the immortal ship's deck. Upon hearing the gunfire, the expression of Inuarashi, standing beside Wallibell, changed dramatically. Shave. Inuarashi instantly appeared before Wallibell, drawing his sword, the Dragon Slayer. With a swift arc of crimson sword energy, he cleaved the bullet in two, causing the fragments to plummet onto the deck, seeking death. How dare you attack the captain? In an instant, the countenance of everyone aboard shifted to one of alarm. Wallibell, glancing at the bullet on the deck, allowed a smirk to grace his lips. Undoubtedly, this bullet was the handiwork of Yesub. It was now the mid-year of the 1497th year of the sea calendar, with less than a year remaining until Roger's infamous capture and execution. Soon, Roger would ascend to the title of Pirate King, and only then would Shanks establish his own crew. Thus, Yesub had yet to join the red-haired pirates, although he would eventually become a significant figure within that esteemed crew. Recognizing such potential, Wallibell had no intention of letting this opportunity slip away. Captain, should I dispose of the one who attempted to attack you? No need, that he may yet become our ally. Captain, what qualifications does a fellow with a mere flintlock possess to be our companion? Inuarashi gauged the distance between the immortal ship and that island. Upon hearing Wallibell's command, Inuarashi hesitated momentarily before measuring the distance between the immortal ship and the island, his expression shifting to one of profound complexity. At least 3 kilometers. That it is worth noting that during this era, even the most advanced Navy weaponry could only wield flintlocks, those rudimentary firearms that could fire only once after loading black powder and lead. For one to achieve a sniper shot from 3 kilometers away with such primitive weaponry was nothing short of miraculous. Captain, do you intend to recruit that marksman? Indeed, his talent in marksmanship is exceptional. Such potential warrants a place in our Storm Thunder pirates. Inuarashi, having heard Wallibell's words, did not argue, but instead resumed his position behind the captain. After enduring that initial sniper shot, the immortal ship faced no further attacks and ultimately docked safely at the shores of West Rob Village. On the shore, the members of the guard could only stare at Wallibell on the deck with expressions of terror and dread. This was a pirate with a staggering bounty of 400 million. They had never encountered any pirate, even those with bounties of 4 million, let alone one of such magnitude. Typically, individuals of Wallibell's caliber were beyond their reach in the East Blue. This Wallibell descended from the immortal ship with several of his officers. The militia members recoiled in fear, retreating several paces. Only Kola, taking a deep breath to suppress his trepidation, approached Wallibell. Confronted by the imposing figure of Wallibell, Kola's teeth chattered in fear. However, he still bowed slightly and stammered. I apologize, Captain Wallibell. It was my clumsiness that led to the recent incident. All of it is my fault. I am willing to atone for my mistake with my life and offer all my wealth in hopes that you will not vent your wrath upon the other villagers of Zillibu. Observing the trembling and sweat-drenched Kale, Wallibell did not rush to respond, for within his observation hockey, he sensed someone approaching rapidly. Wait, the one who fired at you was me. Do not harm Kale. If you must kill someone, let it be me. As he gazed at the panting, curly-haired man before him, Wallibell recognized that the main individual had arrived. No need to bow. Our thunderstorm pirate crew does not slay the innocent. However, you must indeed pay a price for that shot. Wait, Captain Wallibell, I beseech you, do not kill Jisusbu. I am willing to die for him. Kale stood resolutely in front of Jisusbu, trembling yet unwavering to know, Kale, that shot was mine. How can you take my place in death? Well, I never stated that I intended to kill anyone. You must be Jisusbu, correct? May I see the gun that you used to snipe me? Jisusbu, perplexed by Wallibell's words, reluctantly handed over his somewhat worn flintlock from behind his back. The crew of the Thunderstorm Pirates gazed in astonishment at Jisusbu's old flintlock. They knew from previous encounters with the Navy that even their well-trained marksmen, equipped with the latest flintlocks, could only maintain accuracy within 100 paces. Yet before them, Jisusbu could strike a target with precision from 3 kilometers away with that decrepit firearm, a skill that surpassed their understanding of sharpshooters. Truly a renowned sniper. So, Jisusbu, would you consider joining our Thunderstorm pirate crew? Prepared to meet his demise, Jisusbu was taken aback by Wallibell's invitation. He had expected to be executed, yet here was an offer for recruitment. Upon realizing that Wallibell intended no harm toward Jisusbu, Kale breathed a sigh of relief. Recruitment was far preferable to death. Should they reclaim Jisusbu, the Thunderstorm pirate crew would likely refrain from harming Zillibu village. However, at this moment, Jisusbu found himself in a state of hesitation. What troubles you, Jisusbu? Do you not wish to become a pirate? No, I indeed desire to be a pirate, but I am uncertain if the Thunderstorm pirate crew is the one I wish to join. Oh, intriguing. Pray tell, what kind of pirate crew do you wish to join? Upon hearing Wallibell's question, a look of yearning appeared on Jisusbu's face that I wish to be a free pirate. What, in your opinion, constitutes a free pirate? After a moment of contemplation, Jisusbu furrowed his brow and replied, a pirate who can joyously drink and feast aboard their ship every day, engage in thrilling adventures upon the sea, and battle formidable foes. No problem. All of that is achievable within our Thunderstorm pirate crew. Despite Wallibell's assurances, Jisusbu remained somewhat hesitant. And one final point. I hope the pirate crew I join does not engage in rampant pillaging and indiscriminate slaughter. Is that so? You may inquire of the fellow beside you. His words should reassure you further that I can assure you that our Thunderstorm pirate crew has never harmed the innocent since we set sail. Jisusbu turned his hopeful gaze toward Kale, who hesitated for a moment under Jisusbu's questioning stare before ultimately nodding in resignation. Very well, I am willing to join the Thunderstorm pirate crew. Upon hearing Jisusbu's agreement, a smile graced Wallibell's face. He extended his fist, and Jisusbu, seeing this, reciprocated, their fists meeting in camaraderie. Welcome aboard. From now on, Jisusbu, you shall be our sniper. Within the villa, Wallibell sat on the sofa beside Kale, noting the tension etched on Kale's face, indicating his continued wariness. Kale, I do not wish for you to disseminate news of our Thunderstorm pirate crew's arrival in Zillibu village. Should it leak, both you and I will face considerable trouble. Kale immediately discerned the underlying threat in Wallibell's tone and nodded in compliance. Rest assured, Captain Wallibell, I am the only one in Zillibu village with a communication snail to the outside world. As long as I keep the information to myself, the Navy will remain unaware. That is satisfactory. Until I choose to reveal myself, I do not wish for any news about me to circulate externally. Our conversation concludes here. Once we replenish our supplies, we shall depart from Zillibu village. By the way, as a well-known merchant of the East Blue, you must possess detailed sea charts of the entire region. I would like to copy one from you. No problem. I happen to have spare sea charts that I can readily provide you. A few minutes later, Wallibell examined the meticulously detailed sea chart of the various islands in the East Blue with great satisfaction. Glancing at the familiar islands depicted on the chart, Wallibell contemplated their next destination. The East Blue, in contrast to the Grand Line, was remarkably safe, with minimal inclement weather. With the aid of a sea chart, one could navigate freely without the need for a log pose. Just as Wallibell stepped out of the villa, he turned back to Kale, who appeared visibly tense, and said, "Kale, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Always remain vigilant against others. Do not let your kindness lead you to jeopardize your life. You are a good person, and I hope to see you again in the future." With those parting words, Wallibell departed the villa. Kale, watching him leave, finally exhaled, collapsing onto the sofa in a state of relief. "I have finally sent that harbinger of death away." The butler instructed all the villagers not to disseminate the events of the day. "If word gets out, every one of us in Zilabu village will be at risk for our lives. Lock all communication snails connected to the Navy inside my safe. For the time being, cease all commercial activities, and ensure no ships arrive in Zilabu village." "Understood, my lord." Standing on the deck of the Immortal, Jisusbu gazed at the receding Zilabu village with a tinge of sadness. Yet, as he beheld the vast, boundless sea, that fleeting sorrow dissipated. Observing Jisusbu, who quickly became familiar with the crew, laughing and drinking with them, Wallibell felt a vain throb in frustration. Seizing Jisusbu, Wallibell led him into the cabin. Upon opening the laboratory door, he encountered the disheveled Choka, her fluffy golden curls framing her face, which bore the shadows of fatigue. Wallibell was at a loss for words. Such a stunning beauty was utterly unkempt. Noticing Wallibell's entrance, Choka paused her experiment and lifted her gaze. "Captain, what brings you here? Please do not ask me for gene restoration serum again. My supplies have been nearly depleted by your previous requests." Detecting the disdain laced in Choka's tone, Wallibell awkwardly rubbed his nose. Due to the absence of a doctor aboard, whenever crew members sustained severe injuries while battling beasts on Nameless Island, they relied on Choka's gene restoration serum for recovery. "I did not come to borrow serum this time." With that, Wallibell pulled Jisusbu, whose eyes had turned into hearts at the sight of Choka, from behind him. "This lad is Jisusbu, our newly recruited sniper. I would like your assistance in crafting a formidable sniper rifle for him. You must have mistaken me. I am a biological scientist. Do not be modest. I have seen the mechanical creations you have crafted. Rest assured, I will provide the design. You simply need to follow the blueprint to create. IT will not take much of your time." "Wait, you actually understand these things." Seeing the skepticism in Choka's eyes, Wallibell's mouth twitched as he approached the laboratory's workbench and drew a pen, beginning to sketch a design. Minutes later, Choka examined the sketch, which, though hasty, clearly illustrated the various components and their functions, causing her eyes to brighten with excitement. "Impressive, Captain! Your firearm design is truly ahead of its time. The weapon you have conceived can achieve rapid fire and possesses power that far exceeds current firearms. If this draft were to fall into the hands of the Navy and the world government, it would undoubtedly lead to catastrophic consequences. In light of the surprise you've given me, I shall take charge of the ensuing matters. Simply come by tomorrow to collect the firearm." That moment. Standing nearby, Jisusbu gazed at the sniper rifle depicted in the draft, his body trembling with excitement. Although he lacked knowledge of mechanical manufacturing, the various components allowed him to mentally construct a revolutionary sniper rifle that far surpassed his flintlock. He firmly believed that with such a divine weapon, his prowess would experience an exponential enhancement. "Now, calm yourself, my friend. Go and familiarize yourself with the crew, and come by tomorrow to collect the weapon." A day later, when Jisusbu received the sleek, jet-black Barrett sniper rifle, measuring over 2 meters in length, from Zhuoka, he nearly ascended to bliss. His trembling hands gingerly caressed the cold metal, as if caressing a beloved. "By the way, this is a handgun I crafted using the same principles, with a magazine capacity identical to your sniper rifle, 10 rounds. With that, Zhuoka tossed a silver, Desert Eagle-like handgun towards him. Jisusbu hastily caught it, his fingers tracing the gleaming, icy surface with an ecstatic grin. Observing this ghastly expression, Zhuoka, with a look of disdain, kicked Jisusbu out of the laboratory. 4 days later, as they approached a distant small island, Wallibell recognized that they had reached their second stop in the EC. Even before they set foot on the island, a formidable aura emanated from it, striking like a keen blade against the skin. Sensing this sharp energy, Inazuma excitedly grasped his sword. "Zhanlong, What a powerful sword intent. Captain, there must be a formidable swordsman on this island. Not only a swordsman, but one from Wano. Wano? But this is the East Sea. How could there be someone from Wano here? Wallibell refrained from further explanation, as a domineering presence surged from him, suppressing the sword intent. Atop the island's cliffs, a man in his 50s, garbed in the distinctive samurai robes of Wano, fixed his gaze intently on the unyielding several nautical miles away. This man had perished during Luffy's era. He was Shimatsuki Ryuma's descendant, Shimatsuki Jinsaburo, and this very island was the birthplace of Zoro, Shimatsuki village. Because Wallibell exuded a powerful conqueror's haki, Shimatsuki Jinsaburo dared not act recklessly, allowing the unyielding to safely dock along the coast. Not far from the shoreline stood a dojo, and before Wallibell and his companions could disembark, Shimatsuki Jinsaburo appeared on the sandy beach. You must be the Thunder Pirate crew. I have seen reports about you in the newspapers that I find your crew, comprised of the Mink tribe, quite intriguing, perhaps due to the connection between the Mink tribe and Wano. Jinsaburo held no hostility towards Wallibell and his crew, yet he did not extend them much respect. After all, in his eyes, the Mink tribe was merely a subordinate faction of the Oden family, belonging to the samurai class beneath the nobility. The fact that he could speak to Wallibell with such an equal demeanor was already a sign of his regard. I am Shimatsuki Jinsaburo of the daimyo family, a noble of Wano. Observing the pride on Jinsaburo's face, Wallibell and his crew felt a chill run through them. Recognizing the disdain in his self-proclaimed superiority, do not think that just because you are of the daimyo family, you can look down upon us. How audacious! You Mink tribe are merely subordinates of the Oden family, and as mere samurai, you dare not show disrespect to the nobility. If this were Wano, you would have already committed a capital offense. Wallibell had long anticipated Jinsaburo's behavior. Meanwhile, the other Mink warriors had seen their idealized image of Wano shatter into pieces. Wallibell recalled the feudal system and rigid class structure evident when the Wano arc began, illustrated by the frenzied courtship of Oden by Hyogoro towards Kamurasaki. After his failure, the conversation between Hyogoro and the Ratman highlighted the harshness of Wano's class system. The Ratman confirmed Kamurasaki's identity and informed Hyogoro that someone from the Flower Town was unworthy even to serve Orochi. His advice was to burn her house, kill her family, or drive her to despair, ruining her life so that she would be forced to rely on him. The Ratman asserted that there could be no feelings between Hyogoro and Kamurasaki due to the inherent class shackles between them. He proposed that as a member of the samurai class, the upper class held the power of life and death over the lower. You are all rebels. How dare you defy the time-honored rules? Ha ha, how amusing. The Mink tribe owes no allegiance to Wano. That if you continue to present such a foolish facade, do not blame me for ending your life. Wallibell's aura grew increasingly formidable, causing even Shimatsuki Jinsaburo to take a few steps back. It was evident that the nearly 60-year-old Jinsaburo was no match for Wallibell, even in his prime. How dare you insolent wretches insult a general? As Wallibell exuded conqueror's haki and regarded him with disdain, Jinsaburo's eyes turned red with fury. A loyal dog to the Oden family, he would not permit anyone to insult his master. Rebels, perish! Jinsaburo drew his sword, Wad Ikamanji, unleashing a silver-white arc that extended for 100 meters towards Wallibell. Without hesitation, Inazuma unsheathed Janlong, countering with a crimson sword aura that clashed against the silver-white blade. The two energies shattered in midair, sending a flurry of fragmented sword auras scattering across the beach and sea, carving deep gorges in their wake. Thank you, Captain. You have illuminated the true attitude of Wano towards our Mink tribe. From this day forth, we sever all ties with Wano upon hearing Inazuma's declaration. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Wallibell's eyes. One of his objectives in visiting Shimatsuki village was to unveil the true nature of Wano to his Mink tribe warriors. Foolish and naive generals, self-absorbed nobility, and exploiting samurai. Their society was a profoundly decayed feudal state, with a level of civilization that ranked among the lowest. Even in the world of One Piece, it was truly fitting that Wano was modeled after the prosperous Little Japan. Wallibell was not disappointed. Captain, allow me to sever the ties of my past. Inazuma, with a stormy expression, glared at the crimson-eyed Jinchiburo, his gaze brimming with unmasked killing intent. Indeed, you were the opponent I had in mind for you. An established swordsman who should help you break through the bottleneck you have faced for so long. Upon hearing Wallibell's words, Inazuma's eyes glimmered with gratitude, and he turned his gaze towards Jinchiburo, his demeanor growing increasingly perilous. Perhaps Inazuma's father had never anticipated that his son would one day harbor murderous intent towards the Wano nobility he once revered. Die, rebels! You are the ones who should perish. Inazuma leaped from the deck, his sword, adorned with red patterns, shimmering with a scarlet glow. Jinchiburo, undaunted, swiftly propelled himself into the air. Wad, Ikemanji, and Zhanlong collided, sparking a dazzling display of fireworks. The powerful gust generated by their clash billowed their garments, sending sand and seawater flying in all directions. After the exchange, Inazuma and Jinchiburo retreated in unison, neither gaining the upper hand. Jinchiburo, observing Inazuma on the sandy ground, forcefully quelled the anger simmering within him, channeling his focus entirely. Ming tribe swordsman, your swordsmanship is indeed commendable. However, it is unfortunate that you face a swordsman from the Shimatsuki family. Today, I shall let you witness the swordsmanship of Wano, Shimatsuki sword art. Full moon. Frost Moon Gungsan raised his sword, the Wado Ikemanji, unleashing an enormous crescent-shaped sword aura. The overwhelming threat of this technique caused the fur on Inazuka's body to bristle in alarm. Do not underestimate the swordsmen of our fur tribe. Inazuka declared, his dragon slayer blade enveloped in a pitch-black haki, transforming into a black sword. Without a hint of fear, Inazuka utilized the shave technique to dash towards the sword aura, and at the very moment he was about to be struck, he thrust the dragon slayer upward. .1 sword style, ascending dragon slash. The dragon slayer met the silvery sword aura, cleaving it as effortlessly as a hot knife slices through butter, splitting the massive sword wave in two. The severed auras surged towards the immemorial, prompting Jesus Buddha to raise his sniper rifle in response. However, before he could act, a shadow leapt onto the deck of the immemorial, and the figure of Viper appeared before the two shattered sword auras. Hey, do you two really need to create such a spectacle in your battle? Viper extended his claw, the haki enveloping his 5 talons, and struck at the fragmented sword auras, his sharp nails shattering them into countless pieces. On the beach, the two figures continuously shifted and collided, their broken slashes and the ensuing shockwaves carving deep trenches and large pits into the sand. Wallibell discerned the strengths and weaknesses of both combatants. Frost Moon Gungsan held an advantage in his profound swordsmanship, yet his age was a considerable disadvantage. Decades of seclusion, coupled with the frailties of old age, hindered him from unleashing his full potential. Inazuka's strength lay in the formidable physical prowess of the fur tribe, while his weaknesses included a lesser mastery of swordsmanship and a lack of experience in dueling compared to Frost Moon Gungsan. Their swordsmanship represented two extremes. Frost Moon Gungsan's relied on technique, masterfully wielding the family sword style honed over centuries by generations of sword masters, although lacking in sheer power among sword masters. It boasted exceptional defensive capabilities that, in contrast, Inazuka's approach was one of raw power and unorthodoxy. He had not undergone formal sword training, crafting his techniques through the crucible of battle. This rendered his moves unpredictable, often appearing in unexpected positions that confounded Frost Moon Gungsan. It was a clash of strength versus technique. Once more, Frost Moon Gungsan found himself repelled by Inazuka's unconventional and instinctive swordplay, his eyes betraying unease and fury. He could scarcely believe that he was being pushed back by Inazuka's wild techniques, feeling as if he were on the losing end, but he could not comprehend how Inazuka's self-taught swordplay could contend with the swordsmanship that had been passed down through his family for centuries. Yet, Frost Moon Gungsan failed to realize that, with Wano's centuries of isolation, their noble lineage had seen little combat. Such ostentatious techniques had long since lost their essence. The true purpose of swordplay was to unleash greater force to vanquish foes. Though Inazuka lacked experience in dueling against other swordsmen, his combat experience far surpassed that of Frost Moon Gungsan. Just as the battle between them began to escalate, an individual could no longer contain himself and swiftly departed from Frostmoon Village. Hastening towards the coast, before long, a young man donned in a grayish-white robe, with round spectacles that lent him an air of scholarly refinement, arrived on the beach as a swordsman. Inuzuka immediately sensed a powerful sword intent emanating from this youth, one even surpassing that of Frost Moongung-san, who was currently engaged in combat with him. To err on the side of caution, Inuzuka refrained from attacking Frost Moongung-san, wary of a potential ambush from the newcomer. "Excellent, Jingshuru. Come quickly and assist me in slaying these traitorous scoundrels who scorn Wano," Frost Moongung-san exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with surprise at the sight of Jingshuru. He knew Jingshuru to be an even mightier swordsman than himself. With his aid, even Wallibell would not be beyond their reach. However, Jingshuru did not act as Frost Moongung-san had hoped. Instead, he directed his gaze towards Wallibell on the deck of the immemorial. "I have long admired your reputation. You must be the notorious pirate Captain Wallibell, renowned for a bounty of 400 million berries. Allow me to introduce myself. I am merely an ordinary villager from Frostmoon Village, and you may call me Jingshuru. Should you see trouble with this man, I will not intervene, but please do not involve the innocent villagers of Frostmoon Village." "Jingshuru, what nonsense are you spouting? Your bloodline is that of noble of Wano. Come forth and assist me in slaying these rebels." Frost Moongung-san roared at Jingshuru, his tone laced with threats and commands that I have stated that my name is Jingshuru, and my hometown is Frostmoon Village in the East Sea, not Wano. Jingshuru retorted defiantly, "Do not forget that I am your father. Your blood runs through my veins, and as my son, you must obey me. Now you wish to claim me as your father, yet have you ever acted as one should?" A mocking smile crept across Jingshuru's previously expressionless face as he regarded the distorted features of Frost Moongung-san. "I have not forgotten how you treated my mother. As a man, you ought to be the pillar of your family. Yet, you squandered your days robbing her of money to drink, and when funds ran dry, you would resort to violence against her, and my mother once wept to me, saying that if it weren't for me, she would have long since succumbed to despair. Silence. She is my wife, my possession. I shall treat her as I wish." Frost Moongung-san thundered that "I am Frostmoon. I'm a noble of Wano. Were I in Wano, I would have a harem. Yet here in Frostmoon Village, I have only your mother. Does that not prove my love for her? Your love is truly revolting. Even should you perish before me today, I will not lift a finger, and my mother perished due to your relentless abuse, and I shall never forget her emaciated form before her death. Were you not my biological father, I would have long since torn you apart." At this, Jingshuru's calm demeanor shifted to one of fierce intensity, a palpable aura of killing intent radiating from him. As if he were a demon risen from the depths of hell. "You ungrateful wretch. I should have slain you and your contemptible mother long ago, rather than teaching you swordsmanship and inviting trouble." "Ha! Teach me swordsmanship. You merely sought to mold me into a weapon to reclaim your noble status in Frostmoon. Give it up. No matter what you say today, I will protect Frostmoon Village. In light of your past teachings, I shall grant you a proper burial." "How dare you? I am Frost Moongung-san. I should be the noble. If you wish for my death, I shall take you with me." Frost Moongung-san grasped the hilt of his sword, madness gleaming in his eyes. As he drew the blade from its sheath, an icy aura emanated from him, sending a chill down the spines of all present. They beheld the translucent long sword in his hand, which resembled a shard of ice, and felt an ominous presence emanating from it. "Who would have thought I would wield this blade in my lifetime? You should take pride in dying at the hands of this demon blade, the Hell's Gate, which surpasses even Yama." As a renowned swordsmith of Wano, Frost Moongung-san had personally forged the Great Blade. Yama and the Hell's Gate. The latter was said to possess the power to obliterate even the depths of hell. This blade would autonomously unleash the user's flowing sakura, haki, generating immense strength for ordinary individuals. Using it would result in the consumption of their haki and subsequent death. Yet, when wielded correctly, it was an extraordinarily potent weapon. The blade in Frost Moongung-san's hand, the Hell's Gate, was a demon sword akin to Yama, yet even more challenging to tame. This sword is the crowning achievement of my life. Alas, This demon blade cannot be subdued, not even by me, its creator. But now, it is different, since my fate is sealed in death. Let me show you the power of the demon sword. Hell's Gate. In the midst of Getsuji Saba's maniacal laughter, the hand that gripped the cursed sword, YZ, withered at a visible pace. And within a mere second, Getsuji Saba had been reduced to little more than skin and bones that, if Wallibell's conjectures were accurate, this ability was akin to that of the flame demon, capable of absorbing the user's haki from within. You all shall perish, Getsuji Saba proclaimed, raising YZ with both hands and swinging it toward Inazaka, a blade of azure energy. Measuring a mere dozen meters in length, erupted from YZ, cleaving through beach and ocean alike, parting the waters and encasing everything within a kilometer radius in ice. Wallibell could sense that this strike was infused with an immense amount of haki and a chilling aura. Even he could not guarantee that he could withstand this attack unscathed. Just as Wallibell prepared to intervene and shield Inazaka from the impending assault, Inazaka, his fur bristling, urgently called out, "Captain, trust me. Allow me to handle this." Sensing the unwavering determination in Inazaka's voice, Wallibell hesitated, ultimately retracting his footstep. Nevertheless, he did not abandon his intent. Should calamity strike, he would be the first to act to preserve Inazaka's life. Wherever the azure blade passed, the ocean and sands were instantaneously encased in ice. This terrifying chill was precisely what rendered YZ far more potent than the sword. Inazaka's gaze remained fixed on the azure blade, his grip tightening around his sword. Zanri, a crimson mist began to emanate from his form, swiftly coalescing behind him into the shape of a colossal red dragon, point one sword style. Dragon Slash, the spectral dragon surged into his blade, transforming the already darkened Zanri into a vibrant scarlet. Inazaka's physique swelled with newfound vigor, unleashing an explosion of strength as he swung his sword, causing the dragon's phantom to emerge, claws bared, to collide with the azure energy. A mushroom cloud of red and blue erupted, the collision generating a powerful shockwave that radiated outward, causing the very island to tremble and the sea to churn violently. Yes, the cloud dissipated. The battlefield where the two had fought was now a fathomless pit, the ocean's tide unable to replenish it. Hovering above the abyss, Wallibell was enveloped by the wind, one hand gripping the unconscious Inazaka, whose hand remained tightly clasped around Zanri. Well done, Inazaka. You have finally matured. The recent Azure Strike had demonstrated formidable power, Wallibell estimating it to be on par with a vice admiral. Even he could not underestimate such a technique. Inazaka's earlier Dragon Slash had astonished Wallibell, matching the might of the Azure energy to the edge of the abyss. Getsuji Saba lay feebly, drained of life by YZ. Beside him stood Jishur, his gaze icy, observing his now-adult son. Getsuji Saba's eyes glimmered with nostalgia, as if he glimpsed the spirited youth he had been over 30 years ago on the day the Getsu clan's lord ascended. He orchestrated a coup to usurp the title for himself. However, he ultimately failed due to the interference of Getsu Sh. Had it not been for Getsu Sh's leniency, allowing him and his followers to escape Wano, Getsuji Saba would have met his demise long ago. Yet, even after leaving Wano, he did not relinquish his quest for formidable materials to forge a powerful sword to enhance his strength and reclaim his homeland. In the end, he crafted YZ, a blade far mightier than the famed Enma. However, the requirements to wield YZ were exceedingly stringent, and he could not tame in despair. He sealed YZ within its sheath. Yet he remained reluctant to part with it, carrying it with him at all times. Eventually, Getsuji Saba devised a plan to cultivate a swordsman more powerful than himself, ideally one who shared his blood. Thus, he rescued Jishur's mother, viewing her merely as a vessel for procreation, devoid of any genuine affection. His scheme progressed smoothly. Jishur not only inherited his lineage, but also possessed a talent for swordsmanship that surpassed his own. In just 20 years, Jishur had eclipsed Getsuji Saba at his peak. However, when he sought to return to Wano with Jishur to reclaim his title, he was coldly rejected and subsequently defeated. Banished from Getsu village, he had not anticipated that the failure of his plan would stem from the very ordinary woman he regarded as a mere tool for reproduction. In Getsu Saba's eyes, Jishure's mother was but an object, a notion typical among the feudal elite of Wano. In that land, women were often treated as commodities, with some even sold into brothels by their husbands, a common reality. Yet, such a perception was fitting only for the backward feudal society of Wano. In Getsu village, relationships between couples were equitable. Men would earn a living while women nurtured the children and upheld the household. Getsu Saba's feudal mindset was the root of his mother's tragic fate and the fundamental discord between him and Jishure. Gazing at Jishure, who bore a striking resemblance to his younger self, Getsu Saba seemed to finally grasp the gravity of his errors, a flicker of guilt igniting within him. Trembling, he raised the wad ikemanji from his waist, extending it toward Jishure. Cough, cough, cough. Jishure, I have indeed been an inadequate father. As you said, I am a scoundrel. I owe an apology to the wad ikemanji. I hope you can find it a true swordsman, that I shall atone for my sins in the depths of hell. With a thud, the wad ikemanji fell into the sand, and Jishure remained motionless for a prolonged moment, until Wallibell approached his side. Lord Wallibell, could you entrust me with the handling of this man's remains? As for these two blades, they are your spoils of war. Please find a worthy master for the wad ikemanji. I shall take this cursed sword, YZ, with me. With that, Wallibell picked up YZ from the ground. And as he grasped the hilt, a powerful suction emanated from the blade, attempting to draw Wallibell's haki from within him. How audacious for a mere weapon to seek such defiance. Wallibell's expression darkened as he unleashed a torrent of blue and white electricity into the blade. Moments later, he heard a pained cry, the cursed sword trembling violently, striving to escape his grip, still disobedient. Wallibell intensified the electrical surge, akin to a thunder god disciplining a wayward child. After a violent convulsion, YZ finally fell silent. Jishure, you are a formidable swordsman. I hope to see your figure atop the world someday. My apologies, Captain Wallibell. My dream is simply to guard this place. Ha! Jishure, you are truly an intriguing swordsman. Until we meet again. With that, Wallibell leaped onto the deck of the Immortal, declaring, "Let us set sail, lads. Our adventure continues." Ah, Captain, where shall we head next? Wallibell contemplated the map in his hands. To be honest, the East Blue was vast. With far more nations than depicted in the anime, it was not a suitable domain for the Thunderstorm Pirates. The East Blue could be likened to the Navy's garden. Even the larger islands had Navy bases stationed. If they continued to linger in the East Blue, it would not be long before the Navy discovered their whereabouts, leading to a siege that would prove detrimental. Currently, Wallibell had no intention of engaging the Navy. Waging war against them would only deplete the Thunderstorm pirate strength without any tangible benefit. It would be foolish to provoke them. Moreover, it was over 20 years before the plot commenced, and most of the main characters had yet to be born. Wallibell wished to avoid significantly impacting the birth of these characters or altering the original history. He had his own plans and aimed to utilize the Straw Hat Pirates to achieve his objectives. His destination, Reverse Mountain, this moment, hundreds of nautical miles away from Frostmoon Village, a dog-headed warship was leisurely sailing across the sea on the deck of the warship. A burly man clad in beach shorts was blissfully asleep on a lounge chair. Suddenly, the man opened his eyes and turned his gaze towards the direction of Frostmoon Village. Beside him, a man with an afro, also reclining in a lounge chair and wearing an eye mask, sensed the movement and lazily inquired, "What's the matter? Is there something unusual, Admiral Carp?" Carp wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, his expression sharpening. There's a battle occurring in that direction. I can sense several formidable auras. Really? I haven't felt a thing, Admiral Carp. Huh, you'll be fine after 30 years of practice. Then shall we return to Windmill Village? No, we cannot. Those auras are overwhelmingly powerful. I sense they are at least of New World caliber. They're not foes that the East Blue Navy can contend with. We must resolve this swiftly. Inform the crew to head full speed towards that direction. By the way, Kazan, please convey to Bogart to contact the nearby naval branch and prepare for our support at any moment. We cannot allow such formidable beings to roam freely in the East Blue. Understood, Admiral Carp. Meanwhile, Wallibell was unaware that their presence had been detected by Carp due to the battle between Inuarashi and Frost Moon Gung Saburo. At this moment, the Immortal was racing across the ocean, striving to reach Reverse Mountain in the shortest time possible. 2 days later, on the deck of the Immortal, Inuarashi, wrapped in bandages, was carefully cleaning the Dragon Slayer with a clean cotton ball. Beside him, Wallibell was engaged in a game of do-di-ju with Zorka and Viper. Captain, you've lost again. Zorka chuckled at the gloomy, bare-headed man, whose face was plastered with sticky notes. The voyage through the East Blue had been exceedingly safe, with hardly any erratic weather, rendering the crew rather bored. To alleviate the monotony of the journey, Wallibell had brought card games and mahjong aboard. Initially, leveraging his past life experience, Wallibell had triumphed over all his crew members, much to their chagrin. However, it was surprising that just 2 days later, Zorka, with his keen intellect, had swiftly surpassed Wallibell, while the others had also familiarized themselves with the rules, making it increasingly difficult for Wallibell to win. Staring at his poor hand of cards, Wallibell could only gloomily affix another note to his face to be by the way. Inuarashi, how is your recovery coming along? Inuarashi, upon hearing Wallibell's words, attempted to move his body. I've probably recovered about 70 to 80%. I estimate that in another couple of days, I will be fully healed. Although Inuarashi had withstood the lethal sword aura of Frost Moon Gung Shiro, he himself was not in a much better state. Using the Dragon Slayer was still somewhat taxing for him, as his body had suffered severe backlash due to the absence of doctor on board. Wallibell and the others could only provide Inuarashi with basic first aid and medication. Thankfully, being a member of the Fur tribe, his robust physique and rapid recovery ability allowed him to almost fully recuperate in just 2 days. However, had there been a competent doctor to attend to Inuarashi's injuries, he might have already been healed. It seems we are in dire need of finding a doctor as a companion. This way, we wouldn't have to rely on your gene recovery potions. Zorka. Captain, you finally spoke something sensible. Quit joking. Do I look human to you? Another 2 days passed, and as the Immortal was about to reach Logtown after sailing for half a day, the lookout spotted a pirate ship not far away. Wallibell, who was still playing cards, paid little heed to the news, for there were hardly any formidable pirates in the East Blue at present. Suddenly, Wallibell seemed to sense something and inhaled sharply, turning to Viper, whose face was also plastered with notes, and asked, Viper, do you smell that delightful aroma of food? I do, Captain, but it's likely just Chef Zeph whipping up something again. No, the scent is not emanating from our cabin. It's coming from that pirate ship. No sooner had Wallibell spoken than Chef Zeph rushed out of the cabin in a flurry. Captain, where are we? Why is there a delicious aroma wafting through the air? You smell it too, Zeph? Indeed, Captain. Even just from the scent, I can tell that the chef on board possesses exceptional culinary skills that I wish to exchange culinary techniques with him. That aroma is definitely coming from that pirate ship. What do you say? Shall we go and introduce ourselves to exchange recipes? That would be splendid. Crew, our head chef wishes to visit that pirate ship to exchange culinary skills. For the sake of savoring even more delectable dishes in the future, let us hurry toward that pirate vessel. Remember, do not engage in combat. We are merely here to exchange culinary techniques. Yes, Captain. Suddenly, an alarmed voice rang out. Captain, trouble. That massive pirate ship is approaching us. What? Hearing his crew's words, Chef Zeph hastily grabbed a telescope to observe. As the Immortal drew nearer, the telescope finally revealed the visage of the pirate ship and its white bear pirate flag. He scrutinized the emblem on the flag several times, and beads of cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead. Oh no, crew, we must flee. The thunderstorm pirates? The crew members of the Chef Pirates exchanged bewildered glances, unable to recall this infamous crew, though the name rang a bell. Wait a moment, Captain. Are you referring to the same thunderstorm pirates that once killed the celestial dragon in front of Admiral Zephyr at Sabaody Archipelago? Precisely. They are the notorious thunderstorm pirates, a formidable crew that managed to escape the onslaught of a marine admiral. Clearly not something we can handle. Upon hearing Zeph's confirmation, the crew hurriedly attempted to control the sails and escape. Observing the distant ship as it struggled against the wind, Wallibell wore a wicked grin. For some unknown reason, A sudden gust of wind surged forth, filling the sails of the chef pirate's ship in the opposite direction. This is it. Is fate conspiring against us? Captain, what shall we do? Feeling the ill-timed wind, Zeph's face darkened. There's no choice. Draw your weapons and prepare for battle. As the immortal closed in, fear and shock painted the faces of the chef pirates. Their modest, 20-meter-long sailing vessel paled in comparison to the imposing figure of the immortal. Gazing at the towering ship that stood over 200 meters long, it loomed before them like a small island. Exuding an overwhelming presence, the immortal halted several dozen meters from the chef pirate's ship, and Zeph looked up to see a figure resembling a giant bare-headed man staring intently at him. Though no pressure emanated from the figure, Zeph's body trembled uncontrollably. Despite his desperate attempts to suppress his fear, he was powerless against it. His instincts screamed that this being was a terrifying monster. Observing his crew, some of whom were already paralyzed with fear, Zeph took a deep breath and called out loudly, "You are the Thunderstorm Pirates, correct? May I inquire what business you have with us, the chef pirates?" Seeing the nervous and pale face of Zeph, Wallibell's eyes gleamed with recognition. He realized he had encountered a familiar face. Zeph, who would one day adopt Sanji. "I've heard of you." Red-Leg Zeph, "Is that correct?" Wallibell inhaled deeply, his eyes sparkling with interest. "I've heard that your chef pirates are composed of remarkable cooks. Might we have the honor of inviting you to join our chef for a dinner today?" Upon hearing Wallibell's words, the chef pirates collectively exhaled in relief. Of course. We would be delighted to cook for the illustrious Thunderstorm Pirates. Then please, come aboard. A cloud ladder descended from the immortal ship to the deck of the chef pirates, where Zeph hesitated for a moment before gently exerting himself to leap onto the deck of the immortal. Witnessing Zeph's display of strength, Wallibell was not surprised. After all, Redfoot Zeph was indeed quite formidable. "Ha, Captain Wallibell, you flatter me that my strength is but a trifle in your esteemed eyes. Enough with the modesty. With your prowess, you are undoubtedly one of the most distinguished pirates in the East Blue. Even on the Grand Line, your capabilities would ensure a safe journey. By the way, Captain Zeph, allow me to introduce our chef, Chef Shifu, from the Thunderstorm Pirates. That I sought you out because we caught a whiff of your delectable cuisine and sense your exceptional culinary skills. We wish to invite you to discuss the art of cooking. I see." Zeph, gazing at the considerably taller Shifu, furrowed his brow, and suddenly an idea sparked in his eyes. "Could it be that you are the renowned Chef Shifu, who has triumphed 3 times at Chef Island? I am honored that you know of me. Captain Zeph, S.A. Chef, I have certainly heard of your illustrious name. You have already become one of the most formidable chefs on the Grand Line at such a young age. When you went missing, many in the culinary world mourned your absence, never expecting you to join the Thunderstorm Pirates." Upon realizing that Wallibell's intent was merely to facilitate a culinary exchange between himself and Shifu, the fear that once gripped him dissipated. With Zeph's explanation, the crew of the chef pirates felt at ease and soon became exhilarated. They were in the presence of the legendary Chef Shifu. For a pirate crew composed of chefs, what greater pleasure could there be than to share a meal with a celebrated culinary master? Hours later, as night fell, the deck of the Immortal was ablaze with light. The crew of the Thunderstorm Pirates and the chef pirates gathered, with the vast deck adorned with tables and chairs, all eagerly anticipating the grand feast. Before long, a variety of exquisite dishes graced the tables, and Wallibell reluctantly retrieved a portion of fruit wine he had seized from the great Monkey King. As everyone indulged in the culinary delights, they marveled at Shifu's culinary artistry. Amidst the lively banquet, the members of both pirate crews gradually let loose, embracing one another, and the atmosphere became vibrantly animated. The initial barriers born of their disparate strengths quietly vanished. The celebration continued throughout the night, only concluding with the first light of dawn as the sun rose from the distant shore. Observing the inebriated crew sprawled across the deck, Wallibell reclined contentedly in a lounge chair. The Thunderstorm Pirates had been isolated on Nameless Island for quite some time, without any interaction with others. This banquet provided a much-needed outlet for the crew's suppressed emotions. Although the days at sea could be monotonous, each adventure and chance encounter with others brought a profound sense of fulfillment. Perhaps that was the essence of sailing. Several hours later, The revelers finally roused themselves from the banquet, expressing their satisfaction with boisterous cheers. Zep, your culinary skills are extraordinary. If you ever decide to leave piracy, your restaurant would surely be filled with patrons. Ha ha ha, Chef Shifu, your skills surpass even mine. I have learned so much from cooking alongside you. The feeling is mutual. Farewell, members of the Chef Pirates. Encountering you amidst the vast ocean has been a stroke of luck for us. We must now return to our adventures with the Thunderstorm Pirates. Goodbye. Everyone as Zep watched the immortal sail into the distance, he found himself momentarily lost in thought, gazing at the small booklet in his hand. Captain, what is it you have there? A tipsy crew member approached Zep, attempting to sneak a peek at the booklet, only to be swiftly kicked away by Zep. You, get some rest. You clearly aren't awake yet. Upon returning to his cabin, Zep carefully opened the booklet, which contained the training methods for hockey and techniques, such as Soru and Jeppo. Wallibell was curious if, once Zep mastered these skills, he would be able to navigate further on the Grand Line, or if he would still meet the same fate as in the original tale. This was Wallibell's small experiment. He wished to ascertain whether the world of One Piece held any potential for alteration, seeking to validate certain hypotheses he harbored. Just a few hours later, as the two pirate ships departed the area, a dog-headed warship arrived on the deck. Carp inhaled deeply, savoring the lingering aroma in the air, his mouth watering uncontrollably. How delightful! Can't we have a longer banquet? Enough, Vice Admiral Carp. Mind your appearance and stop sniffing. Bogart, observing his superior's embarrassing demeanor, felt a wave of shame wash over him, despite the absence of others. Honestly, Bogart, why so serious? Don't you find it enticing? Vice Admiral Carp. All right, let us move on. Based on the residual scent, it seems our target recently departed. Full speed ahead. Captain, we have nearly reached the vicinity of Logtown. We will soon arrive at Reverse Mountain. Good. Maintain full speed. Wallibell had no intention of stopping at Logtown. After all, it harbored the most formidable naval branch in the East Blue, guarding the last island before Reverse Mountain. Although Wallibell could easily obliterate this strongest naval branch, he did not wish to reveal the whereabouts of the Thunderstorm Pirates just yet. Unbeknownst to him, Carp was trailing them over 100 nautical miles away, following the tantalizing scent of the banquet like a dog on a hunt. Accelerate. Their destination is Reverse Mountain. We cannot allow such a dangerous individual to escape the East Blue, while the Grand Line appeared to be under the jurisdiction of the Navy. Numerous other forces thrived in the shadows. Powerful nations, pirates, and gangs thrived there, making it impossible for the Navy to exert complete control. Bogart, quickly alert the garrison in Logtown to intercept them before Reverse Mountain. Remember, even if it costs us dearly, we must detain those rascals. Yes, Vice Admiral Carp. Hours later, as the Immortal reached Reverse Mountain, the lookout spotted a situation and shouted towards Wallibell and the others, who were playing cards on deck. Captain Trouble! 3 naval warships have blocked our path at Reverse Mountain. What? Upon hearing this news, Wallibell immediately set down his cards to survey the distant warships. Just as the lookout had reported, 3 vessels loomed several nautical miles ahead, stationed at Reverse Mountain. Damn it, have our movements been compromised? Could it be that Cole leaked our whereabouts? Impossible, Captain. Cole is too clever for that. Jisusbu could not believe that Cole would betray their friendship and the lives of everyone in Syrup Village by informing the Navy. Enough of this. It no longer matters that I shall observe first. Wallibell activated his observation hockey to sense the presence aboard the warships. After confirming their strength, his serious expression relaxed slightly, replaced by a look of confusion. What is wrong, Captain? Strangely, there are no formidable presences aboard those 3 warships. If the Navy truly discovered our movements, they would not send such weaklings to intercept us. Perhaps the Navy hasn't received any news about us. Cole likely didn't spill anything. Then why are they blocking our path? Perhaps they aren't here to intercept us at all, that I don't know. But if we capture one of them, we'll find out. Men, arm yourselves and proceed at full speed towards those 3 warships. We must capture their leader and inquire who they are here to intercept. No need to complicate matters. Leave one to me, Captain. Viper, tearing off the note from his face, excitedly patted his chest. All right, Viper, you take care of that. But remember, make it swift to prevent any unforeseen changes, and no problem. Captain. At this moment, the Navy aboard the warship also took notice of the immortal. Gazing at the familiar pirate flag, a man clad in a Navy cloak, his face a mask of displeasure as he bit through a cigar, turned to his lieutenant and bellowed, "Quickly, bring me the Den Mushy to contact Vice Admiral Garp and the Navy headquarters." Brewed. It's Brigadier General Fire Mountain. What's wrong? Has something occurred in the East Blue? Marshal Kong, it's dire. The Thunderstorm pirates, who vanished for years after escaping from Admiral Zephyr, have reappeared in the East Blue. What? Are you certain? I can stake my life on it. As a naval officer of the same class as Sakazuki, Fire Mountain, now a brigadier general and the highest-ranking officer of the East Blue Navy, could easily dominate the entire region with his strength. But who would have imagined that such a tranquil fishing pond as the East Blue would harbor a great white shark? Hearing that name, Steelbone Kong, which had long caused him to grit his teeth in rage, stood up in fury. Where are they now? Marshal, the Thunderstorm pirates are currently near Upside Down Mountain. We're less than 10 kilometers from them. Why are you in the vicinity? Were you withholding information? Not at all, Marshal Kong. I intercepted them here because Vice Admiral Garp discovered some traces of the Thunderstorm pirates and instructed me to wait for them here. But I never expected that Garp would have me intercept the Thunderstorm pirates. Damn it. How far is Garp from you? Vice Admiral Garp's lieutenant just said he's at least 100 nautical miles away. I understand. I will contact Garp immediately. I no need. Marshal, I've already reached Vice Admiral Garp. Garp, wake up. Stop sleeping. Fire Mountain roared at the Den Mushy, which was snoring with mucus hanging from its nose. Garp, hurry up and wake up. If you don't, I'll cancel your entire vacation. Upon hearing that Steelbone Kong intended to cancel his vacation, Garp's bubble burst, and he jolted awake. Oh, it's Marshal Kong. The nonchalant tone of Garp made Steelbone Kong's forehead vein throb. Garp, you fool, be serious. Since you have discovered their traces, why haven't you contacted Navy headquarters? You must understand that the Thunderstorm pirates are not a crew that the East Blue Navy can handle. They escaped from Admiral Zephyr years ago. Garp, scratching his ear, replied with a hint of exasperation. Marshal Kong, you can't blame me. At that time, I was merely passing by on my way home and sensed the momentum from their battle. I had no idea who they were. I intended to deal with them alone. But their ship was so fast that my warship couldn't catch up, which is why I sent Fire Mountain to intercept them. How was I to know they were the Thunderstorm pirates? Enough. This situation is beyond right or wrong. You need to hasten your speed and rendezvous with Fire Mountain, AS for Fire Mountain. Try to avoid engaging in battle. Delay as much as possible until Garp arrives. If you engage the Thunderstorm pirates, your strength won't match theirs that I understand. Marshal Kong. Rest assured, as the Navy, we are always prepared for sacrifice that I will do my utmost to hold off the Thunderstorm pirates. I understand, Brigadier General Fire Mountain. Take care. After hanging up the Den Mushy, Garp rose from his recliner, stretched, and made his way to the rear deck of the ship. Bogart, hurry up. We're taking off. Some of the new recruits looked on in confusion. Unsure of Garp's intentions, veteran soldiers quickly instructed the newcomers to grab onto something sturdy nearby. Are you ready? We're about to take off. Garp rolled up his sleeves, clenched his fists, and faced the sea. Fist of the Gale. With a mighty punch, a powerful shockwave erupted, and the Doghead warship soared into the air. Vice Admiral Garp, you are being utterly reckless. Some of the sailors who T held on tightly were nearly flung overboard. But Ice emerged from the ship to secure their bodies. Ha! As expected of you, Kazunda. Oh dear, it's such a hassle, Vice Admiral Garp. After hanging up the Den Mushy, Fire Mountain exhaled in frustration, finishing his newly lit cigar and drawing his long sword as he gazed at the immortal, now less than 10 nautical miles away. Soldiers, load your weapons and prepare for battle. The immortal soon approached the warship, with both vessels merely hundreds of meters apart, allowing both sides to clearly see one another on the deck of the immortal. Wallibell remained leisurely engaged in a game of do-di-ju with Jesus Burgess, while only the Viper stood on the deck, locking eyes with Fire Mountain. But I never expected that those who survived Admiral Zephyr would still be intact. Let me introduce myself. Enough with the pleasantries. You must be the strongest Navy here. Come and face me. The Viper recalled Wallibell urging him to quickly deal with the opponent. Not you. Before Fire Mountain could respond, the Viper vanished from the deck and appeared high in the air. Using the moonwalk technique to swiftly approach the warship. I, in disbelief, Fire Mountain watched as the Viper executed the moonwalk flawlessly. Even the crew of the Thunderstorm Pirates gasped in astonishment. They had all learned the Marine Six Styles from Wallibell. Yet none could wield it with such finesse as the Viper. How is this possible? Where did you learn the Marine Six Styles? Fire Mountain felt a surge of terror. The Marine Six Styles were reserved for the elite of the Navy. And now it had leaked out. Moreover, the Viper's mastery of the techniques surpassed his own. Wallibell, observing the Viper's movements, felt a flicker of admiration. Even he could no longer claim to be superior in the Marine Six Styles. Though the Viper was not a swordsman like Inuarashi, his strength was not inferior and, in some respects, even greater. With formidable physical abilities and a monstrous talent for martial arts, combined with years of rigorous training, the Viper had evolved into a powerful martial artist. Now hovering above the warship, the Viper grinned wickedly at the astonished Fire Mountain below, with a swift flick of his sharp claws, 10 wind blades, akin to flying slashes, surged toward the warship. Damn it! Fire Mountain gripped his katana tightly, coating it in armament hockey, and with a thunderous roar, he unleashed a 20-meter-long flying slash to collide with the Viper's attack. With a resounding explosion, the flying slash shattered, yet the remnants of the wind blades surged toward the warship. Damn it! How can a mere subordinate of the Thunderstorm Pirates possess such strength? Fire Mountain cursed inwardly, realizing that he was the only one on the 3 warships capable of blocking this attack. Raising his katana, he stomped down hard on the deck, propelling himself into the air like a rocket. Fire Mountain opened his usually squinted eyes, filled with determination. His katana, imbued with armament hockey, met the wind blades. A deafening explosion erupted. The wind blades, along with Fire Mountain's katana, shattered, and the overwhelming force sent him crashing down through the deck of the warship. Cough, cough, cough. Gasping, Fire Mountain staggered out from the wreckage of the ship's cabin. This moment, the upper half of his body was barely clothed, with deep wounds exposing bone across his chest. Unable to control his violent coughing, blood spilled from his mouth as he fixed his gaze on the Viper, who floated above, filled with despair. Though he was a renowned naval genius, this was his first encounter with such a formidable foe. It was hard for him to fathom what kind of monsters his peers like Sakazuki were facing in the new world. If his memory served him correctly, the Viper's bounty was only around 100 million berries. Yet this pirate worth 100 million berries is utterly outmatched, just as Viper intended to unleash an attack to completely obliterate Fire Mountain. A booming sound grew louder in the air, reaching his ears. Simultaneously, Woli Bel and his comrades on the deck of the Immortal noticed the sound and turned their gazes towards the distant sky, a small black that swiftly penetrated the vast white clouds. Descending at an incredible speed, resembling a shooting star, as it drew closer, the dot revealed itself to be a dog-headed warship. That on the deck stood a burly middle-aged man, hands on his hips, feet firmly planted. Laughing heartily, "Ha ha! Fire Mountain brat, the old man is here. The naval hero, Garp, has arrived. Wonderful, Vice Admiral Garp, you've finally come." Just as the warship was about to crash into the sea, Garp threw a punch toward the surface, directly counteracting the ship's descent, allowing the dog-headed warship to land smoothly on the water. "You must be the Thunder Pirates. I never imagined the strong foes I encountered would be you, since fate has brought us together. Allow me to defeat you and send you to impel down." Garp cracked his knuckles, a brilliant smile gracing his lips. "Who knows who will win or lose? Even if you are a naval hero, you have no right to determine my fate." A powerful conqueror's haki erupted from Wallibell, causing soldiers on several naval ships to fall into unconsciousness. And even Fire Mountain found himself weakened, kneeling on the ground. What formidable conqueror's haki! To possess such strength at such a young age, little brat, your ambitions are quite perilous. However, this mere conqueror's haki is far from sufficient. That a surge of powerful conqueror's haki emanated from Garp, clashing with Wallibell's haki in the air, producing countless black and red lightning bolts. "Come on, hero Garp, let me witness just how strong you are against rocks. It's been ages since I heard the name rocks. For the peace of the seas, you all shall repent and impel down." The two leaped from the deck simultaneously, enveloping their fists in dark haki. Garp laughed heartily as he launched his fist forward. "Come and taste the old man's heartfelt iron fist." Thunder Fist. The fist, crackling with blue electricity, collided with Garp's heartfelt iron fist, immediately creating a powerful shockwave that swept across the surrounding area for thousands of meters. The clouds in the sky shattered upon impact, and the sea beneath their feet sank several dozen meters, forming a massive cavity. The towering tsunami surged forth, sending the warship and the Immortal crashing towards the nearby upside-down mountain. Wallibell and Garp both retreated several hundred meters, suspended in the air, with Wallibell feeling a slight tremor in his right hand. Truly the naval hero Garp. Even a mere ordinary punch possesses such overwhelming power. You're not too shabby yourself, brat. Even that was just an ordinary punch. Not everyone can withstand it. Your strength is worthy of a bounty of 400 million berries. To that moment, fierce battles erupted among the Navy soldiers on the Immortal and the 4 warships, pushed back by the shockwaves produced by Wallibell and Garp. Just as Viper was about to pierce Fire Mountain with a claw, a shield of ice appeared before him. Viper's claws, covered in hockey, shattered the ice instantly, but were halted for just a moment. In that fleeting moment, Fire Mountain's figure vanished without a trace. Viper looked up to see a tall, slender figure supporting Fire Mountain, his gaze sharpening. "Who are you? Another Navy?" The man, clad in a simple Navy uniform with thick lips and an explosive hairstyle, was none other than the naval monster, Admiral Kazan. "Oh dear, what a hassle. I am Rear Admiral Kazan. Let me take Fire Mountain's place to fight you." "Rear Admiral? You should be stronger than that previous fellow. Let me see what a Rear Admiral is capable of." Meanwhile, not far away, the dog-headed warship had collided with the Immortal, and both sides were engaged in fierce gunfire on the deck. On the Immortal, Bold drew his massive sword, easily repelling the Navy soldiers that boarded. His enormous physique, combined with his hockey defenses, made him a formidable force on the battlefield. Chef also wielded his kitchen knife, each swing producing a flying slash. Tage, not to be outdone, shot droplets of water that pierced through several Navy soldiers to the top of the Immortal's mast. Jesus Burgess aimed a Barrett rifle at the Navy below, shooting continuously, each bullet capable of taking down a soldier, if not more. Yet, the most spectacular spectacle was the clash between 2 figures in the air. Bogart and Inu were locked in fierce combat, one being Garp's aide and the other a cadre of Wallibell. Neither could gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, dozens of nautical miles away, Wallibell and Garp had exchanged punches over 100 times. As their speed intensified, Wallibell found himself gradually being overpowered by Garp. Garp felt his blood begin to heat up. It had been ages since he had fought with such exhilaration. They struck each other without avoidance, the sound of their fists meeting echoing like iron being forged. However, Wallibell realized he could not continue this way. Due to the disparity in their hockey, the damage he sustained far exceeded Garp's. Wallibell first pushed Garp back with a punch, then took a deep breath as his hair transformed into arcs of white electricity. Lightning form. This technique utilized electrocurrents to stimulate his cells, significantly enhancing Wallibell's physical prowess for a brief period. Wallibell became a flash of white-blue lightning, rapidly closing in on Garp, who, seeing this, did not relent and coated his fist with hockey. Just as their fists were about to collide, Wallibell evaded Garp's punch, and with a powerful electric-infused strike, he landed a blow on Garp's chest. Garp's shirt was instantly charred, and the overwhelming current combined with Wallibell's enhanced strength sent Garp flying. This marked the first time Wallibell had managed to send Garp airborne. Garp retreated several hundred meters, using Jeppo to mitigate the force of the impact, lowering his gaze to the scorched imprint on his chest. Feeling a twinge of pain, it's been a long time since I've felt such a heavy punch. Kid, your physical training is quite impressive. As Garp spoke, the fervor in his eyes intensified. Kid, your technique bears resemblance to that of a certain notorious pirate from the past. I believe his name was Blood Tiger, and oh wonder Garp recognized my master at a glance. Such a powerful figure. How could I possibly forget? You are indeed the disciple of Blood Tiger. Unfortunately, I was too weak back then to face such a legendary pirate. But battling with his disciple now is quite an experience. Let me see how much of your master's prowess you've inherited. Observing Garp, who had merely sustained superficial injuries, Wallibell felt a pang of disappointment. He had held nothing back with that last punch. He estimated that even Zephyr would have spat blood after taking The moment Wallibell's fist struck, Garp had enveloped his chest in haki. Mitigating much of the punch's power, Garp's haki was extraordinarily formidable, reaching an almost monstrous level. While Wallibell was confident in his ability to contend with an admiral, Garp was no ordinary admiral. He was a naval hero, one of the top 5 strongest in the seas. I cannot continue to clash head-on with Garp, although Wallibell was confident in his progress over the years. The opponent before him was a hero, a figure of immense strength on the ocean. However, before Wallibell could devise a strategy, Garp launched another attack. A terrifying wave of haki surged from Garp's fist, forming a transparent armor around it. Haki-armored iron fist. Upon witnessing the opponent's technique, Wallibell's pupils constricted. This technique was reminiscent of one previously used by Zephyr. However, the armament haki enveloping Garp's fist was evidently more potent and solidified. Without a moment's hesitation, Wallibell sought to utilize elementalization to distance himself from Garp, for his speed was significantly superior to that of Garp. Yet, as if anticipating the encounter, Garp exuded a formidable wave of Conqueror's haki, causing Wallibell's body to freeze momentarily. Seizing this fleeting moment, Garp had already closed the distance and stood before Wallibell. With no time to evade, Wallibell was compelled to launch a desperate counterattack, given the sheer proximity between them. He could only retract his arm and unleash a fierce strike. The technique was the half-step collapse fist. His electrified fist collided with Garp's iron fist, which was shrouded in transparent armament haki armor. In an instant, shockwaves and lightning surged across the sea, sending both combatants reeling backward once more. However, this time, Wallibell was clearly sent retreating much farther. Drip, drip, crimson blood stained the white fur of Wallibell's right hand, continuously falling into the ocean. Feeling the excruciating pain in his right hand, Wallibell was filled with shock. There was no doubt that his hand was fractured. Observing Wallibell's state, Garp couldn't help but grin. "Kid, since you've clashed with that guy Zephyr, you must have witnessed this technique before. It's called armament haki armor, an advanced technique of armament haki, synonymous with its formidable strength. The robust armament haki can coalesce into an imperceptible armor around the body, significantly enhancing the user's defensive and offensive capabilities while nullifying nearly all devil fruit abilities." Upon hearing Garp's words, Wallibell finally comprehended why his punch felt as though it had struck the Red Earth continent. Utterly unmovable. Previously, he had believed Zephyr's technique to be a unique martial art. Only now did he realize it was indeed an advanced technique of armament haki. In his understanding, the only advanced technique of armament haki was the flowing cherry blossom haki from Wano. And he had never anticipated that armament haki possessed an advanced technique known as armament haki armor. I can sense that you, kid, just employed a technique to flow your armament haki. Yet your mastery is woefully inadequate to shake my armament haki armor. Now, brace yourself and prepare to repent in the undersea prison. Don't speak too soon, Garp. Have you forgotten that I am a devil fruit user as well? Allow me to demonstrate the might of the storm fruit. In the sky, dense clouds rapidly formed, followed by flashes of lightning within. Torrential rain began to fall, and a powerful wind coalesced into tornadoes and massive whirlpools in both the air and the sea. The storm Wallibell conjured this time was tenfold the scale of his previous battle against Zephyr and had undergone a fundamental transformation. Garp, witnessing the cataclysmic storm around him, was utterly astonished at, in no wonder. The storm fruit, if I'm not mistaken, the source of this calamity is not you, but the entire ocean. Truly, the hero Garp immediately discerned the remarkable nature of Wallibell's technique. Indeed, Wallibell had previously been required to expend his own stamina to wield the power of the storm fruit. But now he had shifted most of the burden onto the ocean. This leap was made possible because Wallibell had discovered the profound connection between the storm fruit and the sea. The endless ocean's rising water vapor ascended into the atmosphere, gathering under the influence of the wind to form clouds. The vapor condensed into clouds, which then transformed into liquid rain within the dark clouds. Electricity would spark, and the raindrops would fall back into the ocean, thus creating a complete cycle. It could be said that wind, rain, and lightning all originated from the sea. Upon grasping this principle, Wallibell began to develop his abilities in this direction. ultimately succeeding in transferring the storm's consumption onto the ocean. Now, as long as Wallibell wished for the storm to persist, it could endure indefinitely. Impressive, your ability to develop to this extent indicates your profound understanding of the storm fruit. You are not far from awakening its true potential. Truly, the storm fruit could generate such a scale of disaster even before its awakening, but it was still insufficient. Now it is your turn to experience it. With Wallibell's declaration, a multitude of lightning bolts descended from the dark clouds, while powerful winds formed colossal tornadoes and towering tsunamis that surged toward Garp. In the face of such calamity, Garp felt as though he was confronting the entire world alone. Ha ha ha! This is the feeling. It has been ages since I trained with such forces. Wallibell then witnessed an astonishing spectacle. An endless torrent of armament hockey surged from Garp, ultimately enveloping him entirely in armament hockey armor. It was worth noting that Zephyr had only managed to cover his forearms with armament hockey armor, while Garp before him had achieved full body coverage. Garp seemed to teleport before the tsunami and tornado. Delivering a punch that cleaved the tornado in two, the overwhelming tsunami was sliced in half by Garp's whip-like kick, while the lightning plummeting from the sky was obliterated by the powerful shockwave generated by Garp's fist. Under Garp's terrifying strength, the storm and calamity were effortlessly dismantled as if they were mere trifles. What a monster! Observing Garp's superhuman feats, even Wallibell felt a sense of insurmountable awe. Truly, to achieve such prowess solely through martial arts makes Garp a top-tier existence in the world. This is the hero Garp. However, the time for delay had come to an end. At some point, 4 orbs of energy, each a different color, appeared before Wallibell. They represented the elemental energies of wind, rain, thunder, and clouds. Under Wallibell's command, the 4 energies coalesced into a singular purple orb. Feeling the exponentially escalating power within the energy sphere, Wallibell's heart soared with joy. Last, I have succeeded. This technique was one Wallibell had learned over the years by emulating his master blood tiger, who had described the abilities of the previous wielder of the storm fruit. This technique involved condensing the energies of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning into an energy body, which, upon merging, transformed into a peculiar purple energy. Although his master did not fully comprehend the essence of this purple energy, he knew it could unleash terrifying power. According to Blood Tiger, this technique could only be employed after the opponent's fruit had awakened. Yet, Wallibell could barely utilize it due to the elemental energy from the storm. Although not the complete manifestation of this technique, its power was undeniably formidable. Sensing the terrifying force within the purple energy sphere, Garp's expression grew grave. What is this strange technique? Wallibell would not grant Garp the opportunity to react. With his remaining hand, he grasped the purple energy sphere and transformed into a bolt of lightning. Appearing before Garp in an instant, so swift was his movement that even Garp could only react hastily, enveloping himself in armament hockey armor and adopting a defensive posture with his arms crossed. The purple energy sphere was pressed against Garp's body, and in that moment, the previously stable sphere began to expand at an alarming rate as Wallibell relinquished control. Realizing the impending danger, Wallibell hastily employed elementalization to evade harm. Yet the purple energy sphere continued to swell, ultimately enveloping a radius of several kilometers. With a thunderous explosion, a mushroom cloud towering thousands of meters emerged above the the cloud dissipated. A massive pit kilometers wide and hundreds of meters deep appeared in the ocean. Witnessing such destructive power, even Wallibell was taken aback. He had not anticipated his technique to possess such overwhelming strength. Moreover, he felt he had gained a glimmer of understanding about this technique. Sensing that should he truly grasp its intricacies, he would awaken the fruit's power and become even more formidable. However, there was no time for further contemplation. His observation hockey sensed that, at the center of the explosion, Garp's presence, although weakened, remained formidable. That guy Garp had not lost his fighting capacity yet. Without a moment's hesitation, Woli Bel transformed into lightning and swiftly arrived at Reverse Mountain this moment. For naval ships and the crew aboard the Indomitable found themselves compelled to halt their battles due to the residual shock waves generated by the clash between Garp and Woli Bel. Both sides continuously engaged in efforts to shield their vessels from the onslaught of tsunamis, hurricanes, and lightning. Woli Bel descended onto the deck of the Indomitable, directly employing the power of the wind to lift the ship from the ocean's surface, ascending rapidly into the heights until it vanished from sight. Just a few minutes after the departure of the thunderstorm pirates, a shadow, charred and blackened, landed on the deck of the Doghead warship. Gazing at the enigmatic figure before him, whose entire form was shrouded in darkness, with even its hair and beard seemingly obliterated, Fire Mountain hesitated momentarily before uncertainly uttering, "Is that you, Vice Admiral Carp?" Upon hearing Fire Mountain's dubious tone, Carp's already dark expression grew even more somber. "Of course it is. Hurry and fetch me some clothes." After speaking, Carp leapt into the sea to cleanse his body. When Fire Mountain returned to the deck, he beheld Carp, now devoid of all hair. Observing the extensive burn injuries scattered across Carp's body from the recent explosion, as well as the bruised impression left on his chest, Fire Mountain's countenance darkened considerably. "Is Vice Admiral Carp's opponent truly that formidable, capable of inflicting such severe wounds upon you?" Carp, donning a pair of shorts while tracing the bruises on his chest, sharpened his gaze. "Fetch me a din mushy. I need to update Admiral Kong on the current situation." "This is Vice Admiral Carp," he said. "Hello? Is this Admiral Kong?" "This is Carp." "How is the situation?" Upon hearing the hopeful inquiry from Steelbone Kong, Carp fell silent, refusing to respond. Noticing Carp's silence, Kong immediately sensed an ominous premonition. "Have they escaped yet again?" "I apologize, Admiral Kong, but I was unable to capture them." Taking a deep breath, Steelbone Kong solemnly questioned, "Carp, are they truly that strong, capable of eluding your grasp?" "They're quite strong," Carp replied with an unusually grave tone. "The one named Woli Bel has grown significantly. I suspect that even Zephyr would struggle to defeat him now. His Busashoka Haki and Kinbunchika Haki are just a step away from reaching their peak, and his devil fruit abilities are on the verge of awakening, accompanied by a commendable mastery of Haushiko Haki. Though technically, these powers have not yet reached their pinnacle, nor can they rival the strength of an admiral, he has also mastered techniques from the former great pirate Blood Tiger. Coupled with the overwhelming prowess of his devil fruit, I estimate that his strength now is not inferior to that of a Navy admiral. If it were Sengoku, he might still be able to defeat him. But capturing him now would require at least 2 admiral-level forces. Has he grown to such a degree? Steelbone Kong slumped into his chair, feeling disheartened. Since the Thunderstorm Pirates emerged, they had caused him much trouble. To be honest, apart from the Rocks Pirates, this was perhaps the most troublesome pirate crew for him, but he knew they would grow to a terrifying extent and had dispatched sufficient forces to hunt them down. Yet he had always failed. Now that they had reached such a level, capturing them would be exceedingly difficult. I will notify the Navy in the Grand Line to temporarily abandon the pursuit of the Thunderstorm Pirates. If they encounter them at sea, they should refrain from engaging and prioritize their own safety. The seas are far too chaotic now, and we do not possess the surplus forces to contend with such a powerful, small pirate crew. As long as they do not cause trouble in the Grand Line, the Navy will not engage with the Thunderstorm Pirates, that I can only hope they swiftly venture into the New World to squabble with that group of pirates. But what should we convey to Admiral Kong regarding the world government? After all, the Thunderstorm Pirates have slain a celestial dragon. Given the current tumultuous state of the seas, they still require the Navy to maintain order. At most, I will receive a few reprimands, which I have long since grown accustomed to. Steelbone Kong nonchalantly took a sip of tea, his spirits lifting somewhat. By the way, aside from Woli Bel, are there any other formidable individuals within the Thunderstorm Pirates who require bounties? Formidable individuals. Carp glanced at Fire Mountain, who was wrapped in bandages, alongside Bogart, who bore bandages on his chest, and Akiji, whose arm was similarly bound. He instructed them to meticulously relay their adversaries' capabilities. After listening to Carp's report, Steelbone Kong's previously improved demeanor darkened once more. He had not anticipated that the members of the Thunderstorm Pirates had grown so powerful. Perhaps, before long, a large pirate crew would emerge once again upon the seas. With a sigh, Steelbone Kong lamented, "If only such talents could emerge within our Navy." A day later, news of the Thunderstorm Pirates' escape sent shockwaves throughout the entire world once more. Just yesterday, the Thunderstorm Pirates had engaged in a fierce battle against the Navy, led by the heroic Carp, In the in the end, over 100 naval soldiers perished. Vice Admiral Fire Mountain was gravely injured. Several high-ranking Navy officials sustained significant injuries, and even the Navy hero Carp was wounded. The outcome was that the Thunderstorm pirates successfully evaded capture and entered the Grand Line as a result of this great escape. The bounties for the members of the Thunderstorm pirates underwent substantial changes. Captain Woli Bel's bounty surged from 400 million berries to 650 million berries. The bounty for the Viper increased from 100 million berries to 200 million berries. Ranjin was also awarded his first bounty, which reached 120 million berries, earning him the title of the Red Blade Swordsman. This high bounty was due to his ability to injure Bogard. Carp's vice admiral, who had previously participated in the God Island incident and was no weaker than a vice admiral. The fourth highest bounty, also a first-time bounty, was awarded to the Giant Boar, the navigator and shipwright of Woli Bel's crew, who bore the moniker of the Great Sword Giant, with a bounty of 74 million berries. Boar had single-handedly staved off a significant portion of the Navy soldiers during the confrontation, making him one of the best-performing warriors apart from Ranjin and his companions. Fifth was the first bounty awarded to the Fishman tiger, known as the Kung Fu Fishman, with a bounty of 45 million berries. Following this, there was Zephyr, whose mastery of sword energy and chef's attire earned him a bounty of 38 million berries. Known as the Blood Chef, the final member to be awarded a bounty was Jesus Burgess, who had remained hidden atop the lookout and had not revealed his appearance. However, thanks to the Navy's investigation, they uncovered Jesus Burgess's information within a day. Name: Jesus Burgess affiliation, Thunderstorm Pirates role, Sniper alias. The Marksman bounty, 30 million berries. As for the other members of the Fur tribe, each of their bounties hovered around the 10 million berries mark. That it can be said that any random crew member from the Thunderstorm Pirates would be regarded as a formidable pirate across the four seas. And even within the Grand Line, they were by no means weak. The re-emergence of the Thunderstorm Pirates upon the seas caused a ripple of unrest throughout the entire ocean. Both the New World and the World Government, along with other major factions, were taken aback by this news. They had not anticipated that the Thunderstorm Pirates, long since vanished from the public eye, would once again resurface, and with such substantial growth and strength. However, at this moment, Woli Bel remained unaware that the renown of the Thunderstorm Pirates had already spread across the seas. They were nearing their first island in the Grand Line, the Cactus Island. Although the name Cactus Island sounded unfamiliar, it was home to a small town known as Whiskey. Indeed, this would eventually become a haven for numerous bounty hunters. However, for now, the residents of Whiskey Town were merely ordinary folk, earning their livelihoods through brewing beer. It would not be until the death of Roger that this place transformed into a stronghold for bounty hunters, who would profit from hunting down those rookie pirates venturing from the four seas into the Grand Line. Given that there was nothing of particular significance in the town, it remained relatively inconspicuous. Thus, Wallibell dispatched several men to procure some specialty beers, and after recording their findings, they departed from Whiskey Peak. Unbeknownst to Wallibell, however, word of the Thunder Pirates had already reached his unseen boss through a bar owner, but that is a tale for another time. 2 days later, guided by the recorded pointers, Wallibell and his crew finally arrived at their intended destination. From several nautical miles away, they could discern the remains of two colossal beasts. Truly, the prowess of the two former captains of the giant soldier pirates was not to be underestimated. The crew was astonished to behold the bones of the Sea Kings, which loomed like small mountains. The undying ship docked on the shores of Little Garden, and the crew disembarked in droves. After some contemplation, Wallibell, accompanied by the Viper and Enolan, made his way onto the island. Before departing, he intentionally extracted Jaka, who was engrossed in an experiment within a laboratory. "Hey, Captain Wallibell, why did you call me out? I was in the middle of an experiment," Jaka complained, delivering a light kick to Wallibell's back. Wallibell, bemused by the ant-like strength of his companion, explained, "This small island is known as Little Garden, home to ancient creatures resembling saber-toothed tigers and dinosaurs. I thought you might find these animals intriguing, which is why I summoned you to know." Really? Upon hearing Wallibell's words, Jaka's interest was piqued. However, despite accompanying Wallibell, he had yet to encounter any of these creatures, and his gaze toward Wallibell was now filled with skepticism. Wallibell, observing the three companions beside him, kicked each of them lightly. You lot need to temper your presence. You've scared off those animals, upon hearing Wallibell's admonition. The group sheepishly reined in their energy. Before long, sounds emerged from the surrounding jungle. Suddenly, a saber-toothed tiger, over 5 meters tall and nearly 8 meters long, leaped forth. Upon spotting the towering figures of the bare-headed and dog-headed men, especially the giant among them, the tiger's gaping maw snapped shut, and it turned to flee. The viper appeared behind the saber-toothed tiger, seizing one of its legs and effortlessly toppling the massive creature to the ground. With a resounding thud, the saber-toothed tiger lay motionless, seemingly lifeless. "Well done, Viper," Jacques praised, then eagerly approached the fallen beast, his face alight with excitement. "Indeed, it truly is a saber-toothed tiger. Captain, if you could help me capture one of every ancient creature on this island for my experiments, I would greatly appreciate it." "No problem," Wallibell replied, and Jacques joyfully dragged the saber-toothed tiger back to the ship for experimentation. Observing Jacques' effortless handling of the creature, Wallibell and his companions gaped in astonishment. The saber-toothed tiger must weigh at least a dozen tons. It seemed Jacques had undergone significant bodily modifications that let's move. Our destination has yet to be reached. The group traversed through the jungle until they arrived at a lake, flanked by 2 volcanoes emitting wisps of white smoke. Just as the group pondered the lack of activity, the volcanoes erupted suddenly. The ground trembled slightly beneath their feet, and from the nearby jungle emerged 2 giants, towering over 20 meters and clad in rudimentary leather armor. Armed with long swords and short axes, the 2 collided at extraordinary speeds, their immense strength causing the very ground of Little Garden to quiver. Countless pterosaurs and flying birds took flight from the jungle, filling the air with cacophonous cries. Wallibell halted the 3 companions, patiently observing the titanic battle. After an hour of fierce combat, the 2 giants, exhausted, sat on the ground, laughing heartily. Suddenly, a coughing fit interrupted their mirth, and the giants noticed a group of onlookers not far away. Upon seeing Wallibell and his crew, surprise spread across their faces. Both giants had encountered the bare-headed and dog-headed races before, but they had never seen the 2 together. "You must be the former captains of the giant soldier pirates." Wallibell introduced himself. "I am Wallibell, captain of the Thunder Pirates, and, as you can see, I am of the bare-headed race. The 3 behind me are my companions, Viper, Inulan, and the giant boar. Greetings, I am Dongli, and I am Broggy. Might I inquire why Captain Wallibell seeks us, 2 old fellows? By the way, why have I never seen you in the tribe, Boar? Are you a newly born giant from Elbaf?" "Ah, so you're a giant from Elbaf? I am Boar, a giant from Giant Island." "What?" Upon hearing Boar's origins, Dongli and Broggy exchanged excited glances. Giant Island still extant. We thought it had sunk long as esteemed figures in Elbaf. They had heard of Giant Island, one of the 3 homelands of giants. However, several centuries prior, it had vanished without a trace overnight, and even the record pointers could not locate it. The giants of Elbaf speculated that some calamity had befallen it, leading to its submersion beneath the waves. So it was astonishing to hear a giant claiming to hail from Giant Island. Unable to contain his own excitement, Boar continued conversing with the 2. After listening to Boar's account, Dongli and Broggy's faces darkened with anger. "Damn it, so it was the world government's doing. No wonder Giant Island lost all contact overnight. Rest assured, the current Giant Island is peaceful and thriving. I believe that in a few centuries, we will be able to rebuild it." Upon hearing Boar's words, the 2 giants rose to their feet, fatigue evident on their faces, and bowed gratefully to Wallibell. "Thank you, Captain Wallibell, for aiding my and no need for such formality. I merely happened upon Giant Island and assisted Boar and the others." "Captain Wallibell, your assistance to Giant Island makes you a benefactor to our entire race. By the way, what is your purpose in seeking us?" "I have come to invite you both to join the Thunder Pirates and continue our voyage upon the seas." "You wish to recruit us?" "Indeed, I wish to extend an invitation for you both to join the Thunder Pirates." Dongli and Broggy exchanged knowing glances, shaking their heads in unison. "Apologies, Captain Wallibell, but we cannot acquiesce. Our wager remains unresolved, and only after our battle concludes can we provide you with an answer." Wallibell found himself momentarily speechless at their stubbornness. He had to admit, they were perhaps the most obstinate individuals he had ever encountered. After all, not everyone could engage in a contest of strength for a century. But why must you determine a winner? Upon hearing Wallibell's question, both giants appeared perplexed. Broggy, why have we been fighting all this time? How would I know? You don't know. I don't know either. Listening to their bizarre exchange, Wallibell felt a headache coming on. Boar, too, was baffled by the conversation of his giant predecessors. This even human dialogue? How can they not comprehend it? Though I've forgotten the reason, we must determine a victor. Wallibell felt his heart racing at their unwavering resolve. If this continued, he would surely be driven to madness by these two simpletons. How about this? Let us wager if you can injure me in a fight, I shall concede my recruitment efforts. Conversely, if you cannot, you shall join the Thunder Pirates. Captain Wallibell, do you truly underestimate us? We are warriors of Elbaf. What do you say? Shall we gamble? Wallibell noted the anger rising on the faces of the two giants. Realizing that his simple provocation had succeeded, he fanned the flames further. You may both attack me together if you wish. Indeed, we accept your wager, staked on the honor of the Elbaf warriors. Excellent. Tomorrow, I shall return here, and I hope that both of you can maintain your utmost combat readiness to face me. With that, Wallibell hastily seized the others and fled back to the ship without a backward glance. Once he had distanced himself from the two, Wallibell finally exhaled in relief, feeling that further conversation might have driven him to exasperation. Bull, you seem quite astute. Why are those two so obstinate? Bull wished to elucidate the situation regarding his kin, but ultimately found himself at a loss for words. Tiger, Jasusbu, you two take a few crew members to assist Dr. Jaka in capturing all the ancient beasts in the small garden. After issuing his orders, Wallibell proceeded to the training room to continue his physical regimen, for becoming stronger necessitates unwavering dedication. The following day, Wallibell arrived punctually at the clearing before the volcano. The volcano erupted. Dongli and Brokey emerged from the jungle, encircling Wallibell. Captain Wallibell, to whom do you wish to challenge first? Faced with the two seemingly dull-witted individuals, Wallibell provocatively beckoned. Why not both of you come at me together? If either of you can inflict a wound upon me, I shall concede defeat, and no need. I alone am sufficient, Brokey declared, drawing his massive sword and aiming it at Wallibell. Come forth. Let me witness how much power remains in the once-renowned captain of the giant warrior pirate crew. With a fierce cry, Brokey swung his long sword towards Wallibell. Sensing the formidable force behind the strike, Wallibell made no attempt to retreat. Instead, he boldly grasped the sword's blade with his bare hand. The immense power reverberated through the ground, causing the earth beneath Wallibell to crack and sink instantaneously. Too weak. Is this the strength of your giant race warriors? Brokey? Wallibell's arm, as thick as a boulder, effortlessly repelled the massive swordback. Brokey was hurled through the air, crashing to the ground. Impossible. Brokey, are you all right? Dongli rushed to assist Brokey, who stared blankly at his shredded palm. You two, come at me together. At this rate, you can't even force me back a single step. Damn it, Brokey, let's charge together. Dongli shouted, gripping his short axe and rushing towards Wallibell, who stood immovable, extending both hands, one to catch the axe and the other to wield Brokey's great sword. Doing so with effortless ease, with a tremendous exertion, Wallibell flung both weapons and their wielders away. The two massive figures crashed to the ground, creating two considerable craters. As they clumsily rose, they gazed at their nearly crushed weapons in astonishment. Are you two merely for show? As a pirate who was once worth a bounty of 100 million berries nearly a century ago, you cannot even wield the dual hockey. Upon hearing Wallibell's words, both Brokey and Dongli displayed expressions of embarrassment. It's not that we cannot. Rather, we're currently unable to employ the dual hockey. The two were not incapable of using the dual hockey, but decades of battle had accumulated injuries within them to a terrifying extent. They were now akin to the future Golden Lion, whose body could no longer support the formidable hockey he once commanded. This final move is also our trump card that if you, Captain Wallibell, can emerge unscathed from it, then we shall join the Thunderstorm pirate crew. Very well, I shall await your attempt. Dongli and Brokey understood that this was their last resort. They raised their already cracked weapons, channeling terrifying power into them. and with their entire strength unleashed, they simultaneously swung their weapons. A fearsome white shockwave surged toward Wallibell Elbaf's dominance. As the white shockwave rushed towards him, a serious expression finally graced Wallibell's face. Indeed, this is the strength you too should possess. Wallibell entered lightning mode, his entire being crackling with white arcs of electricity, as bolts of lightning rapidly coalesced around his fists. Lightning fist. Wallibell unleashed a powerful punch. A blue shockwave composed of his fist's strength and lightning collided with the dominance. As the two attacks clashed, the entire small garden began to tremble violently. Several volcanoes erupted with molten magma, and the ensuing shockwave swept the ground, toppling trees in its wake. As the smoke cleared, the once open space had transformed into a vast pit, and Wallibell approached Dongli and Brokey, who lay in disarray upon the ground, their hair standing on end from the electricity, their weapons reduced to mere fragments. Dongli and Brokey, powerless, gazed at the unharmed Wallibell, their faces twisting into bitter smiles. "Captain Wallibell, you have won. Alas, we are no longer at our peak. Otherwise, we could have engaged in a truly exhilarating battle with you." Wallibell extended his hand, pulling the two up from the ground. "Regardless, I welcome both of you to join the Thunderstorm pirate crew. From now on, you shall be my comrades. I look forward to your guidance." Likewise, Captain Wallibell. Having not tasted alcohol in decades, Dongli and Brokey were now on the deck of the Unyielding, indulging in enormous goblets of wine. The crew looked on in astonishment at the two giants, not expecting to encounter such figures in the small garden. "Captain, what shall we do next? If we continue on this course, we will be forced to remain at the small garden for an entire year." Wallibell understood that he could not afford to linger at the small garden for so long, especially as the seas would soon grow tumultuous. Roger was on the verge of surrendering, and Wallibell intended to capitalize on the uproar caused by Roger's actions to establish his own formidable pirate crew. Thus, staying in the small garden was not an option that in the original narrative, Luffy and his crew had traversed directly to Alabasta using a record pointer, but Wallibell lacked such a device. However, he had devised a plan long ago. "Fear not, Bull. I have already studied the nautical charts. The distance from the small garden to the next island is not considerable, as long as I maintain a general sense of direction without straying too far. I can utilize magnetic perception to locate that island. Since you are well prepared, I can rest easy in no worries. Simply confirming the direction is within my capabilities. Soon, the Unyielding set sail once more, and according to Wallibell's knowledge, their next destination was called Carl Island. It was home to the Kingdom of Carl, which was not only affiliated with the world government, but also housed a naval base on the island. However, Wallibell remained unperturbed. Even if the Navy dispatched an admiral, he was confident in his ability to manage the situation. 3 days later, "Not good, Your Majesty. The Thunderstorm pirate crew is now less than 50 nautical miles from us." A soldier hurried to inform the king of the latest news. In the castle's grand hall, a middle-aged man, appearing around 40 years of age and adorned with a golden crown, wore a grim expression upon receiving this news. "Damn it, they only arrived in the Grand Line 10 days ago, and now they are already upon us? How could they traverse the small garden so swiftly?" It was well known that the magnetic forces of the small garden typically required a year to record, not to mention the presence of numerous fearsome ancient beasts that would deter any normal individual from navigating that route. This was precisely why the Kingdom of Carl had avoided pirate incursions for so many years. "What shall we do now, King Carl?" Upon hearing the news, the ministers in the hall began to murmur among themselves, their faces awash with fear. Has Colonel Russell been informed of this development? The soldier hesitated under the king's displeased gaze before ultimately nodding. Just as our reconnaissance detected the Thunderstorm pirate crew, the naval base has also caught wind of their approach. Upon hearing this news, King Carl secretly regretted his decision years ago to allow the naval branch to establish itself within his kingdom. It is worth noting that, unlike other naval branches, the one stationed in the Kingdom of Carl is notably feeble. After all, this area has not been frequented by many pirates. The naval branch here serves merely as a support base for the Navy along this route. Primarily for the storage of supplies, one could say that the naval branch in the Kingdom of Carl is nothing more than a facade. Even the officer stationed here, Colonel Russell, is merely a naval captain. If their kingdom did not have a naval branch, they could have simply allowed the pirates to invade, for at worst, they could have paid a ransom to protect their nation. However, with the naval branch in place, news of their predicament has already reached the Navy and the world government. If he were to act recklessly now, his fate would likely be death. Summon Colonel Russell at once. Before long, Colonel Russell, with a face as dark as coal, arrived in the hall accompanied by several sailors. King Carl waved his hand dismissively, urging the ministers to leave, as he needed to discuss with Russell how to safeguard both the kingdom and their lives. Colonel Russell, have you contacted the naval headquarters? Upon hearing this question, Russell's expression grew even grimmer. I have indeed contacted the naval headquarters. Admiral Kong stated that the closest reinforcement we can expect is from Vice Admiral Garp. However, it will take at least another fortnight for them to arrive, and by then, we may well be corpses. Are we to await our demise then? King Carl's face turned ashen, despair filling his heart. The Navy intended to negotiate with the Thunderstorm pirates, and if the negotiations were successful, the kingdom of Carl might survive. Who would have imagined that one day, the Navy would be compelled to negotiate with pirates? Cursed fate, due to the Navy's leniency and the kingdom of Carl's permission. The ship Immortal docked smoothly at the harbor of the kingdom of Carl, just as the members of the Thunderstorm pirates felt that the process was oddly too smooth. A man adorned with a crown, accompanied by an officer in naval uniform, approached the harbor surrounded by soldiers. Thunderstorm pirates, I am Colonel Russell, the highest-ranking officer of the 56th Naval Branch. Just a mere naval colonel? Viper, who among you wishes to take action? Wallibell reclined his chair, devoid of any desire to engage, as he deemed Russell merely an ordinary colonel, just as several of his subordinates were eager to act. King Carl quickly interjected, Wait, esteemed members of the Thunderstorm pirates, we have not come to battle with you. We seek to discuss matters with your captain, Wallibell. Oh, upon hearing this, Wallibell's interest was piqued, and he rose from his chair. He approached the edge of the deck and curiously inquired, Intriguing. What do you wish to discuss with me? Speak quickly while my curiosity remains. Seeing Wallibell's willingness to listen, the expressions of Carl and Russell softened slightly, as there was at least a chance for dialogue. After a moment's hesitation, King Carl waved to the soldiers behind him. Colonel Russell nodded in agreement, signaling the nearby sailors to step back in mere seconds. Only King Carl and Colonel Russell remained on the shore. Just as Wallibell was curious about what the two would do next, Colonel Russell surprisingly produced a din-din mushy from his pocket. As the din-din mushy connected, a voice filled with an oppressive weight emanated from it. This should be our first conversation. Wouldn't you agree, scum of the Thunderstorm pirates? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Admiral Steelbone Kong. Hearing his own admiral insult others as scum made Russell's lips twitch, and he feared that Wallibell might directly retaliate and kill them. So it is the illustrious Admiral Steelbone Kong. Pray tell, what does such a prominent figure wish to discuss with someone as insignificant as myself? Wallibell's tone carried no hint of fear, even bordering on provocation. Admiral Kong, after a brief silence, contemplating Wallibell's taunt, responded in a voice that suggested he was constipated. Wallibell, let us strike a deal as long as your Thunderstorm pirates refrain from attacking any world government member states, naval bases, or world government organizations during your upcoming journey through the Grand Line. I can assure you that our Navy will not pursue you. Ha ha! Who would have thought that the renowned admiral would come to such an arrangement with a mere pirate? How amusing. Will you accept this condition? If you refuse, our Navy shall dispatch extermination orders against you. Oh, bear in mind that you are still within the Grand Line, and we can easily hunt you down, that we would not hesitate to relinquish parts of our territory in the New World just to eliminate your Thunderstorm pirates. You seem rather anxious, Admiral. This deal is not entirely off the table, but your leverage is insufficient. Wallibell, do not push your luck. Humph, Steelbone Kong. Do you not think you are attempting to pull off a trick with empty hands? Setting aside whether your Navy will honor this agreement, even if you do, you have not offered anything of value in return to me. The only benefit would be the absence of your pursuit, which hardly entices me to agree without further concessions. Upon hearing Wallibell's words, Admiral Kong in his office at Naval Headquarters angrily kicked his desk over, but ultimately gritted his teeth and asked, What do you desire? Very well. I wish for 5 superhuman-type devil fruits. What an impossibility! Upon hearing Wallibell's request for devil fruits, Admiral Kong refused without hesitation. After all, even the most inferior devil fruits were invaluable treasures, particularly for the Navy, as they serve as strategic resources to enhance their strength. Such precious items would not be relinquished lightly. Then our agreement is null and void, that I might as well await your pursuit once more. It is not the first time. Upon Wallibell's declaration, Admiral Kong's forehead bulged with veins, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. I can offer you a maximum of 2 animal-type devil fruits, and they shall be of the animal type. I require superhuman-type devil fruits. Admiral, offering me animal-type fruits is a considerable disparity. How about this? A flat rate of 3 animal-type devil fruits. Any common variety will suffice, of course, if Admiral Kong is willing to provide me with ancient or mythical types. That would be even better. Humph, you dreamer. Then, Admiral, will you accept this transaction? After contemplating the numerous significant islands along this route, particularly the final Justice Island, Admiral Kong bit his lip. Fine, I accept. Upon reaching the next island, someone will deliver the devil fruits to you. However, you must agree not to attack any world government member states, the Navy, or world government organizations while on the Grand Line. Should you breach this agreement, you will face our Navy's full wrath. Rest assured, I will honor your conditions, but I hope to see those 3 animal-type devil fruits promptly upon my arrival at the next island. With a cold snort, the Din Mushi was abruptly hung up. Wallibell waved his hand dismissively at the 2 trembling individuals before him. You two need not worry. For the sake of those 3 devil fruits, I shall not lay a finger on you. However, it would be acceptable to procure some supplies from you, would it not? Of course, there is no issue at all. Captain Wallibell, feel free to request any supplies. The Kingdom of Karl will provide them free of charge. Seeing the other party so accommodating, Wallibell nodded in satisfaction. You are a wise individual. Wallibell instructed his crew to procure supplies while he returned to the training room for further exercise. Hours later, drenched in sweat, Wallibell emerged onto the deck only to find the deck of the Immortal piled high with various supplies. Viper, what transpired here? Have you robbed the Kingdom of Karl? Not at all. Captain, I merely requested some essential supplies. However, King Karl generously offered us many provisions and even provided 300 million berries as a gesture of gratitude. Observing the enormous treasure chest brought by Viper, Wallibell curiously opened it, revealing neatly arranged berries within. He was astonished by their generosity. If it was given freely, he would be remiss not to accept it. Please organize the supplies into the cabin. I certainly do not wish to wait until there is no place left to bask in the sun. Aye, Captain. The next island in the Kingdom of Karl is named Kuril Island, the largest trading island along this route. It is said that with sufficient wealth, one can purchase rare treasures from both the 4 seas and a new world on this island. According to the information obtained by Wallibell and his companions from King Karl, an unknown faction has emerged on Kuril Island in recent years. With formidable strength, they have established a grand auction house on the island, gathering the most precious items of Kuril, which has now become the island's crowning jewel. Upon learning this, Wallibell felt a surge of curiosity. What kind of force could establish such a lucrative auction house in such a significant trading city, so close to the naval branch? Boys, set sail. Our next destination is Kuril Island. At that moment, in a high-end office within the Kuril Island auction house, a man was engaged in a heated argument with the other end of a transponder snail. Steelbone Kong, why should I provide you with 3 devil fruits? Do not forget my identity. Humph. If you refuse, I wouldn't hesitate to shut down your auction house. Sensing the fury in Steelbone Kong's tone, the man ultimately relented. I can provide you with these 3 devil fruits. But Steelbone Kong, you must agree to some conditions. Speak that I have heard that the world government intends to recruit some powerful individuals to form a new faction to combat the great pirates of the New World. I wonder if I might have the honor of being among them. Humph. Although Doflamingo does not know where you acquired this information, I advise you not to meddle in this matter. However, considering your willingness to provide these 3 devil fruits, I can mention it to the world government. Well, since Admiral Kong has agreed to my condition, I shall provide these 3 animal-type devil fruits that be, by the way, Doflamingo, I advise you not to provoke the Thunderstorm Pirates. After all, Kuril Island is not a member of the world government. If it is destroyed, we, the Navy, will not intervene. Rest assured, Admiral Kong, the other party is the infamous Thunderstorm Pirates. I am merely a small underworld family. You should know, the infamous Wallibell is a ruthless killer of the celestial dragons. As a former celestial dragon, you're even less significant in his eyes. After 2 days of sailing, the thunderstorm pirates finally approached Kuril Island. The crew gazed at the bustling city along the distant coast, their eyes alight with wonder. Even before disembarking, they could see throngs of people on the vibrant streets. Just as they drew near Kuril Island, a ship swiftly approached the unyielding AS. The crew prepared to defend themselves. A man in a deep red suit and flamboyant red glasses flew before the unyielding Wallibell, reclining in a deck chair and sipping afternoon tea, looked up at the man in the air with surprise. He had not anticipated the visitor's arrival in the Grand Line so soon. Indeed, the man was none other than one of the future warlords of the sea. Known as the Heavenly Azura, the former celestial dragon Don Quixote Doflamingo, it seemed the auction house on Kuril Island was indeed Doflamingo's domain. He was truly a remarkable individual, having accomplished so much before the age of 20. At present, Doflamingo had not yet been placed under a bounty, as his family, the Don Quixotes, belonged to the underworld, and his status as a celestial dragon allowed him to seize control of Kuril Island without fear of naval intervention. Wallibell rose from his chair, observing Doflamingo's triumphant smile in the air. What brings this nameless nobody to disturb my afternoon nap? A powerful wave of Conqueror's hockey emanated from Wallibell, causing Doflamingo to break out in a cold sweat. Despite maintaining his smile in the face of this overwhelming presence, it is entirely understandable that Captain Wallibell has not heard of me, for I am Don Quixote Doflamingo, the patriarch of the Don Quixote family and the shadowy ruler of Kuril Island. I come not with ill intent. I am merely here to deliver these items to you. Captain Wallibell. Doflamingo produced 3 exquisite boxes from his coat and tossed them toward Wallibell before the boxes could land. An invisible gust of wind caught them, bringing them to Wallibell's side. The boxes opened to reveal 3 animal-type devil fruits of various colors and shapes. How intriguing. I did not expect you to be the intermediary Steel Bone Kong spoke of. It seems your identity is not so simple after all. If I recall correctly, Don Quixote is indeed a surname associated with the celestial dragons. Upon hearing Wallibell's words, Doflamingo's expression remained unchanged, yet he felt a surge of joy within. His intention in revealing his name was to leave a lasting impression on Wallibell. Preparing for future dealings, if he could make Wallibell owe him a favor, it would be a significant gain for him. However, Doflamingo was unaware that Wallibell's knowledge of him was likely more profound than his own. After all, in his previous life, Wallibell had been quite fond of Doflamingo's character, a true anti-hero in the world of One Piece. Though he ultimately fell to the protagonist Luffy, first sight of such talent, Wallibell was inclined to recruit him, yet he understood that Doflamingo was not a suitable candidate for subjugation. Nevertheless, they shared a common goal of dismantling the celestial dragons and overturning this world. Furthermore, Doflamingo was quite adept at business. As long as one possessed greater strength than him, he would be accommodating. Noticing Wallibell's interest, Doflamingo promptly produced a transponder snail. Might I have the honor of leaving my contact information with you? Captain Wallibell, should you wish to engage in any underground dealings in the future, you may always seek me out. Wallibell did not refuse, nodding as he accepted the transponder snail with the wind. Doflamingo's heart soared with joy. Although he had relinquished 3 animal-type devil fruits, he had secured a promise from Steel Bone Kong and established a connection with Wallibell, a future pirate of great potential. This transaction felt like a worthwhile endeavor. Captain Wallibell, tomorrow marks our annual auction at Kuril Island. I extend an invitation to the Thunderstorm Pirates. I am confident that treasures within the auction will captivate your interest. With that, Doflamingo departed, returning to his ship as the unyielding docked at the harbor. Watching Doflamingo swiftly retreat, Wallibell regarded the transponder snail in his hand, lost in thought. If any of you wish to attend the auction tomorrow, you are welcome to join me. Until then, feel free to explore. Hooray for Captain! The crew cheered joyfully as Wallibell reclined once more in his chair. It was not that Wallibell lacked the desire to explore the island, but his current appearance was too conspicuous to conceal, making it unwise to wander about and potentially incite chaos. Instead of courting trouble, he preferred to meditate on the ship, since his last battle with Carp. He sensed that he was but a thin veil away from awakening his devil fruit powers. Wallibell understood that many individuals were stronger than he, and to truly master his destiny, he needed to exert even greater effort and strategy, seizing every opportunity to enhance his strength. After hours of contemplation, feeling unfulfilled, Wallibell realized he craved a battle to invigorate his senses. With nothing to inspire him, Wallibell began to roam the ship, ultimately finding himself outside Jaka's laboratory. Pushing open the laboratory door, Wallibell was greeted by Jaka, whose eyes were bloodshot and dark circles marred his face. "Jaka, have you been pulling another all-nighter for your experiments?" Jaka did not respond, remaining fixated on the microscope. Just as Wallibell feared something had gone awry, Jaka suddenly erupted with excitement, leaping into the air and exclaiming, "At last! I have successfully extracted the genetic factors from the devil fruit." "What? So soon?" Upon hearing this news, Woli Bel was also filled with joy. It is worth noting that only half a day had passed since Jaka obtained the Zoan-type devil fruit, and she had already extracted the genetic factors from the devil fruit. "Haha, I truly am a genius." "Well then, great genius, you should hasten to sleep. It is evident that you have been burning the candle at both ends for several days now, and I fear you might exhaust yourself one day." It was only at this moment that Jaka noticed Woli Bel. Upon hearing Woli Bel's words, a wave of fatigue surged from within her, making her body go limp as she leaned back. Observing this, Woli Bel hurriedly rushed to support Jaka from behind. "You, my friend, while experiments are of utmost importance, you must also take your physical condition into account." Sensing the concern in Woli Bel's eyes, Jaka felt a tinge of embarrassment. "Is it not the first time I have delved into the research of such a rare entity as the devil fruit? I inadvertently became too engrossed. Since the genetic factors of the Zoan-type devil fruit have already been extracted, the remaining research can certainly wait until you regain your senses. No. There's a thought in my mind that I have yet to realize. If I do not conduct the experiment, I will feel an overwhelming discomfort." "What experiment?" "Previously, my biological potions were crafted using the genetic factors from the bodies of animals. While they allowed me to harness most of the creature's power, they also constrained the user's potential. The Zoan-type devil fruit, however, can be developed to become stronger. According to what you said, any type of devil fruit can be awakened to its full potential. Therefore, I am pondering whether I could utilize the genetic factor from the Zoan-type devil fruit to create a biological potion with the potential for growth. If this research succeeds, it would elevate my potions to a new level that..." As Jaka spoke, Woli Bel's eyes brightened with excitement. But if this experiment were to succeed, it would undoubtedly be a boon for him. "Truly, you are the foremost scientist of our Thunderbolt pirates. But Jaka, you should rest for now. Remember, you're not only a scientist, but also a companion of the Thunderbolt pirates. I do not wish for my comrades to suffer from exhaustion." Seeing the serious expression on Woli Bel's fierce bear-like face, Jaka revealed a rare warmth and nodded in compliance. "Very well. Then I shall rest for a while and continue the research tomorrow." The next morning, as Woli Bel prepared to exercise, he discovered that the laboratory was already illuminated. Upon entering, he saw Jaka, revitalized, merging a vial of biological potion with another unidentified concoction. "I have finally succeeded," Jaka exclaimed with immense excitement as she gazed at the purple potion in her hand, while Woli Bel curiously observed it. "What distinguishes this vial of potion from the previous biological potions? Rather than being referred to as a biological potion, it is more appropriate to call this vial a devil potion." "What do you mean?" "To put it simply, through my experiments, I have found that only genetic factors from creatures of the same species as the extracted devil fruit can be used to create a devil potion. This potion should possess most of the abilities of the devil fruit without its side effects, essentially serving as a weakened version of the devil fruit. Unfortunately, this devil potion requires the genetic factors from the devil fruit as raw materials. One devil fruit can produce 5 vials of the devil potion. Regrettably, the devil fruit used as raw material cannot be reused, which is a pity. Nevertheless, this research outcome is already remarkable. Since the research has succeeded, I would like to invite the lovely Miss Jaka to accompany me to the auction. I wonder if that would be agreeable." "All right." Upon hearing Woli Bel's words, Jaka lowered her head and softly agreed. "Then I shall not disturb you any longer. I shall see you shortly, Jaka." With that, Woli Bel left the laboratory, unaware that Zhuoka, with her head bowed, was blushing for reasons unknown. That I never expected this brash bear to possess such a gentlemanly side. Today, Woli Bel had made an effort to adorn himself, donning a tiger skin cloak, a gift from the saber-toothed tiger during their previous excursion to the small garden. However, all eyes were drawn to Zhuoka, who had transformed from her usual eccentric scientist persona. The deep red high-neck dress accentuated her flawless figure, and her beautiful visage, complemented by her flowing golden hair, emanated an irresistible allure. In that moment, Zhuoka was the most captivating focus, rendering onlookers unable to tear their gaze away. Accompanying Woli Bel to the auction were Inuzuka, Viper, and Jesus Burgess, while Tiger and Bull had little interest in the event. Don Quixote Doflamingo had dispatched his subordinates to await at the harbor long before, and upon sighting Woli Bel and his entourage, they bowed their heads in fear, observing the black suits worn by Viper and the others. Woli Bel couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction akin to that of a powerful mobster. Under the guidance of the group, Woli Bel and his companions traversed the streets, arriving before an immense edifice. Passers-by were irresistibly drawn to Zhuoka, yet upon noticing Woli Bel and his crew, they scattered in trepidation, gazing upon the colossal structure, reminiscent of a bird's nest stadium. Even Woli Bel was taken aback by Doflamingo's financial prowess. The towering guards pushed open the auction's grand entrance, and a beautiful hostess led the group down a resplendent corridor. One cannot deny Doflamingo's remarkable ability to generate wealth, as the guards escorted Woli Bel and his companions to an extraordinarily luxurious private box. Sitting upon the soft leather sofas and gazing through the one-way glass, they had a clear view of the auction stage before them. Zhuoka curiously touched the soft leather sofa and nestled beside Woli Bel. As if waiting specifically for them, the auction commenced as soon as they were seated. After the formal announcement, a man clad in a white suit with a red cape, adorned with two vertical red markings on his face, ascended the auction stage. This individual was Diamante, one of the core members of the Don Quixote family. Diamante was the user of the Flare fruit, a flagman capable of transforming any object he touches into a lightweight, cloth-like form, though the material itself remains unchanged. With this ability, Diamante could even fashion steel into garments, enhancing his defensive capabilities. His strength was rather mediocre. Had he not followed Doflamingo since childhood, he would only be an ordinary member now. Nevertheless, his keen insight had paid off, as he had invested in Doflamingo's rise. Welcome, everyone, to the Kuril Island auction. I am today, as auctioneer, Diamante. It is an honor to have esteemed guests in attendance, and I hope you all find the treasures you seek at today's auction. The auction began, and a beautiful hostess wheeled a small cart to the auction stage. Diamante unveiled a black-sheathed long sword wrapped in red cloth. Drawing the blade, its sharp edge gleamed with a piercing cold light, unmistakably signaling its quality. Today's first auction item is the renowned sword, Listening to the Rain. One of the esteemed good fast swords. It is said that this sword was once wielded by a formidable swordsman and is considered a treasure among swords, capable of enhancing a swordsman's strength by at least 50%. Therefore, the starting bid for this sword is set at 5 million berries, upon hearing that the first item for auction was a renowned sword. The bidders in the audience gasped in astonishment. That it is known that rare items like the good fast sword would typically be the highlight of a smaller auction. Yet here it is as the inaugural item, suggesting that even more valuable treasures await further in the auction. It is hard to fathom what remarkable items will be presented at the conclusion of this auction, as Diamante passionately introduced the item. Many swordsmen began to place their bids. I bid 5.5 million berries. I bid 6 million berries. Soon, this exquisite sword was bid up to 10 million berries, knowing that under normal circumstances, such a price could procure 2 of these fine blades. As for Volber, he remained unmoved by this renowned sword. After all, there were only 2 sword practitioners aboard his ship, both of whom had already acquired their beloved weapons. Ultimately, the sword was claimed by a swordsman for 11 million berries. Witnessing this price, even Volber felt a sense of astonishment at the profitability of the auction. It was worth noting that a fine sword typically sold for around 5 million berries, and now it fetched twice its original worth. This led him to ponder just how much profit the other party would make. Indeed, The denizens of the Grand Line appear to possess considerable wealth. Following this, a succession of rare items was presented. Although Volber found few to his liking at that moment, he still possessed 300 million berries, a substantial sum in this era. After 20 or so items have been auctioned, Volber finally laid eyes on something that piqued his interest. On the auction stage lay a stone block, roughly the size of a cubic foot, which he promptly bid on, for it was a raw piece of sea prism stone. This remarkable stone possesses properties akin to the sea, capable of nullifying the abilities of devil fruit users and serving as a barrier against sea kings when placed beneath a ship's hold. Volber's intention for acquiring this sea prism stone was straightforward. He wished to employ it for training purposes. In the end, he expended 26 million berries to secure the stone. Just as Volber began to feel drowsy, Diamante suddenly shouted, "Esteemed guests, we now present the final 3 items, the grand treasures of this auction." Upon hearing this, the crowd became instantly attentive. The red curtain behind Diamante was drawn back, revealing a cage forged of steel. Inside was a youth who appeared to be merely in his teens. Adorned with a sea prism stone explosive collar, clad only in shorts, his sharp nails and fierce gaze evoking fear. As Diamante approached, the youth attempted to strike him, but the moment he touched the cage, he was repelled by a surge of electricity. This is a wild man we discovered on a deserted island. He has consumed the animal-type honey badger fruit and possesses formidable strength. Capturing him came at no small cost. Hence the starting bid is set at 50 million berries. A gasp of surprise rippled through the audience at this price. To be frank, an animal-type user is not particularly rare. For 50 million berries, one could easily procure an animal-type devil fruit. Given the exorbitant price, no one in attendance was willing to bid, just as it seemed the item would go unsold in the VIP box on the second floor. Zeruka expressed mild interest in the youth. "Volber, I currently require a test subject. A living animal-type user would be perfect. I want him." Zeruka playfully tapped on Volber's thigh. 50 million berries. I shall take him. Although 50 million berries was indeed steep, Zeruka possessed sea prism stones. If the youth proved to have no training potential, they could simply extract the fruit from his body. Volber discerned the indomitable spirit, akin to flames glimmering in the youth's eyes. Perhaps this 50 million berries would not be in vain. The next item was then presented. Diamante unveiled an exquisite box, revealing a devil fruit resembling a pear with intricate red, twisted patterns. This is the superhuman-type weapon fruit, which allows one to transform their body into blades, swords, or even firearms. It is indeed a remarkable superhuman-type devil fruit. Upon hearing this, Volber's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, disappointment flickered across the faces of the attendees. In their eyes, a fruit that could merely morph into firearms held little potential, as the power of guns was negligible in the presence of true strength. Spending such a fortune on a fruit that could only serve as a cannon seemed a clear folly. Yet Volber understood the immense potential of this devil fruit. Superhuman-type devil fruits generally possess vast possibilities. With enough imagination, one could develop them into extraordinary forms, and if the weapon fruit could be harnessed to create missiles, hydrogen bombs, atomic bombs, or even laser weapons, superparticle blades, or antimatter weapons, it would be truly invincible. Of course, Volber recognized the difficulty in reaching such heights, yet this did not diminish the fruit's formidable potential. The starting bid for this devil fruit was set at 80 million berries, as the announcement echoed. The atmosphere grew tense. No one was eager to part with such a sum for what they perceived as a lackluster superhuman-type fruit. 80 million berries. I shall take it. Congratulations, esteemed guest. Now, we arrive at our final item. Diamante presented yet another exquisite box, unveiling a devil fruit adorned with yellow patterns. This is a rare animal-type fruit, the ancient species Archaeopteryx fruit. The crowd's enthusiasm surged upon hearing this designation. However, upon learning of the Archaeopteryx fruit, Volber couldn't help but chuckle. What troubles you, Volber? The ancient species of the animal type should be a formidable devil fruit. No? Zeruka inquired, puzzled. Do you recall the feathered creatures we encountered in the little garden that could glide through the air? They were Archaeopteryx. This ancient creature does not possess a robust physique. It can only glide rather than truly fly. It may be the most lackluster of ancient species fruits. Yet, judging by the crowd's reactions. They seemed unaware of what the Archaeopteryx truly was. Once Zeruka and the others grasped the implications of the Archaeopteryx, they too were left speechless. In the end, this ancient species animal-type devil fruit was sold for 170 million berries to a tall figure cloaked in black. Volber cast a scrutinizing glance at the man, his brow furrowing slightly. The individual exuded a powerful aura. He had not anticipated such a figure existing within the Grand Line. However, after a fleeting glance, Volber lost interest. While formidable, this man was still no match for him. Thus, as the final item was auctioned, the event concluded successfully. Just as Volber intended to lead his companions to make payment, Doflamingo personally arrived at the box. Draped in a familiar pink feather cape, he addressed Volber, Captain Volber, as one of my esteemed invited guests. I shall cover your expenses at this auction, considering it an opportunity to befriend you. The sight of Doflamingo's beaming smile instantly elicited a grin from Volber. Ha ha! Since you are so generous, I shall not hold back that in the future, should I wish to procure anything, you shall be my first consideration. If you require a small favor from me, that too is no trouble. Upon receiving Volber's assurance, Doflamingo's smile broadened further. For him, forging connections with the strong was far more valuable than mere berries. After all, with his current earning capacity, he had no shortage of small change. However, he recognized that his power was still too weak and his foundation unstable. To firmly establish himself in the underworld, he needed to align himself with a formidable ally. Volber was the most powerful pirate he could currently connect with, thus naturally becoming his target. Leading to his repeated assistance to Volber, he sought to demonstrate his capabilities to Volber, convincing him that his wealth and connections in the underworld could be of assistance. Volber understood Doflamingo's intentions. The two cunning foxes had forged a mutually beneficial alliance. Please help me deliver the auction items to my ship, and let us keep in touch. Doflamingo, of course, on the deck of the Indomitable. Volber and his crew gathered around the iron cage, observing the white-haired youth inside. The boy, confronted by the surrounding oddities, exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, he bared his teeth at Volber and his companions. Captain, I must say, this fellow appears rather fierce. The viper gazed at the youth within the cage, who resembled a gladiator, and felt a twinge of admiration. Wallibell approached the iron bars, gripped them firmly, and with a powerful exertion, tore them asunder. Witnessing the collapse of the barriers that had confined him, the white-haired youth, clad only in a tattered garment, swiftly emerged, and no sooner had he escaped than a massive hand seized him. Wallibell observed the writhing figure of the white-haired youth, whose nails clutched a key, unlocking the explosive collar made of sea prism stone. As the youth felt his strength returning, he fought desperately to break free from Wallibell's grasp. Yet Wallibell's hand was as unyielding as iron pincers. Sensing the threat, the white-haired youth underwent a transformation. Black fur erupted from his form, while his short white hair rapidly lengthened, and a dark tail sprouted from behind. A semi-beast transformation, is it? Powerful energy surged from the youth's body. Regrettably, such struggles were futile in the face of absolute strength. Not bad. I find myself somewhat admiring you, little brat. Now, transformed into a semi-beast. The youth, resembling Inuyasha with his white hair, let out a roar, refusing to concede. His strength intensified to the point where his eyes began to bleed, noticing the absence of reason in his opponent. Wallibell's eyes betrayed disappointment. If the youth could not regain control, he would hold no value for cultivation. Just as Wallibell contemplated how to extract the devil fruit within the youth, the white-haired figure finally spoke. "Release me, monster." "Ah, you can speak. I thought you were merely a mindless beast." However, the youth, having exerted himself too much, coughed up a mouthful of blood. It appeared he had not spoken in a long time, his words coming out in fragments that "I will not be a slave. Kill me instead." Seeing the youth's unwillingness to submit stirred something within Tage, who interjected, "Captain, perhaps we should spare him. A devil fruit user is worth cultivating. I am willing to act as his guardian." "Well then, since Tage has spoken, I shall grant you a chance. You must prove your worth. If you succeed, you may join the Thunderstorm Pirates. But should you fail, do not blame me for being ruthless. Oh, you have a name?" The white-haired youth paused at Wallibell's question. "I have no name. I am an abandoned orphan." Then you shall be called 01 for now. Strive hard. I will grant you 1 month to learn the two-color hockey that if you succeed, I shall bestow upon you a true name. Having said this, Woli Bel placed the youth on the deck, and Tej hurried to his side. Ready to prevent any possible retaliation. 01, Tej called. Will you be my family? Looking into 01's hopeful eyes, Woli Bel saw the yearning for kinship. If you can accomplish this, we shall be your family henceforth. All right, I will succeed. Seeing the sudden fervor in 01, Woli Bel felt an inexplicable discomfort. He seemed to see his former self as an orphan reflected in the youth. However, now Woli Bel looked around at his companions, their faces illuminated with joy. He was no longer alone. This weapon fruit is for you, Woli Bel said, tossing the weapon fruit to Jezeb. Jezeb stared at the weapon fruit in his hands, swallowing hard, uncertain. Captain, are you certain this is for me? On our ship, you are the only one suited for this weapon fruit. With it, you can transform any part of your body into a weapon. With your familiarity with firearms, your power could reach astonishing heights. I have high hopes for you, Jezeb. Do not let me down. Hearing Woli Bel's grand expectations, Jezeb's gaze hardened, and he promptly swallowed the weapon fruit, only to grimace in pain. Ugh, it tastes terrible, Captain, after lamenting the taste of the devil fruit. Jezeb began to experiment with his newfound abilities. His right hand elongated and expanded, ultimately transforming into an identical replica of his sniper rifle. Aiming at a boulder on the shore, he fired, producing a resounding bang as a small hole pierced through the stone. Incredible! The weapon I created is just as powerful as my sniper rifle. However, Captain, it seems I can only transform into weapons whose structures I understand, not into fantastical creations. That's all right. I know of several powerful weapons that will serve you well for a long time. Once you master the two-color hockey, your strength will see a remarkable leap. Develop this devil fruit well. Yes, Captain, I will not let this devil fruit go to waste. Let us set sail once more. Continuing our adventures as the Thunderstorm Pirates, days later, within the unyielding training chamber, Woli Bel lay on the floor, utterly exhausted. Overcoming the influence of sea prism stone in a short period proved to be a formidable challenge. As he lay there, he raised his hand to examine the gray shackles around his wrists, letting out a resigned sigh. For the past few days, Woli Bel had been training himself to resist the effects of sea prism stone, ensuring that he could perform effectively even without his devil fruit. Woli Bel aspired to be a multifaceted powerhouse. He did not wish to lose all combat capability due to a weakness. Meanwhile, on the deck of the Indomitable, Tej was instructing 01 in the art of hockey, feeling a sense of reassurance as he watched 01's dedicated training. For 01, the Thunderstorm Pirates represented a place willing to accept him, for the sake of his newfound family. He was prepared to exert every ounce of effort. Just as Woli Bel completed another grueling training session and lay exhausted on the floor, news emerged from a lookout that they were soon to arrive at Drum Island. Upon hearing this, Woli Bel removed the sea prism stone bracelet and made his way to the deck, where he beheld the distant site of Drum Island, characterized by its numerous cylindrical peaks. Realizing he was once more treading the path of Luffy, Woli Bel acknowledged that Drum Island was renowned as a medical superpower in the Grand Line. Having arrived at such a place, he was resolute in finding a doctor to join his crew. Without a doctor aboard a pirate ship, one could encounter significant troubles. The Indomitable docked at the port of the Drum Kingdom, where a battalion of soldiers clad in green military coats swiftly surrounded the area. A burly man stepped forward, addressing the crew. You are the Thunderstorm Pirates, are you not? I am Rhett, the head of the Drum Kingdom's guards. Our king welcomes your arrival. Is there anything you require of us? Rhett, correct? I am Woli Bel, captain of the Thunderstorm Pirates. I come to Drum Kingdom in search of a doctor to join our crew. Rest assured, I will respect the wishes of the physicians. I need your assistance in disseminating this message throughout the entire kingdom. Upon understanding that Woli Bel merely sought to recruit a doctor, Rhett felt relieved. Fear not. We will spread the word immediately. Very well. I shall await your response at the port for 3 days. Rhett promptly departed, instructing his soldiers to relay the message. Woli Bel watched the soldiers disperse, contemplating the plot of the original story. At this juncture, Drum Island was yet to fall under the influence of that future scoundrel. Walpo, his father, was still in power. The king was a benevolent ruler who cared for his people, albeit overly indulgent toward his offspring. It was only after his demise that Wallibell took on such a visage. The physicians of the Drum Kingdom have yet to experience Wallibell's persecution, and they believe they will soon learn the outcome of the recruitment process. 3 days later, Wallibell stood on the deck, relishing the invigorating cold wind that swept across Drum Island. His fur was ideally suited for such an environment. Zerka also emerged from the cabin, eager to behold the scenery of Drum Island. But upon feeling the chill, she retreated back inside like a frightened hamster, while Wallibell sat in a chair on the deck, perusing the newspapers of the past few days and sipping hot milk tea. Rhett led 2 individuals to the port and then ascended the stairs to the deck. Captain Wallibell, these are the only 2 doctors willing to join the Thunderstorm Pirates so far, Luca and Luna. The sisters, although they are merely 16 years old, they have already made a name for themselves as renowned doctors in our Drum Kingdom. Observing the 2 young ladies, Wallibell felt a twinge of curiosity. Why do you 2 wish to join the Thunderstorm Pirates? Venturing upon the sea entails wagering one's very life. Captain Wallibell, we wish to join the Thunderstorm Pirates to repay a debt of gratitude to you. Repay a debt of gratitude? Wallibell remarked, puzzled. I do not recall having done anything for you. Captain Wallibell, do you remember the celestial dragon you killed? He is our enemy. Our parents were esteemed doctors in the Drum Kingdom. When that celestial dragon suffered from a rare illness, the world government forcibly took our parents away. The celestial dragon eventually recovered, yet he claimed that his sacred body had been sullied by commoners and cruelly harmed our parents, leaving us utterly powerless to seek vengeance. But Captain Wallibell, you killed that celestial dragon, and this immense favor has compelled us sisters to vow our lives in service to you. Upon hearing their reasoning, Wallibell gained a deeper understanding of the despicable nature of the celestial dragons. He hesitated before not immediately accepting the sisters, instead requesting them to return the following day. Though their words were sincere, Wallibell wished to conduct further investigation that as for who would be most suitable for this inquiry. It could only be the former celestial dragon, Don Quixote da Flamingo. Wallibell promptly pulled out a transponder snail and made the call. Da Flamingo, is that you? I require your assistance in investigating a matter. The following day, Wallibell received the results. He had to commend Da Flamingo's efficiency. Within a single day, he had uncovered the ordeal that the sisters' parents endured in Mary Geos. Just as the sisters had stated, their parents were indeed persecuted by the celestial dragon that Wallibell had slain, so their identities were beyond reproach. With that assurance, Wallibell felt relieved and invited the sisters aboard. However, he did not rush to depart, but instead led Luca and Luna into a vast chamber. Within this immense room, 2 giants were snoring soundly. The sight of the 2 giants, who resembled small mountains even while lying down, instilled a measure of fear in Luca and Luna. Not be afraid. They are members of our Thunderstorm Pirates. I hope you can examine them. Dolly, Brokey, rise and greet me. Upon hearing Wallibell's voice, Dolly and Brokey stirred from their slumber. What is it, Captain? Why are we being roused so early? Let me introduce you. These are our new companions aboard, Doctors Luca and Luna. Please cooperate with them and allow them to examine your bodies. Wallibell had previously questioned why the 2 giants had grown so powerful later on. Yet during their encounters with him, they could not even unleash Haki. This struck him as peculiar to validate his suspicions. Wallibell brought the sisters over without delay. I implore you both to allow Luca and Luna to examine your bodies and ascertain whether there are any injuries within. Suppressing their trepidation, Luca and Luna retrieved a stethoscope from their medical supplies and approached Dolly and Brokey, beginning their examination by tapping various parts of their bodies. Due to the giant's immense size, the sisters spent over an hour merely conducting a preliminary examination, observing the 2 young women, who were panting from their exertions. Wallibell promptly contacted the kitchen to have 2 cups of tea sent over. Upon receiving the tea, Luca and Luna were taken aback. After a brief respite and some hushed discussion, they arrived at a rather grim conclusion. Captain Wallibell, these 2 giants are harboring a terrifying accumulation of latent injuries, and based on our examination, these afflictions may have persisted for decades. Even if they seem minor at the time, they have now escalated into significant ailments. While they may appear unaffected at present, their physical condition has deteriorated considerably. Were it not for their robust constitutions, the eruption of these latent injuries could very well claim their lives. Hearing the sisters' words, Dolly and Brokey exchanged startled glances, their faces betraying pained expressions. We never anticipated that decades of battle could inflict such severe injuries upon us. In truth, as long as you both refrain from engaging in intense combat. These latent injuries will not suddenly manifest. With appropriate treatment, you can still lead long lives. But what if we desire to continue fighting? Then your bodies will grow weaker, and ultimately, those latent injuries will erupt, leading to your demise. The anguish etched upon Dolly and Brokey's faces reflected their conviction. For them, combat was a profoundly meaningful aspect of their lives. Luca and Luna exchanged hesitant glances, contemplating the gravity of the situation. The only potential remedy for their predicament might lie in the legendary surgery fruit. The surgery fruit? At the mention of that familiar name, Wallibell felt a wave of dismay. His knowledge. The surgery fruit would not emerge for another decade, meaning that until then, Dolly and Brokey would be unable to fight. I understand. I shall seek out the surgery fruit. There is no need to trouble yourself, Captain. Since we cannot fight, we are merely a burden to the pirate crew. It would be better to abandon us. Who would have thought that we would one day become burdens? This is indeed a novel experience that do not speak so, since you have joined the Thunderstorm Pirates. You are my comrades. Even if you are currently incapacitated, I shall care for you for the rest of your lives. Moreover, there is still hope for healing, and I will ensure your recovery. Captain Wallibell, you do not need to go to such lengths for us. Though they had only recently met, Wallibell, Luca and Luna could discern his genuine concern for his comrades during their brief time together. Their days aboard the Thunderstorm Pirates had become the happiest of their lives in decades, evoking memories of their time with the giant warrior pirates. If you are willing to take a gamble, there may be someone who can treat some of your latent injuries. Upon hearing Luca's words, Dolly and Brokey's eyes sparkled with hope. Is that true, Doctor? Do we truly have a way to continue fighting? As they drew closer, Luca and Luna instinctively retreated behind Wallibell, finding solace in his formidable presence. We know an elder, known as the Witch, who is said to have lived for a century. Her medical skills are unparalleled in our Drum Kingdom. If she intervenes, you two should be able to continue fighting. That's splendid, Dolly. We can still fight. Indeed, Brokey. Observing the two individuals who appeared utterly unperturbed by the risks at hand, Luca and Luna were taken aback. They had never encountered such carefree souls. They gazed upon the petite castle. Wallibell approached the door and gently knocked. After a brief pause, footsteps echoed from within, and the wooden door swung open to reveal a woman clad only in a cropped tank top and bell-bottom pants. A flicker of surprise crossed the face of Grandma Gulliva as she beheld Wallibell at her doorstep. I never expected the renowned Wallibell would come to visit me. I wonder what brings you here. Two small heads peeked out from beneath Wallibell's tiger-striped cloak. Grandma Gulliva, we sent the captain to seek your assistance. What brings you two little girls here? Gulliva took a drag from her cigarette and replied with exasperation. Grandma Gulliva, I wish to request your help in treating the crew member of Captain Wallibell for old injuries. I implore you, Grandma Gulliva. Very well, considering you two, I shall lend my aid, but I trust Captain Wallibell can afford the consultation fee of 50 million berries. No problem, Dr. Gulliva. I would willingly part with all my berries for your help. With the assistance of Luca and Luna, Gulliva followed Wallibell to the immortal ship. Inside the ship's cabin, Gulliva found herself somewhat speechless at the sight of the two giants before her. Such massive beings! Captain Wallibell, I will require additional compensation, no issue. I am willing to pay whatever it takes. Dongli, Brogey, cooperate with Dr. Gulliva. Gulliva approached Dongli and Brogey, wielding various instruments to commence her examination, while Luca and Luna diligently took notes on the ailments afflicting the two giants. After thoroughly assessing their conditions, Gulliva's brows furrowed deeply, as if she could crush flies with them. You two have presented me with quite the conundrum. Were it not for the fact that you are my juniors, I would be reluctant to assist. Dr. Gulliva, can the injuries of Mr. Dongli and Mr. Brogey be treated? Gulliva drew another cigarette, igniting it as she pondered, then sighed with resignation. There are two options. One is a complete cure, but that would render them both incapacitated. The second option would entail alleviating most of the latent injuries, preserving a significant portion of their combat abilities. However, with the latent injuries already residing in their bodies, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to regain their former strength. Upon hearing Gulliva's words, Dongli and Brogy did not hesitate. Dr. Gulliva, we choose the second option, as long as we can still fight. We shall be content. Very well. It seems the second treatment plan is the most viable. The latent injuries within you two have lingered far too long, and they have fused with your vital organs. To achieve a complete cure, we would require exceptional medical skill to excise the affliction, followed by measures to control significant blood loss. This situation may extend beyond the realm of medicine and might necessitate the power of a devil fruit. This is already quite satisfactory, Dr. Gulliva. Since we have become part of the Thunderstorm Pirates, it is our duty as crew members to assist our captain in realizing his dreams. Should we lose our strength, we would merely become a burden to the entire crew that we do not wish to be a liability. Even if the captain does not mind, we refuse to become a burden to the Thunderstorm Pirates. If it means rendering us incapacitated, it would be better for us to perish. Gulliva could see the resolute expressions on the faces of the two before her, and a glimmer of admiration appeared in her eyes. Let us prepare for the surgery, then. Given your considerable size, anesthetics will have little effect. You will have to endure the pain of the operation. If it becomes too unbearable, we can pause the procedure. Do not worry, Dr. Gulliva. We are warriors of Elbaf. Pain is but a triviality that shall not defeat us. Luna, you shall assist me with the scalpel. We must conduct the surgery with utmost swiftness. Several hours later, the largest cabin of the immortal ship had been transformed into an operating room. Gulliva, along with Luca and Luna, wielded enormous surgical knives, darting about the two giants with Wallibell's assistance. Incisions were made, and a plethora of necrotic tissue, blood vessels, and shattered bones were meticulously cleared away to ensure the operation's success. Wallibell had procured 2 vials of gene restoration serum from Jorka, all in the name of securing the well-being of the two giants. The surgery continued for an entire day, with the trio repeatedly cutting and suturing wounds. During this time, Dongli and Brogy's complexions grew increasingly pale, agony enveloping their bodies, yet they remained resolute, gritting their teeth in endurance. Once the operation concluded, all 5 individuals collapsed onto the floor in exhaustion, with Luca and Luna teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Wallibell promptly arranged for the two to rest while he approached Dongli and Brogy to administer the gene restoration serum. Observing the two with their bodies adorned in stitches and ashen faces, Wallibell's concern was palpable. Rest assured, I have addressed all manageable latent injuries within them. Given the recovery capabilities of these giants, they will likely be nearly healed within a month's time. As Wallibell exited the operating room alongside Gulliva, she rubbed her aching wrist and suddenly turned to him with a serious expression. Wallibell, I hope you will treat the Lucas sisters with the utmost care. Ever since you vanquished that celestial dragon 5 years ago, their spirits have brightened somewhat, that I hope their decision to join your crew is not a mistake born of gratitude. Fear not, Dr. Gulliva. Now that Luca and Luna are my companions, I shall spare no effort in protecting them. Farewell, Grandma Gulliva down on the deck of the immortal ship. Luna and Luca waved goodbye to Gulliva, who stood at the shore, tears streaming uncontrollably from their eyes. Watching the two children she had nurtured prepare to depart, Gulliva could not help but turn away to wipe the corners of her eyes. I hope you two sisters return safely. As the island of Magu drum diminished in the distance until it vanished entirely, Luca and Luna's hearts sank into a state of melancholy, observing their despondence. The crew of the Thunderstorm Pirates rallied to engage them in conversation, and before long, the two were smiling once more. Seeing this scene, Wallibell felt a sense of relief, just as he intended to return to the training room to resume his regiment. An unexpected visitor intercepted him. You claim you have mastered the two-color hockey? Wallibell was taken aback at the sight of 01, who had visibly bulked up since their departure from Kuril Island less than 10 days prior. Such talent appeared almost monstrous. So, Captain, does this mean I can join the Thunderstorm Pirates now? Over this period, 01 had witnessed the camaraderie among the crew, akin to that of a family, which resonated deeply with his own desires. He yearned for a sense of belonging, rather than existing as a solitary beast. Come, 01, let us spar. Allow me to witness your progress. If you can earn my approval, you shall become a member of the Thunderstorm Pirates." Before long, the news of Wallibell's impending duel with 01 spread throughout the entire pirate ship. The crew members set aside their tasks and gathered on deck to witness the spectacle of this moment. Wallibell and 01 stood facing each other on the deck. 01, standing just over 2 meters tall, appeared diminutive beside Wallibell's towering 8-meter frame. "Come, 01, let me see how far you have come. But Captain, do exercise caution." A feral aura radiated from 01, while Wallibell, despite his fierce appearance, exuded an air of tranquility, as if returning to his primal essence. As 01 gazed upon the towering Wallibell, he felt an inexplicable sensation akin to staring into an abyss, sending chills down his spine. "Come, 01, prove your strength." "Then I shall not hold back, Captain." 01's body slightly bent forward, his white hair swiftly lengthening until it grazed the ground, his eyes transforming into golden, beastly slits. His canine teeth elongated, nails morphed into sharp claws, and his physique began to expand as a thick black tail emerged from behind him, half-beast transformation. After undergoing transformation into a half-beast, 01 could more profoundly perceive the oppressive aura emanating from Woli Bel. It represented the disparity between classes of life. Yet he was a honey badger. Life and death were trivial to him. If he was challenged, he would fight back. As a member of the Flat Top Brothers, 01 was utterly unfamiliar with the concept of fear. Even in the face of a significant power gap, he would muster his last breath to bite off a piece of flesh from his opponent. In a flash, 01 appeared before Woli Bel, causing the crew to gasp in astonishment. "This is shaving." Upon seeing 01 suddenly before him, Woli Bel deftly evaded 01's claws by shifting his massive body to the right with ease. As if anticipating the attack, realizing his strike had missed, 01 felt no surprise. He understood the power disparity between himself and Woli Bel, and his only goal was to prove his own strength. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, 01's claws transformed into a jet black hue, signifying the activation of armament hockey. How could this be? He had only practiced for a few days before mastering armament hockey. Then, to the crowd's further astonishment, 01 swung both claws at Woli Bel, unleashing 10 blades of wind that hurtled toward him. This technique was the signature move of the boss of the Snake Gang. Hearing the gasps from those around him, the Viper could not help but smile slightly. He had been observing 01 during this time, and the young fighter's style resembled his own remarkably, moved by 01's relentless training alongside Tiger. He had demonstrated his technique, never expecting 01 to grasp its essence in just a few days. This fellow possesses extraordinary physical talent. It seems the captain is poised to reap great rewards this time. As the wind blades approached Woli Bel, he simply waved his hand casually, unleashing a shockwave that shattered the 10 blades with ease, then sent the unrelenting force hurtling toward the airborne 01. Witnessing the rapidly approaching shockwave, 01's pupils narrowed to pinpricks. Activating observation hockey, he leaned back and contorted his body at a precarious 90-degree angle, narrowly evading the shockwave. Straightening up, he touched the blood on his cheek. His eyes ablaze with indomitable fighting spirit, devoid of any trace of fear. "Very well. Henceforth you shall not be called 01, but Karoo." Upon hearing Woli Bel recognize him and bestow upon him the new name Karoo, he leapt up in excitement. "Captain Woli Bel, from now on, I shall be your sharpest weapon. I am willing to dedicate everything to the Storm Pirates." The crew erupted in cheers for 01. "No, now Karoo. Everyone, to celebrate Karoo's official induction into the Storm Pirates. Let's feast." "ON, is that Alabasta over there?" Gazing at the seemingly endless expanse of yellow desert in the distance, Woli Bel recognized they had arrived at one of the mightiest nations along this route, Alabasta. Alabasta is a nation of great significance in the world of One Piece, with its history and figures playing crucial roles within the narrative. The ruling family of Alabasta is the Nefert family, one of the 20 royal families that once governed the world. Their lineage is deeply intertwined with the enigmatic Blank Century and the war between Joy Boy and the world government. Among them, Nefert D. Lily, the queen of Alabasta 800 years ago, alongside the other 19 kings, helped establish the world government. However, she did not remain in Mariewa, as one of the celestial dragons. Instead, she returned to her homeland, preserving the name Nefert. Her true intentions, however, remain uncertain. Due to the slow pace of manga updates, Woli Bel is left ignorant of the reasons behind these events. The current king of Alabasta is Cobra, the father of the present monarch. Today, Alabasta is a superpower along the Grand Line, flourishing with wealth and strength. This moment, Alabasta has yet to be shattered by that fiend crocodile. Although the nation lacks numerous formidable warriors, its nearly 1 million soldiers enable it to dominate a region of the Grand Line. Just a few days ago, when Woli Bel instructed Doflamingo to investigate the backgrounds of Luna and Luca, Doflamingo relayed a piece of information to him. There exists a formidable individual within Alabasta. A year prior, Doflamingo had sought to infiltrate Alabasta's underground world to expand his family business, but was thwarted by a man named Crocodile. With the natural advantage of the San fruit, which perfectly suited Alabasta's environment, Crocodile successfully expelled Doflamingo's Don Quixote family from Alabasta. However, Doflamingo did not believe Crocodile's strength surpassed his own. It was merely that the environment of Alabasta was exceptionally conducive to Crocodile's abilities. In a similar setting, he did not believe he would lose to Crocodile. Crocodile would eventually become one of the first warlords of the sea and was among the earliest to be defeated by Luffy. In the future, he would ally with the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, to support the Cross Guild and aid the Clown Buggy in becoming a new emperor. Crocodile had already ventured into the New World. Yet ultimately, he ended up losing an arm to Whitebeard and was forced to retreat from the New World in disgrace. This moment, within the opulent office of the Rain Dinner Casino in the oasis city of Alabasta. Crocodile sat smoking a cigar, staring blankly at his empty left arm. His thoughts drifted back to the battle a year ago when he, driven by dreams of becoming the strongest, challenged the world's mightiest man, Whitebeard, alone. With a single blow, Whitebeard severed his left arm, and even now he could still feel the intense pain and the shattering of his dreams. Defeated, Crocodile realized his strength was woefully inadequate. He retreated from the New World to the island in Alabasta, where he felt most secure. Over the past year, leveraging his formidable abilities, Crocodile had successfully dominated the underground world of Rain, Alabasta's most prosperous city. He established the largest casino, Rain Dinner, and formed the Baroque Works, which would later cause significant trouble for Luffy. With the lavish casino generating immense wealth, Crocodile quickly amassed a fortune. Yet, sipping on a bottle of wine worth millions of berries, he felt no joy within his heart. Crocodile was engulfed in confusion. Ever since his defeat by Whitebeard, he felt trapped in a quagmire, unable to find an escape. His dream was to become a figure akin to the Pirate King. Rocksteady aspired to achieve strength solely through his own efforts, viewing partners merely as tools and stepping stones for success. However, during his battle with Whitebeard, he experienced a vast gap in strength between them. That disparity filled him with despair, shattering his dreams. Just as Crocodile was lost in thought, the phone bug on his desk suddenly rang. Interrupting his contemplation, it was the Baroque Works branch contacting him from the oilseed rape flowers. As soon as he answered, a man's anxious voice came through. "Boss, it's bad. Our external personnel just discovered that the Storm Pirates ship, the Indomitable, has landed near the oilseed rape flowers." "What?" Upon hearing the Storm Pirates, Crocodile sprang from his chair, his expression a complex mixture of excitement and confusion, which ultimately morphed into a fierce glare. "Send someone to monitor their movements. The rest is up to me. Remember, do not expose yourselves." "Understood, boss." After hanging up, Crocodile slumped back onto the leather sofa, his mind racing with thoughts of the Storm Pirates. Although he had gained notoriety as a rising pirate star in recent years, his reputation paled in comparison to Woli Bel. The only aspect in which he could rival Woli Bel was that he had survived Whitebeard's hands. Yet Crocodile understood that was merely due to Whitebeard's mercy, as he intended to take him as a son rather than kill him. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to escape from the clutches of that monstrous Whitebeard. However, the Thunderstorm Pirates are a different matter. The Navy would show no mercy to pirates who have slain celestial dragons. Having evaded the grasp of Admiral Zephyr on 2 occasions and escaped from the Navy hero Garp once, their formidable strength has been demonstrated. Yet, if one were to inquire whether Crocodile harbors any fear, the answer would be a resounding no. On the contrary, Crocodile is currently filled with exhilaration. After all, he dares to challenge even a creature as fearsome as Whitebeard. What is there to fear from a mere fellow pirate? Another rookie like himself? Meanwhile, a peculiar black ship has landed on a secluded shore of Alabasta. A tall, muscular man clad in black military attire emerges from the ship's cabin that he leaps onto the shore. And the black vessel behind him transforms into a purple crystal before sinking into the Is this truly Alabasta? I wonder how powerful the one who survived Whitebeard's grasp is. Is this the canola flower? Members of the Thunderstorm Pirates, dressed in white robes, are strolling along the streets lined with canola flowers. Wallibell gazes at the architecture and attire reminiscent of a certain country from his past life, feeling an unexpected sense of familiarity. Although the white cloaks may seem peculiar, they align with Alabasta's traditional garb, rendering them less out of place as they wander the streets, sampling the local delicacies and laughing merrily. Wallibell and a few other members of the Thunderstorm Pirates, adept in observation hockey, sense that they are being watched from a distance. If Wallibell is not mistaken, those watching should be Crocodile's subordinates. He does not rush to alert his companions to capture them. Rather, he is curious about the tactics Crocodile will employ against them. After half a day of joyful exploration, Wallibell and his companions suddenly change their expressions, as over 100 Alabasta soldiers surge from a nearby alley, surrounding them. Leading the soldiers is a youth of around 15 or 16, clad in a white robe. Recognizing the figure before him, Wallibell recalls the original story and realizes who this individual is. That in over 20 years to come, he will become one of Alabasta's 2 guardians, having consumed the Zoan-type wolf fruit, transforming into a jackal, Gaka. You are the pirates who intend to disrupt Alabasta, are you not? Quickly remove your white robes and surrender. Wallibell immediately deduces the hand behind this move, recognizing it as Crocodile's doing. That it appears he intends to use Alabasta against them. The Thunderstorm Pirates. Captain, should we engage? Karoo, excited, extends his claws. To him, anyone outside their crew is merely prey and need. Wallibell replies, removing his hood. Upon seeing Wallibell's fearsome bare head, the soldiers instinctively recoil in fear. Impossible. You are Wallibell. The captain of the Thunderstorm Pirates, specially welcomed by King Cobra. I apologize, Captain Wallibell. It seems we have misinterpreted the intelligence. From Gaka's words, Alabasta should be aware that the Thunderstorm Pirates have reached a peace agreement with the Navy. Otherwise, they would have fled immediately and own need for apologies. Since this is a misunderstanding, you may depart. We still wish to continue our stroll. Observing Wallibell's intent to leave, Gaka clenches his teeth and calls out, "Wait, Captain Wallibell, I am Gaka, the chief guard of Alabasta. King Cobra has instructed us to invite the Thunderstorm Pirates to the palace for a banquet." "Interesting. Who among you wishes to attend?" "I have no interest." "Captain, you may go alone." Jaka's eyes glimmer with excitement as he gazes at the nearby commercial street, while the others share a similar lack of enthusiasm for the banquet. "Very well, then. Viper, Inu, Kuru, you 3 will accompany me. As for the rest of you, feel free to explore." "Hooray! Long live the captain. Let's go, Gaka." "Captain Wallibell, please follow me." "You mean to say that the Thunderstorm Pirates did not clash with the Alabasta soldiers and are currently proceeding to the capital with them?" The phone bug on the other end cautiously responds, "Yes, boss." Crocodile lets out a cold snort, a glint of menace flickering in his eyes. "Understood. Inform me of their whereabouts." Hanging up the phone, Crocodile dons a gray cloak and transforms into sand. Departing from the rain banquet, I could see this moment. In the desert, a colossal desert lizard, over 100 meters in length, races swiftly across the endless sands. Wallibell and his crew are leisurely playing cards atop the desert lizard. Just as everything seems normal, a fierce wind suddenly sweeps through the desert, devoid of anything but the scorching sun. Gaka, feeling the onset of the sandstorm, murmurs in confusion, "This shouldn't be. The weather today hardly suggests a sandstorm." Wallibell carelessly plays a joker, casting his gaze toward the approaching storm. Viper and the others appear to have sensed something amiss. Inu has already drawn half of his Dragon Slayer sword, while Viper and Karoo extend their claws. "It seems we have guests." Gaka looks over at Wallibell, puzzled. "Captain Wallibell, what do you mean by that?" Without warning, the surrounding sandstorm begins to form several sand tornadoes at an unnatural speed within seconds. Sensing the powerful natural disaster, the desert lizard instinctively attempts to burrow into the sand for safety, while Wallibell delivers a punch to the lizard's head. With us here, what is there to fear? Feeling the terrifying aura radiating from Wallibell. The desert lizard immediately halts, its body stiffening. Simultaneously, Inu and Viper strike, unleashing waves of sword energy and wind blades that shatter the towering sand tornadoes. Gakka watches in awe, his eyes wide. It is the first time he has witnessed such formidable power. Capable of contending with nature itself. Clap, clap, clap. Applause echoes from afar as a figure materializes from the swirling sands on a distant dune.it is Crocodile, sporting a slick-back hairstyle, an earring on his right ear, and a lit cigar dangling from his mouth. However, at this moment, his left hand is bare, lacking his usual golden hook that he is clad in a black fur coat with an orange-plaid long-sleeve shirt underneath. Exuding the aura of an Italian mafia boss, Crocodile did not expect to encounter you here. Gakka's expression darkens. As Cobra's guard, he is well aware of Crocodile's recent machinations within Alabastus underworld. Gakka, this does not concern you or the Alabasta kingdom. Step aside. Impossible. The Thunderstorm Pirates are esteemed guests invited by our king. I will not allow you to lay a hand on them. Gakka's boldness provokes a vein to throb on Crocodile's forehead. To him, Gakka is merely a worthless individual who has consumed a common Zoan-type devil fruit, daring to threaten him here, were it not for Alabasta's status as a world government member. He would have acted long ago. Very well. Gakka, I am quite curious to hear what business you have with me, Crocodile. Humph. I have no intention of squabbling with you. A weakling, I have come to challenge you. Wallibell, to a fair one-on-one duel. Hearing Crocodile's proposition, Wallibell is taken aback. After all, Crocodile is known to be a cunning individual in the future. He did not expect him to exhibit such straightforwardness now, leaving Wallibell somewhat unaccustomed. Who would have thought you could be so honorable, Crocodile? I intend to become the king of the world through my own strength. Let us engage in battle. Observing the contrasting personalities of Crocodile and Wallibell, a sense of intrigue filled Crocodile's heart. After all, the future Crocodile had transformed from his initial steadfastness, forsaking the heart of a strong man. In pursuit of the ancient weapon Pluton, he had orchestrated a series of annihilation plans in Alabasta, nearly leading the entire nation to ruin. Although the current Crocodile seemed lost, he had not relinquished his original dream, focusing primarily on enhancing his own strength. Very well. I accept your challenge. Wallibell, too, was curious about the extent of Crocodile's power, who had yet to alter his modus operandi. Under the blazing sun, in the vast expanse of the yellow desert, Wallibell and Crocodile stood 100 meters apart, locked in each other's gaze, faced with the imposing figure of Crocodile, who towered even above Whitebeard. He dared not underestimate him. Crocodile, recognizing Wallibell's formidable physique, understood that his physical prowess must be extraordinary to combat a martial artist of Wallibell's caliber. Engaging in long-range attacks using his devil fruit abilities seemed to be the optimal strategy. The sand fruit granted Crocodile the ability to transform any part of his body into sand, crafting blades from it to launch assaults. He could siphon moisture from any contact with living beings or objects, draining water from rocks or soil to revert them to grains of sand, or extracting groundwater from the desert to create quicksand. Additionally, by gathering sand in his hands, he could generate sandstorms. However, his vulnerability lay in his inability to withstand physical attacks when his body came into contact with water or blood. As the sand would congeal, with a swift motion, Crocodile raised his right arm, a deluge of sand flooding into it, forming a colossal sand blade, while his lower body transformed into a swirling sandstorm. Hurtling towards Wallibell. Witnessing such an assault, Wallibell did not even consider defending. He allowed Crocodile's desert blade to strike him. The blade crashed against Wallibell's chest with a metallic clang, and as the dust settled, he stood unscathed, brushing the sand from his chest. Wallibell regarded the retreating Crocodile with a scornful gaze. Is this truly the renowned Crocodile? It seems your reputation is merely for show. What other tricks do you possess? Hurry and reveal them. Seeing his attack's utter ineffectiveness against Wallibell, Crocodile inwardly cursed. grappling with the terror of such defense. What formidable resilience! Is this truly the flesh of a living being? He thought that, not underestimate me. I am Crocodile, Desert Diamond Blade. The single sand blade multiplied into 4 larger blades, aimed at Woli Bel. Futile. All you've done is increase the volume of your ineffective strikes. Such attacks will never harm me. Woli Bel casually swatted Crocodile's 4 diamond blades into a cloud of sand, the force of his blow converting Crocodile's body into grains of sand. As Crocodile reformed several dozen meters away. Despair settled deeper in his heart upon realizing his assaults could not inflict any damage on Woli Bel. Arc Moon Sand Dune. Crocodile's arm expanded, transforming into a crescent-shaped giant sand blade aimed at Woli Bel. Should this blade connect, it would drain all moisture from its target, a true manifestation of the Sand Fruit's capabilities. For the first time, Woli Bel felt a hint of danger as he sensed the blade slicing through the air toward him, prompting a flicker of surprise in Crocodile's eyes. Impressive corrosive power, too bad it's still far from fully developed. Woli Bel acknowledged the slight depletion of moisture from his finger, genuinely praising, the corrosive force of your blade has indeed extracted a minuscule amount of water from me. Though trivial, it has undeniably breached my defenses. Gazing at his almost unchanged finger, Crocodile truly felt the chasm between them. Unlike the swift defeat he faced at the hands of Whitebeard, Woli Bel showed no desire to retaliate, allowing Crocodile's attacks to land, which only amplified the disparity in their strengths. Noticing Crocodile's waning fighting spirit, disappointment flickered in Wallibell's eyes. Is this the extent of your heart as a strong man, Crocodile? It seems I have overestimated you. Crocodile's face paled at Wallibell's words. Once brimming with confidence, he had dared to challenge the world's strongest, Whitebeard. Now, facing Woli Bel, he found himself devoid of fighting spirit. This was not who he was. Just as Woli Bel prepared to deliver the final blow to Crocodile, a powerful aura surged from a distance. Crocodile sensed this energy, his peripheral vision catching sight of a colossal figure emerging from behind the sand dunes, standing over 5 meters tall, clad in a black military uniform with a muscular build. He exuded an overwhelming presence. He was a young monster capable of matching the vice-captain of the Roger Pirates, Rayleigh, Douglas Bullet, the inheritor of the demon. Interestingly, Woli Bel noted that in the original tale, Bullet and Crocodile had clashed at this very moment. Although they had fought to a standstill, Woli Bel felt an urge to recruit Bullet, a powerhouse destined to reach the level of an emperor, a former soldier. Bullet had displayed immense strength from a young age, earning the title of hero. After joining Roger's crew, he had served as a corps member, on par with Rayleigh. Yet he remained humble, intensifying his training. Following Roger's illness, he fell into despair and eventually met his demise. Bullet believed solely in his strength, having pursued personal power since childhood. With his emotions laid bare upon his face, he deemed the weak unworthy of survival in the treacherous seas, having suffered betrayal after betrayal. He grew reluctant to trust anyone again. Thus, he resolved that if he became the strongest, he would need no one's aid and could attain everything through his own might. Douglas Bullet possessed the power of the paramecia-type composite fruit, enabling him to combine all objects he touched with his own body. Not only could he fuse inorganic materials with himself, but he could also rearrange them to forge new weapons, such as crafting submarines or arms from scrap metal and debris. To Wallibell's surprise, Bullet, known as the inheritor of the demon, was not in the New World but had appeared in the Grand Line. Bullet, sensing Wallibell's overwhelming aura, regarded him with an aggressive gaze. Initially, I sought merely to challenge that crocodile fellow who escaped from Whitebeard. Yet here I stand, faced with a far more worthy adversary. Now, Douglas Bullet had distanced himself from the Roger Pirates, roaming to challenge powerful foes and enhance his own strength. Although Crocodile had once held his own against Bullet in the original story, Woli Bel had reason to suspect that Crocodile's pursuit of ancient weapons stemmed from shattered resolve after losing to Bullet. Upon realizing Bullet had come to challenge him, Crocodile's expression darkened. He recognized this imposing figure before him. Rumor had it that Bullet could match the likes of Rayleigh. While Crocodile believed himself strong, he now understood that he was nowhere near the level of such top-tier warriors. Essentially, Bullet was another monster he could not contend with. With Bullet's presence, Crocodile felt indifferent to his own predicament. Douglas Bullet fixed his piercing gaze upon Woli Bel, his body slightly bowing. Boom! A substantial chasm appeared upon the dunes beneath Barrett's feet, and in an instant, his figure materialized before Woli Bel, his iron fist, enveloped in the power of hockey, aimed squarely at Wallibell's head. Wallibell's countenance remained utterly impassive, as if everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. In a fleeting moment, he unleashed a half-step collapse punch, the combined force erupting forth to send Barrett hurtling away, his massive form crashing through several dunes in succession. Witnessing the devastation wrought by Wallibell's strike, Crocodile felt a sharp pang in his teeth, as if he himself would be obliterated by such force. After all, both Woli Bel and Barrett were formidable adversaries capable of contending with marine admirals, while Crocodile was merely a man who scarcely mastered the dual-color hockey. Though he possessed some strength, it was but a level that warranted a bounty of 1 or 200 million at best. No wonder you're the one who escaped from that monster carp. Finally, I have encountered a worthy opponent deserving of my full effort. Come, Woli Bel, let me witness the true extent of your power. Wait, Barrett, I wish to propose a wager. What kind of wager? I wish to extend an invitation for you to join my Thunderbolt pirate crew as my comrade. Do you truly comprehend what you are saying? I, Douglas Barrett, trust only in myself. Come, if you possess the skill, then defeat me. Once you conquer me, you may do as you please. Then let us engage in battle. The two warriors simultaneously unleashed their formidable conqueror's hockey, the red and purple auras colliding in the air, sparking black-red lightning. Thousands of meters away, Gaka and several accompanying soldiers felt as though their minds had been struck, their vision fading to white before they collapsed. Even the great desert lizard succumbed with a thud, falling unconscious into the sand. The powerful conqueror's hockey had long been a familiar presence to Inu and Viper, while Karoo transformed into a half-beast form, his fur bristling with energy. This the captain's strength. Who is this opponent he faces that can contend with him? Do not fret, lad. I have faith that our captain will surely prevail. Viper reassured as he patted Karoo's head. I believe the captain will win. Karoo echoed, his gaze fixed on Woli Bel, filled with admiration in his heart. Woli Bel was a deity who had rescued him from the abyss. At that moment, Crocodile, at the heart of the battlefield, felt the weight of the two powerful conquerors' hockey bearing down on him, his body bending slightly under its force that he struggled to maintain his stance. His face reddening and eyes bulging as he beheld the clash between the two. This is what a true strongman is. Compared to them, my previous battles were mere child's play. Crocodile's spirit was utterly crushed, his resolve extinguished. Yet Woli Bel and Barrett were entirely focused on one another, their fists cloaked in hockey, colliding together like meteors. The sound of their strikes reverberated like cannon fire, the sand beneath them pockmarked with countless craters, eventually forming a colossal basin. With a resounding crash, Barrett's form was once again sent crashing into the basin like a shooting star. Seems my strength surpasses yours, Woli Bel thought, hovering above and gazing down at the basin. With a whoosh, Barrett leapt from the depths of the basin, his black officer's uniform torn asunder, revealing his powerful physique. His skin, once tanned, had turned a deep purple, emanating a disquieting and fearsome aura. The devil form. Perhaps this form allowed Barrett to merge his hockey into his being, significantly amplifying his speed and strength. The purple hue of his skin rendered him akin to a demon from the depths of hell. A reason why he was dubbed the devil's heir. In light of this, I shall reveal some of my own hidden cards. Thunder God mode. Crackling arcs of electricity surged from Wallibell's body, his hair transforming into brilliant white arcs, presenting him as a formidable figure, akin to the descent of a thunder god. The thunder god form harnessed the power of lightning to stimulate the vitality of his cells, enhancing his electrical storage capacity and, most importantly, vastly augmenting his strength and speed, paralleling Barrett's devil form, yet differing in that one embraced hockey while the other wielded fruit abilities. Both warriors ignited with fervent combat spirit, engaging in a visceral clash of fists. Woli Bel possessed knowledge of even more potent techniques, yet he sought to strike at the very pride of Douglas Barrett. In the air, they exchanged blows, each collision generating shockwaves more powerful than before. Countless bolts of lightning and waves of force radiated outward, prompting Viper and Inu to leap from the back of the desert lizard to shield themselves from the ensuing storm. Crocodile remained near the battlefield, continually utilizing elementalization to evade the overwhelming aftermath of their confrontation. Witnessing the cataclysmic power that altered the very terrain of the desert, Crocodile appeared as though he had aged a decade in an instant. With a thunderous crash, Barrett was once again struck into the basin by Wallibell's punch, the tremendous force causing the earth within 100 kilometers to tremble violently. Had the battlefield beneath their feet been a small island, it might have shattered into fragments. Just as Crocodile and Inu believed Barrett had succumbed to the overwhelming assault, the once quiet desert began to tremble anew, in the astonished gazes of all present. A colossal purple arm, stretching thousands of meters, emerged from the basin, reaching for the airborne Woli Bel, a giant bullet. Seeing the gargantuan arm approaching, Wallibell's Thunder God mode erupted in full force, his form swelling until he transformed into a blue and white giant bear, towering over 100 meters. Thunder God mode, heavenly voice descends. Woli Bel became a blue-white meteor, colliding with the purple ARS their attacks met. It seemed as though the very heavens had been reduced to the sound of their explosion. In that moment, the entire populace of Alabasta heard a deafening roar as the entire island trembled in response. The inhabitants, gripped by fear, sought refuge, believing an earthquake was upon them, the center of the battlefield. Crocodile watched in wide-eyed amazement as a battle unfolded before him, a scene akin to a divine miracle, his heart filled with nothing but he had long believed that the gap between himself and the likes of Whitebeard was merely a matter of accumulation. However, after witnessing Wallibell's prowess and the confrontation between Barrett and Woli Bel, he finally comprehended the staggering disparity between his strength and that of the world's top-tier warriors, under the gaze of Viper and the others. Countless fissures manifested across the massive purple arm, which swiftly became riddled with cracks before erupting with a thunderous crash, transforming into countless purple shards that rained down. It over. Crocodile licked his parched lips. His voice hoarse as the lightning surrounding Woli Bel dissipated. He surveyed the basin's depths, where Barrett lay sprawled with arms outstretched, gasping for breath. In Barrett's eyes, there was a glimmer of shock, for he had never imagined that a rookie pirate, untested in the New World, could defeat someone seasoned by countless battles alongside the Roger pirates. Now, Barrett, are you willing to reconsider my earlier invitation? Upon seeing the smile on Wallibell's face, Barrett simply closed his eyes and turned his head away. Even in defeat, he remained steadfast in his convictions. Not be so obstinate. At least give it some thought. All that responded to Woli Bel was a dismissive snort, truly hopeless. Woli Bel withdrew an object from his pocket and, in a flash, affixed it to Barrett's hand, causing him to feel an immediate loss of strength. Damn it, why do you carry sea stone with you? Certainly, it is indeed for the purpose of training that if an adversary were to threaten me with sea prism stone, I could, through prolonged exposure to it, harness my other powers. However, judging by your current condition, it seems you have yet to undergo such rigorous training. With that, Wallibell effortlessly lifted the feeble Barrett onto his shoulder. Whether you wish it or not, you are now a member of our Thunderstorm pirate crew. Wallibell discerned that Barrett was excessively proud and would not be easily swayed by mere words. It would be far more effective for him to personally experience the ambience of the Thunderstorm pirates. Wallibell believed that, given time, Barrett would inevitably be influenced and genuinely join their ranks. The acquisition of Barrett was not solely due to his potential to become a formidable powerhouse. It was also because Barrett was a character Wallibell held in high regard. This crew member was destined to be his. He carried the squirming Barrett, who resembled a worm, to the desert great lizard. Inaran, Viper, and Karoo beheld the lifeless Barrett, now tossed before them, his eyes vacant and his mouth twitching. The stark contrast between Barrett's earlier display of strength and his current limp struggle, akin to that of a salted fish, was striking. Quickly, find me a chain to bind this fellow. He is to be a member of our Thunderstorm pirates from now on. You insufferable wretch, how dare you impose such a transaction? I do not care. Do you not recall what you said before the battle? You declared that if you won, I would be at your mercy. That was not what I meant. I intended for you to kill me. Killing you would be a pity. I relish your rebellious spirit, which you cannot direct against me. Ha ha! Listening to their captain's infectious laughter, the trio stifled their amusement while searching for chains. Ultimately, they found no suitable iron chains and had to resort to binding Barrett temporarily with ropes from the desert great lizard. While Barrett could have easily broken free from such restraints under normal circumstances, the sea prism stone rendered him utterly powerless, unable to lift even a finger. Observing the still unconscious Gaka, Wallibell approached and slapped him twice on the cheek. It was only upon feeling the sting that Gaka groggily opened his eyes. What just transpired, Captain Wallibell? Dazed, Gaka glanced at the site of Wallibell's recent battle and rubbed his eyes in disbelief upon seeing the massive crater that spanned several kilometers in width and over 10 in length. What on earth happened here? Did a meteor strike? Cough, cough. Apologies. This was the result of my confrontation with this fellow. Following Wallibell's pointing finger, Gaka's gaze fell upon Douglas Barrett, tightly bound by ropes, before Gaka could inquire further. Barrett shot him a fierce glare, causing Gaka to involuntarily shift into a half-beast form, his body rigid with fear. All right, do not be afraid. He is no longer capable of fighting. Let us proceed to the capital. Gaka, eyeing Barrett's ferocious expression, swallowed hard and turned to awaken the still unconscious soldiers. Coincidentally, the desert great lizard also awoke, trembling under the weight of the two terrifying auras on its back. All right, do not be afraid. Hurry now. Upon hearing Wallibell's command, the desert great lizard instantly regained its composure. Under Wallibell's intimidation, it surged forward with a speed that exceeded 200%, swiftly making its way toward the capital of Alabasta. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, Crocodile stood upon a sand dune, contemplating the rapidly departing desert great lizard, a medley of emotions swirling within him. Witnessing the clash of powerful beings had illuminated the reality of his own insignificance. Had he not consumed the Logia-type fruit and garnered Whitebeard's favor, seeking to adopt him as a son, he might not have even qualified to approach Whitebeard. How laughable it was! He had long believed himself to be close to the ranks of the top-tier strength. Yet now he realized it had all been but a mirage. Glancing down at his severed left arm, Crocodile felt a surge of unwillingness. Was it truly impossible for him to become one of the elite? In the capital of Alabasta, under Gaka's guidance, Wallibell and his crew arrived at the Grand Castle's entrance. The soldiers opened the gates, revealing a spacious hall. Wallibell led the way, followed closely by Inuran and Viper, who flanked Barrett. Why now? Barrett had acclimated to the sea prism stone suppression and was able to move with considerable effort. Upon entering the hall, a young man clad in a simple robe descended from the throne, his demeanor warm as he greeted, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Captain Wallibell, and esteemed members of the Thunderstorm Pirates. I am Cobra, the reigning king of Alabasta." Cobra welcomed Wallibell and his crew into the banquet hall, where tables were laden with an array of rare fruits. In a desert climate like Alabasta, fresh fruits were worth their weight in gold. It was evident that Cobra exuded a gentle aura, engaging in conversation with Wallibell without an ounce of trepidation, creating an inexplicable sense of familiarity. "Captain Wallibell, I have received word from my navy regarding your agreement with them. Since the Thunderstorm Pirates are not enemies of Alabasta, you are our friends." With that, Cobra raised a goblet and drank heartily. "Allow me to offer a toast to welcome you to Alabasta." "There is no need for such formality, King Cobra. Alabasta is a fine nation, and we, the Thunderstorm Pirates, are not a crew of slaughterers. You need not worry." Cobra gazed at Wallibell's amiable countenance, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. After all, under the naval and world government's propaganda, the Thunderstorm Pirates had long since been vilified. Reports frequently surfaced alleging pirate attacks attributed to them, painting an unfounded, nefarious picture. It was clear that much of what appeared in the papers was fabricated. "Today, let us take the opportunity to redefine our perceptions of one another, Captain Wallibell." With a smile, Cobra clapped his hands, prompting the banquet doors to swing open, revealing an abundance of delectable dishes placed upon the table. As Wallibell beheld the sumptuous feast, he felt a pang of hunger. His earlier battle with Barrett had depleted considerable energy. The aroma of the dishes caused Barrett's stomach to rumble thunderously, and the sound elicited a hint of embarrassment from his otherwise stoic expression. Cobra, witnessing Barrett's reaction, was momentarily at a loss for how to proceed, considering Barrett's fearsome reputation. Viper, untie Barrett. But Captain, this fellow is far too dangerous. Nonsense. I trust Barrett. Humph. I do not require your pity. Barely had the words left Barrett's lips when another growl emanated from his belly. Observing Barrett's darkening expression, Wallibell chuckled and turned to continue his conversation with Cobra. Seeing Wallibell so at ease, Viper let out a resigned sigh, ultimately deciding to loosen Barrett's restraints, with Wallibell entirely unguarded. Barrett's feelings were complex. Eventually, he seized a roasted camel leg and began to eat voraciously. Concerned, Cobra watched Barrett's ferocious appetite, fearing an outburst given Barrett's notorious reputation. Do not worry, Cobra, should Barrett create any chaos. I will handle it, as he is now my companion. Upon hearing Wallibell's words, Barrett paused mid-bite, then resumed devouring his food with reckless abandon. Noticing Barrett's lack of hostile behavior, Cobra gradually relaxed and resumed his dialogue with Wallibell. May I inquire how long Captain Wallibell intends to stay in Alabasta? About 7 days. Once the log pointer has completed its recording, we shall depart and continue our voyage. Listening to Woli Bel, it became increasingly apparent that he did not intend to remain in Alabasta for long, which made the smile on Kabura's face appear even more genuine. After all, no one wishes for a formidable powerhouse to reside within their homeland. The mention of strength brought Kabura's thoughts to the notorious crocodile, as he recalled Gaka's words. Alas, Crocodile's influence was expanding, now controlling the nefarious forces in Rain Base, and allowing him to grow stronger was undoubtedly detrimental to Alabasta. Although Kabura yearned to eliminate Crocodile, he could not entrust this task to Woli Bel. After all, Woli Bel was an even more challenging adversary to handle. The immediate priority was to ensure the departure of the Lightning Pirates from Alabasta. After the banquet, Woli Bel politely declined Kabura's invitation, requesting a desert iguana as he prepared to return to Canola Flower. The gazes of the Viper and his companions remained fixed upon Barrett, for they had not forgotten his terrifying prowess. Barrett, indifferent, sat cross-legged atop the iguana, contemplating his next course of action. His stamina had significantly recovered, and he felt confident in breaking free from the Sea Prism's stone handcuffs. However, the thought of Woli Bel's overwhelming strength led him to ultimately abandon the idea of escape that in the distance. The sun descended towards the horizon, leaving only the sound of the desert iguana's footsteps in its wake. Barrett, what is your dream? Upon hearing Woli Bel's question, which mirrored one he had been asked years ago after being defeated by Roger, Barrett was momentarily taken aback. He vividly recalled his response from that time. He had been resolutely determined to defeat Roger and become the world's strongest. He aspired to be a powerful individual who could achieve everything without relying on anyone else. Yet, Roger had told him that this was not his true dream. Now, hearing the question once more, Barrett found himself unable to respond with the same unwavering conviction he once possessed. In fact, he felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. Born into a war-torn nation within the Grand Line, Barrett was abandoned by his mother at birth and became an orphan, subsequently adopted by the enemy's military at the age of 8. He served as a child soldier under the command of Douglas Gray. Primarily tasked with leading the charge on the battlefield, setting off landmines, or clearing paths with explosives, the soldier who achieved the greatest feats on the battlefield would be awarded a medal. Growing up surrounded solely by weapons, Barrett yearned to earn such recognition, although only one medal would be granted. Despite his formidable combat abilities, Barrett was betrayed by his comrades just as he was on the verge of success. Not only was his medal snatched away, but he also sustained life-threatening injuries. The betrayal stemmed from Barrett's overwhelming strength. Even those who had grown up in the same harsh environment sought to harm him. In retaliation, Barrett hunted down those who had betrayed him, reclaimed his medal, and recognized the root of his failures: his own negligence, arrogance, and the weakness inherent in trusting others. From that moment forward, Barrett ceased to believe in others. Focusing solely on his own victory at the age of 13, Barrett, empowered by his solitary strength, emerged as a legendary hero on the battlefield, simultaneously becoming the most formidable child soldier. He increasingly understood that true strength equated to freedom. When faced with hunger and exhaustion on the battlefield, he consumed the fusion fruit, which only served to enhance his power further. By the age of 14, Barrett had become a national hero, and victory for his country was within reach. Douglas, the commander of the troops, was promoted to general due to Barrett's achievements and treated him with great care, promising to grant him true freedom by allowing him to leave the battlefield. Barrett, believing in this promise, annihilated the enemy in the final battle. Unbeknownst to him, Douglas betrayed him, seeking to eliminate him. Enraged, Barrett laid waste to his own country and military, becoming a fugitive sought by the world government, which forced him to set sail at the age of 15. While wandering the seas in search of battle, he remained undefeated. Upon encountering Joel D. Roger and challenging him, Barrett was defeated. After numerous challenges and defeats, he experienced the bitterness of repeated failure and resolved to join Roger's crew, persistently confronting him. Though to no avail, Barrett swore, "One day, I will defeat you and become the world's strongest," joining Roger's crew as a challenger. He found that only Roger could surpass him. Even the first mate, Silver's Rayleigh, could only manage a stalemate against him. Yet, Barrett felt no pride in this. Instead, he intensified his training. Upon learning of Roger's impending demise, anxiety consumed him, fearing he might not fulfill his vow, which led to a profound sense of confusion. Gradually, he developed the awareness that he must protect his comrades, becoming less decisive in battle, but he believed he had grown weaker and began to doubt Roger's strength. After one final defeat at Roger's hands, he withdrew from the crew and sought to make a name for himself as a newcomer. However, years of camaraderie had transformed Barrett. He was no longer the ruthless executioner he once was. His self-awareness blossomed, prompting him to attempt to accept companionship once more. "Barrett, why not give our lightning pirates a try? If you wish to leave, I will not detain you." Woli Bel opened the sea prism stone handcuffs, awaiting Barrett's decision. "All right, I am curious as to why you have such confidence in your crew." Rest assured, I will not disappoint you. Let me introduce our newest temporary crew member, Barrett. This fellow may be a bit aloof, so please treat him kindly." Upon hearing of a new addition, the crew erupted in cheers. With only a few members aboard Woli Bel's ship, each new addition felt like another beloved family member joining the fold, bringing joy to all. Though Barrett seemed difficult to approach, they believed he would eventually integrate into the Lightning Pirates. Standing beside Woli Bel, Barrett gazed at the crew, some applauding, others cheering in welcome, and felt an unexpected stirring within his heart. To celebrate Barrett's arrival, let us feast. In the days that followed, Woli Bel imposed no restrictions on Barrett's movements. The crew exhibited tremendous enthusiasm towards him, inviting him to partake in various enjoyable activities. For the first time, Barrett felt the warmth of being welcomed. This novel sensation did not repel him. Rather, it ignited a subtle happiness. Observing Barrett depart amidst his newfound companions, Woli Bel felt increasingly confident in his decision to reclaim him. Barrett had never experienced familial affection. His life had revolved solely around battle and slaughter. After enduring multiple betrayals, he harbored little hope for the goodness of human nature, becoming obsessed with acquiring everything through force. Yet, the more one lacks something, the more susceptible they become to its allure. For someone like Barrett, engaging him with genuine emotion might yield unexpectedly positive results, rather than relying solely on coercive power. Just as Woli Bel, with a maternal smile, watched Barrett and the others depart, Jaka approached him unnoticed. "What are you looking at? Smiling so lewdly? Oh, you busy bee. How do you find time to emerge from the laboratory?" "I came to share some good news. I've discovered a correlation between the genetic factors within your fur tribe and those found in zoan-type devil fruits. However, the experiment has reached a critical juncture. I need a user of a zoan-type devil fruit, and I've come to borrow Karoo." Upon hearing of the breakthrough, Woli Bel's heart surged with excitement. If the experiment succeeded, it could lead to the mastery of the moonlight line form. Eagerly, Woli Bel rushed to the rear deck and brought Karoo, who was training with Viper, to the laboratory. Understanding it was for Woli Bel's sake, Karoo complied readily, transforming first into his hybrid form and then into his full beast form under Jaka's guidance. After extracting blood samples from Karoo's human, hybrid, and beast forms, Jaka promptly expelled them from the laboratory to commence a new round of research. Woli Bel anxiously paced outside the lab, aware that the outcome would significantly impact his upcoming plans. Several hours later, laughter erupted from within the laboratory as Jaka exclaimed, "Haha, I did it." Hearing Jaka's jubilant cheer, Woli Bel excitedly flung open the laboratory door. So, did the experiment succeed? I have succeeded. I have finally unraveled the secrets of the fur tribe's bloodline factors. To put it simply, the moonlit lion form of the fur tribe bears a striking resemblance to the transformation of the Zoan-type devil fruit users that I suspect that your ancestors were once ordinary humans who were later infused with bloodline factors, resulting in their current appearance. As for your moonlit lion form, it corresponds precisely to the full beast transformation of the Zoan-type devil fruit, and I have reason to believe that there exists an even more formidable transformation beyond your moonlit lion form. However, I am currently uncertain about the catalyst for your transformation into the moonlit lion form. When the next full moon arrives, allow me to draw some blood for research while you are in that form. If I can ascertain what stimulates the changes in your bloodline factors, I may devise a substitute that enables you to freely assume the moonlit lion form. I recall that the full moon is but 3 days away. It seems our experiment is on the verge of success. Overjoyed, Woli Bel embraced Zoka. Thanks to you, my fortunate star, I shudder to think what I would do without you. 3 days later, deep within the Alabasta Desert. Members of the Thunderstorm Pirates gathered around Woli Bel, who stood quietly atop a sand dune, awaiting the rise of the moon. As the full moon ascended, Woli Bel lifted his gaze to the sky. Feeling his blood begin to boil within him, a switch within him was flipped, and Woli Bel let out a roar, a terrifying aura erupting from his being. The surrounding members of the Thunderstorm Pirates instinctively stepped back. Even Barrett, unable to restrain himself from taking a step back on the sand dune, Woli Bel's body began to swell, his white fur rapidly lengthening, and his aura intensified. Bolts of lightning crackled around him. How can he be this powerful? Barrett gazed in astonishment at the transformed Woli Bel, feeling a sense of dread as he realized that Woli Bel could easily defeat him. This is your true power. At that moment, Barrett's final resistance crumbled. After spending the past few days with the members of the Thunderstorm Pirates, he had gradually come to accept them. Now, feeling the overwhelming strength of Woli Bel, he relinquished his obsession with Roger. Though he had yet to clarify his own dreams and aspirations, he found staying with the Thunderstorm Pirates to be quite agreeable. Zoka, witnessing the terrifying aura radiating from Woli Bel, hurried to his side, unaffected by the energy. Woli Bel, upon seeing Zoka approach, quickly suppressed the electricity emanating from him. Zoka moved to Woli Bel's front and withdrew a colossal syringe designed for drawing blood from his backpack. The needle sank into Woli Bel, bending and deforming upon contact. Woli Bel's physical form had likely reached an S-class level, akin to that of the 4 emperors. Not even a needle could pierce him, let alone a demon-slaying order. Let me handle it myself. Woli Bel extended a finger, his sharp nails slicing into his palm, crimson blood flowing forth. Zoka, observing this, swiftly retrieved a glass container, filling it with just 2 or 3 drops of blood. Several kilometers away, Crocodile was observing the scene through a telescope. That moment, Crocodile, unkempt and dirty, had been lurking near the Thunderstorm Pirates for days. Witnessing the transformation into the moonlit lion form, his emotions became increasingly complex. He had once believed that his battle against Barrett had pushed him to his limits, but now he realized this was Woli Bel's true power. Lying helplessly on the sand, Crocodile pondered his current situation. Can I truly become the strongest? Woli Bel did not revert from the moonlit lion form, his gaze shifting to the members of the Viper and others. It is worth noting that, apart from him, the Thunderstorm Pirates comprised numerous members of the Fur tribe, each of whom had also mastered the moonlit lion form through rigorous training over the years. Should Zoka succeed in developing a method for them to freely access the moonlit lion form, they would become an immensely powerful force under Woli Bel's command. Let us proceed. It has been far too long since we last battled in our lion forms. Upon hearing Woli Bel's words, the Fur tribe crew members turned their eyes toward the full moon above. Their bodies began to swell rapidly, their fur turning white and lengthening as currents of electricity crackled around them. Barrett and Crocodile could hardly find words to describe the overwhelming power of the Fur tribe members entering their moonlit lion forms. What a formidable racial ability! If the Fur tribe could transform into moonlit lions at will, then surely the strongest race in the world should not be the giants, but the fur tribe instead. As he beheld the crew members fully transformed into moonlit lions, Woli Bel ceased to suppress the murderous intent that came with his form. "Let me see how much you have progressed. Let us engage." As soon as Woli Bel's words fell, Inuyarashi and Viper, accompanied by the fur tribe crew members, encircled Woli Bel. Half an hour later, Woli Bel surveyed the several wounds adorning his body while looking at the crew members sprawled on the ground. Erupting into hearty laughter, You lot did quite well to actually manage to injure me. Your progress is commendable." Inuyarashi and Viper, nursing their swollen faces, cast resentful glances at Woli Bel. Woli Bel had dispatched the ordinary fur tribe crew members in a mere 5 minutes, spending the remainder of the time unleashing a thorough beating upon the two of them. "Let us return to the ship and rest. Hey, Barrett, lend a hand to carry these fellows back." No. Though he protested, he still hoisted 2 fur tribe crew members. TSK. Is this what they mean by words of disdain, but actions of integrity? Time swiftly passed, and 3 days elapsed. Throughout this period, Zoka had remained nearly all the while in the laboratory. By tomorrow night, Woli Bel would have to resort to some coercive measures to ensure she took a break. After 3 days of relentless effort, Zoka finally achieved a breakthrough in her experiments today. She had finally deciphered the mystery behind why the fur tribe transformed into moonlit lions upon gazing at the full moon, as I had previously speculated. It appears that your ancestors may well have been super soldiers created through the technology of bloodline factors. The reason the fur tribe can only transform into moonlit lions upon seeing the full moon is due to the presence of something akin to a genetic lock within your bodies. This element likely stems from the original creators of the fur tribe, that I suspect that they employed some apparatus to facilitate your transformation into moonlit lions, rendering you into formidable destroyers on the battlefield. However, once the war concluded, the device was lost, and the fur tribe subsequently lost this ability. The light waves emitted by that device closely resemble those of the full moon. Thus, it is only during the full moon that your tribe can transform into moonlit lions. I currently have 2 methods to enable you to transform into a moonlit lion. The first involves creating a machine capable of emitting light wave frequencies identical to those of the full moon. The second method entails utilizing drugs to stimulate or even employing the bloodline factor technology to break that genetic lock. However, I have also discovered a troubling issue. The moonlit lion form appears to consume the lifespan of the fur tribe. If used infrequently, such as in the current scenario, the impact is negligible. Yet frequent usage could significantly shorten your lifespan. Upon hearing Zoka's words, Woli Bel immediately felt that the ancestors of the fur tribe were, in essence, self-destructive vanguards. Long-term use of the moonlit lion form would hasten my demise. That hardly seems advantageous. I have also conducted research on this and arrived at a conclusion. The moonlit lion form stimulates the bloodline factors at the cost of vitality, allowing one to grow stronger in a short span. If your bloodline factors and life force are robust enough to sustain the moonlit lion form indefinitely, perhaps this side effect could be mitigated. Alas, this is quite challenging. I have yet to determine how to strengthen the bloodline factors or break the genetic lock within you, and I fear I will be unable to overcome these hurdles in the near future. No matter. I shall treat the moonlit lion form as a trump card and refrain from using it excessively. Regardless, being able to freely enter the moonlit lion form has already endowed our thunderstorm pirates with an additional formidable asset. Beneath the shade of a parasol, Wallibell reclined leisurely on a deck chair, savoring a sip of juice. It had been a week since their departure from Alabasta. When they left, Wallibell had offered Barrett the choice to stay. And after some hesitation, Barrett ultimately decided to remain with the Thunderstorm Pirates. Confident that everything was secure, Wallibell consented to Barrett, the proud fellow. "Captain, we have sighted the next island," one crew member announced. According to the nautical charts, the island was named Gaia, home to a small town called Magic Valley, a notorious gathering spot for pirates and underworld figures from the nearby islands. Have we already reached Gaia Island? That means we're not far from Sky Island. Wallibell mused. Let us replenish our supplies on the island. Prepare for our journey to Sky Island. Upon hearing Wallibell's words, Boar, with curiosity, inquired, "Captain, is it true that Sky Island actually exists?" Before Wallibell could respond, Barrett, clad in seastone handcuffs and burdened by a hefty iron block while performing push-ups on the deck. Interjected, "Indeed, I once traveled to Sky Island with that rascal Roger." The crew erupted in excitement at Barrett's claim. However, we reached Sky Island via the knock-up stream, which should not be present at this time. Barrett added, "And oh worries. I have my methods. Let us proceed to Magic Valley." "Understood, Captain." Several hours later, the Immortal arrived at the port of Magic Valley. Observing the modest scale of the town, Wallibell lost any desire to disembark, instructing the crew to procure supplies while he basked in the sun. After a mere 10 minutes of comfort, the sounds of commotion from the coast drew Wallibell's attention. Sensing something amiss, he stood and approached the edge of the deck for a better view. There, on the shoreline, Inuyarashi was locked in a standoff with a young man. The individual possessed hawk-like eyes and was dressed in a fitted white shirt and tailored shorts, with a long blade sheathed at his waist. From the expressionless countenance and those eagle-like eyes, Wallibell recognized the young man's identity. Dracul Mihawk, destined to be hailed as the world's greatest swordsman, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and a founding member of the Cross Guild, a pinnacle of strength in the world. However, Mihawk had yet to acquire the legendary black blade known as Yoru, but the exquisite craftsmanship of the sword at his side indicated it was also a remarkable weapon. Wallibell observed the confrontation on the shore with keen interest. "Hey, who are you and why do you obstruct our path?" Mihawk's gaze swiftly fixed upon Inuyarashi, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of the hunt. "A powerful swordsman. Let us engage in battle." Inuyarashi, recognizing Mihawk's fierce demeanor and sharp aura, acknowledged, "You must be the notorious marine hunter, Mihawk, correct?" Mihawk had long forgotten the circumstances under which he had slain a marine. In his eyes, there was no distinction between marines and pirates. Any enemy faced the fate of death. "From the moment you arrived on this island, I sensed a formidable sword intent emanating from you. You are a skilled swordsman, and I wish to challenge you." Inuyarashi's demeanor suggested he was no easy opponent. "Should we assist you?" "No need. If he desires a duel, let it be so that I do not believe I will lose." As Inuyarashi spoke, his companion stepped back, leaving only Mihawk and Inuyarashi on the shore. Mihawk grasped the hilt of his sword, revealing a long blade adorned with blue patterns. "This is the fine sword known as Blue Wave. I look forward to your guidance." Inuyarashi unsheathed his own blade, the Dragon Slayer, its red patterns catching Mihawk's. He sensed that this sword was sharper than his Blue Wave, a remarkable blade. However, its history eludes me. Mihawk remarked, "This sword, known as the Dragon Slayer, is forged from dragon fangs. It is my prized weapon." To the mention of the dragon fangs, Mihawk's eyes sparkled with interest. As a swordsman, he had a profound appreciation for exceptional blades. The two charged at each other, their swords clashing in a brilliant display of sparks. The sounds of metal clanging echoed as neither harbored any intention of evasion. They engaged in a fierce exchange, each strike a testament to their skill, knowing that a single miscalculated blow could spell disaster. After dozens of exchanges, they simultaneously retreated. Inuyarashi's expression grew serious as he regarded Mihawk, whose pupils narrowed to slits. "You are quite formidable, Mihawk. You are not lacking either." Their gazes ignited with intensity, signaling the onset of the second round. Both swords became enveloped in armament haki, transforming into black blades, and they clashed with even greater speed. This collision unleashed a torrent of sword energy, scattering debris across the beach and affecting the port. Witnessing the chaos, the crew of the Thunderstorm Pirates quickly intervened to shield themselves from the flying sword energy. As Mihawk struggled to penetrate Inuyarashi's defenses, he felt the strain of his dwindling stamina. After all, he was only human, exerting 120 of his strength to contend with Inuyarashi. This rapid depletion of energy compelled him to devise a strategy to defeat Inuyarashi. Otherwise, exhaustion would signify his defeat. Utilizing the recoil from their exchanges, Mihawk leaped into the air, soaring dozens of meters high. Taking a deep breath, he gathered his strength, unleashing a 100-meter-long green slashing strike, as if to cleave the port in two. Inuyarashi, sensing the formidable power of that strike, would not back down. .1 sword style, Rising Dragon Slash. He executed an upward strike with the Dragon Slayer, unleashing a crimson sword energy that cleaved through Mihawk's green strike, continuing its trajectory towards him. With his hair standing on end, Mihawk concentrated all his armament hockey in a blue wave, bracing for a desperate clash. With a resounding crash, Mihawk was propelled backwards, crashing onto the beach. Blue wave slipping from his grasp and embedding itself in the sand. After a few moments, Mihawk staggered to his feet, feeling the remnants of his exhausted strength. He stood, closed his eyes, and opened his arms, awaiting the inevitable. Just as he believed his journey as a swordsman was at its end, an object landed before him. Gazing at Blue Wave, which lay embedded in the sand, Mihawk looked up at Inuarashi in confusion. "I have lost. Why do you not kill me? Your defeat stems from lacking a true blade, one that resonates with you. With a worthy sword, your strength would increase, and even I would not be assured of victory. Let us consider this a draw. I hope we may settle the score in our next encounter." Mihawk regarded Inuarashi, who was returning to the immortal, with a complex expression as he sheathed his cracked blue wave and departed the shore. "Why spare him, Inuarashi? Even with a sword of equal quality, he would not stand a chance against you," Wallibell inquired, curious about Inuarashi's decision. It was well known that after the battle with Shimatsuki Yasu, Inuarashi's swordsmanship had significantly improved, bringing him close to the level of a grand swordsman. Defeating the 18-year-old Mihawk should have been a simple task for him. "I have a premonition that this young man will ascend to great heights in the future. His pure and unparalleled swordsmanship leads me to believe he may reach unimaginable levels. When that time comes, he will undoubtedly be a worthy opponent. Perhaps my own advancement in swordsmanship will hinge upon this individual." "Is that so? You truly are a cunning fox," Wallibell replied with a knowing smile. "Ha ha ha, it hardly counts. Isn't this all learned from you, my esteemed elder brother? Very well. Let us resume our preparations for supplies. For shortly we shall embark towards the Sky Island." Little did I expect that mere moments had passed before the crew once again interrupted Wallibell's afternoon slumber. "What is it?" "The captain has encountered a grave situation. Barrett has just heard in the tavern the news of the pirate king Roger's arrest, and in his fury, he has utterly destroyed the entire establishment. Has it truly come to this?" Wallibell felt a wave of sentiment wash over him. In the blink of an eye, he realized he had been in the world of the Pirate King for over a decade. "I understand." Guided by the crew, Wallibell arrived at the site of what was now a desolate tavern. In the heart of the ruins, Barrett sat amidst the debris, incessantly pouring a bottle of spirits into his mouth. Wallibell approached Barrett, who appeared dazed, and delivered a resounding slap. This swift action brought clarity to Barrett's eyes. Upon recognizing Wallibell, an inexplicable shyness overcame him, and he lowered his gaze, unable to meet Wallibell's stare. Not wallow in despair here, Barrett. Roger is a man of ideals. He's the first to accept you. We shall personally pay our respects to him later, as a heartfelt gesture of gratitude for his care of my companions." Upon hearing Wallibell's words, Barrett's body trembled slightly, and the corners of his downcast eyes began to redden. "Come now, your comrades and the pirate crew await your return aboard. Our adventure continues, and we must not keep them waiting." "Yes, Captain. Boys, brace yourselves. We are about to take flight," with Wallibell's thoughts resonating on the deck. A gust of wind lifted the immortal from the surface of the sea, propelling it swiftly skyward. As they ascended higher, Karoo erupted in exhilaration, and even Barrett was taken aback by Wallibell's formidable fruit abilities. In their previous skirmishes, Wallibell had only demonstrated his lightning powers, leaving the full extent of his abilities concealed. The immortal soared rapidly to an altitude of 7 kilometers, revealing a vast expanse of white clouds above, a sight marking the bottom of the Sky Island, with an additional 3 kilometers of pure white sea above it. This white sea possessed properties akin to seawater, necessitating Wallibell to employ additional methods. Under Wallibell's command, clouds began to coalesce around the immortal, enveloping it in a shroud. From the outside, it appeared as a colossal cocoon. Wallibell burst forth from the clouds, directing a powerful punch towards the upper white sea, the force of which shattered through it, allowing the immortal to penetrate the 3 kilometers of white as the immortal surged forth. The white clouds that had encircled it dissipated, having served as a barrier against the seawater. The crew gazed in awe at the surrounding vastness of the white sea. Their curiosity piqued. Just as they marveled at their surroundings, a buzzing sound approached from afar. Several individuals riding on formidable beasts, adorned with primitive attire and white feathered wings, charged towards the immortal. Are these the inhabitants of the Sky Island? The crew, including Viper, observed the incoming Scipians with intrigue, eager to extend a friendly greeting. However, before they could raise their hands in salutation, they witnessed the Scipians brandishing shoulder cannons aimed directly at the immortal. Launching several projectiles, Viper's expression darkened as he swiftly unleashed a flurry of wind blades, slicing the incoming projectiles to pieces in midair. In an instant, he vanished, employing the shave technique to appear before one of the Scipians. The Scipian, taken aback by Viper's sudden presence, turned pale with fear. Without hesitation, Viper delivered a punch to the Scipian, who raised his palms defensively. Viper, noticing a peculiar shell in the Scipian's hands, paid it no heed and struck with full force. A resounding crash echoed as Viper was sent hurtling backwards by an unexpected force, needing to employ several moonwalks to regain his balance mid-air. Shock and astonishment filled Viper's eyes as he beheld the smoking shell in the opponent's grasp. Remarkably, his punch had failed to shatter the shell, which instead had reflected his own power back at him. Although he had not exerted his full strength, merely aiming to incapacitate his foe, that shell was truly extraordinary. Wallibell, observing the shell in the Scipian's hand, immediately discerned its nature. It was an impact shell capable of absorbing forces and releasing them at will. The Sky Island is replete with various shellfish, which serve vital roles in the daily lives and battles of its inhabitants, making them an essential local commodity. Viper, pay close attention. That shell can absorb impact. We must apprehend them swiftly and bring them aboard. Upon hearing Wallibell's command, Viper wasted no time, employing the shave technique once more to appear behind the Scipian, delivering a swift blow to the back of his neck and rendering him unconscious. The remaining Scipians, attempting to flee, were swiftly pursued by Viper, who dispatched them with the same decisive hand. Moments later, the crew regarded the 5 subdued Scipians with exchanged glances, eventually turning their gaze towards Barrett. Barrett, lost in thought as he stared at the Scipians, recalled the tales he had heard alongside Roger during their previous visit. According to Roger's recollections, the Scipians were the original inhabitants of Skypiea, having once lived on the island of Jaya. After being swept up to the Sky Island by the knock-up stream, they fiercely fought the Sky Islanders for their land and homes. Ultimately, they were defeated, and the remaining half of Jaya was seized, now renamed Appiato. Upon Barrett uttering the name Appiato, the Scipians seemed to awaken from their stupor, as if struck by a sudden realization. Upon seeing the bizarrely formed members of the Thunder Pirates surrounding them, expressions of terror spread across their faces. You know where the Sky Island is? Quickly guide us there, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Faced with Wallibell's fearsome visage, the Scipians wasted no time in indicating the direction. Following their guidance, the immortals swiftly approached Angel Island. The crew marveled at the sight of the cloud-enshrouded island, awestruck by the creator's craftsmanship. Who would have imagined that the legendary Sky Island truly existed? Tiger's adventurous spirit ignited within him as he gazed upon the island. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of Sky Island noticed the approaching colossal vessel and hurried to the Temple of Appiato in search of their deity. As the crew disembarked from the immortal, the Scipians, witnessing Wallibell and his crew's fearsome appearance, recoiled in terror, retreating into their homes. However, Wallibell bore no intention of aggression towards the inhabitants, just as the crew curiously examined the cloud-constructed architecture of the Sky Island. A group of armed soldiers, brandishing spears and bows, surrounded a middle-aged man clad in armor and approached Wallibell and his crew. "Who are you? What business do you have in our Sky Island?" The man, gone for, in his 40s yet still robust, stood at a height of nearly 6 feet, exuding an imposing presence. "You are the ruler of the Sky Island, I presume." "Indeed, I am gone for, the god of the Sky Island." "But what manner of creatures are you?" Observing the eclectic assembly of beast-headed fur tribesmen, towering giants, fishmen, and humans before him, Gonfer immediately heightened his vigilance that we are pirates hailing from the bluest by the way. "You should recognize this fellow." Wallibell pulled Barrett forward, and upon seeing him, Ganfer's eyes lit up with recognition. "You are the one who appeared on the Sky Island alongside Roger, but you must have been a member of the Roger Pirates. Correct?" After a moment's hesitation, Barrett shook his head. Not anymore. Though uncertain of Barrett's meaning, Gonfer felt a measure of relief, for at least there was someone he recognized among them. What brings you to the Sky Island? To become a god. What? You wish to become a god? Fleeing from Wallibell, Ganfor's gaze upon him instantly turned frigid. To aspire to be a god meant to vanquish him and ascend as the sovereign of the Sky Island. Yet such aspirations were futile. As a native of Qinghai, one could never attain the divinity of the Sky Island. You lack the capability to refuse, Ganfor. Rest assured, should I ascend to godhood, I could promise you that I would not oppress the denizens of the Sky Island, allowing them to live in happiness. Empty words. I cannot entrust the Sky Island to you based solely on your assurances. Observing Ganfor's obstinacy, Wallibell let out a resigned sigh. First, I am not one to rule with tyranny. Secondly, do you truly possess the strength to thwart me? With that, an overwhelming aura of conqueror's haki emanated from Wallibell, pressing down upon Ganfor and the guards behind him. In an instant, Ganfor's entire guard fell into unconsciousness, and even he himself was forced to kneel under the weight of this formidable power. You are simply too weak. Wallibell regarded the trembling Ganfor, whose reluctance to submit filled him with disappointment. Initially, he had believed Ganfor might possess some measure of strength, but now it appeared he was merely akin to a minor pirate of the 10 million level. With such meager prowess, you wish to protect the Sky Island? Any formidable pirate from Qinghai would easily overpower you. Were it not for the difficulty of accessing the Sky Island, it would likely have long been ruled by the people of Qinghai. Wallibell retracted his haki and, observing Ganfor's labored breaths, inquired once more, "Do you agree now?" Ganfor felt as though his life force were ebbing away. This creature before him was a terrifying monster. It seemed that with a mere thought, he could meet his demise. No, I cannot trust you. How could someone of your immense power treat the inhabitants of the Sky Island with kindness? I say, are you not being too stubborn? I've already stated that with your strength, you cannot possibly defend the Sky Island, that if you hand it over to me, allowing me to govern, I can permit you to continue managing it. This is my final act of mercy. Do not challenge my limits further. Wallibell did not desire a river of blood. He bore no psychological burden in slaying evildoers, yet the people of the Sky Island were indeed innocent. What he sought was dominion over the land, while allowing the inhabitants to continue their lives in peace. To this moment, Ganfor's resentment ultimately transformed into a resigned sigh. Very well, I agree to your terms. He understood the vast chasm that lay between him and Wallibell, and he sensed that any further refusal might lead to his own demise. Upon hearing Ganfor's reluctant acquiescence, Wallibell's expression softened slightly. By the way, Ganfor, you should know where Shangdora is located, right? Take me there. Hearing Wallibell's command, Ganfor hesitated briefly before stepping forward to guide them. With Ganfor leading the way, the group soon arrived at the jungle of Appiato. Once they stepped upon the solid ground, they realized they were very close to Shangdora. Zhuoka sat excitedly upon Wallibell's shoulder, knowing that Shangdora would secure the funding for her future research, quickly, under Ganfor's guidance. They reached a city enshrouded in moss, appearing quite dilapidated. As they surveyed the ruins around them, disappointment flickered in their eyes. This place resembled a heap of rubble, hardly resembling a city built of gold. Wallibell, it seems you have been deceiving me all along. Zhuoka gazed at the nearby crumbling structures, her eyes filled with disillusionment. Do not be hasty, Wallibell said, casually picking up a brick and wiping away the moss. Instantly, a flash of gold gleamed forth. It was undeniably a gold brick. Witnessing this, the group's despondency transformed into exhilaration. They approached the dilapidated buildings, removing the moss to reveal that the materials used in their construction were indeed gold. Gazing upon the grand city before them, a singular thought filled their minds. They were about to strike it rich. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the jungle, prompting Ganfor to change his expression and urgently warn, "Everyone be cautious. The serpent god is approaching." The group turned their gaze toward the jungle, where a colossal python, hundreds of meters long and seemingly endless, emerged from the foliage. Yet, in the presence of this serpent, which rivaled the size of ordinary sea kings, Wallibell and his companions displayed no fear to them. Such a serpent was inconsequential. Meanwhile, Ganfoer tightened his grip on his spear, prepared to strike at any moment. Wallibell unleashed his killing intent upon the massive serpent, and feeling the weight of it, the creature froze momentarily before hastily retreating into the jungle. How about it, Zhuaka? Is there enough gold here for your upcoming research? Zhuaka, gazing at the seemingly endless city, was nearly drooling with excitement. There is more than enough. With this abundance of gold, I shall no longer worry about funding for my research. Observing the joyous flurry of his companions as they collected gold throughout Shangdora, Wallibell began to contemplate his next move. The first objective of becoming the god of the Sky Island had been accomplished, a step taken in his aspiration to transform the Sky Island into a secret base. Given its advantageous location, currently, there were only two ways to reach the Sky Island. One was the summit of the west, and the other was the Sky Current. The latter offered only a slim chance of success. As for the summit of the west, no one yet knew what it truly was. With these thoughts in mind, Wallibell turned to Ganfoer. Hey, Ganfoer, do you know what the summit of the west actually is? Taken aback by Wallibell's question, Ganfoer replied, Didn't you arrive at the Sky Island via the summit of the west? Certainly not. I flew straight up, Wallibell retorted. Ganfoer's eyes widened in shock and confusion. You flew up? So what exactly is the summit of the west? In your Qinghai, that region is referred to as the New World. In a certain sea area there, a cloud pathway forms periodically, ascending directly to the Sky Island. However, this route is perilous, and the turbulent high-altitude winds make it exceedingly difficult to navigate a ship. Thus, the chances of successfully reaching the Sky Island are slim to none. I have heard that many of those who came from Qinghai were unscrupulous pirates. After suffering losses, the powerful denizens of the Sky Island would eliminate any nefarious pirates attempting to intrude, driving them away. Consequently, it has been decades since anyone from Qinghai has set foot on our island. Wallibell mused, It seems the speculations about the Atom Tree of Elbaf were misguided. After all, when Luffy reached the Sky Island, he had seen many intact ships, which could not possibly have originated from the Sky Island itself. If access were truly achieved by climbing trees, then there would not be so many complete wooden sailing vessels. It now appeared that a massive cloud pathway extending from the Sky Island to Qinghai periodically was quite plausible, likely a remnant of the ancient Sky Island inhabitants' technology. However, this cloud pathway did not seem widely known, and its precise location in the New World remained a mystery. By the way, Ganfoer, can the people of the Sky Island travel to Qinghai via that cloud pathway? No, that cloud pathway is an upward ascent. We can only descend to Qinghai using octopus balloons. I see. That explains everything. Wallibell concluded it was clear why that peculiar monk had appeared in the Grand Line. He must have jumped down from here. Ganfoer, you surely know where the cloud-hidden village is located, right? Take me there. I wish to subdue them. However, the mountain-dwelling Shandians will not heed my words that I have made numerous attempts to negotiate peace regarding Appiato, all of which have failed. They remain obstinately tied to ancestral grievances, unwilling to embrace peace for the sake of their warriors' honor. As he spoke, Ganfoer's spirits fell. As a ruler who cherished peace, he had shown considerable compassion towards the Shandians. During his reign, he had never waged war against them. Yet, despite this, the people of Sandia remain unwilling to reconcile with the inhabitants of the Sky Island. No worries, just tell me their location. I shall handle the rest, he said. Once we have dealt with the Sandians, we will be departing from this place. Upon hearing Woli Bel's words, Ganfoer's face displayed a hint of confusion. God, you are now the deity of the Sky Island. Why would you wish to return to Qinghai? As far as I know, Qinghai is hardly a safe haven. Isn't it better to reign as the supreme god of the Sky Island? He chuckled. The gods of your Sky Island are truly narrow-minded. Ganfoer, it is not your fault. You have not witnessed the vastness of the ocean, nor have you encountered the myriad islands and diverse races, nor the wondrous adventures that await. Although I have ascended to the position of deity in the Sky Island, truth be told, I lack the energy to manage it effectively. Thus, I shall rely on you to govern the Sky Island in the future. Upon hearing Woli Bel's statement, Ganfoer felt a sudden impulse to visit Qinghai and behold the expansive ocean described by Woli Bel. However, he quickly suppressed this thought. After all, he was the guardian of the Sky Island. Even if he were no longer a deity, he would still dedicate his life to protecting it. Very well. I shall inform you of their location at 1,400 years ago. The admiral of the Lubuni Kingdom's expedition was drawn to the chimes of Gaia Island along the Grand Line. He landed on Gaia Island and cured a rampant plague known as tree fever, forging a friendship with the great warrior Caligula of Gaia Island. When he later returned with the king, he found that the other half of the island had been swept away by the tumultuous sea currents, severing the island in two, and the land of gold had vanished. Ultimately, he was sentenced to death by the king on the grounds of treason and was branded a great liar for 4 centuries. The Sandians who traveled from Qinghai to the Sky Island also faced calamity. The strongest warrior of their tribe perished in battle against the inhabitants of the Sky Island due to the sudden ascent to over 10,000 meters in altitude, which severely diminished his strength. With the loss of their great warrior, the entire Sandian tribe was expelled from Gaia Island, which subsequently had its landmass renamed Appiato. This is the tale of the Sky Island. Woli Bel sat upon a cloud, flanked by Barrett and the guiding Ganfu heir. After listening to the story, Ganfu heir's expression grew complex. I never expected you, a god, to possess such profound knowledge of past events. Even I am unaware of the true circumstances from that time. However, I cannot deny that Appiato is indeed the homeland of the Sandians. Barrett, too, felt a whirlwind of emotions upon hearing Woli Bel's narrative. In that moment, he experienced a newfound understanding of war, sensing a resemblance between himself and the inhabitants of the Sky Island from that era. Yet he realized he was inferior to those Sky Islanders. They had seized Gaia Island out of greed, while he was merely a soldier in this conflict, oblivious to its true significance. Be it invasion or protection, he simply obeyed orders mechanically to survive. Since his interaction with Woli Bel, Barrett found himself mired in confusion and contemplation. Through their adventures, he seemed to grasp many concepts he had previously failed to understand, and he began to strive for comprehension. This was a commendable beginning. At least Barrett's character no longer mirrored the extreme disposition he once possessed. In truth, I have long been aware of the location of Yunin Village. If I wish to launch an assault on Yunin Village to obliterate it, it would not be particularly difficult. Ganfu heir gazed at the distant, rudimentary tents, a myriad of emotions swirling within his eyes. Even he found it challenging to articulate his feelings at that moment. Ganfu heir was indeed a good person, yet he lacked the qualities of a capable ruler. He understood the significance of Appiato to the people of the Sky Island, but he also recognized the dark origins of the island. Had he been a more decisive ruler, his course of action would likely have been to eradicate the Sandians entirely rather than allow them to live in peace. To be fair, had it been Woli Bel, he would undoubtedly have dealt with the Sandians with lethal intent, for they posed a significant threat to his people. God, what do you intend to do? Do you require my guard's assistance? No need. They are merely individuals who lack even the dual-color domineering presence. Dealing with them is no different than handling you. Ganfu heir recalled Woli Bel's formidable conqueror spirit and could not comprehend the nature of such power, but its strength was indisputable, were it not for his resilient spirit. He might have succumbed like the soldiers, rendered unconscious by the sheer force. Woli Bel commanded the cloud to approach Yunin Village. The Sandians patrolling nearby soon noticed Woli Bel and his companions. Observing the imposing figures of Woli Bel, Barrett, and the familiar face of Ganfu heir, many Sandians became alert. As a warning trumpet sounded, the villagers sprang into action, weapons raised and ready to strike at the approaching trio. At that tense moment, a path was cleared within Yunin Village. A middle-aged man adorned with bird feathers, cloaked, and draped in vibrant necklaces emerged. He was the current chief of the Sandians. Woli Bel suddenly sensed a notable intensity in the observation haki sweeping over him and turned his gaze, surprised by the Sandian chief's presence. Interesting. I did not expect you to possess observation haki. It seems I have underestimated you. The chief's haki faltered upon reaching Woli Bel and Barrett, realizing that they were not to be trifled with. Wait, do not act yet. The chief raised his hand, halting the Sandians poised to launch their weapons. You are Ganfu heir, the deity of the Sky Island, correct? What brings you to our Yunin Village? Indeed, I am Ganfu heir. But I am no longer the god of the Sky Island. The true deity now stands behind me. He gestured towards Woli Bel. We have come to resolve the matter of Appiato once and for all. The Sandian chief cast a surprised glance at Woli Bel, hesitating for a few moments before nodding. He then addressed the surrounding Sandians. You all need to retreat at once, seeing their chief's command. The hostile Sandians reluctantly sheathed their weapons, clearly acknowledging the chief's high standing within Yunin village. Woli Bel maneuvered the cloud ship to rest above Yunin village, and the three descended to confront the chief. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Woli Bel, the current god of the Sky Island and a pirate hailing from Qinghai. What? You come from Qinghai? The chief's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing this revelation. It has been ages since I encountered anyone from Qinghai. I had no idea that the new deity of the Sky Island would be one such as yourself. From your appearance, you must belong to the Fur tribe. Oh, I'm surprised you know of my lineage. Of course. Our ancestors were once close friends with the great adventurer Nolan. Through him, we heard many fascinating tales of adventure. Nolan once shared with us that he had encountered a colossal elephant named Zoe, where he met a peculiar race whose bodies were human, but whose heads were of various beasts. They refer to themselves as the Fur tribe. So you learned of us through Nolan. It is not surprising. Though he hailed from a small nation, his strength was formidable. He not only visited numerous islands along the Grand Line, but also ventured into the New World. He was undoubtedly a great adventurer. It is unfortunate that such a remarkable figure met his demise at the hands of his own beloved nation and was branded a liar, ridiculed by the world. Are you aware if Nolan's descendants are faring well? We have yet to fulfill our promise to Nolan from back in the day. As the chieftain spoke, a look of profound sorrow etched itself upon his face. Regrettably, when Norland returned to Gaia Island in search of you. Half of Gaia Island had already been swept away by the currents to the Sky Island, leaving him unable to explain the situation to his homeland, ultimately leading to his death sentence. After his demise, his tale transcended geographical boundaries, earning him the moniker the Great Storyteller. Indeed, he was a remarkable adventurer, and his passing is lamentable to AS for his descendants. My knowledge is rather limited, yet I can affirm that they continue to exist in this world, bearing the weight of public scorn. Upon hearing Wallibell's words, the chieftain of Sandia felt his anguish deepen, a sense of guilt palpable even without utterance, for they all sensed it is we who have wronged Norland and his progeny. In truth, this situation cannot be solely attributed to you. Ultimately, it is the tumultuous currents that are to blame. Many occurrences in this world lie beyond human control. We have not forgotten our promise to Norland. Thus, we have spent over 3 centuries in constant conflict with the inhabitants of the Sky Island, striving to reclaim Gaia Island and once again toll the golden bell that symbolizes our friendship. In this moment, even Barrett could feel the indescribable bond of friendship that transcends time, a commitment that has endured for over 300 years. My intention this time is to invite your village, Yunin, to join forces with the Sky Islanders, to coexist harmoniously upon the Sky Island and Apaya Island, sharing governance over this land. Upon hearing Wallibell's purpose, the chieftain fell into a moment of silence. Yet his tribesmen began to murmur in discontent. No, we cannot agree. We have battled the Sky Islanders for so many years. The animosity between us is akin to fire and water, not easily undone by mere words. Even if they were to return Gaia Island to us, it is a responsibility they ought to fulfill. Why should we share Apaya Island with those detestable Sky Islanders? Indeed, yes. Why should we? The voice of dissent grew louder. It is only right for the Sky Islanders to return Apaya Island to us. Witnessing the rising anger among the Sandians, the chieftain hesitated, torn at I apologize, deity of the Sky Island, but we cannot acquiesce. As my people have expressed, Gaia Island is our homeland and the place where we fulfill our promise. For whatever reason, we must reclaim Apaya Island. Stubborn and unyielding, Wallibell's aura intensified as he coldly declared, You refuse to heed my counsel. Since you choose to disrespect my goodwill, do not blame me for my actions. You lot are insatiable. Once upon a time, you were defeated by the Sky Islanders, and the entirety of Apaya Island is now their spoils of war. Had they been a bit more ruthless, None of you Sandians would have survived if the Sky Island had not shown you mercy. You would not be standing here today. Presently, your strength remains inferior to that of the Sky Islanders, and their willingness to share this land with you is already a concession. When did the defeated gain the audacity to command the victors? Wallibell unleashed his formidable presence, causing the Sandians of Union Village to collapse under the overwhelming pressure, succumbing to unconsciousness. The Sandian chieftain half-kneeled, struggling to maintain his composure, yet to no avail, feeling the murderous intent emanating from Wallibell. The chieftain gritted his teeth and shouted, "Wait, we agree." The overwhelming aura dissipated suddenly. "Tomorrow, I shall send someone to escort you to Apaya Island. Remember, from this day forth, you shall coexist peacefully with the Sky Islanders. Should either side act recklessly, do not blame me." With that, Wallibell departed Union Village, accompanied by Barrett and Ganfu. Watching the trio leave, the Sandian chieftain struggled to rise, gazing at his tribesmen, rendered unconscious by the overwhelming presence, and sighed in resignation. "Indeed, we, a band of failures, have received the victor's grace, yet remain unsatisfied. It is indeed a lack of appreciation. Nevertheless, this way, we can toll the golden bell and fulfill our promise to Norland." Days later, gazing at the hundreds of guards composed of both Sandians and Sky Islanders before him, Wallibell felt immense satisfaction. He turned to Ganfu and the Sandian chieftain, stating, "From now on, the Sandians will reside alongside you Sky Islanders, jointly developing Apaya Island and ensuring your survival. In the upcoming period, I shall not be present on the Sky Island. I will leave you a telephone snail, so if you encounter any unforeseen circumstances, you can contact me, and I shall arrive within days." Wallibell handed a telephone snail to Ganfu and, after a moment's contemplation, turned his gaze back to the Sandian chieftain. "Forget it. You two come with me." Wallibell led Ganfu and the Sandian chieftain aboard the Immutable. He instructed the two to wait on the deck. Upon entering the laboratory, Wallibell encountered Zaka, who was engrossed in an experiment. "What is it?" "Captain, do you need something?" "I require 2 vials of high-quality Devil's Potion. I wish to enhance Ganfu and the Sandian chieftain's strength so that they may possess some degree of self-defense after we leave the Sky Island." "No problem. Just let me draw a bit of their blood for research. I want to see how much effect the Devil's Potion retains from the Devil Fruit." Leading Zaka back to the deck, the two men gazed at the striking figure of Zaka, clad in a white lab coat, with expressions of infatuation. Shortly thereafter, they were unceremoniously kicked away by Zaka. "Your strengths are simply too weak. I must have Dr. Zaka administer a vial of Devil's Potion to you. This potion will significantly enhance your abilities, ensuring you both have some means of self-defense after we depart the Sky Island." The two, wiping away their blood, readily agreed. Zaka then produced 2 vials of a peculiar purple potion from her satchel. Gazing at the eerie potion, both men felt a tingle of unease. However, Zaka offered them no chance to flee. Holding a syringe in each hand, she approached the terrified duo with a radiant smile. I could see that moment. The 2 men, captivated by Zaka's ethereal beauty, failed to perceive her allure, as the Devil's Potion coursed through their veins. Both emitted anguished howls. Observing this, Zaka swiftly withdrew the now empty syringes and took refuge behind Wallibell. Under their watchful eyes, Ganfu and the Sandian chieftain began to undergo a transformation. First, Ganfu, originally standing at 1.8 meters, rapidly grew taller, his muscles bulging as his steel armor shattered into fragments upon impact. His physique swelled further, his skin turning an unhealthy shade of blue, and a pair of thick, curved horns sprouted from his head, transforming him into a towering 5-meter-tall minotaur. This is the Devil's Potion in its buffalo form. How do you find it? Not bad, right? Meanwhile, a massive gray tail burst forth from the Sandian chieftain's back. Gray fur sprouting upon his body, his cheeks elongating, and his teeth morphing into sharp fangs, his ears gradually tapering to a point until they resembled wolf ears. His body expanded, muscles growing larger, culminating in the emergence of a 4-meter-tall werewolf before Wallibell and the others. Sensing the aura radiating from the two, Wallibell felt immense satisfaction. Their powers had increased at least 5-fold, and this was merely the initial injection. They were destined to grow even stronger. Moreover, there existed a slight chance for them to achieve full beastification and awakening. Of course, such chances were minuscule. If the conventional awakening probability for a devil fruit is 1, then the likelihood of awakening through the devil's potion may be 1 in 1,000 or even 1 in 10,000. Yet the possibility remains. For Ganfu and the Sandian chieftain, both of whom had long lost their potential, the devil's potion represented a significant enhancement to their physical prowess, lifespan, and potential. It was a miraculous elixir. Excellent. With this, you two will possess the strength to protect this island. Hold on to this. I hope that when we next meet, you will surprise me. Ganfu respectfully accepted the booklet tossed to him by Woli Bel. And shortly thereafter, both of them underwent 2 blood extractions at the hands of Jaka before being sent back to Sky Island. Ganfu and the chief of the Sandia tribe gazed at the recorded dual color hockey cultivation methods within the booklet, their hearts brimming with joy. Rest assured, we will not let you down. Woli Bel nodded in satisfaction as he surveyed the warehouse overflowing with gold bricks. This time, they had transported nearly 110 tons of gold for Shandora, enough to sustain the people for an extended period. Everything is nearly prepared. It is time for us to depart. If we delay any longer, we may miss Roger's final dance. The death of Roger is undoubtedly one of the most renowned events in history, marking a significant moment after a century of silence. Without exception, that he must personally witness the curtain fall on the era of the Pirate King. In the New World, at the headquarters of the Golden Lion Pirates. Roger has been captured, scoffed the Golden Lion. Incredulity etched across his face as he regarded the subordinate delivering the news. "Oh, not feed me, such absurdity. You must know what a formidable man he is." Anger flashed in the Golden Lion's eyes as he fired a shot into his subordinate's leg, causing the young man to collapse, howling in pain. Ignoring the cries, the Golden Lion ascended the steps, preparing to leave the base, while his crew shouted urgently behind him, "Captain, where are you going?" Under the watchful eyes of his men, the Golden Lion let out a disdainful snort before soaring into the sky, disappearing from view. At night, in the Marine headquarters at Marineford, the enemy is right on the shores of Marineford. Quickly, thousands of naval soldiers and officers rushed toward the source of the explosion. Upon reaching the coast, they beheld a terrifying figure standing atop a mountain of Navy corpses. Could it be that the only enemy is the Golden Lion? How could Roger possibly be captured by such worthless fools? He is a man I respect. Admiral Sengoku. Amidst the astonishment of the naval soldiers, Sengoku, with his characteristic black afro, emerged from the crowd clad in a navy coat. Golden Lion, Roger has emerged victorious from your battle. He is now the Pirate King, and you have lost. What of the Pirate King? As long as he is willing to lend me his strength, we would have long since ruled the world. Though not particularly fond of each other, they had traversed the same era. If he were here, I would bring him to me. If he must die, it must be by my hand. The execution would take place 1 week later. In his birthplace, the East Blues Logtown. Roger's death would surely extinguish the ambitions of all pirates. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footsteps echoed, prompting everyone to instinctively part to create a path. A burly man with black hair emerged from the crowd. "It's Vice Admiral Garp," they exclaimed. If the legend of the Pirate King Roger were to end in the most peaceful East Blue, it would be the greatest humiliation for that bastard. So what? The East Blue symbolizes peace. You shall not interfere with the execution. Garp and Sengoku simultaneously shed their navy coats, exuding a formidable aura as the two charged toward him. Madness gleamed in the Golden Lion's eyes. Powerful armament hockey enveloped his twin blades. Garp and Sengoku, not to be outdone, covered their fists with rich armament hockey as well. The clash was akin to meteors colliding, with the port constructed of solid rock shattering into dust from the force of their impact, causing Marineford to tremble violently. Amidst the smoke, the Golden Lion unleashed his observation hockey, continuously clashing with Sengoku and Garp, his weapons glinting ominously like venomous serpents. With his mastery of dual-color hockey and the prowess of a great swordsman, the Golden Lion managed to hold his ground against Sengoku and Garp, resulting in a fierce battle that raged for an entire day. A day later, the once majestic Marine headquarters lay in ruins. Garp and Sengoku bore numerous deep wounds, inflicted by the Golden Lion's onslaught. Both men gasped for breath. Golden Lion, you cannot prevent Roger's execution. Garp stepped forward at the T that moment. The golden lion's blades fell limply to the ground. His arms visibly twisted and deformed from Garp's iron fist. The massive handprint marred his chest, shattering his ribs. Ha! 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 The golden lion struggled to breathe, spitting a mixture of blood and phlegm onto Garp's black suit. Despite his golden mane, now stained crimson, and his bones shattered, he remained defiant. As Garp regarded the golden lion, an inexplicable fury ignited within him, and he landed a punch on the golden lion's face, shattering several of his teeth. Why, after all this, do you still refuse to acknowledge your defeat? Why do your eyes still reflect the same defiance? You have clearly lost. Ha ha ha, because I'm the golden lion. Come on, kill me. If Roger cannot die by my hand, then let me join him. Humph, golden lion, do you think you can simply choose to die? Your flare fruit is far too powerful that if you perish, that fruit will resurface in the sea to go to the deepest depths of the underwater prison to atone for your countless sins. Ha ha ha. Allowing me to live will one day become your greatest regret. I, golden lion Shiki, will rise again on the seas, and when that time comes, I shall overturn this world. In Logtown, once an ordinary town in the East Blue, a multitude of people from all corners of the world had gathered. They pressed closely together in the streets, their gazes fixed upon the execution platform, towering several meters high at the end of the square, all there to witness the execution of the Pirate King. Roger. Among the crowd, some cheered, others cursed, while many felt relief. A cacophony of emotions intertwined that moment. Sengoku and Garp stood guard beneath the platform, with countless naval officers concealed throughout Logtown, prepared to quell any potential unrest. After an indeterminate wait, as a man ascended the execution platform, the once raucous square fell into an eerie silence. This man, unkempt with a scruffy beard and oily hair, donned a tattered, faded red captain's coat, appearing rather ordinary, even shabby. Yet, none of this could conceal the brilliance radiating from him. He was undeniably the king of pirates. He was Pirate King Roger. The crowd gazed at Roger on the execution platform. Despite the absence of any overt aura, they felt an intangible presence emanating from him. Nearby, several future luminaries observed the legendary conclusion unfold. Doflamingo lurked in the shadows, a satisfied expression gracing his face. He was well aware of the rumors surrounding the grand treasure. Despite the execution of the Pirate King, he displayed no signs of sorrow, because he believes he is on the brink of ushering in a new era. Mihawk gazed at Roger with an impassive expression, revealing no trace of emotion. The young, lean Moria looked at Roger, his eyes filled with ambition. He had just become a formidable figure in the West Blue and had yet to reach his zenith. Crocodile observed Roger on the execution platform, the confusion in his eyes having completely vanished as the flame of ambition blazed once more within him. Monkey D. Dragon, hidden among the crowd, watched Roger. He had now established his own revolutionary organization. In Logtown, he was conspiring to instigate a monumental change in the world. Contrary to Roger's ideals, which sought to uncover the secrets of the world, Dragon was devoted to a complete transformation of the world. Aiming to overthrow the celestial dragon's dominion, in a corner, Shanks and Buggy watched Roger on the execution platform, unable to contain their tears of despair. Beyond them, concealed behind the clouds in the sky, Wallibell and others were also observing the downfall of the Pirate King. Wallibell, witnessing this classic scene, suddenly shouted down at Roger, "Where's your treasure, Pirate King Roger?" In that instant, the entire square fell into a profound silence, as the crowd fixed their gaze on Roger, awaiting his response. "Do you want my treasure? If you seek it, then go find it on the sea. I've left it all there." With those words, Sengoku hastily commanded the executioner to carry out Roger's sentence. Two long blades piercing Roger's body. Thus, the legendary Pirate King Roger met the final moment of his life. The onlookers were filled with shock and elation, having not anticipated that Roger's grand treasure was indeed real. Sengoku and his cohort looked at the throngs of people below, their faces dark as night, realizing they had been outwitted by Roger. Roger's last words had spread across the world through live broadcasts, signaling the utter failure of their plan to use his death to suppress and weaken the pirates. Instead, the world was on the brink of descending into chaos, heralding the great pirate era. During this great pirate era, in pursuit of the legendary treasure left behind by Pirate King Roger, countless pirates raised their flags and engaged in fierce conflicts, observing the fervor of the crowd. Wallibell felt the tides of history surging forth. He could not judge whether Roger's actions were right or wrong. Roger had dismantled the world government's rule with the aid of numerous pirates and other factions, compelling more individuals to rise against oppression. All of this paved the way for the legendary Nika, who would become the future Luffy. In the future, Luffy would emerge as a beacon of hope in the uprising, leading various factions in united assault against the world government's reign. Although the ultimate outcome was certain to be Luffy's victory, Wallibell did not consider himself a mere supporting character. Having arrived in this world, he intended to be the protagonist, whether it be Emu or Luffy. They would merely serve as supporting roles in his story. He was destined to be the main character of this world. Well then, we should take our leave. Let me witness just how tumultuous the era initiated by Roger truly is. I shall harness this wave to establish my own grand pirate crew. Come, my lads. Let us venture into the new world and seize a territory that rightfully belongs to us. As Wallibell embraced his ambition, the Conqueror's haki emanating from him underwent a qualitative transformation. A powerful aura surged from Wallibell, shattering the clouds, obscuring the immortal ship. The formidable Conqueror's haki swept across Logtown, causing numerous cracks to appear in the buildings, rendering all those below the rank of Rear Admiral unconscious, while even the Marine Rear Admirals found themselves half kneeling on the ground. What an astonishing Conqueror's haki! How vexing! Who could possess such overwhelming power? Sengoku lifted his gaze to the ship in the sky, upon seeing the white bear pirate flag fluttering from that vessel. His countenance darkened. It cannot be Wallibell. When did that fellow's Conqueror's haki grow so formidable? Such strength was only rivaled by Roger in his prime, under the watchful eyes of the Marine high-ranking officers. The immortal ship swiftly distanced itself from Logtown, disappearing into the horizon as a mere speck. Wallibell's strength had grown tremendously. In just a few years at sea, he had reached such heights, and soon the ocean might see another pirate of Roger and Whitebeard's caliber. Sengoku gazed at the vanishing immortal ship, his emotions swirling within him. He was well acquainted with the Thunderstorm pirates and understood that they were not as malevolent as they were portrayed. Rather, they resembled more of an adventurous crew. To date, he had not heard of the Thunderstorm pirates ever harming ordinary people. Had it not been for Wallibell's audacious act of slaying a celestial dragon on his maiden voyage, he would have considered recruiting him into the Marines. Curse those detestable celestial dragons. Wallibell did not continue to use the log pose to traverse the conventional Grand Line route. After confirming a rough direction, he employed his devil fruit abilities to amplify the wind's force, propelling the immortal ship across the sea as if it were a high-speed vehicle on the deck of the immortal ship. Wallibell watched the flickering black and red lightning in his hand. Honing his mastery over this power, Wallibell comprehended his true ambitions. His Conqueror's haki broke through once more, reaching a level capable of inflicting damage on tangible matter. This breakthrough also allowed him to successfully master the application of Conqueror's haki. If Carp's armament haki represented the pinnacle of defense, then the application of Conqueror's haki epitomized the ultimate offense. With mastery over this technique, Wallibell now felt confident in challenging the sovereign powers of the sea. Furthermore, the crew of the Thunderstorm pirates had also grown sufficiently powerful, setting their sights firmly on the new world. Initially, Wallibell had intended to make a name for himself by taking down a renowned pirate with a significant reputation. The louder his name rang, the more pirates would come forth to challenge or ally with him. Challengers would amplify his renown, while those who allied with him would bolster his strength, creating a virtuous cycle. Wallibell aimed to forge his large pirate crew amidst the burgeoning tides of the great pirate era. However, he held disdain for those notorious pirates, though he did not consider himself a paragon of virtue. He would choose to eliminate the wicked without hesitation. Through relentless use of his devil fruit abilities, Wallibell expedited their journey, and within merely half a month, the immortal ship reached the Sabaody archipelago once more. Hovering in the sky, Wallibell and his crew beheld the distant Sabaody archipelago. That moment, dozens of pirate ships were gathered nearby, relentlessly assaulting the archipelago, while over 100 warships had surrounded them. The clash ignited the waters surrounding Sabaody archipelago. Ordinary pirates now had but one pathway to the New World, to traverse the Fishman island located 10,000 meters beneath the sea. Through this transit point, they could cross the Red Line and reach the New World. Captain, should we not traverse the Red Line once more? No, the situation on the Red Line is uncertain. There may still be formidable world government forces stationed there. This time, I plan to head to Fishman Island to reach the New World. But Captain, our ship is not coded. How shall we reach Fishman Island? Wallibell turned to see Barrett squatting on the deck, lifting a massive iron block. Feeling Wallibell's gaze upon him, Barrett was suddenly filled with trepidation. Wallibell, what are you staring at me for? At that moment, the others also began to connect the dots, casting their eyes toward Barrett. A few moments later, an oval-shaped purple object plummeted from the sea's surface into the depths below. Through the purple crystal, Wallibell and the crew could glimpse various marine creatures swimming past them. Barrett had not anticipated that he possessed such a capability. As the crowd incessantly praised the expressionless Barrett, a hint of pride began to manifest on his stoic face. A wielder of the combined fruit powers. Barrett had the ability to fabricate unique purple crystals, which possessed malleability and could transform into various forms under his command. Wallibell instructed Barrett to create a membrane, as long as the turbines at the rear of the Immortal were exposed. They could harness the electricity released by Wallibell to navigate through the sea. Meanwhile, in front of the Immortal, Tiger was leading the way. As they ventured further, the surrounding ocean gradually descended into darkness. After an indeterminate period, a glimmer of light captured everyone's attention, revealing an island enveloped in a colossal bubble membrane in the distance. That island was none other than Fishman Island, situated thousands of meters beneath the surface. The Immortals swiftly arrived at Fishman Island, where Tiger proceeded to negotiate. Perhaps due to Tiger's efforts, a hole soon appeared in the bubble membrane. The Immortal entered directly, penetrating through 2 layers of the bubble membrane, and successfully landed in the inner bay of Fishman Island. The purple crystalline shell encasing the Immortal shattered into fragments and vanished, while Tiger emerged from the water. Wallibell glanced around, noting that the inner bay of Fishman Island was already filled with hundreds of pirate ships. It seemed that the naval blockade was far from thorough, allowing so many pirates to reach Fishman Island. Before Wallibell and his crew could disembark, a squad of armored soldiers, led by the Seahorse Minister, approached the Immortal. "Welcome, members of the Thunderous Gale Pirates, to our Fishman Island." The steps descended onto the shore as Wallibell and his crew walked down from the deck of the Immortal. The Seahorse Minister observed the diverse crew of the Thunderous Gale Pirates, which included humans, mink tribes, and giants, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, though he quickly suppressed it. "You must be members of the Thunderous Gale Pirates. I am the Internal Affairs Minister of Fishman Island, the Seahorse Minister. King Neptune invites all of you to attend the banquet at Ryugu Palace. We hope you will grace us with your presence." "Certainly," Wallibell replied, delegating the 3 giants, to guard the Immortal, while he led the remaining crew towards Ryugu Palace for the feast. The pirates trapped near the inner bay parted ways in fear upon seeing Wallibell and his entourage. Soon, they followed the Seahorse Minister to the exterior of Ryugu Palace, where Wallibell's gaze narrowed at the pirate flag fluttering atop the palace. That is indeed the flag of the Whitebeard Pirates. The Seahorse Minister, upon hearing Wallibell's words, also glanced at the skull and crossbones adorned with a curved white mustache, his eyes reflecting pride and gratitude. "Indeed, our King Neptune of Fishman Island is a close friend of the Whitebeard Pirates, Captain. Currently, we are under the protection of the Whitebeard Pirates." Wallibell nodded in understanding, acknowledging that without the Whitebeard Pirates' protection, the inhabitants of Fishman Island would have long succumbed to the relentless tide of marauding pirates each year. Entering Ryugu Palace under the guidance of the Seahorse Minister, Wallibell and his crew arrived in the banquet hall, which was already laden with an array of rare dishes and various seafood. A few individuals were already seated at the table, and occupying the prime position was a colossal fishman, significantly taller than Wallibell. He sported a voluminous orange beard and adorned his head with a golden crown. His curly golden hair cascading over his shoulders, while his lower half was a massive fishtail, supported by coral bubbles that helped him remain seated. He was none other than Neptune, the king of Fishman Island. Surrounding Neptune were 3 others, and Wallibell's expression grew more serious as he regarded the individuals beside Neptune. These were Marco, the 1st Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Jozu, the 3rd Division Commander, and Bista, the 5th Division Commander. However, the faces of the three appeared significantly younger than in the future, with Marco being merely in his 20s at this time. As the crew of the Thunderous Gale Pirates entered the banquet hall, the atmosphere shifted palpably. Greetings, members of the Thunderous Gale Pirates. I am Neptune, the king of Fishman Island. Welcome to this banquet at Ryugu Palace to prevent any potential discord or misunderstandings. Neptune took the initiative to facilitate introductions. This is Captain Woli Bel of the Thunderous Gale Pirates, one of the most renowned supernovas on the seas. Captain Woli Bel, this is Marco, the 1st Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Both of you are exceptional individuals. Marco regarded Woli Bel, who towered over him, with no trace of disdain in his eyes. Although Woli Bel had yet to enter the New World, his strength was indisputably formidable, a fact that Zephyr and Garp could attest to. However, Marco's attention was soon drawn to Barrett, who stood behind Woli Bel. The moment Marco laid eyes on Barrett, his previously stoic expression shattered, replaced by shock. How could the monster from the Roger Pirates possibly join the Thunderous Gale Pirates? Marco vividly remembered the terrifying combat prowess Barrett had displayed during the confrontation between the Whitebeard Pirates and the Roger Pirates 2 years prior to that time. It had taken at least 3 division commanders working together to barely contend with Barrett. And it was likely that his strength had only intensified since then. That I never expected that the so-called successor of the demon would willingly bow down and join the Thunderous Gale Pirates. It seems that Captain Woli Bel, your strength and charisma are indeed formidable. Marco recognized Barrett's temperament. If he had not been surpassed in strength and possessed a formidable personality, Barrett would never have allied with the Thunderous Gale Pirates. Blue-haired bird, is that you? It's been years, and your strength has improved considerably. Humph. I'm a phoenix, Barrett. Was it not you who turned me into a bald bird back in the day? The crew of the Thunderous Gale Pirates erupted in uncontrollable laughter at the sight of Marco's flushed face. What are you all laughing at? 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not belittle the youth. Enough with the jokes, Marco. I remember you being older than me, Barrett retorted, delivering a decisive blow that rendered Marco's visage ashen. Witnessing this, even Woli Bel could not suppress his laughter. Cough, cough, cough. All right, we are here for banquet, so let us all maintain our decorum. Indeed, Captain, Marco replied, surprised that the Whitebeard Pirates had dispatched their 3 strongest division commanders to protect Fishman Island. It seems that our father holds Fishman Island in high regard. King Neptune is an old friend of our father, and Fishman Island currently falls under our Whitebeard's domain, for both emotional and logical reasons. We must ensure its protection. Woli Bel, I advise the Thunderous Gale Pirates to refrain from causing any trouble. While your strength is considerable, I have my father backing me. Therefore, I hope we can coexist peacefully on Fishman Island. That is certainly agreeable. We have come to Fishman Island to venture into the New World and, coincidentally, for my companion Tiger to visit his family. Tiger stepped forward from the Thunderous Gale Pirates, and Neptune's eyes welled with tears as he beheld the now-matured Tiger. It has been so long, Tiger, but it seems you have become a competent king. Tiger, since you departed from Fishman Island to explore years ago, I have received no word from you. Yes, a friend. Your silence has caused me considerable concern. Haha, I never expected you to be so sentimental, Neptune. Rest assured, I am now a member of the Thunderous Gale Pirates, and my strength has grown significantly since then. Thus, I can lend my aid should Fishman Island face any troubles. Seeing that Woli Bel had no intention of causing a scene, Marco chose to refrain from further remarks. Under Neptune's mediation, both parties began to enjoy the banquet in peace. After the feast, with Neptune's consent, the crew of the Thunderous Gale Pirates was permitted to explore Fishman Island. However, Woli Bel chose to remain behind. At that moment, Neptune appeared to sense something amiss and waved his hand, dismissing the attendants, leaving only Woli Bel, Neptune, and Marco in the Grand Hall. Captain Woli Bel, your decision to stay indicates you wish to discuss something with us. Am I correct? Since you have guessed my intention, I shall be forthright. Marco, I wish to acquire a map detailing the territories of the various factions in the New World as the second in command of the Whitebeard Pirates. One of the most formidable forces in the New World, You must possess comprehensive information about it. I did not anticipate your desire for such resources. It seems your ambitions are quite grand. Marco immediately surmised Wallibell's intentions, while Wallibell feigned indifference, having never intended to conceal his motives. Marco's fingers rhythmically tapped on the table, uncertain whether to relinquish the map to Wallibell. After a moment's hesitation, Marco finally spoke. I can provide you with a map, but you must agree to 2 conditions. What are your conditions? Wallibell inquired, showing no signs of rejection. With that, Marco articulated his stipulations. It is quite simple. First, you must refrain from encroaching upon the territories of the White Beard Pirates. Second, you are to assist us in protecting Fishman Island for a certain period. I can understand the first condition, but why the second? Wallibell responded, I it that the White Beard Pirates lack the strength to safeguard Fishman Island. At Wallibell's words, Marco's expression darkened, but he ultimately sighed in resignation. Although the Whitebeard Pirates boast a formidable reputation, the truth is that our strength is largely attributed to our captain, who, without him, we would be nothing. Currently, our father is unable to personally protect Fishman Island due to the immense pressure he faces in claiming territory in the New World, leaving us with only a portion of our crew to attend to the island. Frankly speaking, our capacity to safeguard Fishman Island is quite limited, following Roger's proclamations that echoed across the seas. The world began to stir with excitement. While the smaller pirates of the Four Seas pose little threat, those seasoned veterans who have reignited their ambitions due to Roger's words, as well as those who aspire to enter the New World, will soon arrive. Fishman Island serves as the sole transit point for most pirates venturing into the New World. Despite the Navy's attempts to thwart them, an overwhelming number of pirates will inevitably reach Fishman Island. The number of pirate crews already present exceeds several hundred, nearly filling the entire port. Moreover, these pirates entered Fishman Island before the Navy could seal off the Sabaody archipelago. Those who managed to arrive after the Navy's blockade will undoubtedly be the more powerful pirates. If there were only a handful, we might manage, but given Roger's influence, the numbers will far exceed that time. We will be unable to adequately protect Fishman Island. That sounds reasonable. I accept your 2 conditions. As this is also the homeland of my comrades, Neptune replied, visibly moved by Wallibell's words. Marco, observing Wallibell rising to depart, was taken aback. Truth be told, his stipulations were quite demanding. After all, they would soon be facing tens of thousands of pirates, and a mere map of the New World's territorial distribution hardly justifies Wallibell's actions. However, Wallibell's agreement surely stemmed from his own considerations. First and foremost, Fishman Island is the homeland of his comrade, Tiger. Moreover, it serves as the only hub for pirates heading to the New World. This place would become an ideal venue for selecting subordinates. Initially, Wallibell had planned to first secure a territory in the New World to establish his reputation before gathering pirates. Yet, it appears this plan may require some adjustment. Come, let me witness the magnitude of the upheaval that Roger has ushered into this age of pirates. As Wallibell gazed at the crew members lingering at the entrance of the banquet hall, he was surprised to see none had departed. Did I not instruct you to relax on Fishman Island? Why are you all still here? We could never allow our captain to remain in such a place alone. One crew member replied. Indeed, Captain, we are united, another added. Touched by his comrade's concern, Wallibell felt a swell of gratitude. Well then, there is no time to rest. Prepare to head towards the inner bay of Fishman Island. I just agreed to help Marco protect Fishman Island for a while, and it is the perfect time for our crew's next grand plan to commence. Next, we will initiate the demon-slaying plan, eliminating the nefarious pirates and reclaiming those who resemble adventurers. That we must swiftly expand our crew's ranks to amass sufficient strength to challenge the formidable pirates of the New World. With the biological and devil fruit serums developed by Dr. Chaka, we will soon cultivate a cadre of mid to low-level officers for our thunderstorm pirates. Let us reap the rewards in this era initiated by Roger. The crew members' eyes gleamed with excitement at Wallibell's words. Already sensing the magnitude of their captain's ambitions, it was clear that Wallibell aimed to swiftly absorb the powerful individuals arriving at Fishman Island and rapidly cultivate his own formidable force. Fear not, Captain. Leave it to us that we're no longer the same as when we were pursued by Zephyr. We can now stand by your side. Soon, the soldiers of Fishman Island, Marco's division, and the Thunderstorm Pirates formed a coalition, swiftly sealing off the entire docking area. Neptune had gathered all the Fishmen capable of undergoing the coding process, intending to expedite their departure from Fishman Island. Yet Wallibell would not bear the burden of such expense. With the three factions joining forces, the pirates finally recognized their precarious situation, their previously arrogant demeanor vanishing as they obediently awaited their coding and departure from Fishman Island. Wallibell leisurely perused the intelligence Marco had just provided him, which meticulously detailed the information of all the pirate crews currently docked at the port. The pirates arriving at Fishman Island were generally not particularly strong, with only 2 boasting bounties exceeding 100 million. The rest were merely minor pirates. Captain Wallibell, how do you intend to handle these pirates? One of his crew members inquired. I want to recruit those among them who catch my fancy and transform them into my subordinates. As for the rest, I intend to eliminate them. Marco, upon hearing Wallibell's words, felt his mind go blank. According to the information you provided me, most of these 100 pirate crews are nothing but common brigands, engaging in plunder and murder. They're the scum of this world and do not deserve to continue living to AS. For those with a somewhat decent reputation, I will recruit them into my crew to bolster my strength. Are you certain you are not speaking nonsense? Most of the pirates in these waters are malevolent. The odds of finding a suitable crew among them is 1 in 100. That moreover, many of these pirate crews contain individuals of considerable significance. Your actions are bound to provoke trouble. Eliminating these 99 scoundrels would be a form of salvation for this world. Their identities are of no concern to me. The world of pirates has long been twisted enough. Roger's advent to the great pirate era has only accelerated the world's descent into chaos, disorder, and calamity, with countless innocents suffering as a result. The world has been thrown into complete imbalance, from the perspective of the protagonist group. Luffy indeed appears to be the hero destined to save this world. Yet, few recognize the countless innocent lives that have become casualties in the wake of the grand narrative set in motion for him. Wallibell has never been one to disdain sacrificing others' lives to achieve his own ends. What Wallibell desires is a fellowship of like-minded comrades. I will challenge this world and overturn it alongside my companions. The entire world as a chessboard, paving the way for the child of destiny. I, Wallibell, will not be anyone's stepping stone, if one truly aims to save this world and master their own fate. What is wrong with being slightly obstinate? Initially, I believe you to be a compassionate individual, but it now seems you are akin to that man named Sakazuki within the Navy, a zealous and twisted being. Zealous? At the very least, I can take pride in my conscience. It is truly laughable that among the hundreds of pirate crews, only 3 possess their own principles. They speak of freedom, yet they are merely a band of scoundrels. Young ones, it is time for us to make our entrance. Choose your opponents wisely. Wallibell distributed the thick stack of intelligence to the crew members, and, as the crew of the Thunderstorm Pirates beheld the heinous acts committed by the other pirate crews, murderous intent flickered in their eyes. Drugs, weapons, robbery, slave trading, murder, and so forth. In a previous life, such crimes would have warranted their execution 1,000 times over. Soon, the sounds of battle echoed through the bay, as each member of the Thunderstorm Pirates faced enemies 100-fold their number. Yet victory is not merely determined by numbers. Under the formidable might of the Thunderstorm Pirates, the bay rapidly transformed into a battlefield, filled with explosions and anguished cries. Pirate ships erupted in flames, and the bay became a sea of fire, the waters stained red with blood. Watching this brutal scene, Wallibell revealed no emotion. He had already taken lives in his past, and faced with these utterly vile individuals, he felt no pity. In fact, he believed their deaths were far too merciful, lacking in severity. Soon, the wails from the docking area diminished noticeably, as the crew of the Thunderstorm Pirates returned one after another, presenting Wallibell with blood-soaked intelligence reports. However, the sounds of battle still echoed from the bay, where a few formidable pirates continued to resist desperately. Moments later, Inagami and Viper appeared before Wallibell, each escorting a captured pirate. The pirate engaged with Inagami was Kulak, a long-armed tribe whip wielder with a bounty of 112 million berries. The one being subdued by Viper was a 3-meter-tall, rotund man, resembling a giant ball. He was Carol, a blimp man with a bounty of 135 million berries. The lives they held in their hands were beyond measure, as they were undeniably scum of the seas. Both men, bloodied and trembling, gazed at Wallibell, pleading for mercy. "Captain Wallibell, I implore you to spare us. We are willing to offer our treasures in full, and we are willing to serve you like beasts. Please, spare our lives." "Very well," Wallibell replied, and joy immediately illuminated their faces. Yet the subsequent words from Wallibell plunged them into despair. "Viper, throw these two along with the rare tribesmen and devil fruit users into the hold. I'm certain that Joker will find these specimens quite interesting." The remaining scoundrels still alive were either rare tribesmen or devil fruit users, possessing considerable value. Wallibell would not execute them outright, but the consequences of entering the laboratory would be no less painful than death. Perhaps even more so. Neptune and Marco observed the now fiery bay. Its waters turned crimson, and fear flickered in their eyes. They were not afraid of killing, but the thought of slaughtering thousands at once was indeed horrifying. Enough of this. Cease your gawking and get to cleaning up the battlefield. Upon hearing Wallibell's voice, both men shuddered and promptly acquiesced. Wallibell was in no rush to depart, for there were still matters awaiting his attention. Shortly thereafter, Tiger arrived with a group of individuals. The three pirate crews that resembled adventurers more than pirates. The members of the three crews trembled uncontrollably at the sight of the distant battlefield of slaughter. "Captains of the three pirate crews, approach. I wish to discuss matters with you." The three captains exchanged glances, suppressing their fear as they stepped forward to face Wallibell. Their lives were now in his hands. Since Wallibell had not executed them, he must have his own intentions that a miserable life is better than no life at all. Among the multitude of pirate ships in the bay, only the three of you can be deemed principal crews. I, Wallibell, am a man of principles. Would you be willing to join my crew and serve under me? You dare to call yourself principled? The three captains couldn't help but harbor doubts. However, Wallibell, in his urgency, refrained from further words, instead tossing a thick stack of blood-stained documents before them. The three men, bewildered, observed as one captain knelt to examine the documents. As he read, their shock deepened. These were records of the heinous deeds of those pirate crews. You may label me an extremist. At times, I even feel I should have been a Navy officer, for I believe I would find common ground with that fellow Sakazuki. Alas, joining the Navy would subject me to their control. I, Wallibell, shall never allow anyone to dictate my decisions. As you can see, I intend to overturn this world. So, what say you? Will you join me in this grand upheaval? Upon hearing Wallibell's words, the captain's fear began to wane. Though Wallibell's methods were undoubtedly ruthless, it must be said that he targeted only the wicked. With their fear diminishing, they began to contemplate whether to accept Wallibell's invitation. If we refuse Captain Wallibell's offer, what fate awaits us? It matters not. If we do not join, we do not join. But Captain Wallibell, are you not afraid we will reveal what you have said today? And if it were to be revealed, what of it? You are all pirates. Do you believe the Navy would take your words to heart? The three men felt a lump form in their throats upon hearing Wallibell's response to, I am willing to join the Thunderstorm Pirates. The first captain to have examined the documents stepped forward, and Wallibell regarded him with interest. He was a young man, with short blue hair, standing approximately 3 meters tall, his frame not muscular, but rather slender. I believe your name is Nolan. Why do you wish to join the Thunderstorm Pirates first? With a bounty of 48 million berries, the swift Nolan had consumed the run fruit, reputed for its remarkable speed. However, to date, he had no criminal record, as his bounty stemmed from an incident involving the massacre of a Navy branch. Upon hearing Wallibell's words, a glint of hatred flickered in Nolan's eyes that a few years ago. Our village discovered a devil fruit. We did not think to hoard it for ourselves, but instead informed the Navy branch. However, the officers they dispatched, in their greed, slaughtered all the villagers to claim the fruit for themselves. In the final moments, I consumed the fruit, becoming a wielder of its power, and avenged my village by slaying the Navy that destroyed it. Since then, I have embraced the life of a pirate. I have heard of your deeds, Captain Wallibell. If what you say is true, I wish to lend you my strength. The run fruit certainly seemed a promising power, for speed is indeed a form of strength. If Nolan could attain speeds comparable to that of Mercury, he would undoubtedly become a formidable master. And what of the rest of you? The remaining two captains hesitated for a moment before ultimately joining the Thunderstorm pirate crew. Thus, Woli Bel embarked on his own ambitious plan for territorial expansion, while the incessant influx of pirates to Fishman Island remained oblivious to the existence of Woli Bel, the formidable overlord. Deep beneath the ocean, at Fishman Island, their messages failed to escape, leaving them unaware that Woli Bel had raised his guillotine, poised for their arrival. Observing the once again filled gorge with corpses, Woli Bel casually unleashed a bolt of lightning, reducing them to ASHI. In recent days, a steady stream of pirates had arrived at Fishman Island, each ship laden with treasures worth millions of berries, alongside a myriad of other precious artifacts, within the span of a week. The Thunderstorm pirate crew annihilated nearly 1,000 pirate crews, including more than a dozen with bounties exceeding 100 million, a feat that surpassed even the diligence of the Navy. Ultimately, Woli Bel reclaimed merely over 20 pirate crews, suggesting that his actions were akin to searching for gold in a vast expanse of waste. However, as long as the sheer volume was sufficient, it was only a matter of time before Woli Bel met his own standards of satisfaction. Yet, in recent days, the number of pirate ships arriving at Fishman Island began to dwindle, and Woli Bel gleaned the reason from the mouths of the pirates he had slain. Among the pirate crews arriving at Fishman Island, some had already established contact with crews in the New World, preparing to pledge their allegiance to them. Ultimately, they lost all communication while on Fishman Island, and now, with over 1,000 pirate crews having vanished from the island. This news had spread across the seas that it was likely that very few pirates would venture to Fishman Island in the foreseeable future. It was truly unfortunate. If only this lucrative opportunity could yield even a fraction of its promise. Marco, following Woli Bel's words, felt a pang of discomfort. Over the past few days, he had borne witness to just how terrifying Woli Bel truly was. Hundreds of thousands of pirates were slain at his whim. Even if they were villains, they were still lives lost. Were Woli Bel to learn of Marco's thoughts, he would undoubtedly scoff at his excessive compassion, questioning whether these pirates could even be considered human. Woli Bel, Fishman Island no longer requires your assistance. You should leave at once. Marco, why are you so eager to send me away? Father has already contacted me several times through the transponder snail. Your actions are inciting significant discontent among many pirate crews in the New World. You have killed many of their prospective crews, severing their paths. Most importantly, your actions may provoke their ire towards Fishman Island, which is the territory of our Whitebeard pirates. Father has already been threatened by several formidable pirates. Although he fears no one, Fishman Island may suffer unwarranted calamity, and you ought to have reaped enough rewards by now. Indeed, it is about time. So, Marco, in accordance with our agreement, hand over the map of the major powers in the New World. Upon hearing Woli Bel's request, Marco quickly produced the map he had prepared. Here you go. I have marked all the information I know. Go forth and seize what is rightfully yours in the New World. As Woli Bel approached the bay, he beheld his crew busily sorting their spoils. Gazing at the mountain of treasures, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. This trove, combined with the gold he had brought from Shandora, would serve as his capital for setting sail into the New World. With over 20 pirate crews under his banner, he was more than adequately prepared. Now, everything was in place. He merely awaited the favorable winds. All right, lads, secure the treasures and wrap them in bubble wrap. Our next destination is the New World. Meanwhile, in a certain sea area of a New World, dark clouds loomed overhead, casting a shadow over the waters. On the deck of a pirate ship resembling a white whale, Whitebeard stood resolutely, confronting several pirate ships ahead. A look of disdain flashed in his eyes as he regarded the vessels before him. Lin, Kaido, Silver Axe, are you three planning to ambush me today? Humph. Whitebeard, our pirate crews have lost contact on your Fishman Island. What are you scheming? Your crew's disappearance has nothing to do with me. How could it possibly not concern you? Whitebeard, do not forget that Fishman Island is your territory. You little brat Kaido, your arrogance is quite audacious after just a few days without a fight. Even if it were my doing, what would you do today? Today you must give us an explanation, Whitebeard. Otherwise, it shall be the end of the Whitebeard pirates. Then come at me. Do you think I fear you? A powerful wave of conqueror's haki erupted from Whitebeard, sweeping across the sea. The three opponents responded in kind, unleashing their own haki to counter his. It seems we must engage in battle today. Otherwise, how will other pirate crews regard us? If we can eliminate you, Whitebeard, one of us shall become the next pirate king. Whitebeard. Suddenly, numerous shadowy figures surfaced beneath the tranquil waters of the New World. Swiftly rising to the surface, over 20 pirate ships emerged in the waters of the New World. Woli Bel and his crew squinted at the sun in the sky, unable to contain their excitement. Wonderful! We have finally arrived in the New World. Captain, where shall we head next? Woli Bel took out the map that Marco had provided and pondered deeply, just a week prior to Roger's execution. The legendary pirate known as the Golden Lion had ventured alone to the Navy headquarters. Ultimately, this legendary pirate was defeated by Admiral Sengoku and Marine Hero Garp, resulting in the deaths of thousands of Navy soldiers and the destruction of half the Marine headquarters. However, Woli Bel was indifferent to the Navy's losses. What mattered to him was the vast territory that had become available following the Golden Lion's imprisonment in the underwater prison. It is well known that the Golden Lion was one of the strongest pirates on the seas, comparable to Roger and Whitebeard. Unlike Roger, who commanded a single ship, the Golden Lion's crew exceeded 50 ships, making it one of the largest pirate crews in the New World. Moreover, unlike Whitebeard, who sought only familial bonds, the Golden Lion was a true pirate, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. He occupied over 60 islands, many of which were resource-rich territories in the New World. 3 years ago, during the Battle of Edwar. The Golden Lion's crew was decimated by a sudden tsunami. With the Golden Lion severely injured, most of his crew's strength was obliterated, leading to a significant reduction in the Golden Lion pirate crew's power. Yet his territory remained the largest in the New World, for the Golden Lion was not yet dead. However, following the Golden Lion's imprisonment in the underwater prison, his crew had lost even their second-in-command. The Golden Lion pirate crew had become a prime target in less than a month. Half of the Golden Lion's territory had already been divided among several major pirate crews. It would not be long before the entirety of the Golden Lion's domain was thoroughly partitioned. Woli Bel's first objective upon entering the New World was to claim the remaining 20 islands. Securing these islands would provide the Thunderstorm pirate crew with a commendable territory, and given their development over the years, these islands would yield bountiful resources. Bull, go check our cabin for those record pointers we previously collected. See if any lead to the Golden Lion's territory. Bull promptly headed to the cabin and soon returned with a record pointer in hand. Captain, this record pointer points directly to an island within the Golden Lion's territory. Excellent. Let us proceed to the Golden Lion's domain, that we shall inherit his territory and expand it further. With their target confirmed, the Thunderstorm pirate crew set sail towards the depths of the New World. Woli Bel entered the laboratory in the ship's cabin and pushed open the door to find Zuka. Beside her stood 2 female assistants, whom Woli Bel had selected from the crews he had subdued. They were scientists, perfectly suited to assist Zuka and alleviate her workload. Captain, what brings you here? Zuka, how many biological potions do we currently possess? There are approximately 1,000 ordinary potions, while the ancient varieties amount to merely 100 AS for the demon potions. I have recently produced quite a few, totaling over 20 to hand over the biological potions to me. Our pirate crew is about to engage in battle with the current pirate faction, and we must enhance our strength within a short span of time. It is indeed time for these biological potions to come into play. No problem. By the way, Captain, the materials you brought me are quite impressive. My experiments have achieved new breakthroughs. Through the lineage factors of those rare races, I believe I may have found a way to unlock the gene lock within you. However, I still require more lineage factors from other races. Additionally, I have mastered the technique of feeding demon fruits to inanimate objects. Impressive, isn't it? Glancing at Woli Bel, who seemed to seek praise, I gently patted her head. Truly, our Dr. Zhao Ka is remarkable. So, is there anything you desire? Anything within my capability is yours. Upon hearing Woli Bel's words, Zekuo's face flushed slightly as she cast a hesitant glance at Woli Bel. Then finally replied, Never mind, you are currently at your busiest. Let's discuss this when things settle down. Very well, as you wish. Here are all the biological potions. Zekuo produced a large chest containing over 1,000 red biological potions. each labeled with the name of its corresponding animal. Upon receiving the potions, Woli Bel immediately summoned the crew following behind to gather together. A chain link formed a small island amidst the sea. As over 20 captains assembled on the deck of the Immortal. "What is the matter, Captain Woli Bel? Did you summon us for something urgent?" inquired Jiefeng Nolan with curiosity. "We are about to engage in battle against the Golden Lion pirate crew. I wonder what you all think about this." Hearing Woli Bel's announcement, the faces of the 20-plus pirate captains revealed hesitation, yet they showed no signs of fear. "Captain Woli Bel, we do not feel daunted. But with our current strength, we are hardly a match for the Golden Lion pirate crew. Even without the Golden Lion himself, a crew that has survived in the New World for over a decade is undoubtedly stronger than us, who hail from the Grand Line. That is precisely why I sought you out." Woli Bel's gaze swept across the captains, finally locking onto the weakest presence among them, a fellow named Jill, who stood at a mere 2 meters tall. "Jill, step forward." Jill trembled slightly at Woli Bel's command, but obediently approached. He was the weakest among the captains, with a bounty of only 20 million berries, and at over 30 years of age. His potential seemed limited. "Jill, do you wish to become stronger?" Upon hearing Woli Bel's inquiry, Jill immediately responded without a trace of hesitation. "Of course." However, disappointment quickly clouded his features. "Captain, you know my talents are lacking. At over 30, I am merely a small pirate with a bounty of 20 million. To be honest, I never expected to join the Storm Pirate crew. Jill, I offer you a chance to grow stronger. Do you dare to accept it?" Upon hearing Woli Bel's words, Jill's eyes lit up, and he excitedly assured, "Captain, no matter the method, as long as it allows me to grow stronger, I will have no regrets." "Good." Without hesitation, Woli Bel retrieved a purple demon potion from the nearby cooler. "This is a biological potion. By injecting this, you will gain abilities akin to those of a zoan fruit. This is the highest grade demon potion among the biological potions. I hope you do not squander it." Woli Bel inserted the needle into Jill's arm, and as the demon potion coursed through him, he felt his blood begin to heat up, ultimately reaching a boiling point. His 2-meter frame rapidly expanded, black fur erupting from his body. In mere moments, he transformed into a 4-meter-tall beast man with a leopard's head. The demon potion had granted him the Black Panther form. Jill attempted to clench his fist, and the air was instantly crushed, resulting in a resounding explosion. Feeling the immense power surging within him, Jill excitedly swung his fists and feet, creating gusts of wind that swept around him. Witnessing the force behind Jill's attacks, the other captain's eyes blazed with enthusiasm. The effects of the demon potion were not inferior to those of the demon fruit. Furthermore, unlike demon fruits, the injection of a demon potion would not incur the curse of the sea and would not be restrained by seawater. There is also a chance for fruit awakening. However, this demon potion, crafted from demon fruit as its raw material, is the most precious among the 3 types of biological potions and is reserved for essential members only. Jill, do not let this demon potion go to waste. Strive diligently. "Yes, Captain." The other captains who lacked demon fruits gazed at Jill with envy. "Next, I will present you with 1,000 ordinary biological potions. Although these potions are the lowest grade, they can still significantly enhance the strength of your subordinates. Of course, there are certain side effects, such as physical traits resembling those of animals, but worry not. Aside from that, there are no other drawbacks. I will distribute these 1,000 biological potions evenly among you, and you must maximize their potential. You are to deploy them onto the battlefield, and should any of you harbor ulterior motives, do not blame me for being merciless." With that, Woli Bel emanated a powerful conqueror's haki, leaving the captains dizzy and disoriented. Had Woli Bel not moderated his strength, they might have fainted, sensing Woli Bel's demeanor. The crowd quickly assured, "Rest assured, Captain, if anyone dares defy your orders, we will eliminate them before you have the chance to intervene." "Good. I trust you all." Now, regarding the medium-grade ancient biological potions, there are only 100 of them. Crafted from formidable ancient creatures, possessing capabilities several times more potent than ordinary biological potions. Each of you may only receive 45 of these ancient biological potions, and they should only be used on individuals with considerable strength. Otherwise, it would be a waste. I do not know your crew members well, so I leave this to your discretion. As for the demon potions, Woli Bel surveyed the pirate captains, noticing the excitement shimmering in the eyes of those without demon fruits. Next, we will engage in several battles. Those who perform well will be awarded demon potions. With that said, utilize the biological potions at your disposal to enhance the strength of your pirate crews. I shall bestow a name upon those who have injected the biological potions. They shall be known as biological warriors. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, the naval soldiers were busily fulfilling their duties as usual. Due to the chaos instigated by Roger and his pirates, Carp and Sengoku were engaged in discussions regarding the latest intelligence in their office. Both sat on the sofa, their brows furrowed deeply. Weariness and worry etched across their faces. That rascal Roger played us right at the last moment before his execution. With his dying words, the entire world has begun to spiral into turmoil. If only we had executed him on the spot instead of displaying his beheading to the public, Sengoku lamented, adjusting his round glasses with a sigh of resignation. By the way, Carp, have we clarified the reasons behind the mysterious disappearance of over 1,000 pirate crews from Fishman Island? The three notorious pirates, Charlotte Linlin, Kaido of the Beasts, and Silver Axe, joined forces with Whitebeard in the war yesterday, and as of now, they're still engaged in battle. We have yet to ascertain who will emerge victorious. Haha, do I even need to ask? It must be that old man Whitebeard. After all, he is an opponent I genuinely respect. In recent days, naval casualties have surpassed the total of the past decade. If this continues, our navy shall descend into an era of scarcity. Alas, we can only hope that Sakazuki and the others mature quickly. Us old bones must support them for a while longer. By the way, has the intelligence department investigated what truly transpired at Fishman Island? Kapu, filled with curiosity, inquired of Sengoku, who hesitated momentarily, first nodding and then shaking his head, revealing uncertainty that a somewhat ambiguous piece of information came to light, 7 days prior to the onset of that incident. Our naval soldiers stationed at Sabaody Archipelago had observed a vessel resembling the Undying from the Thunder Pirates. However, its authenticity remains unconfirmed. Thus far, aside from the Whitebeard pirates and their ilk, it seems no other force possesses the formidable strength to obliterate over 1,000 pirate crews. Is it yet again the Thunder Pirates? Upon hearing this name, Kapu instinctively raised his arm, prompting Sengoku to notice the reddened burn on his forearm, a mark left by Wallibell. That fellow Wallibell has grown increasingly powerful. During our last encounter, I was able to suppress him. Yet in our next confrontation, he may very well be your equal. I am acutely aware of the trouble he presents. If it were within my power, I would dispatch the entirety of the Navy's might to eliminate him post-haste. It's all Roger's fault for stirring such a colossal mess before his demise. We are currently unable to mobilize forces to target the Thunder Pirates. Do not fret, Sengoku. With the Pirate King Roger and the legendary pirate Shiki having been dealt with, the only remaining top-tier pirate in the New World is Whitebeard. Presently, Whitebeard is engaged in a fierce battle with the other three great pirates, and it is possible that he may vanquish one of them, thereby weakening the pirate factions further by that time. Even with the tumultuous waves stirred by Roger, it is unlikely the new top-tier powerhouse will emerge in the short term, granting us ample time to breathe and develop within the Navy. Wallibell, regardless of his strength, will at most reach the level of Whitebeard or Roger. I firmly believe that once Sakazuki, Borsellino, and Kazan mature into their prime, we old-timers can finally enjoy a peaceful retirement. Kapu is right. We old hands have yet to retire, and I still have decades of service left in me for the Navy. That a tall man suddenly pushed open the office door, drawing the attention of both it was Zephyr. How come you returned from the Sabaody Archipelago? It was Admiral Kong who summoned me back. Following the revelations regarding Fishman Island, the pirates have been deterred from venturing into that territory. Now, even the Sabaody Archipelago is devoid of the usual pirate presence, prompting Admiral Kong to see this as an opportune moment. What do you mean? We believe it is an excellent opportunity to eradicate the pirates of the New World. With Shiki's flying pirate crew in disarray following the loss of their captain, and Roger's crew largely disbanded, the current powers of the New World are significantly diminished. I intend for the three of you to form a secret squad to venture into the New World and await your moment to strike. After the three great pirates conclude their battle with Whitebeard, Concentrate your efforts on the crew of the one who sustains the most injuries. This time, you must eliminate a major pirate crew to afford us more time to nurture the next generation of our Navy. Are you willing to execute this plan? Upon seeing the imposing figure of steel-boned Kong stride in, the three men exhibited no hesitation, promptly standing to salute him. Rest assured, Admiral Kong, we shall accomplish this mission. Very well. I have prepared a vessel for you that conceals all identifying information. This operation will rely solely on the three of you, as no other high-ranking forces will accompany you. Thus, you must act swiftly and decisively to decapitate the pirate leader. If you succeed in slaying Whitebeard, we, the Navy, may even be able to reassert our dominance over the pirates of the New World. This could present us with the opportunity to seize the entirety of the New World. Should we succeed, it would mark a monumental achievement in the Navy's 800-year history, of course. The odds are slim, for Whitebeard is no easy adversary to defeat. Regardless, this endeavor is critical to the future of our Navy, and you three must ensure its success. Fear not, Admiral Kong. We will undoubtedly triumph. Excellent, here are the life cards of our scouts stationed there. Time is of the essence. You must depart immediately. Captain, you have a call from your snail. Wallibell, having just set down several tons of weights, answered the call. Hello, Marco, what do you want? On the other end, Marco fell into a silence before finally speaking, his tone grave. Captain Wallibell, I have a favor to ask of you. Sensing the urgency in Marco's voice, Wallibell immediately sensed something awry. It was well known that Marco was a proud individual, rarely lowering himself to plead for assistance. What could have transpired to compel him to abandon his pride? Dad is currently locked in a fierce battle with the three great pirates, and the conflict has persisted for a day without respite. It's not that I doubt Dad's strength, but the adversaries are simply overwhelming in number. Moreover, our main forces from the Whitebeard pirates are all stationed at Fishman Island, and reaching there now would be too late. I implore you to assist Dad. Your strength could break the deadlock. Wallibell, taken aback by Marco's words, hesitated before asking, Is it because of me? Marco, after a moment's contemplation, gritted his teeth and replied, It does indeed pertain to you, Captain Wallibell, as your actions decimated their entire reserve crew, inflicting significant losses upon them. Furthermore, Fishman Island is Dad's protected territory, and their forces have vanished without a trace there. Consequently, they have resorted to attacking Dad and the Whitebeard pirates for answers. However, Dad chose not to divulge your involvement. Yet, without a response, they launched an all-out assault on Dad and the crew that I hope, considering the assistance I provided you at Fishman Island, you will come to Dad's aid. Very well, I shall assist you. Wallibell rubbed his temples. Boar, fetch my second communication snail. Yes, Captain. A few minutes later, Boar handed Wallibell a communication snail. Wallibell took it and dialed without delay. It wasn't long before the call was answered. Captain Wallibell, what can I do for you? How is the situation with Whitebeard and the other great pirates? Oh, Captain Wallibell, why do you take an interest in this? Does this conflict concern you? Spare me the pleasantries. There are matters you need not inquire about. Ahem, understood. Currently, at the edge of Whitebeard's territory, the three great pirates, Charlotte Linlin of the Big Mom Pirates, Kaido of the Beast Pirates, and Silver Axe of the Silver Axe Pirates, have been engaged in battle with Whitebeard for a day. Their overwhelming strength renders it impossible for us underground forces to ascertain the true state of the battlefield. I apologize, Captain Wallibell. I have no means to gather information on the actual conditions of the fight. Upon hearing Doflamingo's words, Wallibell felt no surprise. Setting aside the other three great pirates, Whitebeard's tremor fruit alone possesses an extensive range of seismic power. During his battles, tsunamis and earthquakes can be felt within a radius of hundreds of kilometers, making close observation of the conflict quite unrealistic. Doflamingo, do you have any means to acquire the precise location of the battle? Are you suggesting, Wallibell, that you wish to involve yourself in this conflict? Although your strength is formidable, you face four great pirates. The risks of intervening are exceedingly high. Doflamingo's concern was genuine, as he still hoped to invest in Wallibell. Fear not, I'm going to assist Whitebeard. Upon hearing Wallibell's declaration, a shocking realization struck Doflamingo's mind. Captain Wallibell, does this mean that the thousands of pirate crews that vanished from Fishman Island were your doing? Nonsense. Otherwise, how could I possibly involve myself in such troublesome affairs? At this moment, Doflamingo found himself at a loss for words to adequately express the tumult of emotions swirling within him. Aside from sheer astonishment, it is worth noting that a staggering multitude of pirate crews, amounting to over 100,000 rogues, have been utterly annihilated by Woli Bel. Fearful, indeed, it was profoundly terrifying. No wonder he was the individual in whom I sought to invest. I comprehend now. I shall promptly reach out to the underworld and convey the precise coordinates of that maritime expanse to you. After hanging up the phone, Doflamingo suppressed the shock within him, a rather exaggerated grin inadvertently spreading across his lips, which was soon followed by a bout of maniacal laughter. How amusing! It seems yet another reckless figure akin to rocks is about to emerge upon the seas. Continue to grow, Woli Bel. Eradicate those lofty, celestial dragons entirely. Doflamingo's efficiency was remarkable. In less than half an hour, Woli Bel received the exact location of that maritime territory. Coincidentally, among the spoils gathered from the slain pirates, there lay a log pointing to that very area. Bull, let us alter our course. We shall not venture to the territory of the Golden Lion, but instead head towards the waters of Whitebeard. We are going to rescue that fellow. Aye, Captain. Although Woli Bel did not consider himself a virtuous man, he believed it was unnecessary for others to shoulder the burdens of trouble he had caused himself. Silver Axe, Big Mom, Kaido, let me witness the extent of your might now. 100 kilometers away from the battlefield at the edge of Whitebeard's territory in the New World, numerous spies from various factions were observing the fierce combat unfolding in the distance. The center of the battlefield was tumultuous, with towering waves exceeding 100 meters to avoid the destruction of their vessels and loss of life. They were compelled to maintain a distance of several hundred kilometers from the fray. The battle had persisted for 3 days, and these individuals were truly monstrous. Indeed, it was tragic that we, who earn a few thousand berries a month, must risk our lives to observe the combat of these behemoths. Enough of that. Your plight is no worse than mine. I am merely a photographer, yet they insist on dragging me over to capture images of those 4 monsters. I long to return home. At that moment, the conflict had shifted from the ships to a nearby desolate island on the shattered remains of the island. Whitebeard was slightly out of breath, yet he bore no visible wounds. In stark contrast, his adversaries, Kaido, Big Mom, and Silver Axe, appeared somewhat disheveled. Whitebeard, you old dog, you remain as formidable as ever. Kaido spat out a mouthful of blood, rubbed his jaw where Whitebeard's punch had loosened tooth, his eyes ablaze with fierce battle intent. Mama, it hurts. Big Mom glared coldly at Whitebeard, her Napoleon already showing numerous fine cracks, emitting piercing wails. Lastly, Silver Axe's silver armor was also riddled with fractures. It was noteworthy that even the axe he wielded, renowned for its hardness, bore cracks. This was the terrifying nature of Whitebeard, the unparalleled might capable of obliterating all with his tremor powers. Under the influence of Whitebeard's tremor abilities, even Charlotte Linlin, known as the Iron Balloon, and Kaido, hailed as the strongest being across land, sea, and air, would sustain injuries, and not trivial ones either. Currently, in the minds of the populace, there exists but one name synonymous with unparalleled destructive capability: Whitebeard. The 3 had battled against Whitebeard for 3 days, yet had failed to inflict even the slightest injury upon him. Conversely, they bore significant wounds themselves. However, their spirits remained unyielding, and their resolve only intensified, for they could distinctly sense Whitebeard's stamina waning. After all, Whitebeard was merely a man. Defeating the 3 of them, even as the strongest, would not be an easy feat, though his offensive power was terrifying. When divided among the 3, it was manageable. All 3 were formidable in their own right. Kaido possessed the terrifying regenerative abilities of a mythical Zoan devil fruit. Big Mom boasted a body fortified with impenetrable defenses, and even Silver Axe was clad in an incredibly sturdy iron armor. Nevertheless, none of the 3 felt confident about besting Whitebeard. If any one of them were to engage Whitebeard alone, it was likely they would not last a day. Damn it, Whitebeard, you truly are formidable, they thought. After another day of fierce combat, even Kaido, the most obstinate among them, displayed a glimmer of respect in his eyes. Against 3 pirates whose strengths rivaled those of marine admirals, Whitebeard remained unyielding. even managing to subtly suppress their combined might, proving his reputation as the strongest. You three wish to defeat me. You are still too green. If you could wait another 30 years, perhaps together you would stand a chance that not jest, Whitebeard. While you may suppress us, your stamina is undeniably depleting. At this rate, you will eventually succumb to our relentless assault. We offer you a chance. If you can divulge the true culprit behind the slaying of our subordinates on Fishman Island, then today's battle shall cease, and we shall demand no further reparations. At this moment, the three felt a tinge of retreat. Given the current state of affairs, even if they managed to slay Whitebeard, it was likely they would lose one or even two of their own. While the survivors would be gravely injured in such a scenario, they would be unable to safeguard their territories. Continuing the fight against such a monster as Whitebeard seemed utterly unwise. That it is no longer a matter of whether you wish to fight or not. If you desire to end this battle, I have no intention of doing so. Whitebeard thrust his naginata into the ground, grasping at the air before him, which instantaneously fragmented, creating a powerful tremor force that surged towards the three. Air tremor. The three, upon witnessing this, dared not underestimate the assault. Kaido positioned himself at the forefront, transforming into his dragon form, wielding a club imbued with armament hockey, charged with electricity. Thunderclap. Big Mom immediately activated her devil fruit abilities, transforming Napoleon into a colossal sword enveloped in flames and lightning, the Emperor's sword. Silver Axe raised his massive axe, cloaked in armament hockey, million-ton heavy axe. The trio united their strengths, colliding with Whitebeard's air tremor, unleashing a formidable shockwave that radiated across the surrounding seas, generating tsunamis and fierce winds that swept a 100-mile radius. After 3 days of relentless sailing at full speed, Wallibell and his crew finally reached the waters of Whitebeard's pirate crew. Even before approaching, Wallibell sensed several immensely powerful auras. The weakest among them radiated the strength of a vice-admiral, while the strongest was undoubtedly that of Whitebeard himself. However, aside from the four formidable presences, Wallibell also detected the presence of thousands nearby on an island, likely the elite forces under the command of the four great pirate crews. Viper, Inu, Erishur, take the pirate crew to support Whitebeard's crew. The upcoming battle is beyond your capacity to partake in. I shall handle it alone. Captain. At this moment on Mocha Island, within Whitebeard's territory, the majority of Whitebeard's battle power was engaged in conflict against the formidable trio of Big Mom, Beasts, and Silver Axe. Currently, Whitebeard's crew was severely lacking in strength due to the absence of Marco, Jozu, and Vista, alongside the fact that Kazuki Oden, the second-in-command of Whitebeard's crew, had failed to return as promised. Consequently, Whitebeard's crew was suffering heavily under the assault of the three pirate crews. Thankfully, this was Whitebeard's domain. Although the elite members of his crew were diminished, a plethora of ordinary members remained, willing to sacrifice their lives to fend off the onslaught of the three pirate crews. However, the three pirate crews had not brought their full strength to bear. After all, they had to leave a significant portion of their pirate crew behind to safeguard their territory from being plundered, or the consequences would be dire. At the forefront of the Big Mom pirates was Katakuri, who was currently leading several of his brothers alongside the homies created by Big Mom into the fray. Leading the Beast Pirates was the formidable Inferno, who commanded Kaido's Zoan army in the heat of battle. The Silver Axe Pirates were spearheaded by the first mate, Purple Blade, who stood 3 meters tall, brandishing his cursed blade with fervor as he slaughtered the crew of the Whitebeard Pirates, the bodies of his victims piling up around him. The strength of these 3 individuals was not to be underestimated. Even in the New World, they were considered upper-tier warriors. Under the combined assault of the 3 pirate crews, the common members of the Whitebeard Pirates were dwindling at an alarming rate, and it would not be long before the entire Whitebeard crew faced annihilation. Just as despair began to take hold of the hearts of the Whitebeard Pirates, a colossal pirate fleet suddenly emerged in the nearby waters. Upon sighting the fleet, all combatants instinctively ceased their fighting, their attention shifting to the approaching armada. When they discerned the flagship, the Indomitable, and the enormous white bear pirate flag flying high, a wave of shock coursed through them. What? Is that the Thunderstorm Pirates? Impossible! When did the Thunderstorm Pirates amass such a considerable fleet? Katakuri and his companions were filled with astonishment and confusion over the past few years due to Big Mom's desire to recruit members of the Mink tribe. He had been closely monitoring the Thunderstorm Pirates. T was knowledge. The Thunderstorm Pirates had barely over 20 members, and how could they have formed a formidable fleet in such a short span since their reemergence? A heavy atmosphere enveloped all present as they pondered the true intentions of the Thunderstorm Pirates. Were they there to assist one of the parties involved, or did they harbor some ulterior motive? The Indomitable was the first to approach the island, and before it could dock, several crew members utilized the moonwalk technique to leap onto the shore. You must be members of the Thunderstorm Pirates. What brings you here? Katakuri confronted them at the water's edge, needing to ascertain whether the Thunderstorm Pirates were friend or foe. As the officers, including Viper, landed on the shore, they were met with Katakuri's inquiry. We are neither friend nor foe. We have come at the behest of Captain Woli Bel to lend our support to the Whitebeard Pirates. Katakuri's expression darkened as he regarded Viper 0.5 years ago. Viper was undeniably strong, yet he was not Katakuri's equal, but now, Katakuri sensed that Viper's strength was on par with his own. Our captain has declared that today, we, the Thunderstorm Pirates, shall protect the Whitebeard Pirates. If you know what's good for you, then leave at once. If not, prepare to be eradicated by the Thunderstorm Pirates. Viper's companion, Inu Erashur, was left puzzled. When had the captain ever uttered such words? Upon hearing Viper's declaration, the faces of the Whitebeard Pirates' crew lit up with hope. Wonderful. We are saved. In contrast, the expressions of Katakuri and the other members of the three pirate crews turned grim. They had relied on their superior strength to suppress the Whitebeard Pirates, but now, with the Thunderstorm Pirates joining the fray, they found themselves at a disadvantage in numbers.